Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 201, A Combined Attack. TL, Hanguk. Vincent, following Togun's orders to purchase alcohol and food for a party, stepped out of the hideout with one of his subordinates. Who? What's that? He saw a floating space in the air. Vincent and his subordinate cautiously approached the space with an iron door. Stand by. Yes. Vincent left his subordinate on standby and went inside. Crops? Inside were boxes filled with various crops. There seemed to be at least thousands of boxes. And then, power potato, stamina corn. What the? These are Park Sejun's crops. Vincent was shocked upon recognizing the contents of the boxes. He didn't understand why they were here, but that wasn't important now. These were all money. Quickly, bring Master Togun here. Yes. At Vincent's command, his subordinate hurried back to the cave. He. Vincent began to rummage through the void storage quickly. He planned to grab a few valuable crops before Togun arrived. What's this? Pop. When he opened a glass bottle filled with liquid, a strong alcohol smell wafted out. Oh. There's alcohol too. Vincent, having discovered soju stored in the warehouse, cheerfully grabbed a few bottles. Just then, Hey. Krueng. He. This is exciting. A strange noise came from inside. What's that? Vincent, hiding his presence as much as possible, cautiously approached the source of the sound. Krueng. Next up, carrots. A small bear, roughly the height of one's knee and seemingly having wandered in lured by the smell of food, was busily stuffing carrots into a pouch it was carrying. What the? A bear cub? Hey, scram. Relieved, Vincent revealed himself and kicked towards Quenji, venting his frustration for being made tense for no reason. However, Krueng. It's a thief. With surprising agility, Quenji simply caught Vincent's foot. Krueng. Quenji will chase the thief away. Oh, screech. The bear began dragging Vincent outside. Thwack. Thwack. While being dragged away by Quenji, Vincent drew his sword and attacked Quenji's back in resistance, but Quenji's hide was incredibly tough. His sword couldn't even cut through the fur, let alone the hide. What the heck is this creature? Vincent, realizing too late that something was amiss, suddenly remembered just how dangerous a bear could be. Right. Bears can rip people apart. Let go. Save me. Vincent tried to call for help with a voice filled with fear, but Krueng. Punishment for thieves. But it was already too late. Quenji had flung Vincent forcefully outside the entrance. Bang! As Vincent hit the ground hard, his unfinished plea for mercy became his last words. And then, this damn bear cub! From Vincent's body, a light shone, and a giant blue snake revealed itself. Krueng! Quenji will protect Daddy's warehouse. Quenji stood at the entrance of the void storage, stretched its short legs as wide as he could, and roared towards the blue snake as if guarding it. As Sejun was coming up the stairs. Krueng! No one steals food from Daddy's warehouse. Sejun saw Quenji deliver a furious uppercut to the jaw of the giant blue snake. Bang! Ah! Hit by Quenji's uppercut, the blue snake was flung into the air. SSSHHH. Clink! The snake's body turned to dust, and a bronze coin fell from the sky. An apostle of destruction? Sejun spoke, watching the falling bronze coin. The presence of an apostle of destruction meant the Three-Head Society was nearby. Vice Chairman Theo and Golden Bat, please check whether the Three-Head Society's hideout is located somewhere in this area. Understood. Meow. Yes. At Sejun's request, Theo and the Golden Bat moved quickly, and Sejun hurried toward where Quenji was. Krueng. Daddy, this guy tried to steal food from the storage. So, Quenji punished him. Quenji, picking up the bronze coin from the ground, handed it to Sejun and reported. Good job. You did well. So, Quenji's punishment meant sending them out of this world. Sejun petted Quenji on the head and updated the data in the Quenji language translator. Hey. Krueng. He. Then Quenji will go refill the snack pouch. Quenji happily accepted Sejun's petting, but then remembered he hadn't finished his task and returned to the void storage to start filling the snack pouch. And then, Hydra's fourth bronze coin. Left alone, Sejun examined the newly acquired coin. It was the same type of coin that Theo had brought before. Swoosh! As Sejun was putting the bronze coin into his pocket, thump! Something sharp stabbed Sejun in the back. Cuke! He had been too careless. Normally, he would have had Quenji or Theo around him. He had not expected an enemy that used stealth. He had let his guard down because it was a lower level. I'm sorry, everyone. Scenes from Sejun's life began flashing before his eyes like a spinning wheel of memories. Just as he was reliving the scene of holding his mother's hand on his first day of elementary school. Poke! Poke! He heard the stabbing sound from behind again. Cruel bastard! One stab would have been enough. Why stab so many times? I'm already dying. Poke! 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 The enemy, not knowing Sejun's thoughts, mercilessly stabbed his back. This guy is definitely a psychopath. Someone who takes pleasure in stabbing others. Ah! To think I'll die a painful death at the hands of such a person, as Sejun lamented and turned his head with the intention to at least see the face of his murderer. Poke! 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 He locked eyes with a petrified hunter, panic-stricken as he madly stabbed Sejun. Eek! Why isn't the dagger going in? Poke! 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 Even as the hunter made eye contact with Sejun's eyes, he desperately stabbed Sejun's abdomen with a dagger, but it couldn't pierce Sejun's skin. What's happening? Sejun was puzzled by the hunter's reaction. Talent, sturdiness ignores weak attacks. Only then did Sejun see the message. He realized he hadn't felt any pain at all, and he realized he had been overreacting all this time. Luckily, nobody was around to see. Except for this guy. Sejun threw a punch at the hunter. Whack! Kuhook! He intended only to knock him out lightly, but, boom! The hunter, hit by Sejun's punch, flew 10 meters into the air. What? That shouldn't have happened. Sejun, who had always been treated as the weakest by the animals around him, was baffled by the outcome he had created when, "You dare to provoke me? Die!" The hunter's body, hit by Sejun's punch, shone brightly, and a giant silver snake appeared, opening its mouth towards Sejun. Swoosh! Sejun instinctively flung his body away with the sound of a cool breeze. Thud! And when his body landed about 5 meters away from where he originally was, boom! A powerful gale passed where Sejun had been, shredding and pulverizing everything in its path. You've overcome a near-death experience. Due to the talent, sturdy vitality, your maximum stamina increases to 17. The message informed Sejun that he had almost died. Phew! Sejun turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, thump! A small stone, carried by the wind, struck Sejun's knee, leaving a minor scratch. Whether because of the strong magic power carried by the wind, it managed to bypass the talent, sturdiness and cause damage to Sejun. How dare you injure Chairman Park's knee, meow. Realizing Sejun's knee was in danger, Theo hurriedly ran over in anger and launched himself at the silver snake. Snap! In midair, Theo pulled out his dragon claw, infused them with magic power, meow meow meow. Meow meow meow, and swung his paws like he was cutting through the air toward the silver snake. It was Theo's meow meow storm fist. How could I perish like this? Thud! The silver snake couldn't finish speaking before its body broke into pieces and fell apart. SSSSSK. Clang! The silver snake turned into dust, dropping 2 bronze coins. Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow. Theo rushed over quickly, checking Sejun's knee. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Since it wasn't a serious wound, Sejun treated it lightly and was about to pick up the fallen coins. But, stay still, meow. I will heal it, meow. Press. Press. Theo hurriedly climbed onto Sejun's knee and began gently massaging the injured spot with his front paw. It was a healing massage, and the wound began to heal quickly. Thank you, Pooh Hut. Of course, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will protect Chairman Park's knee, meow. Theo puffed out his chest, looking quite pleased with himself. Okay, while Sejun was appreciating him and stroking Theo's head. Sejun's gaze met that of Togen, who was sneakily picking up the bronze coins the silver snake had just dropped. Togen, who had barely escaped with one subordinate after throwing his men to the golden bats that had suddenly attacked the hideout. That's when. What's that guy? Togen saw Sejun, who was at the lakeside, examining the coins Vincent had dropped at his death. A straw hat and shabby clothes. He didn't look strong at all. Bring me that bronze coin. Yes, Togen ordered his subordinate to assassinate Sejun and retrieve the bronze coin, but instead, the subordinate was defeated by Sejun, and the 6th head of the sealed Hydra was unleashed. It's actually a good thing. It will sweep them all away. Togen hoped that Hydra's 6th head would annihilate all the enemies around. However, meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. The sixth head of the Hydra died, chopped into thousands of pieces by the sudden appearance of a cat wildly flailing in the air. What in the world is happening? Realizing the unfavorable situation, Togun hid himself deeper. That's when, swallow the bronze coin dropped by the sixth head. A voice resounded in Togun's mind. I can't. If we come out now, we'll die. Togun resisted the opinion formed by the voice in his head. It was too dangerous. Don't worry. If you swallow that coin, no one can stop us. Really? Yes. I am the first head of Hydra that commands all heads. I can take down all enemies. I will trust you. Then, quietly moving, Togun picked up the bronze coin. I've done it, as Togun celebrated internally. That's when, who? His eyes met with Sejun's, who was petting Theo. Swallow the bronze coin quickly. Gulp. Togun, having locked eyes with Sejun, quickly swallowed the bronze coins as the first head of the Hydra had commanded. Kekak. Well done. Togun's body began to glow after swallowing the coins. Kekak. Such overflowing power. I may have been careless before, but this time will be different. In front of Sejun appeared a snake with two heads appeared, a black snake twice the size of the silver snake that had appeared earlier, with a silver one right next to it, with only a head emerging. What the? As Sejun was taken aback. Chairman Park, don't worry, meow. I'll protect you, meow. Theo quickly shielded Sejun. And then, Krueng. Krueng. Quenji has filled the snack pouch. Oh? Another bad snake. Dadada. Quenji, who had filled his snack pouch, rushed out of the void storage and, upon finding the Apostle of Destruction, hurriedly ran to stand in front of Sejun. He. Come at me. With Theo on the left and Quenji on the right standing firmly, Sejun overflowed with confidence. Kekak. Try to stop this. Assist the sixth head. Understood. The black snake inhaled deeply and spat a black liquid towards Sejun. Whoosh! And the silver snake blew wind to spread the black liquid further. That looks dangerous. Sejun sensed something ominous about the black liquid. Even a single drop seemed deadly poisonous. Guys, eat this. Sejun hurriedly handed detoxifying green onions to Theo and Quenji. Crunch. Crunch. Vice Chairman Theo, use Meow Meow Storm Fist. Quenji, use Krueng Hu. Sejun, too, quickly ate a detoxifying green onion and instructed Theo and Quenji. If they were combining their attacks, so would his side. Understood, meow. Krueng. Understood. Following Sejun's command, Theo and Quenji used their skills simultaneously. Chapter 202, guys, catch only as much as we need. TL, Hangak. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Krueng Hu. As Theo's Meow Meow Storm Fist and Quenji's Krueng Hu emerged, the formless magical blades of the Meow Meow Storm Fist mixed with the tornado of Krueng Hu, completely pulverizing everything within its range. As a result, the Hydra, struck by their combined technique, perished without leaving behind a single word, let alone a trace. However, quagwagwang. The power was too overwhelming, more than Sejun had anticipated. Not only the Hydra but also the space behind it was hollowed out in a circle. Several mountains disappeared entirely, altering the topography of the tower. I shouldn't have used it. Seeing the path created, which seemed endless, Sejun realized there was no need to use the combination technique. It was all because of the Hydra that unnecessarily provoked him into using the combination technique. His mistake? Just a tiny bit? Guard Theo and Herbalist Quenji have defeated the first and sixth heads of the Hydra, the nine-headed snake, one of the 10th Apostles of Destruction who infiltrated the Black Tower. You've gained 17.5 million experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Theo. You've gained 17.5 million experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Quenji. Guard Theo and Herbalist Quenji have defeated a Black Crow. Consequently, an enormous amount of experience acquisition messages appeared, stating they had also defeated the Hydra and other monsters in the path of their combined attack. Though Theo and Quenji had defeated them together, the experience was split evenly, but as a result, the experience points that Sejun gained were the same. And then, you have leveled up. You have acquired one bonus stat. You have leveled up. You have acquired one bonus stat. Sejun leveled up twice, reaching level 63. I need to collect the coins quickly. He couldn't be complacent, fearing another Apostle of Destruction might appear and swallow the coins. As Sejun hurried to the place where the Hydra died, he found 7 bronze coins scattered there. That's a lot. Sejun examined the coins he picked up. Hydra's first bronze coin. Hydra's 6th bronze coin. There were 2 types of coins, 5 coins from the Hydra's first head and 2 from the 6th. The black one must be from the first head, right? Sejun thought that the apostles of destruction who dropped more coins would be bigger and stronger. Now I need to complete the quest. Having gathered the coins, Sejun decided to move back to the Ice Island to complete the land deed quest. I need to take the kids. Before heading to Ice Island, Sejun went to fetch Theo and Quenji with him. It's Meow Meow Crew Storm Fist, Meow, Crueng. Crueng. No, Crew Meow who is better. Theo and Quenji were fighting over the name of their newly created combination technique. At that moment, then let's ask Chairman Park which is a better name between Meow Meow Crew Storm Fist and Crew Meow who, Meow. As Theo spoke, seeing Sejun approaching. Crueng. Great. Let's ask Dad to decide the new technique's name. Quenji also agreed. Pooh hoo hut. Chairman Park is on my side, Meow. Hee hee hee. Dad is on Quenji's side. Both had their own hidden intentions. However, how about Theo Quenji Park Storm Punch? Faced with a request to choose between two names, Sejun suggested a new name, sneakily inserting his own name into it. Chairman Park, you included your name in the technique. Meow. Crueng. Dad included Dad's name as well. The two were shocked at Sejun's suggestion. Ah. If you don't like it. Thinking he might have been too greedy, Sejun hastily tried to retract his words, but, as expected of Chairman Park, Meow. It's brilliant. Meow. Crueng. Crueng. Dad is amazing. We love it. Fortunately, both were very pleased to have Sejun's name included. Of course, they both adored Sejun. Thus, with the peculiar name Theo Quenji Park Storm Punched settled for the combination technique, Sejun set off for Ice Island with both of them on his knee. Ice Cube. In the meantime, the ice that Sejun had created melted, and he made new ice to travel to Ice Island. Upon arriving at Ice Island, Sejun followed the stairs to where the penguins were. Peng, peng, the atmosphere had completely changed from just a while ago. It felt like a house in mourning. Vice Chairman Theo, go ask Kona why the mood has suddenly changed like this. Sejun sent Theo, who was acquainted with Kona, to find out the reason. Understood, Meow. Receiving Sejun's order, Theo confidently approached and asked, Peng. Lord Theo? Kona, why is the mood like this, Meow? He asked Kona, who was crying. Peng. The bear that just appeared killed the hunter who was freezing our island for us. Now, our village is finished. Without Ice Island, we, who cannot survive in hot places, will die. In response to Theo's question, Kona pointed at Quenji and spoke. Crueng? Did Quenji do something wrong? Hearing Kona's words, Quenji looked at Sejun with an anxious voice. Quenji just punished the bad guy. No, it's not Quenji's fault. And Kona, don't worry. I can freeze the island for you. Ice Cube. Sejun used the holy stone, and a 10-meter cubic block of ice appeared in front of him. Peng! There's ice! The penguins, who had been depressed, were surprised and approached the ice created by Sejun. At that moment, an additional quest reward has been added. Who? Upon checking the quest reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the land deed, the assistance of 300 blue-backed penguins in the lake's work. Added to the reward was the detail that the penguins would help with the work at the lake. A reward was added to the work that had to be done anyway. Sejun began in earnest to lower the temperature of the lake, infusing magic into the holy stone to create ice. Ice Cube! Boom! With a vibration, hundreds of cubic ice blocks enveloped the surroundings of Ice Island. Ice Cube! As Sejun created thousands of ice blocks using the holy stone several times, the temperature of the lake dropped, and the size of Ice Island increased. When the island had grown by almost 1.5 times, wobble! Sejun's legs gave out. His magic power was nearly depleted. That's it for today. Let's continue tomorrow. Thank you for freezing our island. Thank you. The penguins expressed their gratitude towards Sejun for saving them. And then, click. Where shall we escort you? The penguins asked, lifting Sejun onto their heads. Who? We will carry you. It's fine? No. Please let us repay you. Please let us. Sejun felt awkward and tried to refuse, but the penguins wanted to show their gratitude to him in any way they could. Okay. Then take me to the lakeside. This place was too cold for Sejun, not suitable for a rest. Yes. Let's go, everyone. The penguins carried Sejun to the lakeside. Pooh hoo hut. Nice, meow, coo hey hey hey. Crueng, hee hee hee. This is fun. Thanks to that, Theo and Quenji, who were on Sejun's lap, also moved and had a fun experience. Upon arriving at the lakeside with the help of the penguins, Sejun, flap, flap, The golden bat, which had raided the Three-Head Society's hideout, returned with several items clutched in its feet. Is that a hunter phone? Sejun recognized the item brought by the golden bat. It was a hunter phone, a device made for hunters to use in the tower. Yes. I tried to secure evidence at the Three-Head Society's hideout, but someone destroyed all the evidence and escaped. Thus, with the evidence to bring to Sejun destroyed, the golden bat had taken the hunter phones of the dead Three-Head Society members, thinking they might contain some clues. As expected, it's locked. Picking up one of the 10 hunter phones, Sejun touched the screen to see what was inside, and a password entry screen appeared. Golden bat, guide me to the Three-Head Society's hideout. We need a hunter's face or fingerprint to unlock this. Ah, that's gone. Ooh? Gone? Well, I shredded them too much. Ah. I see. Although the golden bat was hesitating, Sejun roughly understood what it meant. But it was okay. Because there were other options. Vice Chairman Theo, there's work for you to do. Sejun put the 10 hunter phones in Theo's bag as he spoke. What work? Meow? Leave everything to Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo responded arrogantly to Sejun's words. Go down and deliver these hunter phones of the Three-Head Society members to Han Taijun. If anyone knew people who could unlock the hunter phone, it would be Han Taijun. Meow? Theo was shocked by Sejun's order to go down. Can't you send someone else down, meow? Theo, not wanting to leave Sejun's lap, rubbed his cheek against Sejun's knee, throwing a tantrum. However, I'm asking Vice Chairman Theo, because you're capable. Neither Quenji nor the golden bat can be relied upon. Sejun knew Theo's weakness all too well. Pooh-hoo-hut. Is that so, meow? As expected, Chairman Park trusts only me, meow. Then, of course, I will go, meow. Upon Sejun's words, Theo quickly changed his attitude, stood up, and picked up his bag. I trust you, Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh-hoo-hut. I'll be back soon, meow. Theo disappeared, running at full speed to return quickly. Since he only had to go down a few floors, he could return in as little as 30 minutes if he hurried. Let's sleep for now. Sejun took out some straw mats from the storage and lay down on the floor. He was tired from using a lot of magic. Snooer. As soon as Sejun lay down, he fell asleep, and Kurong, Berarong, Quenji and the golden bat settled down and slept on Sejun's stomach. Despite the tremendous battle that had taken place just a short while ago, the lakeside was peaceful. When Sejun woke up after a short sleep, Gorarong, Kurong, Berarong, along with Quenji and the golden bat, there was the sound of Theo snoring. Theo, who had quickly delivered the hunter phone to Han Taijun and returned. At that moment, gurgle, Sejun's stomach alarm rang. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten dinner. Sejun, taking the animals off his body, submerged his face in the lake to look inside. He was checking if there was anything good enough to eat for dinner. There are a lot of fish. Seeing the fish swimming leisurely in the lake, Sejun decided to have grilled fish for dinner tonight. Just as he decided on the menu, swish! From the dark, distant place in the lake where the light didn't reach, a black silhouette of something rapidly approached Sejun. Ooh! Sejun, sensing danger, hurriedly took his head out of the water. However, Master Sejun. You're awake? The black silhouette was someone Sejun knew. Kona, yes. Master Sejun, please have these. Kona offered Sejun 3 fish, each as big as her own body, skewered on a harpoon. Thanks, but it's okay. We eat quite a lot. Sejun declined the fish Kona offered. They would need far more than 3 fish because of Quenji, so he had to catch much more anyway. Then let me help catch more. Okay. Thanks. With Kona's help, Sejun caught fish. Kona drove the fish to the surface, and Sejun froze that part entirely. Originally, using Thunder Throw would be easier, but there were too many penguins swimming in the lake to use it. At that moment, Pooh-hoo-hut. The fishing master, Vice Chairman Theo, has awakened, meow. Having woken up, Theo dove into the lake after seeing Sejun catching fish. Theo, who had a water affinity talent and didn't have to worry about getting wet, dived in without hesitation. And then, Krueng! Quenji is also good at catching fish. At Theo's shout, Quenji, who had woken up, also dove into the lake. Stirred by Theo's shout, Quenji, who had woken up, also dove into the lake. Guys, catch only as much as we need. Sejun watched over the two to ensure the fish in the lake wouldn't be overfished to extinction. Chapter 203, Can we mind that? TL, Hangak. As Sejun had expected, Theo and Quenji immediately started competing as soon as they entered the lake. Pooh-hoo-hut. Quenji can't beat me, because Vice Chairman Theo is not afraid of water, meow. Splash! Splash! Theo created a path through the water and using that path began to swiftly catch fish. He was utilizing his aquatic talent more dynamically than anyone else. Lord Theo, you are amazing. Kona, who was seated next to Sejun and preparing the fish, admired Theo's swimming skills. To the others, it appeared as though Theo was effortlessly swimming through the water with incredible skill. And then, Krueng! Quenji will catch more than Big Brother. Boom! Spurred by Theo's fishing skills, Quenji struck the water hard, not wanting to lose. Pop pop! Due to the shock waves, unconscious fish began to float to the surface. Ku hey hey hey! Krueng! Hee hee hee! Quenji will win! Quenji started eagerly catching the unconscious fish. Peng! Among them were penguins knocked unconscious by Quenji's shockwaves. Quenji, that's one warning for you. You even knocked out the penguins. One more warning and you're out, Sejun sternly warned Quenji. Fishing like Quenji would not only harm the penguins but could quickly lead to the extinction of the fish in the lake. Krueng! Quenji get a warning for catching them like this. Thanks to that, Quenji also started to swim and catch fish like Theo. Quenji's swimming was also top-notch, making no significant difference from the speed at which Theo was catching fish. While the two were catching fish for about an hour, stop catching the catfish now, Sejun, worried about overfishing, checked the fish they had caught and stopped them from catching too many, as he didn't want them to go extinct. Maybe it's time to tell them to come out, Sejun said, looking at the pile of fish next to him. At a glance, it seemed to easily exceed 1,000. You guys, stop! Just as Sejun was about to call them out, whoosh! A giant turtle's head emerged from the lake. And then, a mid-level administrator quest has been triggered. Mid-level administrator quest, the lake turtle, which spawns once every 1,000 years, has awakened 100 years earlier than its spawning period. Pacify the lake turtle and put it back to sleep within 5 days. There is only one lake turtle in the Black Tower. If the lake turtle dies or fails to spawn, it will become extinct. If the lake turtle goes extinct, the prestige of the Black Tower will decrease. Lake turtles to be put back to sleep, 01. Reward, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 tower coins, flourishing of the lake turtle, an endangered species, in 100 years. After a long time, a mid-level administrator quest message appeared. Ooh? I have to put the turtle to sleep? Endangered lake turtle. But how does one put it back to sleep? Do we need to put that turtle to sleep? Meow? Krueng? We just have to put the turtle to sleep. Theo and Quenji, who had caused the major incident of awakening the endangered lake turtle, were now standing next to Sejun and asked. Krueng! Quenji can put it to sleep. Quenji said confidently, clenching his fist. No, Quenji. Daddy will handle this. Sejun hurriedly stopped him. Somehow, he felt that if Quenji were to try to put the lake turtle to sleep with a punch, they would probably never see another lake turtle in the Black Tower again. Let's go, guys. Sejun, with Theo and Quenji equipped on each knee to protect him, approached the head of the lake turtle. Huff! Huff! The lake turtle was panting heavily. What's wrong? Sensing something was off, Sejun hurried towards the lake turtle. Pwang! Don't come any closer, the lake turtle warned Sejun. It had a cute way of speaking for its size. Hello. I'm a mid-level administrator of the Black Tower. Are you uncomfortable with something? Sejun introduced himself, showing the mid-level administrator tattoo on his right hand, ensuring the turtle wouldn't feel threatened. Puang? Puang, you're the mid-level administrator? It's really hot. Hot? Sejun thought that maybe the lake turtle had woken up not because of Theo and Quenji, but because it was too hot. I'll make some ice for you to cool down. Ice cube. As Sejun created ice around the lake turtle to help it cool down. Crunch. Crunch. The lake turtle hastily began to chew on the ice Sejun had created on the water's surface. And then, Puang. Puang. Thank you. I feel much cooler now. After eating about 50 ice cubes, it finally looked satisfied and re-entered the water. However, no message appeared to indicate that the quest was completed. Then, gurgle. Krueng. Daddy Quenji is hungry. He heard the voice of Quenji, about to transform into a fierce hungry beast. Okay. Just wait a moment. Sejun quickly grilled the fish that Kona had prepared. A little while later, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It's all Quenji's. Quenji was delighted to see hundreds of grilled fishes laid out in front of him. Thanks to the penguins helping to grill the fish, they could finish quickly. Pooh-hoo hut. Grilled fish cooked just 10 minutes on each side at 183 degrees is my favorite. Kona, you're fantastic, meow. Thank you. Kona, who had personally grilled the fish, was happy with Theo's praise. Let's eat now. I'll enjoy the meal, meow. Krueng. I'll enjoy the meal too. At Sejun's words, Theo and Quenji began to eat. And thus, the intense day passed. Korean Awakened Association, Cybersecurity Team. Tap tap tap. While the employees were nervously typing codes and watching the monitors. KHM. Are we still far off? From behind the employees, Han Taijun, with his massive build, asked with his arms crossed. He had given the hunter phone that Theo had provided to the security team members, instructing them to extract the data. Almost done, sir. Is that so? Take your time, no pressure. Please go back to your office. Just having Han Taijun here was a huge pressure in itself. But, yes, there was no brave soul who would dare to honestly express their inner thoughts to Han Taijun, the chairman of the Korean Awakened Association and an S-rank hunter. Tap tap tap. The employees were typing the codes frantically, almost as if they were about to break the keyboards, desperately trying to get out of this situation. About an hour passed when, it's done. We've extracted the data. They had finally extracted the data from the hunter phone. Is that so? Good work. Now, send the data to my email. And since you haven't had dinner because of me, I'll buy dinner tonight. Who's the youngest here? Me. The employees perked up. One of the security team members raised his hand in response to Han Taijun's question. Woohoo. So you're the youngest. Tell me what you want to eat. The employees strongly signaled with their eyes to choose the fastest meal they could eat. Chairman, I would like to have ramen. Fortunately, the youngest was perceptive. However, you've got quite a taste. Ramen with beef is excellent. Han Taijun had already decided on the menu. It is said that the cybersecurity team ended up having dinner and all suffered indigestion. After the meal, Han Taijun, who had entered his office, began to examine the data on the hunter phone in earnest. And then, he discovered a photo of a business card with GPS coordinates. Although the designs were different, there were pictures of business cards with the same GPS coordinates on other hunter phones. Tap tap. When Han Taijun opened a web browser and entered the GPS coordinates, a location was marked. Where is this? A small island called Niue in the middle of the Pacific Ocean was marked on the map. The next morning, Ice Cube. As soon as Sejun finished his breakfast, he went to the ice island and started freezing the island again. While Sejun was diligently freezing the island, Master Sejun, one penguin approached cautiously and handed over something it had been hiding on its back. Who? Oh, it's a sickle? Are you giving it to me? Yes. Sejun was momentarily surprised at the sight of the penguin pulling out a sickle, then carefully took it and examined it. The handle was made of smooth wood, providing a good grip, and it was a sickle with a sharp curved blade. Sickle of freshness? This sickle is made using the blueback penguin tribe's unique ice refining technique. The sharp blade increases cutting power. Cold energy embedded in the sickle extends the expiration date of harvested crops by 5 days. Usage restriction, LV 10 or higher, magic power 10 or above. Creator, Blacksmith Kobe, of the blue-backed penguin tribe. Grade, C. Nice. Sejun was satisfied with the sickle's option of extending the expiration date by 5 days. Thank you, Kobe. Yes, Tilda, Kobe replied shyly, running away as Sejun thanked him. Then, Ice Cube, thump. Thump. Equipment began to pile up behind Sejun, who was freezing the island. Kobe, who had handed him the equipment earlier, was relatively less shy. The other penguins, hiding their bodies, were throwing equipment they had made, like swords and shields, near Sejun. But they also had to see Sejun pick up the equipment, so they couldn't leave and were just stretching their heads out while hiding. How cute! I'll use them well. As Sejun expressed his gratitude while picking up the equipment thrown by the penguins. Whoosh! The penguins, feeling shy, quickly disappeared. But why are they giving me equipment? We have a custom of gifting equipment that we made ourselves to those who have done us a favor. Kona, who hadn't left like the others, answered Sejun's curiosity. But why are the equipment grades like this, meow? I don't see any grade A, meow. Theo, who had sold equipment on behalf of Kona, asked while examining the equipment Sejun had received. Most of the equipment grades were C or C. There's no sincerity, meow. Bring better equipment for our chairman Park, meow. We ran out of materials to make grade A equipment, Kona replied, looking disheartened at Theo's words. Materials? Yes. We've used up all the good materials we had to make money, Kona responded to Sejun's words. It's okay as it is, Sejun said, patting the gloomy Kona on the head. He wasn't greedy for equipment. He already had the Dragon Warrior helmet and Kaiser scales for armor, and Mila's hoe, which was legendary equipment. He was grateful for what he was given, but he didn't necessarily need it. However, don't worry, meow. I'll find the materials to make equipment for Chairman Park, meow, Theo exclaimed, raising his front paw, seemingly eager to find new A-grade materials for Sejun. Do you feel something pulling on your front paw? It's not, meow. But if I wish for it earnestly, there will be an attraction, meow. Then, Pu Wang. Hot, so hot. The lake turtle, exhausted from the heat, reappeared, sticking its head out of the water. And, Pu Wang, mid-level administrator, I want to eat ice. Spotting Sejun, it requested ice. Here you go. Ice cube. Sejun made ice for the lake turtle. Crunch. Crunch. While the lake turtle was joyfully eating the ice, Pooh-hoo-hut. I found a good material, meow. Kona, can we mine that, meow? Theo, noticing the lake turtle's shell slightly above the water, asked Kona. Luckily, the lake turtle was preoccupied with eating the ice Sejun had made. It seems possible, Kona replied, holding a pickaxe. Chapter 204, Collecting Balanidae, TL, a type of barnacle. TL, Hangak, just trust me, Lord Theo. For Lord Theo. Kona, with a determined look, jumped onto the back of the lake turtle. Splash! Splash! With short limbs flailing in the air, Kona glided as much as possible, and dived into the water. Kona swam hard and climbed onto the back of the lake turtle. Is this the shell of the lake turtle? Kona spoke, looking at the red back of the lake turtle. The shell was densely packed with holes that looked like volcanic craters, varying in size from small to massive. It looked sturdy, and Kona thought it seemed like a good material for making equipment, though they would have to refine it first to be sure. Just then, scrape! Krueng? Did Kona come to take this too? Quenji, who had already settled on the back of the lake turtle, spoke up. Quenji had been busy prying off pieces of the turtle's shell and stuffing them into its snack pouch. Yes, Kona, thinking Quenji also came to mine the shell, responded and began to dig into the turtle's shell with a pickaxe. Clang! Clang! After about 10 minutes of pickaxing by Kona, a piece of the lake turtle's shell came off. Peng? Beneath it, the real shiny shell appeared. Then what's this? Kona was confused, looking at the stone she had mined when. Puang! My back feels cool. The lake turtle let out a pleased cry. Back? Who? What are you guys doing there? Sejun, who had been creating ice for the lake turtle, asked Quenji and Kona, who were on the turtle's back. Krueng! Daddy, Quenji dug up oysters. Quenji proudly showed Sejun what he had dug up from the turtle's back, waving them in its hands in response to Sejun's question. Oysters? At a glance, it was obviously wasn't oysters, but to Quenji, the closest thing in his knowledge was oysters. Wait a minute. Ice cube. Sejun made an ice bridge to move over to the turtle's back to properly examine and explain what was attached to the shell. These are Balanidae. So, this is why you felt hot. Sejun touched the red Balanidae and spoke. They were slightly hot to the touch, and the parts touching the turtle's back would be even hotter. At that moment, you have discovered the reason why the lake turtle cannot sleep. The quest has been updated. Quest, remove all the Balanidae parasitizing the body of the lake turtle. Reward, 130,000 experience points, 13,000 tower coins, flourishing of the lake turtle, an endangered species, in 100 years. With the quest update, the rewards increased slightly. Good. The quest, motivating Sejun, who was already eagerly picking off Balanidae and thinking about the tastiest way to eat them. Quenji, these are called Balanidae. Sejun told Quenji the name of the creatures attached to the turtle's back. Krueng. Krueng? They're not oysters. Then we can't eat them. Quenji was shocked at Sejun's words, becoming gloomy at the thought of not being able to eat something tasty. No, you can eat these too. And they're very delicious. Krueng. Really? Yes. So let's work hard to pick them. Krueng. Krueng. Got it. Quenji will pick the most. Pooh-hut, not while Vice Chairman Theo with Dragon Claw is here, meow. Thus began the competition to collect Balanidae began. This time, Sejun did not stop them since there was no reason to intervene as they weren't causing harm to their surroundings. Kona, call the other penguins too. Yes, Sejun involved the penguins, making them collect Balanidae off the turtle's back. Just you wait. Eileen, searching everywhere with the crystal orb for the three-head society. A being with the aura of destruction has infiltrated the Black Tower. Ooh? Aura of destruction? Upon receiving the alert, Eileen immediately checked the location where the alarm had sounded and was able to locate Mr. 1, the boss of the Three-Head Society with a 1 on his mask, on the first floor of the tower. So, this guy is the one who messed with my Sejun's family. Iona, go to the foggy area on the 59th floor of the tower. The Three-Head Society's hideout is there. While keeping an eye on Mr. 1, whom she found by chance, Eileen sent Iona to take care of the hideout that Mr. 1 had passed. True to her title of the Great Destructive Wizard, Iona erased the existence of the Three-Head Society's hideout and its members from the tower. As Eileen was monitoring Mr. 1, he entered a cave on the 47th floor of the tower and stopped moving. Iona, the northern cave on the 47th floor. I've marked it, so go and take care of it. Believing this to be the last hideout of the Three-Head Society, they decided to deal with Mr. 1. Coo, it's over. Eileen, whose body had become stiff from looking at the crystal orb for a long time, stretched herself. Just then, who? What's that? She spotted the leather vest that Sejun had asked her to appraise. She had been so focused on searching for the Three-Head Society that she'd forgotten all about it. He. I need to appraise this quickly and give it to Sejun. Eileen used her appraisal magic on the leather vest. 2 hours later. It's much cleaner now. Sejun, who had been freezing the island, commented upon seeing that about a quarter of the balanadi that had filled the lake turtle's back were gone. Time to make lunch. Sejun moved to the lakeside, gathered some branches from around, and piled them up on the ground. The lunch menu was grilled balanadi. He took out some balanadi he had stored in the void storage and laid them on top of the branches. Snap! Whoosh! Sejun created fire with a snap of his fingers and began grilling the balanadi whole on the branches. Since balanadi naturally possess a high tolerance to heat due to their inherent high temperature, so Sejun produced a high heat with his talent, enhanced fire mastery. Krueng! It smells delicious. As the balanadi cooked to a certain degree, Quenji, drawn by the aroma, began to waddle around, and other penguins also subtly gathered. Pooh hut! Victory is mine, meow. Theo, uninterested in the balanadi, stayed on the lake turtle's back, diligently removing more balanadi. They're cooked well. Let's eat. After trying one of the grilled balanadi, Sejun spoke to the animals. Krueng! Thank you for the meal. Thank you for the meal. Quenji and the penguins began to eat the balanadi they held. However, Peng, unlike Quenji, who was enjoying his meal, the penguins who had grabbed the balanadi hurriedly dropped them and rushed into the lake to cool their hands. The balanadi were too hot. Unlike Quenji, who could easily ignore most things with his tough skin, the penguins were quite sensitive. Cool them down here before eating, guys. Feeling sympathetic towards the penguins in the same plight, Sejun made ice cubes and placed the balanadi on them to cool. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, thump! A fist-sized red bead rolled out from the flesh of the giant balanadi Quenji was eating and rolled and stopped in front of Sejun. What's this? It was clearly an inner core from the balanadi. Is it another bitter one? As Sejun was about to pick up the bead with a tense expression. Krueng! That's definitely for Dad. Quenji confirmed Sejun's thoughts. It was a bitter core. Sejun picked up the bead and checked its options. Fiery balanadi's inner core. This is a core from a balanadi that has parasitized on the lake turtle and grown by absorbing the turtle's energy for 1,000 years. Upon consumption, it increases strength by 20 or increases potential strength by 10. It enhances flame-related talents slightly upon consumption. It has a strong bitter taste. Usage restriction, LV 30 and above, strength 20 or more. Grade, B. Munch. Without hesitation, Sejun put the balanadi core into his mouth. It was easier to eat it quickly than to waste energy pondering whether to eat it or not. Pain is temporary, stats are forever. Gritting his teeth, he endured the rising bitterness and consoled himself. Gulp. After bearing with the bitterness, Sejun swallowed the core. You have consumed the fiery balanadi's inner core. Your potential strength increases by 10. Your existing flame-related talents have been enhanced. Good. His mouth was bitter, but his heart was firm. Just then, click. Ooh, da. A penguin placed a single red core in front of Sejun and ran away. It had given Sejun the core that came from the balanadi it was eating. Stare. From a distance, the penguin watched to see if Sejun would enjoy the core it had given. Quite anxiously, overwhelmed by the intense stare, Sejun swallowed the balanadi's inner core right away. He thought it better to consume it while the bitter taste still lingered in his mouth. Guff. Gulp. You have consumed the fiery balanadi's inner core. Your strength increases by 10. Your existing flame-related talents have been enhanced. Although the bitterness was no different from the first one he had eaten, this time the options were as good as the first one, perhaps because the Balanadi was younger. As Sejun was cutting the meat into manageable pieces after swallowing 2 cores, he felt something hard and spherical inside. Another core? Without suspicion, Sejun reached into the flesh. Chairman Park. No, meow. Theo, who had been diligently removing and collecting Balanadi from the back of the lake turtle, sensed danger approaching Sejun's knee and hurried over. But it was too late. With the core already in hand, Sejun, you have come into contact with the essence of fire. Your body has received a critical injury. Power, indestructible body has been activated, consuming magic power to prevent your body from disintegrating. You are critically low on magic power. Dragon tribe skill, dragon skin is activated. The scales of the great black dragon Kaiser have been destroyed. Ark! Sejun felt a searing pain in his hand. And then, boom! An explosion from the core sent him flying into the lake. Chairman Park. Are you okay, meow? Theo hurried into the water, pulling Sejun out of the lake to check his condition. Fortunately, other than his body feeling as hot as fire and minor burns on his right hand, there seemed to be no serious injuries. Pressing his paw on Sejun's right hand, Theo used the healing skill. Krueng! Daddy! It's hot! Please, get up, Daddy! Quenji also rushed over in a panic, not knowing what to do, and massaged Sejun's legs while crying. Don't worry, Quenji, meow. I'll heal Chairman Park, meow. Quenji, go fetch some water to cool him down, meow. Krueng! Okay. Quenji brought water in a Balanadi shell, continuously doused Sejun's body. For over an hour, as Theo and Quenji were cooling and attending to Sejun, the tower's administrator is infuriated, questioning why Sejun has fainted. The tower's administrator inquires why Sejun's body is filled with fiery energy. Eileen, who had been about to give Sejun an appraised leather vest, asked Theo in anger, noticing that Sejun's body was so full of fiery energy that it seemed he might burst into flames at any moment. Eileen, Chairman Park got hurt touching that core over there, meow. But he's not waking up, meow. Whoosh! Pointing at the red core that continued to produce intense heat since the explosion, Theo explained. Swoosh! Eileen hurriedly collected the core. Knowing its true nature was crucial to understanding why Sejun had collapsed. But, ouch, it's hot! The red core was so hot that not even Eileen could touch it. Grandfather! Help! Eileen quickly called for Kaiser's assistance. As everyone was worried about Sejun, you have absorbed a minute amount of the fiery energy. Your fire attribute talent has been enhanced. Sejun was gradually absorbing the fiery energy within his body, enhancing his fire attribute talent. Chapter 205. You still have work to do. Realizing that something was interfering with their consciousness, Kaiser tried to check his consciousness through a conversation with Kellyan. However, through a conversation with Kellyan, he realized that Kellyan's condition was more serious than his own. So it's been over 10 years since the White Tower hasn't moved. Kaiser was greatly surprised by Kellyan's answer. It usually takes about 10 years for a tower to appear and disappear, so it was just neglected to ruin a world. Who? Kaiser, listening to you, I don't know why I did it. In response to Kaiser's question, Kellyan said with a confused expression. Kellyan, something seems to be intervening in the dragon's mind. Kaiser was convinced by Kellyan's answer. But, who dares to intervene in the brilliant Balor's ritual? That's impossible. Kellyan strongly denied Kaiser's words. That was impossible. Dragons are supreme beings. Their mental defenses were so powerful that even the gods could not easily penetrate them. But not just one dragon, but all the dragons? That would have been impossible even with the creator. Then Kellyan, tell me why you haven't moved the tower for 10 years. That's... Kellyan couldn't answer Kaiser's words. Like fog, only that part of the memory was blurred. Kellyan, move the tower and come. I get it. Kellyan hurriedly focused on the body to move the tower. Phew. Surely not all other dragons are like this? Kaiser realized the seriousness of the situation through a conversation with Kellyan. When Kaiser is worried about the other dragons. Grandpa! Help me! Eileen's urgent voice was heard. What's going on with our granddaughter? At Eileen's call, Kaiser hurriedly moved to the manager's area. And, why is this in the Black Tower? Kaiser, who heard the situation from Eileen, was taken aback when he saw the burning orb on the floor, continuously spewing fire. It wasn't something that would be here. Grandpa, do you know what this is? This is the essence of fire. But Sejun passed out after touching this. Kaiser said as if he couldn't understand Eileen's words. Because the essence of fire is an item containing the energy of fire that is so powerful that only red dragons can handle it. The moment Sejun touched it, he should have turned to ashes. But did you just pass out? It's fortunate that Sejun didn't die, but it was a mystery. Yes. Right now, Sejun's body is full of fire energy, so he's completely a ball of fire. I'll have to see for myself. Kaiser checked Sejun's condition with a crystal ball. How is it? Rest assured. The energy of the fire is slowly diminishing. It seems that Sejun is absorbing the energy of fire. Is it so? He. Thank God. Eileen was relieved at Kaiser's words after checking Sejun's condition with the crystal ball. By the way, why is the essence of fire on the 44th floor of the tower? I don't know. Theo Mallow said it came from the body of a barnacle parasitic on the back of a lake turtle. For now, I will keep this essence of fire. Seal. Gulp. Kaiser sealed the essence of fire with magic and transferred it to the main body through the black dragon statue. If the essence of fire continues to radiate heat, the surroundings will become filled with the energy of fire, turning the surrounding environment into a desert. Cooing. Sejun, cheer up. Eileen supported Sejun, who absorbed the energy of fire with a crystal ball. In Sejun's unconscious mind. Rain. Sejun was sitting at the kitchen table, eagerly eating sweet potatoes that were engulfed in flames. The bulgogi continued to appear and did not decrease even after eating. It's too hot. The bulgogi was so hot that Sejun had a strong desire to stop eating it, but every time he felt strongly that he could survive by eating it. But, I can't do it anymore. I felt so full that I was about to explode. In addition, it was so hot that my stomach felt like it was burning, perhaps because I ate something hot. If I had quongi, I would have eaten all of them. Sejun remembered queuing. But, I can't eat anymore. He was not quengi. Widely. Sejun hit his head on the table and fell down. And the bulgogi that keeps piling up on the table. Soon, the bulgogi piled up like a tower and tried to burn Sejun's body. Shararak. Then, young farmer of the Black Tower. You still have work to do. A woman with a silver silhouette appeared, placing her right hand on Sejun's back and extending her left hand towards the piled-up bulgogi on the table. Then, it absorbed the bulgogi and blew red energy into Sejun's back. The huge energy of fire evolves the fire attribute talent explosively. Talent, full of flame, evolves into a friend of fire. At the same time, the woman draws the energy of fire that Sejun couldn't digest so that Sejun can handle his fire attribute talent. Evolved by jumping through several stages at once from the level that exists to the highest level. However, there is still a lot of fire energy left. In addition, bulgogi sweet potatoes still appeared on the table. The power of creation transforms the energy of fire into a job skill that matches the attribute. New job skill, Greenhouse LV1 obtained. Use the energy of fire as skill proficiency to raise the greenhouse proficiency. Job skill, Greenhouse LV1 skill level is filled and the level rises. Job skill, Greenhouse LV. The skill level of 3 is filled and the level rises. The woman made a greenhouse skill with the remaining fire energy and quickly consumed the fire energy with the skill proficiency of the greenhouse skill. When the bulgogi no longer appeared on the table. Phew! What a relief! If it weren't for the beings who care about you, I wouldn't even have a chance to step out. Then, please do a lot of activities in the future and see you next time. Little Farmer of the Black Tower. Pat. The woman patted Sejun on the back and disappeared. Chairman Park's body is getting cold. Theo, who was kneading Sejun's body, shouted at the other animals when Sejun's body temperature went down. Queng! Really, big brother? Poo-foo-foo. Of course. Didn't Chairman Park say that I, Vice Chairman T, would protect him? Theo said in a high-pitched voice. At that time, overcame countless death threats. Talent, tough fatalities, maximum HP increases to 37. Sejun struggled to open his eyes. Chairman Park. Queng. Dad, are you okay? Theo and Queng clung to Sejun's face, rubbing their faces together. At first, Sejun tried to ask why. However, feeling the water on their eyes, Sejun silently hugged them. As they were holding the two of them like that, the manager of the tower asks if he's okay now. Eileen, worried about Sejun, asked how he was doing. Yeah, it's okay now. But why am I doing this? Chairman Park fainted after touching a marble. Marble? At Theo's words, Sejun recalled that as soon as he caught the marble inside the barnacle, a burning energy entered his body and he lost consciousness along with pain. But how am I fine? The moment I touched the marble, I thought I was dead. It was obvious just by looking at the increase in the maximum physical strength of talent, tough vitality by 20. In fact, he almost died over 20 times. When you wonder how you are alive, poo-foo-foo. Of course, Chairman Park's right-hand man, Vice Chairman Nate, saved Chairman Park's life. Theo said as if it were natural. That's why President Park has to cherish me from now on. Okay. After all, he is the vice president of our team. When Sejun stroked Theo's head, who must have been worried about him, Queng brought water to help treat Dad. Queng claimed his share. Okay. Thank you to our Queng. While Sejun was stroking the two of them, the tower manager says he feels strong fire energy from your body. From my body? At Eileen's words, I opened the status window to check Sejun's physical condition. Park Sejun LV, 63. Talent, normal behemoth friend of nature Mansiokan enhanced mana circuit friend of fire hardness tough vitality. Stats potential, strength, 112-128, stamina, 191-220, dexterity, 80-113, magical power, 167-173, occupation, top farmer, B. Skill, magical seeding LV, 6 harvest LV, 7 seed shop LV, 3 harvest LV, 7 farmers warm touch LV, for crop giant LV, 3 burn LV for you other field. LV 1 greenhouse LV, 3 beekeeping LV, 8 thunder LV, 3 cooking LV. 6. Who? The status window has changed. An unfamiliar talent called a fire friend was placed in the place where there was fullness of fire in the talent window, and a new skill called greenhouse was seen in the skill window. It was also level 3. What is this? Sejun decided to check his talents and skills. Talent, Friends of Fire, a talent with a fairly high level of affinity with fire, can absorb fire attribute energy. If you use a skill that uses fire, you can achieve high efficiency with a small amount of horsepower. Job skill, Greenhouse LV3, you can create an enclosed warm greenhouse in a radius of 1 kilometer. Crops in the greenhouse are not affected by the cold outside. Is it good? The description was a bit ambiguous. I guess I'll have to use it later to find out. And, now is not the time. Sejun stood up from his seat holding Theo and Quenji. It was to complete the middle manager quest. At that time, the tower manager says that he has appraised the leather vest you entrusted. The tower manager says that if you wear this, it will become a little less dangerous in the future. You say it becomes less dangerous? Sejun looked at the black leather vest on his hand. Fortunately, the leather vest that was tattered when Theo brought it was now a neat suede-like leather vest. Sejun checked the vest. Great Hunter Molten's leather vest, a leather vest used by the Great Hunter Molten. Made from leather obtained by hunting black buffalo, it has considerable defensive power. Molten's experience seeped into the vest as he wore it for many years. Detects nearby living creatures directed at the wearer. If you are ambushed, your instincts will help you dodge the attack more efficiently. Usage restriction, LV, 50 or more agility 80 or more. Maker, leatherworker Isuna. Rating, A. Oh. It was custom defense equipment for Sejun, who had no combat experience. Even an effect that detects death and instinctively evades when attacked. Thank you Eileen Theo. Sejun expressed his gratitude and put on a leather vest and climbed on the backs of the animals and lake turtles to complete the delayed quest because of him. It was to pick barnacles directly. When Sejun put his hand on the shell to pick up the barnacle, talent, a friend of fire absorbs the weak energy of fire. Red energy was absorbed from the barnacle to Sejun and the barnacle turned brittle like sand. Oh, Queng. Sejun and Queng were taken aback by the disappearance of food. In front of the cave on the 47th floor of the tower. Is this the place where the head of the triumvirate who touched kilowatt Sejun's family is located? Lona, who destroyed the hideouts of the triumvirate under Eileen's instructions, arrived at Mr. One's location. The force of gravity. Strengthen your strength according to my order. Gravity control. Kwa Wang. Lona had no intention of saving anyone in the triumvirate, so she destroyed the hideout and crushed the members inside. And, dimensional power. By my command. While Lona is waiting for the next enemy to appear and preparing her next spell. Who dares to attack me? A three-headed serpent, the Hydra, emerged from the ground. Before we delve into today's content, I want to express my gratitude to each one of you for staying with me throughout these stories. I often come across comments from those who have been with me since my early videos, and I truly appreciate your continued support over the past year. The future is uncertain for both me and the channels I've created. While I aspire to become a full-time YouTuber, it seems that may not be in the cards for me. I'm currently in the process of searching for a better paying job, and I'm unsure how much time I'll have to create stories, if any. However, that's still about a month away. If you're eager to jump to Chapter 207, you can skip ahead to the 13-minute mark. Chapter 206, It's Really a Shrimp. TL, Hangak. As the Hydra, the snake with 9 heads and one of the 10 apostles of destruction, made its appearance. Mini black hole. Iona immediately cast the magic spell she had prepared in sync with the appearance of the Hydra. Kaboom! A roaring sound filled the air as a black hole opened in front of the heads of the Hydra, the mini black hole beginning to suck in everything around it. And then, the golden head in the center of the Hydra's 3 heads was swallowed by the mini black hole. However, 7th head, pull out the 9th head. Got it. The green head, following the instruction of the black head, which was the first on the far left, joined it in pulling the golden head from the black hole. Although it was just a fragment with only a fraction of the power possessed by the Apostle of Destruction, the 3-headed Hydra was not weak. And, you managed to withstand my magic. Iona was not weak either. She was infuriated that the Hydra had escaped her spell, and her anger reached the 4th stage of Kyu. Power of dimensions, follow my command and shred the enemy to pieces. Triple mini black hole. Kaboom! This time, 3 mini black holes appeared in front of each of the Hydra's heads with Iona's magic spell. The Hydra's head struggled to avoid being sucked in, but, help! No! Ultimately, they couldn't resist the pull of the mini black holes and were gradually sucked into the black abyss. Kayaboom! The heads continued to be sucked in. However, they all shared one body. Rip! The body was torn into 3 parts following its heads and began to be sucked into the hole. A moment later, clink! 12 bronze coins dropped to the floor as the body, now divided into thirds, was completely sucked into the mini black hole. Kayut. That's why you should have just gone when I sent you off peacefully, Iona said as she picked up the bronze coins. Kioam. I need to sleep now. Yawning, Iona headed down to the 44th floor where Sejun and Theo were. Absorb. Talent, friend of fire absorbs faint fire energy. Sejun placed his hand on the shell of a Balanadi and absorbed its fire energy. Initially, he was surprised when the Balanadi disappeared, but it didn't matter since the back of the lake turtle was overflowing with Balanadi. Moreover, there were many Balanadi on the belly of the lake turtle. So Sejun took care of the ones on the back, while the other animals harvested those on the turtle's stomach. As Sejun was in the midst of Balanadi removal, talent, friend of fire absorbs faint fire energy. The absorbed fire energy consolidates, partially improving your constitution. Talent, mediocre evolves into talent, beyond mediocre. All stat potentials increase by 5. Who? Sejun was surprised. The basic talent he first obtained upon awakening had evolved. I've heard that the basic talent you get first almost never changes. He wondered if his talent, friend of fire, was much more remarkable than he had initially thought. Sejun chuckled and examined his evolved talent. Talent, beyond mediocre? A slightly superior talent than the mediocre. You receive 1 bonus stat every time you level up. All stat potentials increase by 5. Sejun was pleased with the growth of his base talent. However, Sejun realized something odd. As his basic talent grew, so did his potential. This meant that the potential of hunters differed based on their basic talent. And these base talents, when descriptors like beyond are removed, were categorized mainly into 3 levels: mediocre, skilled, and genius. What? Does that mean the other hunter's maximum potential isn't 99? Sejun felt unfairly treated. He had spent hours diligently making footsteps for the crops and had to eat bitter things to increase his potential, while some people didn't have to go through such trouble from the moment they awakened. This world really is unfair. Sejun suddenly realized the irrationality of the world and proceeded to absorb the energy from the Balanadi, removing them. Had other skilled or genius hunters heard Sejun's words, they might have felt even more aggrieved. Those other hunters hardly had any methods to increase their potential. Just walking and eating increased his potential? Such a luxury. Absorb. Sejun, unaware of this, was diligently removing Balanadi. Then, Sejun. I brought ramen. The golden bat, which had briefly gone to Earth, returned. Sensing a little while ago that it was about to go to Earth, the golden bat immediately asked Sejun what to bring. And of course, Sejun ordered ramen. 2 bundles of ramen hung from the golden bat's feet, a total of 10 packets. It was thanks to the elixir-grade cherry tomato Sejun had fed it. He'd have to feed it more diligently from now on. Good job. Sejun, looking proudly at the golden bat, lifted it onto his hand and stroked it. Pip pip. The golden bat melted under Sejun's touch, basking in the pleasure. A moment later, Bererong, carefully placing the golden bat, which had dozed off under his touch, on his back. Rustle! Rustle! With its eyes closed, the golden bat clutched its feet to secure itself on Sejun's clothes and began to sleep soundly. Sleep well. Just when Sejun had put the golden bat to sleep, gurgle! A loud noise echoed from the water. It was the stomach alarm of a hungry Quenji. It was dinner time. Ice cube! Sejun quickly moved to the lakeside. Then, snap! He flicked his fingers to ignite a flame, and a huge flame emerged. Even without firewood, the fire sustained through Sejun's magic. Sejun fixed the fire in one spot, filled a pot with water, and started boiling it. Tonight's dinner menu was balanadi ramen. However, 10 packets of ramen weren't enough for everyone here. So, he added balanadi, potatoes, green onions, kianyang green peppers, and other vegetables to increase the quantity and seasoned it to ensure it wasn't bland. As the dish neared completion, Sejun scooped up some of the soup to taste it. He had finely chopped some of the balanadi to ensure their flavor infused the broth, which gave the broth a greenish color, but in turn, the broth became flavorful. Yep, that's it. After tasting the broth, Sejun added the ramen noodles to the pot and called out, "Everyone, time for dinner." He called the animals over. Soon, as the ramen was almost ready, animals began to emerge from the lake. Tap, 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 splash. Theo was the first to emerge from the lake, clinging to Sejun's knee. Sniff. Sniff. Krueng. It smells like ramen. As soon as Quenji came out of the lake, it took its place in front of the ramen pot, sniffing. Here you go. Sejun dished out ramen into bowls for the animals and also filled his bowl with balanadi ramen before sitting down. And then, scoop! With his left hand, he scooped up some tuna porridge and fed it to Theo, who was lying in his lap, and with his right hand, he began eating his ramen. Slurp! Chew! 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 As the meal was coming to an end, Chairman Park, something is approaching, meow. Theo, swaying his tail back and forth, spoke. What is it? As Sejun became alert from Theo's words. Sniff. Sniff. Dad, it smells like Sister Iona. Quenji sniffed around and then spoke. Ah. It's Iona? Quenji, which way? When Sejun asked. Krueng. That way. Quenji pointed with its front paw in the direction of Iona's scent. All right? Should we go greet her? Sejun decided to go for a walk to help with digestion. However, got it, meow. Krueng. Understood. The two clung to Sejun's legs as they answered. In reality, Sejun was the only one actually walking. After walking for about 30 minutes to meet Iona. Kayut kayut kayut. Long time no see, Sejun, Iona shouted as she quickly flew towards him. And then, swoosh! Iona, who tightly wrapped around Theo's tail, closed her eyes. Zzz. Iona fell asleep quickly. Should we also sleep? Seeing Iona sleeping soundly with a joyful expression made him feel sleepy too. And so, day 333 of being stranded passed. The next morning, Ice Cube, Sejun, who had woken up earlier than usual, was freezing the ice island with Theo and Quenji hanging on his legs. Just then, kayut kayut kayut. Sejun, let me help you. Iona, who had woken up feeling refreshed, stretched and began to chant a spell. Power of ice. Freeze the enemy with severe cold, snow, and wind upon my command. Blizzard. As Iona used her magic spell, the ice island was engulfed in a blizzard and changed to a much larger size than before. Then, the temperature of the lake has decreased. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you are recognized as the rightful owner of the lake's land deed. Land deed skill, Lake Information LV Max is activated. As a reward for completing the quest, 300 back penguins have agreed to help with the lake work. The land deed quest was completed. Let's see. Sejun checked the land deed. Lake land deed of the 44th floor of the tower. A deed proving your ownership of the lake on the 44th floor of the tower. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, C. Skill, Lake Information LV Max. Lake Information LV Max. Size, 165,300 square meters. Workers, 301. Landowner, 300 blue-backed penguins. Special note, there are a lot of freshwater shrimp. Freshwater shrimp? Here? Sejun looked into the lake closely after reading the description on the land deed. However, all he could see was clear water and other fish with his eyes. Chairman Park, cheer up, meow, thump. Thump. Theo, who had just woken up, kneaded Sejun's face, who was looking at the lake. Just looking at the lake won't smooth out your rotten face, meow. What's there to cheer up for? But Theo, have you ever seen shrimp in the lake? They look like this. Sejun bent his fingers to make a shape similar to a shrimp. However, meow. I don't know, meow. Theo showed a clueless expression. Then, Puang. Good morning, Tilda. The lake turtle, who had woken up from sleep, came up from the bottom of the lake to greet Sejun. Is Chairman Park talking about those things, meow? Theo pointed at the lake turtle and asked. Ooh? What? Don't you see those creatures jumping off the back of the lake turtle, meow? Jumping off? Convinced by Theo's words that they might be shrimps, Sejun squinted and stared intently at the lake turtle's back, but, I don't see anything? Sejun couldn't see anything. Of course not, meow. They've all gone back into the lake now, meow. What? Turtle, can you go down and come up again? Puang. Understood, Tilda. At Sejun's request, the lake turtle dived to the bottom of the lake and then surfaced again. Do you see them now, Theo? Yes, meow. Got it. Let me know when they disappear. Despite Sejun's focused observation, he still couldn't see anything. Turtle, go down once more. Ice cube. To get closer to the turtle's back, Sejun created ice to step on. But he still couldn't see the freshwater shrimp. Why can't I see them? Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I'll catch them for you, meow. Shoshashak. As Sejun got frustrated, Theo boldly climbed onto the back of the lake turtle and lightly waved his front paws, as if catching something. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, did you see my prowess, meow? Theo returned with a smug look on his face and spread out his front paws. Who? There was nothing on Theo's paws. But slowly, small freshwater shrimps began to appear in Sejun's vision. They were revealing themselves as their camouflage skill wore off upon death. It's really a shrimp. Sejun's face lit up with emotion as he saw the shrimp. Finally, he could make salted shrimp, TL, aka fermented shrimp or sarajiat. Chapter 207, Acquiring the Great Sword. TL, Hanguk. You have achieved the feat of making the first spicy and refreshing freshwater shrimp soup in the tower. The recipe for spicy and refreshing freshwater shrimp soup is registered under Cooking LV6. Your proficiency for Cooking LV6 greatly increases. Your proficiency for Cooking LV6 is filled, and the level increases. An achievement message appeared as the shrimp soup made with the freshwater shrimp caught by Theo was completed. He. Nice. Furthermore, with the message that his cooking level had increased, Sejun smiled contentedly and took a spoonful of the shrimp soup to taste it. Slurp. Ah, so refreshing. Sejun made a satisfied expression after tasting the shrimp soup. The flavor of the shrimp soup was spicy yet refreshing, and the more he chewed the shrimp, the more the savory taste came out. With this, the shrimp bait was completed. Guys, let's have breakfast. Sejun called the animals. Krueng. Daddy, is this edible? Quenji looked at the shrimp in the shrimp soup Sejun was offering and asked. He had seen shrimps while picking Balanadi, but he thought they were too small to eat. Yes. Give it a try. Krueng. Okay. Trusting Sejun's words, Quenji started eating the shrimp soup without doubt, and, peng! The penguins, who had already tasted it before, eagerly ate the shrimp soup with the freshwater shrimp. How is it? Delicious, right? If you guys catch shrimp, I'll make another tasty dish with freshwater shrimp for lunch. This was the reason Sejun had worked hard to make shrimp soup since morning. He couldn't see the hidden freshwater shrimp himself, so he was making animals catch the shrimp for him, using the shrimp soup as bait. Krueng. Understood. Peng. Quenji and the penguins nodded enthusiastically at Sejun's words. Now let's eat too. Slurp. Chomp chomp. Gulp. After successfully assigning the shrimp-catching task to the animals, Sejun fed Theo homemade churu and ate his shrimp soup. While they were having breakfast, next to Sejun, Kona, and the other penguins who were eating shrimp soup started to become transparent one by one and disappeared. Chairman Park, what's wrong, meow? Theo stopped eating his churu and asked Sejun, who looked panicked. Vice Chairman Theo, suddenly Kona, and the penguins, they disappeared. What are you talking about, meow? Can't you see Kona right here, meow? Theo looked next to him and said, seeing Kona still eating shrimp soup just fine. They're still there? When Sejun cautiously reached out to where Kona was, his hand touched something in midair. Peng? Lord Sejun, what's the matter? Kona, who had been engrossed in eating soup, asked Sejun. Is that you, Kona? Yes. I suddenly couldn't see you. You couldn't see me? Yes. Kona looked puzzled by Sejun's words because Kona hadn't done anything. Ah. Realization dawned on Sejun, and he hurriedly checked the soup's options. Spicy and refreshing freshwater shrimp soup, made with freshwater shrimp that hide and live only in clean water, combined with detoxifying green onions, stamina radish, and Qianyang green peppers. The addition of radish enhances the refreshing taste of the broth. When consumed, stamina increases by 3 for 10 minutes. Special effect, stealth, chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 30 days. Grade, B. As I thought, Sejun realized that the shrimp's unique property was transferred as a special effect in the soup, making the penguins invisible to him. Oh. Does that mean I can become invisible too? Sejun hurriedly ate the shrimp soup. You have consumed the spicy and refreshing freshwater shrimp soup. Stamina increases by 1. Special effect, stealth makes you invisible for 30 minutes. Sejun's body became transparent. However, who? I can't see myself either. Sejun, who didn't have the ability to see through stealth, was in a peculiar situation where other animals could see their bodies, but he couldn't see his own. Let's work hard today to catch a lot of balanidae and shrimp. Krueng. Got it. Peng. In response to Sejun's words, the animals, now invisible due to the stealth effect, energetically replied and headed into the lake. Aren't you going? Sejun asked Theo, who was hanging on his knee. I'm tired of removing balanidae now, meow. I will join Chairman Park later, meow. And Iona needs to sleep too, meow. Theo, who didn't want to be separated from Sejun, sold out Iona, who was in his tail. Even though Iona was able to sleep comfortably underwater using magic when Theo entered the water. I understand. Sejun accepted Theo's argument. Honestly, it was a bit boring to work alone. Absorb. Talent, friend of fire absorbs a faint flame energy. Sejun began the barnacle removal work while Theo was attached to his leg. A little later, Krueng. Quenji caught a lot of shrimps. Peng. While catching balanidae, Quenji, along with some penguins who had caught shrimp intermittently while removing balanidae, brought the freshwater shrimp they caught to Sejun. Put the freshwater shrimps in here. Sejun had them put the shrimp into a large pot filled with water, first to remove any impurities. After about 2 hours, Kyoot, Iona woke up, stretching. And then, I've been away from the wizard tower too long, I should go now. Sejun, this is for you. SSSSH. Iona handed Sejun the bronze coin she had collected from defeating the Apostles of Destruction during her raid on the Three-Head Society's hideouts. Bronze coins? Iona, you fought the Apostles of Destruction? There were a whopping 35 bronze coins. Sejun could tell that Iona had battled many Apostles of Destruction. Kyoot. Yes. With Eileen, Iona briefly mentioned how she and Eileen had smashed the Three-Head Society's hideout. I see. Thank you. Kyoot. No problem. I'm glad I could help you, Sejun. I'll be going now. Vice Chairman Theo, take care. Iona, take care, meow. Goodbye. Kyoot. Yes, woo-wum. Waving goodbye to Sejun and Theo, Iona disappeared swiftly using flying magic. Gangnam, Korea. Ooh? What's this? A hunter who was about to enter the tower noticed something on the ground. It was grass growing through the asphalt. Normally, this would have seemed strange, but it's because of the sturdy blade green onions, isn't it? Seeing the sturdy blade green onions around, the grass growing on the asphalt didn't seem so unusual. They thought it was possible because they had dug up the asphalt around the tower to plant the green onions. Recently, the sturdy blade green onions planted around the towers on Earth, which initially had been planted by the Earth Defense Force, were now directly managed and planted by the governments of various countries, due to the Brasilia incident. Governments were shocked when the tower in Brasilia disappeared, and hunters who entered through the vanished tower couldn't return to Earth. Hunters climbing the towers symbolized a nation's power. And for these hunters not to come out of the tower? It meant a massive loss of national power. As a result, governments around the world strove not to lose their towers, and the Earth Defense Force's role was greatly reduced. They only had to transport the sturdy blade green onions to the first floor and hand them over to each government. J-Minute, come on. Coming. The hunter who had been looking at the grass on the ground left at the call of a colleague. Crack. Crack. There was a sound of something growing from the ground. It was the root of Flamey, which had been moving steadily ever since hearing about the threats to Sejun's family. The root of Flamey, that started to take root in Korea, was moving to find Sejun's family, to protect them. However, the roots that had appeared in other countries had a completely different purpose, vengeance. Flamey's revenge was slow, but persistent and destructive. Cheek! as Sejun was preparing a new dish using the freshwater shrimps, which he had promised to the animals. Krueng! Daddy, Quenji is hungry. Quenji, who had been removing Balanadi, came up from the lake. Yeah. Just wait a moment, Sejun spoke as he took out the freshwater shrimps fried in tuna oil. This time, since no other crops were used, no cooking achievement was unlocked. But that's not what's important. What mattered was that he had fried them. Guys, let's have lunch. Sejun called the animals and filled their bowls with a generous serving of fried freshwater shrimp. Dip this in the sauce, it'll taste even better. Sejun took out all the small packets of soy sauce and thought, once all of this is used up, I won't be able to have soy sauce for a while. But I can't just eat the fried food haphazardly, it's been so long since I've had it. Crunch! Krueng! Krueng! It's delicious! I'm so excited! Quenji, unable to contain his excitement, grabbed a handful of fried freshwater shrimp with its front paws and put them into his mouth, and began to shake its hips slightly. Peng? On the other hand, the penguins, who were trying fried food for the first time in their lives, cautiously put the fried freshwater shrimp in their mouths. Crunch! Peng! The eyes of the penguins who tasted the fried food widened. The texture was unfamiliar, but it was too good. Dum-dum. PFFFT. Sejun burst into laughter, watching Quenji and the penguins eating the fried freshwater shrimp and shaking their hips without realizing it. I should try some too. Sejun tasted the fried shrimp. Crunch! As soon as he ate it, the rice batter and the shrimp shell crunched pleasantly. Following that, the richness of the fat and the savory taste of the shrimp delighted Sejun's mouth. Crunch! Crunch! Throughout lunch, everyone was so engrossed in their food that only the sound of crunching could be heard. A while later, Kurung. Ferorine. After having a full lunch, the animals started to take a nap. Shoosh! Sejun began salting the freshwater shrimp in a pot. He was making salted shrimp paste. He. By the time this is ready, the cabbages and other vegetables I've planted should have grown. Sejun smiled contentedly at the thought of being able to eat kimchi that he had personally prepared. Alright, let's get back to work. After finishing salting the shrimp, Sejun woke the napping animals to resume removing the Balanadi. As everyone worked hard, evening came. You have removed all the Balanadi from the lake turtle. You have completed the mid-level administrator quest. You've gained 100,000 experience points as a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest. You've obtained 10,000 tower coins as a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest. As a reward for completing the intermediate manager quest, the lake turtle, a species at risk of extinction in 100 years, will be able to lay eggs safely and thrive. The mid-level administrator quest was completed. Puong. Puong. Mid-level administrator, I'm so sleepy. Please check on me when I wake up. Alright, see you when you wake up. Sejun said goodbye to the lake turtle, thinking he might not be there when it woke up. Splash! As the lake turtle disappeared into the depths of the lake for a nap. Let's rest for today. Sejun decided to let the animals rest as he planned to register at the waypoint on the 44th floor tomorrow and then ascend to the 99th floor. The next morning. Guys, I'm leaving now. See you next time. As Sejun was saying farewell to the penguins. Lord Sejun, this is for you. To bid him farewell, the penguins collectively presented Sejun with a massive 2-meter-long sword, made from Balanadi shells, which about 50 penguins brought over, holding it above their heads. Ooh? A great sword? Sejun examined the greatsword he received. Amplifying greatsword. A greatsword made with Balanadi shells containing the essence of fire, made using the blue-backed penguin tribe's unique ice forging technique. The powers of ice and fire harmonize to amplify the attack power when wielding the greatsword. Usage restriction, LV, 50 or higher, strength 100 or higher, magic 100 or higher. Maker, blue-backed penguin tribe. Grade, S. An impressive S-grade item. Thanks, guys. Sejun was moved as he equipped the weapon. Finally, he had a suitable weapon of his own. Just equip this and you can carry the great sword. Kona sensibly passed him the gear to hold the sword as well. Yeah. Thank you. Click. Sejun equipped the gear and slung the greatsword on his back with a good feeling. However, the sword hung clumsily down his back, dragging along. It wasn't the cool look he had imagined. Sejun now had one more tool useful for cutting grass. Chapter 208. What's the point of luck anyway? TL, Hangak, Krueng. Krueng. We're home. Mom, Quenji is here. As soon as they arrived at the farm, Quenji ran to find Pinkfur. And then, let's see how well this greatsword performs. Sejun went to the green onion field to test the performance of his newly acquired greatsword. Currently, there were 3 types of green onions planted in the field: the regular green onion Sejun had initially brought during the vanishing, the detoxifying green onions, which Sejun had planted from seeds obtained in the tower, and the sturdy blade green onions. Swoosh! Sejun positioned himself in front of the vast regular green onion field that seemed endless, and pulled out the greatsword from the void storage. The area of the onion field was vast since he kept planting more green onions by splitting their roots. Ha! Yah! Sejun took a deep breath, shouted, and swung the greatsword sideways. Whoosh! Creak! The greatsword made a slicing noise through the air, cutting the green onion leaves from about 1 m away, just with the wind from the sword swing. Wow! Vice Chairman Theo, did you see? I cut 1, 2. Sejun started counting the number of green onions he had cut. Thud! Wow! I cut 24 green onions at once. Sejun, pushing down on the half-cut onions with his hands, making a fuss to Theo. You did well, meow. Chairman Park, impressive, meow. Theo praised soullessly. Normally, Theo would have snuffed out Sejun's spirits by showing off his own skills, starting with his dragon claws to suppress Sejun. But right now, Theo was incredibly sleepy. He. Ha! Thanks to that, Sejun, whose spirits were not dampened, diligently cut the green onion leaves with his greatsword. 2 hours later. Phew! That was satisfying. Wiping off his sweat, Sejun looked back with a pleased expression. He felt proud looking at the vast field of onions he had cut. However, the previously cut green onions had already grown back to their original height. It was due to Sejun's a farmer's footstep shoes. The green onions had grown rapidly upon hearing Sejun's footsteps. I'm trapped. Sejun was trapped in the middle of the onion field. Vice Chairman Theo, lend me your claws for a moment. All right, meow. Half asleep Theo took out his dragon claws and infused them with magic. Swoosh! Sejun grabbed Theo's front claw and swung it. Slish! In an instant, all the green onions within 30 m fell down simultaneously. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sejun swung Theo's front claw a few times, quickly covering the distance he had taken 2 hours to traverse with the greatsword. Soon, he got out of the onion field. Thanks to this, they had a tremendous amount of green onion leaves. These would be used for various purposes, like food for the black minotaurs and rabbits, and materials for ropes and baskets. Ah! Thunk! Sejun carelessly stuck the amplifying greatsword in the ground in front of the house and went inside. It seemed he would need to find a different use for it other than cutting green onion leaves. The next morning. Sejun, waking up early, put Theo on his leg and went outside, stretching. I should start with the brewery first today. Since Sejun possessed the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough, he decided to first visit the brewery to replenish rice flour before heading to the kitchen. However, as Sejun stepped into the front yard of his house to go to the brewery, he discovered that the great sword he'd left stuck in the ground, outside, was missing. Where did it go? He thoroughly searched the yard, but the great sword was nowhere to be found. It was an S-grade sword, and moreover, a precious equipment gifted by the penguins. Who took it? Angry, Sejun went straight to the brewery first. He planned to search the area thoroughly with the rabbits and the mushroomants once they woke up. As Sejun entered the brewery grumbling, "Oh? It's here." He found the greatsword inside the brewery. Okay. 2 banana monkeys were holding the amplifying greatsword together and stirring macgioli, rice wine, contained in a giant jar. The monkeys, while searching for a stirring rod, had found and used the sword. It seemed they had found a good purpose for the great sword. Hey, what are you guys doing? Sejun asked the monkeys. Okay. We're making samyangju, TL, aka triple brewed macgioli. Samyangju? Okay. It tastes better this way. Samyangju is. The monkeys answered Sejun's question. According to the monkey's explanation, if you ferment macgioli once and use it as a base, then add steamed rice for a second fermentation to make a yangju. And if they ferment it again after adding more, it becomes samyangju. As it goes from a yangju to samyangju, the alcohol content increases, the taste becomes clearer, and the aroma deepens. Moreover, the color of the liquor becomes clearer, making it not only pleasant to look at but also a high-quality, delicious drink. All right. Keep up the good work. Sejun smiled happily, thinking about selling it at a high price to Kaiser and Kellyan later on. Just then, Krueng! Daddy, Quenji is hungry. Quenji, who had traveled to the front of the brewery tracking Sejun's scent, called out to Sejun with a fierce cry. He seemed very hungry. Just a moment. Crop gigantification. Sejun quickly stepped outside, handed a giant sweet potato to Quenji, and headed for the kitchen. Tadadada! Sejun swiftly chopped ingredients with his dagger, placed them in a pot, and increased the fire using his magic power. Next time, should I ask the penguins to make a kitchen knife? Sejun commented as he looked at Keen's training dagger. Though it cut well, it wasn't specifically made for cooking, so it was a bit uncomfortable to use. Bubbling. The contents in the pot began to boil, and soon a freshwater shrimp soup was prepared. Sejun had made this keeping in mind the rabbits that hadn't tried shrimp soup before. Once the shrimp soup was ready, slurp. Guys, let's eat. Sejun quickly ate a bowl of shrimp soup and called out to the rabbits. However, peep, peeya. Rabbits greeted Sejun face to face as he attempted to surprise them by using the special effect of shrimp soup. As expected, even the rabbits had the ability to detect stealth. TCH. I'm the only one without detection ability. Okay, line up. Sejun, feeling a bit dejected, served the shrimp soup into bowls for Quenji and the rabbits. Sometimes, because he couldn't see his own hands, he accidentally poured soup onto his own hand, but it was okay. Heh. I'm a friend of fire. A little burn like this wasn't a threat to Sejun. While the animals ate their breakfast, Sejun stepped outside. It was awkward to move in the kitchen with the hidden animals around. How have you been, Flamey? Exiting the kitchen, Sejun went down to the cave below and exchanged greetings with Flamey. Yes. Oh. I can feel a strong energy of fire from the master's body. Yeah. My ability evolved this time. He. Check this out. Snap. Sejun flicked his fingers, showing off a giant flame to Flamey. But, whoosh. Before Sejun could react, the flame he created was absorbed into Flamey's leaf. Talent, ruler of fire is stealing your fire energy. If more fire energy is stolen, it will be hard to maintain the talent, friend of fire. What? Sejun was confused as he read the message. Oops. Master, I'm sorry. Flamey, having accidentally absorbed Sejun's flame, hurriedly apologized in a panic. Ah. It's okay. Sejun had trusted Flamey. But unlike Sejun, who had only recently become a friend of fire, Flamey was already a ruler of fire. Suddenly, Flamey seemed very unfamiliar. Sejun realized once again how pointless it was to worry about others on the 99th floor of the tower. I'll be going now. Are you leaving already? Yeah. Sejun, clearly upset, got up from his spot. He knew he was acting a bit childish, but he needed some time to accept the truth. Exiting the cave, Sejun wanted to be alone and entered the storage. Of course, with Theo clinging to his knee, he wasn't entirely alone. Inside the storage, Sejun browsed the crops harvested in his absence. And then, oh. They've harvested peanuts? Who? Onions too. Seeing the crops, Sejun's face gradually lit up. It was an inevitable habit as a farmer. He. This is reassuring. Sejun completely recovered from his gloomy mood as he packed the crops into his void storage. Then, who? They've harvested strawberries too. He spotted red strawberries piled up at the end of the storage. Slurp. The sight of the strawberries made him drool involuntarily. With no one around, should he eat a few? It was just him and Theo there, and Theo was asleep. All right. Just as Sejun cautiously reached for a strawberry. Drip. Drip. He heard the sound of water droplets falling. Ooh? Looking towards the sound. Drip. Drip. Water was falling from thin air. Go. Ghost. Just as Sejun thought he saw a ghost. Who? Quenji? The stealth effect timed out and Quenji and the rabbits appeared. They were the rabbits that intended to surprise Sejun, who had tried to surprise them a while ago, and Quenji had just followed them. The rabbits that followed Sejun into the storage room noticed that Sejun's expression was not good and worriedly followed him quietly. However, as Sejun's expression lightened, they were looking for another opportunity to surprise him. But they were exposed when Quenji drooled as Sejun grabbed a strawberry. Krueng. Dad, were you about to eat the strawberries alone? As soon as he was revealed, Quenji immediately questioned Sejun. No times no. Of course, I was going to eat them together, Sejun hastily explained, withdrawing his hand that was trying to pick the strawberries in response to Quenji's interrogation. Come on, let's quickly wash these and have them as dessert. Sejun took the strawberries, washed them at the tap, and ate them with the animals. Chomp. Wow. These are really delicious, Sejun exclaimed after taking a bite of the strawberry. The taste and fragrance of the strawberries had improved, perhaps due to his upgraded rank as a tower farmer. Krueng. It's even tastier now. Beep. The animals seemed to agree with Sejun, continuously exclaiming as they ate the strawberries. And then, you have consumed a lucky strawberry. Your luck will increase for 1 hour. A message appeared each time he ate a strawberry. However, what's the use of luck anyway? I'm still the weakest after all. Sejun, still affected by the damage he took from Flamey earlier, wasn't very optimistic. Then, the seed shop is now open. Park Sejun's grade is extraordinary. A message stating that the seed shop was open appeared. It's the 335th day. He had forgotten about the opening of the seed shop today because he had been to the 44th floor of the tower. As Sejun was reading the message, Park Sejun, you are the 1 millionth visitor to the seed shop. The 1 millionth visitor, an unusual message appeared. And then, especially for Park Sejun, our 1 millionth customer, 3 valuable seeds will be sold at a 50% discount today. This purchase won't accumulate seed shop loyalty points. You can only purchase 1 seed. Rice seeds x 10,000 to 35 pieces of the world's energy. Wheat seeds x 10,000, 25 pieces of the world's energy. Barley seeds x 10,000 to 15 pieces of the world's energy. The rice seed Sejun had longed for finally appeared. But world energy? Sejun, who always used tower coins, found it strange that he could buy seeds with world's energy. Thank goodness. Thanks to the bronze coin from Iona, Sejun had 43 pieces of world's energy. He. I'll buy the rice seeds. Without hesitation, Sejun chose rice. The thought of eating white rice brought a smile to his face. Puff! With Sejun's choice, the bronze coin he was holding turned to dust and disappeared. And then, using 35 pieces of world's energy, you have purchased 10,000 rice seeds from the seed shop. Plop! A leather pouch containing 10,000 grains of rice landed onto in Sejun's hand. The pouch was quite heavy. Chapter 209, I'm a lucky. TL, Hanguk, Black Dragon's territory. Flap! Flap! A massive black dragon descended to the ground. And then, Father, I have delivered the essence of fire. The black dragon spoke to Kaiser as it polymorphed into human form. It was Anton, who had visited the Red Dragon's territory on Kaiser's errand. How was it? Just as you said, Father, the Red Dragons were not creating the essence of fire. As expected, Kaiser's expression grew grave at Anton's words. The essences were typically created by the 4 main dragons that represented the elements, red for fire, blue for water, white for ice, and brown for earth. If not, essences would form elsewhere, causing damage. According to them, it has been over 100 years since the essence of fire was last made. I spoke to the leader of the Red Dragons, Sir Ram-Tur, but I am not sure how effective it will be. What should we do? Kaiser couldn't think of a solution. If the Red Dragons didn't create the essence, even if the other elemental dragons did their part, an imbalance would occur, leading to greater problems. For now, the only solution was to regularly remind the Red Dragons to create the essence. You planted rice seeds in the magic-infused ground. Your job experience has increased slightly. The rice seeds listening to the farmer's footsteps, enhancing the effect of magic seed sowing LV6. Due to magic seed sowing LV6, the growth speed of the rice seeds will be doubled for 24 hours. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV6 has increased slightly. He. Grow quickly, my little ones. As soon as Sejun received the seeds, he carefully planted them one by one in the field from the leather pouch. Along the way, the level of his magic seed sowing skill increased, bringing him great satisfaction. Once he finished planting the rice, I need to make a rice paddy. Sejun decided to create a rice paddy to transplant the rice once it had grown to a certain extent. Toryong. Sejun called out to the Black Earth Dragon, Toryong, on a piece of unused land. Master, did you call for me? Yes, Toryong. Make a paddy here. Yes. Understood. Being the helper of the tower farmer, Toryong, who possessed knowledge about farming, immediately understood Sejun's request. Kuji-Yugung. Toryong went underground and quickly created a 33,000 square meters paddy field that could hold water. It's done. Good job. Pink Fur, fill this place with water. Once Toryong had created the paddy field, Sejun asked Pink Fur to fill it with water. It would have been great if the Black Minotaurs were around, but they were currently busy searching each floor for any remnants of the Three-Head Society, and had just reached the 92nd floor. Kuung. Upon Sejun's request, Pink Fur started filling the paddy with water from the canal using a large pot. Krueng. Quenji will help too. Quenji also enlarged his size and started filling the paddy with water using a large pot, assisting Pink Fur. Our Quenji has grown a lot. Looking at Quenji, who was now 1 head taller than Pink Fur, Sejun beamed with pride. It was rewarding to see him grow. About an hour later, Krueng. Dad, we're done. With a proud stride, Quenji approached Sejun, who was roasting Balanadi. It seemed as if he was saying, "I worked, so I deserve a snack. Our Quenji worked hard, so let's have a snack. Pink Fur, you worked hard too. Here, eat this." Sejun treated Quenji and Pink Fur, who had helped with the work, to roasted Balanadi as a snack. Of course, he also called over the rabbits, monkeys, and mushroom ants that were working to join them. Then, snap, pop. As the animals ate roasted Balanadi, they started placing red beads, one by one, near Sejun, who was roasting the Balanadi. "Krueng, this one's for you, Dad." Of course, Quenji joined in. It was the Balanadi's inner core. "Thank you." Unlike before, Sejun's expression was bright with gratitude. That's because now he could absorb the energy of fire without eating the inner core, using his talent, Friend of Fire. He could finally say goodbye to the bitter taste. Chak! Sejun casually tried to absorb the fire energy by placing his hand on a single piece of the Balanadi's core. However, the ability of the talent, Friend of Fire, is unable to absorb the intensely compressed energy of fire. A message indicating that Sejun's talent couldn't absorb the energy of the core. Sejun's fate, which couldn't escape from the bitter taste, made him taste bitterness once again. You consumed fiery Balanadi's inner core. Your strength potential increases by 10. Your fire attribute talent slightly strengthens. After eating 5 inner cores, Sejun quickly took out honey jelly to wash away the remaining bitter taste in his mouth. Then, you consumed the honeybee's honey jelly. The residual energy in your body enhances the effect of the honey jelly. Your magic-related talent greatly strengthens. Talent, Enhanced Magic Circuit evolves into an overflowing magic circuit. After digesting the Balanadi's inner core, the remaining energy somehow enhanced the effect of the honey jelly, causing his talent to evolve. Things are going well today. He became the 1 millionth customer at the seed shop, got rice seeds, increased his seed sowing level, and even experienced talent evolution. It seemed like a lucky day, perhaps thanks to the lucky strawberries. But is it okay to be this lucky? As things were going too well, Sejun felt a slight unease. He checked his evolved talent. Talent, Overflowing Magic Circuit, a talent that establishes a powerful circuit capable of circulating abundant magic, allowing for efficient use of magic power. Magic stat 30, magic recovery speed 250%, magic usage -5%. While Sejun was checking his talent, Kruong, Pink Fur, having had its fill, stood up to patrol the surroundings. Squeak! Okay! Quack! Other animals, full from Balanadi, went on to do their own work. And, Krueng, Quenji's sleepy. Quenji, feeling sleepy after a full meal, clung to Sejun's leg like a koala and began to sleep. Clank! Thanks to that, Sejun, with Theo and Quenji attached to his legs, put the Balanadi shells left by the animals into the void storage. He was planning to give them to the penguins later to make equipment. It's all done. Now to the carrot field. Having stored all the Balanadi shells, Sejun headed towards the carrot field. Earlier, while snacking, the rabbits had told him there were many carrots to harvest today and asked for his help. Squeak! Upon Sejun's arrival at the carrot field, the father rabbit stopped the other rabbits from harvesting and gathered them outside the field. Guys, leave this to me. Land moving. Thud! Sejun shouted at the rabbits, lifting the miller's hoe and striking the ground. Since no one was in the field, Sejun could focus solely on enhancing the effects of his skill without worrying about someone getting hurt. Boom! The ground shook, and the buried carrots popped out. You have harvested 1,000 agility carrots. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LVU7 has increases slightly. You have gained 50,000 experience points. Thanks to this, 1,000 carrots were harvested in an instant. Land moving. When Sejun moved to another spot to harvest more carrots. Squeak! The father rabbit then sent the other rabbits to collect the carrots Sejun had just harvested. While Sejun was harvesting carrots in collaboration with the rabbits, you have harvested 999 agility carrots. You have harvested a sturdy carrot. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LVU7 has increases slightly. You gained 50,000 experience points. Ooh? A sturdy carrot? Seeing this unfamiliar carrot name, Sejun inspected the freshly harvested carrots and noticed one that looked slightly different from the rest, a long, firm and slightly bulky carrot. Then, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower acknowledges your exclusive cultivation right to cultivate this new variety. Without your permission, no one can cultivate the sturdy carrot. Your job experience has increased greatly. Due to the job characteristic, all stats increase by 10. An achievement message for creating a new variety appeared. He. I'm a lucky. Sejun decided not to worry about his continuing luck. Today is one of those rare days that come once in a lifetime. Then, you have achieved the achievement of creating 7 new varieties. As a reward for the achievement of the great farmer, the prestige of the Black Tower rises. The stature exceeds a certain level, increasing the number of entrances to the Black Tower by 1. The number of the Black Tower increases from 99 to 100, and the previously disappeared 57th entrance is recreated in the safest place. With the message of achievement of creating of 7 new varieties, a message appeared that the vanished 57th entrance was being recreated. Sejun had a feeling it was referring to the tower that have disappeared in Brasilia. He. But have I really obtained 7 new varieties? Sejun felt proud while reading the message, then checked the sturdy carrot options. Sturdy carrot, a carrot that grew inside the tower. It consumed plenty of nutrients, but this mutant carrot used all its nutrients to strengthen itself. It's very hard. There is no effect when consumed. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 120 days. Grade, B. But can this be eaten? Sejun tried to bite the carrot with all his might, but it was as hard as a rock. Thunk. For now, Sejun decided to replant the sturdy carrot to obtain its seeds and think about how to utilize it. He then went on to harvest the remaining carrots. A little later, Krueng, Peep, Paya, Quenji and the rabbits energetically moved the 100,000 harvested carrots. Slurp. Ah, nice. Watching the animals, Sejun decided to have his coffee time. The tower's administrator thanks you for the recreation of the 57th entrance of the Black Tower. Really? Where was it created? The tower's administrator says they are not sure, but it was created near the 100th entrance. The 100th entrance. Where is that? Ah. Now is not the time for this. Sejun got lost in thought for a moment, then hurriedly got up. It was lunchtime. Eileen, what do you want to eat? The tower's administrator says any food you make is delicious. Really? Then let's have balanadi porridge. Sejun went to the kitchen and started cooking with all his heart. Hanam Dong, Korea. Look over there. Passers-by were taking photos and looking at the 990m tall black tower that had appeared. And, who? Sejun's younger brother, Sedol, who had overslept, yawned while looking out the window, then was startled, because he saw the towering black tower almost only 10 meters away from his window. Why is the black tower here? Sedol was puzzled. In fact, everyone on Earth was puzzled. However, crackle. The cause of all this, Flamey, was busily taking root and dominating its surroundings. The safest place on Earth was near Sejun's family's house, where Flamey was diligently rooting deep underground to protect Sejun's family. Only Flamey knew why the Black Tower appeared here. It was the first time 2 towers appeared in one country. Chapter 210, Not My Sejun. TL, Hanguk. Hello, Lord Sejun. Cat intern Bill greets Sejun, who is taking a break, sipping coffee after eating balanadi porridge. Moments later, Lord Sejun, how are you? Hello. Other cat interns also began to gather one by one on the 99th floor of the tower. When all 8 cat interns had gathered, Poohoo-Heart, has everyone gathered? Meow? Yes. Vice Chairman Theo, who was hanging on Sejun's leg, descended from his lap and addressed them. Theo had called the cat interns together today. And, we will now start the employee promotion ceremony, meow. The purpose of gathering them was to promote the interns who had shown good performance to full-time employees. Bill, Jeff, come forward, meow. Yes. Bill and Jeff stepped forward at Theo's call. Their faces were filled with pride. Now, unlike other cats, they had secured a permanent position, which means they could work beyond their contractual period of 10,000 days. Listen up, meow. Bill swiftly requested aid from the Black Orcs when I, Vice Chairman Theo, was attacked by the Three-Head Society and greatly contributed to the search of the Three-Head Society's hideout. As Theo recited Bill's achievements, from now on, Bill is an official employee of our farm, meow. Everyone, congratulate him, meow. Bill was appointed as an employee. Clap. Following Theo's announcement, the interns looked at Bill with envy and clapped their front paws. Jeff has demonstrated excellent communication skills with other animals while working. When a need arises, he quickly locates them and assigns them to the right place at the right time. Jeff's achievements were then read out and he was appointed as an employee. Thank you. We will work even harder in the future. That's right, meow. You both must continue to work hard for Chairman Park, who has promoted you guys, meow. The one who decided their promotions was Sejun. Theo, being quite whimsical, if left to his own devices, might soon end up promoting cats and appointing a cat chairman. Yes, Chairman Park, we'll continue to do our best. Good. I'm counting on you, as Bill and Jeff expressed their gratitude to Sejun. From now on, both newly promoted employees will receive 3 grilled fish daily and a sales incentive of 2%. Meow. Theo explained the benefits for the employees. 2%. Wow. The cats in turns were astonished to hear about the employee benefits. Not only the grilled fish, but the incentive had also doubled. They would now earn twice as much for the same amount of work. However, the employee benefits didn't stop there. There was something even more extraordinary waiting for them. And Bill will be in charge of potato distribution, and Jeff will handle carrots. Meow. Bill and Jeff were given responsibility for the distribution of power potatoes and agility carrots, crops that made several times more revenue than the magical cherry tomatoes. Thank you. Thank you. Stunned by the generous benefits, Bill and Jeff thanked Theo once again. Pooh-hoo hut. The rest of the interns should work hard and aim to become employees quickly. Meow. Theo addressed the other interns. This way, I won't have to leave Chairman Park's lap. Meow. Theo, eager to delegate his duties, wanted to promote everyone quickly. As the promotion ceremony ended, everyone, follow Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. I'll be back, Chairman Park. Meow. All right, take care on your way. Okay. Meow. Eager to delegate his work, Theo, leading the cats as an example, descended to the 41st floor of the tower. I hope it works today. Gonzalez, who had been persistently trying to exit the tower, pushed himself against the exit door every day with hope. Despite his shouting, he expected the exit to remain closed as usual, but swish! Who? He passed through the exit and fell to the ground. Then, where is this? Gonzalez quickly got up and looked around, completely unfamiliar with his surroundings. Suddenly, a person has come out of the tower. The staff of the Korean Awakened Association, who were controlling access to the tower, discovered Gonzalez and quickly approached him. By any chance, are you from the Brasilia Tower? The assumption was made that the tower that appeared in Hanamdong might be the tower from Brasilia, so an interpreter who spoke Portuguese was on standby, ensuring no issues in conversation. Yes. But where am I? This is Korea. Korea? It's definitely the tower from Brasilia. Thanks to this, both parties were able to obtain the necessary information. We will issue you a visa so you can stay in Korea for now. The staff requested personal information about Gonzalez from the Brazilian Awakened Association, confirmed his identity, and issued him a long-term visa to stay in Korea for 10 years. The goal was to have the hunters stay in Korea as long as possible. The number of hunters who entered through the Brasilia Tower was roughly 100,000, while Korea had 10,000 hunters. This was an opportunity to double the number of hunters in Korea, even if only 10% of the 100,000 hunters were to naturalize. Furthermore, it was known that among those who entered the Brasilia Tower, a significant number were top-tier hunters ranked within the top 10,000 worldwide. Simply making a good impression on them would be hugely beneficial for Korea. How about accommodations? If you don't have a place in mind, we can arrange a nearby hotel, the employees kindly asked. Just a moment. First, I need to go into the tower and let the people know they can come out. Of course. We'll also send in our hunters to assist. Thank you. Shortly after, over 10,000 hunters emerged from the Hanamdong Tower, greatly boosting the revenues of nearby hotels and lodgings. Swish! Swish! Hum hum hum. After lunch, Sejun was humming as he harvested cherry tomatoes. Then, you've harvested a magical cherry tomato. Due to the effect of harvesting LV7, you've harvested a crop of 1 grade higher. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 increases slightly. You've gained 100 experience points. Thanks to his harvesting skill, he harvested an A-grade cherry tomato. Wow! I'm such a lucky guy, Sejun boasted. Today was his day. Eating loads of lucky strawberries had an amazing effect. It was questionable why the luck that should have only lasted for an hour continued, but, hee. Has my time finally come? Just when Sejun wondered if his life's luck had turned around. Krueng! Daddy, Quenji wants a snack. Quenji, which had been playing alone digging the ground, came asking for a snack. Just a moment. Crop gigantification. Using crop enlargement LV4 on the power sweet potato. Using the power contained within the power sweet potato to enlarge the crop. Sejun used crop gigantification on the sweet potato. You're lucky. The power sweet potato has enlarged successfully while retaining its effects. Ooh, the power sweet potato grew larger while retaining its effects. Hee. I really am lucky. Here you go. Sejun, reaffirming his luck, gave the enlarged sweet potato with its effects intact to Quenji and resumed harvesting cherry tomatoes. Then, queek! The fire ant that followed Sejun to the farm approached with confidence. On the fire ant's back a single king oyster mushroom was growing fully. Could it be? Is that an elixir mushroom? Queek! The fire ant nodded in response to Sejun's question by moving its antennae up and down. Another good thing had happened. Really? Sejun was surprised that the fire ant could also grow elixir mushroom. Queek! The fire ant worker proudly displayed the mushroom on its back. Pluck! Sejun harvested the mushroom from the fire ant's back and checked its options. Enhanced elixir, fiery king oyster mushroom. Grown by the fire ant under the care of Tower Farmer Park Sejun, this mushroom absorbed the fire ant's fire energy and all nearby nutrients to transform into an elixir mushroom. It boasts excellent taste and aroma. Upon consumption, all stats 3. Upon consumption, flame-related talents are slightly enhanced. Cultivator, Park Sejun's tenant fire ant worker. Expiration date, 120 days. Grade, B. The elixir's effects were better, likely due to the fire ant's larger size compared to mushroom ants. I should bring more fire ants. Sejun thought he should go north later to catch more fire ants and continued harvesting cherry tomatoes. A short while later, oh! Another A-grade cherry tomato. Sejun's streak of luck continued, unaware of what consequences it would bring. Black Tower Administrator's Zone. So tired, NOM. Eileen, exhausted from engraving magic on the fragment of Kyra's dragon heart, put her elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power into her mouth, which Sejun had given her. She was halfway through the engraving process. K-hee-hee-hee. Delicious. NOM. As Eileen was restoring her magic by eating the elixir-grade cherry tomato, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, Park Sejun, has utilized luck exceeding his share. The scale of causality of the Black Tower has slightly tipped. The scale of causality activates. The scale of causality imparts misfortune on Tower Farmer Park Sejun to restore balance. An alert appeared on the crystal orb indicating misfortune would befall Sejun. Krung! Not my Sejun. How dare they bring misfortune to our Sejun? That's unacceptable. Eileen, fuming, poured her magic into the crystal orb, invoking her administrator privileges. Then, Black Tower's administrator intervenes in the adjustment of causality. Causality adjustment is in progress. The misfortune intended for Tower Farmer Park Sejun is now distributed among the beings of the 99th floor. The misfortune meant for Sejun scattered. As a result, the misfortune that would have made any seed Sejun planted have a 0% germination rate for the next 3 days was instead distorted and passed on to other beings. 99th floor's western forest. Thump. Thump. A young ant was playfully tapping the ice in front of it. Then, crack! A small crack appeared on the ice, which seemed unbreakable, when hit by a branch of the young ant. Crack crack! Starting with that small crack, fissures rapidly spread in all directions, creating a web of cracks in the ice. And then, crash! The giant wall of ice crumbled, releasing the corrupted ants from the core of the western forest. Their bodies began to warm, spreading the aura of corruption. Rustle! Rustle! After harvesting the magical cherry tomatoes, Sejun energetically swung the amplifying greatsword, cutting leaves in the green onion field. It was Sejun's own way of swordsmanship training, as he had no skills in wielding a sword. While he was diligently cutting the green onion leaves, plop! Plop! Thud! Thud! Ooh! Turning towards the source of the sound, Sejun saw a massive number of ants approaching from the west. What's happening? Feeling that something was off, Sejun approached the purified ants. What's going on, guys? Sejun, sir. The ice, it broke. Ice? Yes, the ice that was imprisoning the corrupted ants. Really? Only then did Sejun recall the corrupted ants that Iona had trapped behind an ice wall. Got it. You guys guard the surroundings. Quenji. Pink Fur. Sejun asked the ants to defend the farm and called for Quenji and Pink Fur. Let's head to the western forest. Krueng. Understood. Kruong. Got it. Riding Quenji and accompanied by Pink Fur, Sejun rushed towards the western forest. Sejun's dispersed misfortune had led the purified ants to inadvertently release the corrupted ones from their icy prison. However, the misfortune was equally applied to the corrupted ants as well, creating an opportunity for Sejun, whose luck hadn't diminished, to gain a massive amount of experience points. Level up, let's go! Sejun and the animals rushed towards the western forest, prepared to bring misfortune to the corrupted ants. End of part 42. If you'd like to read ahead of my releases, you're welcome to do so. I've included the link to the story in the description. Feel free to support the translator, perhaps with more views, they'll release additional chapters. Chapter 211, This is as far as it goes. TL, Hangak, Thump. Thump. About 10 minutes into their journey to the western forest, Sejun heard the sound of a massive object moving. At that moment, Kruong. Bang! Pink Fur suddenly slammed its front paws onto the ground. Then, Guard Pink Fur has eliminated the corrupted Ent's underground route infiltrator. You've gained 2,000 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Pink Fur. A message indicating the enemy had been eliminated appeared. Underground route infiltrator? It seemed there was a monster moving underground. Although he hadn't seen what the enemy looked like due to Pink Fur's attack. Kruong. After Pink Fur killed the infiltrator once, Pink Fur taught Quenji how to hunt enemies moving underground without doing it directly. Krueng? Is it here? Kruong. Quenji touched the ground and spoke, but Pink Fur shook her head. It must be the wrong spot. Krueng? How about here? Kruong. After about 10 such failures. Krueng. Mom, Quenji can feel something moving here. Kruong. Pink Fur nodded at Quenji, who seemed to have caught on. Krueng. Now Quenji will take care of it. Bang. Herbalist Quenji has eliminated the corrupted Ent's underground route infiltrator. You've gained 2,000 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Herbalist Quenji. Afterward, Quenji skillfully found and cleanly eliminated the underground infiltrators as they moved on. Of course, enemies also swarmed from above ground, but... Snap! Quenji, Krueng Hu, Krueng! Quenji spread the fire Sejun had started, burning the enemies with it. You have eliminated the corrupted Ent sticky flower attacker. You have gained 1,200 experience points. You have eliminated the corrupted Ent's large branch scout. You have gained 500 experience points. Then, Fire Field LV3 has been activated. Grass and trees burn even better. Perhaps because of killing plant-type enemies, the Fire Field skill was activated. It made the enemies that were already flammable burn even faster, clearing the way to the corrupted Ents. Thump! Thump! Through the black smoke, 10 50-meter-tall corrupted Ents slowly approached. The giant trees moving together looked like a small mountain in motion. Kruong! Krueng! Pink Fur and Quenji, who had instantly enlarged himself, roared as they blocked the path in front of Sejun. And then, thump! Thump! Pink Fur and Quenji charged swiftly towards the corrupted Ents. Guys, wait for me too! Sejun shouted to the two as they ran off, but, bang! Bang! They didn't hear him, attacking the corrupted Ent. Bang! Bang! The one-sided attack continued. Perhaps because they had found enemies that allowed them to use their strength, the two were spiritedly hitting the corrupted Ents. This will be over quickly. While Pink Fur and Quenji fought, Sejun decided to explore the center of the western forest. Upon reaching the center of the western forest, there was a huge tree base. The circumference was over 20 meters, and the height was as tall as Sejun. Is it dead? Unlike the other corrupted Ents, this one was still, which meant it could be a dead tree. As Sejun cautiously approached the tree base. Who? The name that came into Sejun's view. Tree Titan, the bringer of corruption. The tree base was a named monster. The bringer of corruption? It seemed that this monster was the main culprit behind corrupting the Ents. What should I do? Sejun pondered for a moment and decided to wait for Pink Fur and Quenji to finish off the corrupted Ents. I could defeat it myself, but I'll give them the honor of a team kill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bored, Sejun grabbed a handful of kudzu fruits and scattered them towards Tree Titan, planning to increase his skill proficiency while waiting. You are a field LV1 has been activated. You have planted kudzu fruits on the body of Tree Titan, the bringer of corruption. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in You Are the Field LV1 has increased slightly. The kudzu absorbs the life force of Tree Titan, the bringer of corruption. The life force of Tree Titan, the bringer of corruption, continuously decreases. Crunch! Crunch! Kudzu fruit scattered on Tree Titan's body began to absorb life force and grow rapidly. Perhaps because the roots were taking root in another tree, the kudzu had no difficulty taking root. Whoosh! Whoosh! Why aren't they coming? While waiting for over 30 minutes for Pink Fur and Quenji who hadn't arrived, Sejun kept tossing kudzu fruits at Tree Titan. Then, your proficiency in You Are a Field LV1 has slightly increased. Your proficiency in You Are a Field LV1 has been filled, and the level has increased. The level of the skill You Are a Field have increased. Checking its details, there were no significant changes apart from the description that it could now absorb more life force and grow a bit faster. Another 30 minutes passed. But still, there was no sign of Pink Fur and Quenji. Golden Bat, go see what's happening. Yes. Sejun, who had been still planting kudzu on Tree Titan's body, sent the Golden Bat, suspecting something had happened to the two who still hadn't returned. A short while later, they keep recovering? The Golden Bat returned, and reported that the bodies of the corrupted Ents were continuously regenerating, and Pink Fur and Quenji were becoming exhausted. I'll have to go. Sejun hurriedly ran towards the two. After Sejun had left, crack, crack, the kudzu root Sejun had planted began to burrow into the bark of Tree Titan and started to aggressively drawing out its life force. As Sejun arrived, huff, puff, puff, bang, Pink Fur and Quenji were gasping for breath, fighting against the corrupted Ents. Guys, eat this and rest for a while. Crop gigantification. Sejun hurriedly enlarged a sweet potato to provide to the two who had expended a tremendous amount of energy in a short time. You're lucky. The power sweet potato has enlarged successfully while retaining its strength. Thanks to Sejun's luck, the enlarged power sweet potato still retained its strength this time. Chomp, chomp. While the two earnestly ate the giant sweet potato Sejun had handed them. Golden Bat, support me. Yes. Sejun and the Golden Bat bought some time. Swoosh, swoosh. The Golden Bat swiftly flew, slicing the branches of the corrupted Ents with its wings, and snap. Sejun flicked his fingers, creating fire to burn the bodies of the corrupted Ents. Whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, in the bodies of the corrupted Ents that did not catch fire, he planted kudzu. After about 10 minutes of buying time, Kruong, Krueng, Pink Fur and Quenji, having somewhat recovered, joined the fight. Bang! Bang! The two, with renewed strength, hit the corrupted Ents with tremendous force again. However, crack, crack, the corrupted Ents were recovering again. Then, Sejun noticed that only the parts where the kudzu was planted were recovering slowly. It was clear that the kudzu, by absorbing life force, was hindering the proper recovery of the corrupted Ents. Good. Sejun, having figured out how to deal with the corrupted Ents, quickly climbed up Quenji, reaching his shoulder 35 meters high. Quenji, hit the enemy and get me closer. Krueng. Understood. Bang! Quenji struck the body of the corrupted Ent with its giant right front paw, creating a wound, and carefully held Sejun with its left front paw, approaching the wound he had just made. Then, swish, swish, Sejun scattered kudzu fruits. It clearly had an effect, as the corrupted Ent was unable to properly heal its body. He. Planting kudzu in wounds. Sejun laughed like a villain. The subsequent battle was very easy. Pink Fur, Quenji, and the Golden Bat created wounds, while Sejun diligently planted kudzu, hindering the enemy's recovery. And then, thud! Herbalist Quenji has defeated a corrupted Ent. You've gained 10 million experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Herbalist Quenji. Finally, one of the corrupted Ents fell. Thud! Following that, the remaining 9 corrupted Ents also fell, and Sejun leveled up twice, reaching level 65. Guys, there's one more over there. Sejun informed the animals about the presence of Tree Titan in the heart of the western forest. But, Krueng? There's another one. Kruong. Pink Fur and Quenji were already significantly exhausted. I've already scattered kudzu to weaken it a lot, so it should be fine. It also wasn't moving. Let's eat this on the way. Sejun, who wanted to go defeat the enemy right away, persuaded the two with some food. He gave locust meat to Pink Fur, and honey to Quenji. Thus, after a successful persuasion, Sejun and the animals moved toward the center. Boom! Boom! A massive vibration was felt. The direction was straight ahead. It was the center of the western forest. They saw a tree stump floating in the sky. More precisely, giant roots were supporting the stump. It was Tree Titan, who had come out himself after all the Ents he had corrupted had fallen. Who? It definitely wasn't moving before. When Sejun was startled, thud! Suddenly, Tree Titan collapsed. And then, you have defeated Tree Titan, the bringer of corruption. You have gained 50 million experience points. You have leveled up. You have acquired 1 bonus stat point. The message that Tree Titan had been defeated appeared. The hundreds of thousands of kudzu roots Sejun had planted over an hour had absorbed all of Tree Titan's life force. Originally, the Tree Titan wasn't a monster that could be killed so easily, but its life force was weakened because of Iona's magic, and it had kept infusing life force into the corrupted Ents so they wouldn't freeze to death. Moreover, where the roots were spread to recover the life force, the kudzu roots had spread and blocked the absorption of the life force, preventing Tree Titan from recovering properly. If there had been even one day to recover life force, Tree Titan would not have been killed by mere kudzu roots. It was extremely fortunate. He. See? I'm the one who defeated it. Thanks to this, Sejun boasted loudly to the animals and approached the corpse of the fallen Tree Titan to show off his kill. As Sejun got close to Tree Titan's corpse. Who? What's that? Tree stump pot. Sejun found a huge hollowed-out tree stump. Beside it was something that looked like letters or symbols carved in. As Sejun reached out and examined it, tree stump pot. It wasn't appraised, so no detailed description was available. Eileen, appraise this for me. The tower's administrator says you can leave this to her. With Eileen's words, the huge tree stump pot disappeared. Today, things are really going smoothly, Sejun said, looking at the fallen Tree Titan. Pink Fur and Quenji had a hard time, but for Sejun, who had only scattered kudzu fruits, it hadn't been that difficult. Then, sniff sniff. Krueng. It smells strongly of herbs. Quenji started to dig at Tree Titan's roots, sensing the scent of herbs from the corpse. And then, Krueng. Found it. This is definitely for Dad. Quenji pulled out an ominous black kudzu root, exclaiming. At a glance, the root had the aura of "I'm really bitter." Quenji, save it for later. Sejun naturally said he would eat it later. Krueng. Krueng. No. If you don't eat it right now, its effect will be lost. Quenji firmly shook its head and spoke. Its effect will be lost? After hearing Quenji's words, Sejun examined the black kudzu root. Black kudzu root that has overabsorbed life force. A kudzu root that has absorbed more life force than it can handle temporarily due to its obsession with survival. Over time, the efficacy of the kudzu root will fade. When consumed, your stamina will increase by 200 or your potential stamina by 100. When consumed, you may awaken a talent related to stamina. You will experience a terrible bitter taste. Usage restriction, LV 60 and above, stamina 150 and above. Expiration, 1 minute. Grade, SS. Oof, terrible bitter taste. As Sejun hesitated, Krueng. Become strong by eating it. Quenji cheered Sejun on. There was only 1 minute left. He had to swallow it right away. All right. I got it. Encouraged by Quenji, Sejun clenched his eyes shut and chewed the black kudzu root. Pain is temporary, but stats are. As Sejun was chewing the root with firm determination. The bitterness was beyond any of this world. Overwhelmed by the horrible bitterness in his mouth, Sejun fainted. This is as far as it goes. Just before losing his consciousness, Sejun realized that his luck had finally run out. Chapter 212, Is a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina? TL, Hanguk, Meow, Vice Chairman Theo, what's the matter? While descending the tower, Theo suddenly stopped, prompting Jeff to ask. It seems Chairman Park has collapsed, Meow. What? Chairman Park? Should we go back then? The cats were about to turn back at the news that Sejun had collapsed. However, Meow. It's okay, Meow. He fainted, but Chairman Park's condition has actually improved, Meow. He must have fainted again after eating something bitter, Meow. Theo, who could now remotely discern Sejun's condition in detail with his Sejun knee detector, stopped the cats. Vice Chairman Theo, you can tell the chairman's condition from afar. Pooh Hut. Yes, Meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, can know everything about Chairman Park from a distance, Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, you are incredible, Pooh Hut. It's nothing for Theo Park, deadly dragon-clawed yellow cat and subordinate of the great black dragon. Meow. Thus, Theo arrived at the hunter's camp on the 41st floor of the tower, walking with a swagger, basking in the admiration of the cats. Humans, Vice Chairman Theo has arrived, Meow. As the cats announced Theo's arrival. What? The Vice Chairman. Theo came this early. The hunters became busy at the unexpectedly early visit from Theo. It had been only 4 days since Theo's last visit. The hunters who had bought items from Theo were outside selling their crops. And, Vice Chairman Theo, will quickly contact the hunters who went out, so please wait until the hunters return. The hunters asked Theo to wait for them. They didn't have much money at the moment. They had invested all their money in buying crops, so they needed the hunters who had gone out to bring back the money from selling the crops. Understood, Meow. You guys keep selling the cherry tomatoes here, Meow? Yes. Theo had no intention of selling Sejun's crops for a small amount of money. So he had the cats sell the cherry tomatoes and headed to the Black Orc's base. Sejun, who had fainted from the terrible bitterness, woke up. Sejun, have you woken up? The golden bat, who had been hanging from the bedroom ceiling and watching Sejun, flew down to Sejun's chest and spoke. Yeah. How long did I sleep? It's 3 hours before breakfast time now. You've slept through the night. Is that so? No wonder I feel refreshed. Sejun got up while conversing with the golden bat. And, swoosh! He walked to the bedroom wall, which marked the date, and added one more mark, beginning day 336 of being stranded. Who? What's that? As soon as he stepped outside, Sejun noticed a massive golden tree stump in the front yard. It was placed there by Eileen after Sejun fainted from eating the bitter kudzu root yesterday. Sejun examined the tree stump's options. Golden tree stump pot of abundance. This is a divine relic created by the goddess of abundance, Leah, who was responsible for abundance in ancient times. When her beloved tree died, she imbued it with her divine powers. On the side, the goddess of abundance, Leah, has inscribed her name. Crops planted in the golden tree stump pot of abundance grow 10 times faster with the power of abundance. When the power of abundance is depleted, the golden glow fades. It can be reused once the golden glow is restored. Usage restrictions: must have experience in growing crops, magic power 100 or more. Creator, goddess of abundance Leah. Grade, SS. This is a divine relic. Sejun couldn't hide his joy after checking the options of the item, thanks to the option that sped up growth by 10 times. If he planted rice here, it would be ready to harvest in less than a month. Sejun took out 50 rice seeds he had previously planted in the field and transferred them to the tree stump pot. Grow quickly. Sejun looked affectionately at the spot where the rice seeds were planted and stood up. And, Eileen, thank you. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Eileen, who had appraised the item. The tower's administrator boasts that she can now appraise any divine item as it is a black dragon capable of doing so. The tower's administrator says she will perfectly appraise your items in the future as well. Eileen, pleased with Sejun's thanks, replied. Eileen, who had listened diligently to Kaiser about the name of gods and divine relics and had also studied about them separately in the library. As soon as Eileen saw the name Leah written next to the relic, she thought of the goddess of abundance, Leah, and was able to perfectly appraise the divine relic without Kaiser's help. Yes. Of course, I believe in Eileen. The tower's administrator says that she also believes in you too. Although the point was slightly missed, the conversation flowed naturally between them. At that moment, you have come to know the name of the forgotten goddess of abundance, Leah. Among the items you possess, there is something related to the goddess of abundance, Leah. The grade of the already appraised golden box of abundance has increased to S. A message appeared that the grade of the golden box of abundance had been upgraded. It seemed that the golden box of abundance was also an item made by Leah. Sejun opened the void storage to check the options. The original effect of increasing 1 crop to 2 the next day had now changed to increasing 1 crop to 3. Instead of 1-1, it had become 1-2. That's right. Eileen, aren't you short on cherry tomatoes? Here, I'll give you more. Sejun passed on 3,000 cherry tomatoes to Eileen with a satisfied expression. A few days ago, he had received 5,000 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes from Intertower Transportation, harvested by Arjux. He planned to use the remaining cherry tomatoes as snacks for the animals. I should visit the brewery. After giving Eileen the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes, Sejun headed to the brewery. He realized he hadn't even tasted the Yeongju. He was curious about how the taste would change from Makgeolli to Yeongju. As he was on his way to the brewery, Sejun remembered that he had not checked the talent he had acquired yesterday. When consumed, it was supposed to increase stamina potential by 100 and also awaken a stamina-related talent. Let's see. What kind of talent did I get? Sejun opened his status window to check his talent. And, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina? He saw a talent with a strange name. Talent, the medicine that's bitter is good for stamina. When consuming herbs that taste bitter, stamina increases by 1/10 depending on the bitterness. For poisons grade D and below, if they taste bitter, they will act not as poison, but have a healing effect. Is this a good thing? From now on, eating something bitter would increase his stamina, and bitter-tasting poisons below grade D would have a healing effect. It was certainly a good thing, but somehow, he felt uneasy. He felt a great malice intent on pushing bitter-tasting food on him in the future. With this uneasy feeling, Sejun continued towards the brewery. The territory of the Red Dragon. The great Red Dragon and leader of the Zahir family, Ramtur, let out a sigh. As expected, there is no one to create the essence of fire. Ramtur was greatly surprised to hear from Anton that the essence of fire was found in the Black Tower. Moreover, he was shocked again when he realized that they had forgotten the fact that they were supposed to create the essence of fire themselves. and he hurriedly ordered the red dragons to make the essence of fire, but the ones under 10,000 years old quit without completing even a few hours, having forgotten that they needed to make the essence of fire in such a short time. Ramter realized the seriousness of the situation and personally went to each of the red dragons to instruct them to make the essence of fire, since he didn't know when he might forget again himself. Anton came in between and said he would check if the red dragons forgot to make the essence of fire. To seek help from other dragons, that was something Ramter's pride would not allow. Then, Ramter found a red dragon who was creating the essence of fire without being told to do so. Felix Sejun. He was a dragon who had just turned 5,000 years old and had been the tower's administrator until a few days ago before he was rotated out. Why is he the only one who's unaffected? Puzzled, Ramter observed Felix closely. And then, gulp. Gulp. Phew. This is good. He discovered Felix creating the essence of fire and intermittently drinking alcohol. Does alcohol have an effect? With no better idea, Ramter made 5 red dragons under 10,000 years old drink alcohol while creating the essence of fire. And it works. The effect was remarkable. The red dragons who made the essence of fire while drinking alcohol did not forget to continue their task even after a day had passed. Is this a Yangju? Wow. The aroma is really deep, as Sejun exclaimed after smelling the fragrance of the Yangju poured into his glass. Okay. The monkeys were delighted. They had received the approval of the god they served. Sip. Though it was still morning, Sejun drank the alcohol. And in one shot, no less. He couldn't help himself after smelling it. Gulp. The alcohol smoothly glided down his throat. Q. It's sweet. He wanted to drink a few more glasses, but a Yangju was an intermediate stage alcohol. After adding more alcohol to a Yangju, it needed to be fermented for about 5 days more to complete it into some Yangju. Get off. Shake. When Sejun was shaking off the remaining drops of alcohol from his glass, feeling regretful. Krueng. Daddy, Quenji is hungry. Quenji called for Sejun in front of the brewery. Now was not the time for this. He didn't know when Quenji might turn into a ferocious hungry beast. Just a moment. Sejun quickly came to his senses and rushed outside. And then, crop gigantification. Quenji, eat this while you wait. Sejun enlarged a sweet potato and gave it to Quenji, then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Guys, let's eat breakfast. Sejun made cabbage soup for the first time in a while and called the animals. He had not yet given up on his talent for the wind attribute. However, it was a failure this time too. I should have made this yesterday, Sejun regretted belatedly, but luck had already passed by. Is it corn harvesting day today? After eating breakfast, Sejun went to the cornfield. The farm was so vast and there were so many crops planted that almost every day was harvest day. Shall we harvest some? Sejun began to cut the base of the corn with the sickle of freshness given to him by the penguins. And then, swish! You have harvested 7 ears of stamina corn. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. Due to the cold energy imbued in the sickle of freshness, the expiration date of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 350 experience points. The increased expiration date due to the sickle of freshness effect. Honestly, Sejun felt that this C-grade sickle that extended expiration date by 5 days was better than the S-grade amplifying greatsword. Truly, he thought like a true farmer. After about an hour of harvesting corn, the stamina corn is grateful for the footsteps of the farmer and offers its strength. The potential of your stamina stat increases by 1. Sejun's stamina potential had increased. That's it. Sejun wore a satisfied expression. The stamina potential of 1 gained from harvesting the corn and walking diligently was more satisfying than the 100 stamina potential he had gained from eating kudzu root yesterday and passing out. This feels rewarding. When Sejun was happily about to harvest more corn, Krueng, Daddy, Quenji has brought something for Daddy to eat. Quenji, having found some good herbs, was calling for Sejun with a loud cry. No, I'm fine. Sejun felt burdened by Quenji's filial piety. Finally. As I announced earlier, I have created a stock of 10 chapters ahead of this one. Hopefully, with this stock, the chapter releases will be more consistent. As for the release timing, I will conduct a poll in the coming days. First, I have to figure out the scheduled chapter posting settings and on the website. Once that is done, I will hold a poll to determine the release time based on poll rankings. Enjoy! Chapter 213, at this level, wouldn't I be the stamina king? Hanguk, Ulrich, What's over there, meow? Theo, having arrived at the Black Orc's camp, pointed to a tent and asked. He was drawn to the tent because of his front paws. Are you referring to that place? There's a rock we found a few days ago when we were planting. A rock, meow? Yes. The rock is sharply shaped, so it seemed like it would be good for the Black Orc's training, so we've been keeping it in the tent. Would you like to see it? I do, meow. Understood. Ulrich led Theo to the tent where the rock was. Here it is. Ulrich pointed to a 3-meter-sized grey rock inside the tent. Pooh-hoo hut. This is it, meow. Theo, placing his front paws on the rock, was certain. This is something that Chairman Park would be delighted with. Ulrich, give it to me, meow. What? Yes. Take it. Ulrich, slightly startled by Theo's request for the heavy rock, responded. Pooh-hoo hut. Thank you, meow. With that, Theo took the rock, put it in his bag, and then slept soundly in Ulrich's barracks, while waiting for the hunters to arrive to sell them crops. Krueng, you have to eat this now. Quenji, as if sensing Sejun's talent, pushed the bitter kudzu root towards him, demanding he eat it. It turned out Quenji had gone to the western forest to dig up the kudzu roots that Sejun had planted in the corpses of the corrupted Ents and Tree Titan. Sejun had originally planned to burn the enemy's corpses along with the kudzu to prevent it from spreading, but Quenji persuaded him not to. Thanks to that, Sejun could now eat the kudzu roots harvested by Quenji as herbs, even on the 99th floor of the tower. Even if the seeds were to spread, Sejun had a separate plan in mind for the kudzu in the western forest, so there was no need to worry. Okay. Unusually, today Sejun willingly followed Quenji's instruction. Sejun also wanted to experience the effect of some medicine that's bitter is good for stamina. Crunch. Gulp. Bearing the bitter taste, Sejun swallowed the kudzu root. The bitterness was bearable, after all. And then, you have consumed a sturdy kudzu root of life. Your stamina increases by 20. You have consumed a bitter medicine. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina, is activated. Your stamina increases by 2. A message appeared indicating that an additional 2 points of stamina had been gained. Is this supposed to be 2? It felt more like a 5 to Sejun, who was surprised by the message indicating the level of bitterness he had just experienced. If this is 2, what would 10 taste like? Sejun hoped he would never have to experience such extreme bitterness just for a 10-point increase in stamina. Then, Krueng! Krueng! There's one more here. Quenji, having accurately detected Sejun's stamina increase, pulled out another kudzu root for a follow-up attack. Krueng! Krueng! Eat this one right away too. It was effective when you ate it just now. Quenji, having keenly observed the increase in Sejun's stamina by 2 after eating the root, insisted. It seemed Quenji was keeping a thorough check on Daddy's health. Sejun, who had been caught with the added stamina, weakly responded. I should have refused it earlier. Sejun regretted not burning the kudzu, but it was too late. Ugh! With a grimace, Sejun reluctantly chewed and swallowed another kudzu root. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina, is activated. Your stamina increases by 1. This time the stamina increased by 20 again, but the bitterness was slightly less this time. Or rather, Sejun's mouth had become accustomed to the bitterness. Having eaten 2 such bitter kudzu roots, Sejun took out some honey jelly to clear the aftertaste from his mouth and shared it with Quenji as well. Here. 1 bottle of honey jelly for Quenji, and 1 piece for Daddy. Though both were 1, the unit was different. Sejun gave Quenji a whole glass bottle full of honey jelly, while he himself ate just 1 piece. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Delicious. Quenji, having received the bottle of honey jelly, took a seat outside the cornfield so as not to disturb Sejun's work, hugged the bottle to his chest, and started popping out honey jellies one by one. And then, time to get back to work. Sejun resumed harvesting corn. Rustle. Rustle. Sejun harvested corn without straightening his back even once until lunchtime. Now that I think about it, I haven't been getting tired lately. Although Sejun worked for several hours and was sweating, he marveled at his own tirelessness. But that was to be expected. Sejun's stamina was at 244, thanks to Quenji diligently feeding him kudzu roots and thus increasing his stamina. He. At this level, wouldn't I be the stamina king? Sejun said proudly. Of course, that was by human standards. Quenji would have sighed if he had heard. By Quenji's standards, Sejun's stamina was still dangerously low for dropping dead of sudden death somewhere. How are the other dragons? Sip. Kaiser asked as he drank the soju Sejun had given him. After confirming the anomaly with the red dragon, Kaiser had Anton go to the blue and brown dragons, who produced the essence of ice and earth, to check on their condition. Sip. The other dragons were normally producing essences. Anton answered, drinking the soju that was filled in his glass. That's a relief. Any other anomalies? None. They were properly moving the tower and supporting the beings of that world to fight against destruction. So, they don't have any anomalies? Kaiser was lost in thought. It would be fortunate if that were the case, but the likelihood was slim. Kaiser suspected that some force was preventing all the dragons from having a particular thought unconsciously. It was a force so powerful that it could erase the letters Kaiser had magically inscribed himself's fight against destruction and protect the world. This force was interfering in reality too, preventing the black dragon from thinking I must fight against destruction and protect the world. According to Kaiser's findings, the black dragons were prevented from thinking about fighting against destruction to protect the world, the white dragons from the thought of moving the tower, and the red dragons from thinking about creating the essence of fire. If each dragon race is being hindered from thinking different thoughts, it will be hard to find out. Kaiser was troubled. He needed to know what thoughts were being suppressed to inform the other dragons, but there was no way to know that. Gororong. Theo was fast asleep in Ulrich's tent. Then, Vice Chairman Theo. Jeff woke Theo up. Meow. What is it? Meow. The hunters have arrived. Got it. Meow. At Jeff's words, Theo got up and moved to the camp where the hunters were waiting. Vice Chairman Theo is coming. As Theo neared the camp, the cat in turns announced his arrival, and, let's start the auction, meow. Thanks to that, the auction could start right away. Then, Vice Chairman Theo. I want to buy peanuts. Yes. The magical peanuts. That's exactly what I need, right? Without it, I am not even allowed to go home. The Korean hunters demanded Theo sell them magical peanuts, all because of the magical peanuts Theo had given to Eom Jongsik last time. Eom Jongsik had given the magical peanuts to his daughter Eom Hyo Jong the day before a mock exam to eat while studying, and her rank in the mock exams had skyrocketed after eating the peanuts and studying. Eom Hyo Jong, who usually ranked around 30th in school, came in first. Because of this, the mothers of the students who were originally at the top of the class approached Eom Jongsik's wife to find out the secret. And, this time, my husband brought peanuts from the tower, and they are incredibly effective. Ho ho ho. As Eom Jongsik's wife talked about the magical peanuts, the news quickly spread through mom cafes and the educational district, and the wives of hunters with children who were students taking exams pushed their husbands after hearing about it. That's why here, the hunters were desperately shouting for magical peanuts. Magical peanuts? What's that? When hunters who had not yet received information about the magical peanuts were confused. Pooh-hoo-hut. I've brought the magical peanuts, meow. Theo chuckled and took out the magical peanuts from his bag. The ones he had given to Eom Jongsik last time were all for today's sake. He didn't know they would be this enthusiastic. Show them to the other humans, meow. Theo, to further attract interest in the magical peanuts, showed them to other hunters as well. It's a sellout, meow. Thanks to that, today's auction was also very successful. From now on, Bill will auction the power potatoes, and Jeff will sell the agility carrots, meow. Theo introduced Bill and Jeff to the hunters and then headed back up to the 99th floor of the tower. Pooh-hoo-hut. Wait for me, Chairman Park, meow. On his way back, Theo's steps were light as a feather. Let's get back to work, shall we? After having lunch and taking a short nap with Quenji, Sejun headed to the green onion field. Today, he planned to cut the leaves of the sturdy blade green onions, not the ordinary ones. He was curious to see if the leaves of the sturdy blade green onions, when cut with the sickle of freshness, would last longer. Hee. Now I can cut them too. Sejun confidently swung his sickle upon arriving at the sturdy blade green onion field. Swoosh! The sturdy blade green onions were easily sliced in one cut. In the past, Quenji or Theo had to do the cutting, but Sejun was no longer the weakling of the past. Now, with a strength over 100, Sejun could easily cut the sturdy blade green onions himself. Moreover, as his stamina increased, his talent, sturdiness, allowed him to ignore weak damage, so he could grab the sturdy blade green onions with his bare hands without getting hurt. As Sejun was busily cutting the leaves of the sturdy blade green onions, Chairman Park. I have returned, meow. Theo, having finished the auction, launched himself at Sejun's face. Plop. Vice Chairman Theo, you're here? Tui. But could you move aside? Sejun, with Theo's fur in his mouth, spat out the fur as he spoke. Pooh-hoo-hut. All right, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo climbed down from his face and hugged his knees tightly, rubbing his face against them. I missed you, meow. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I have a gift for you, meow. A gift? That's right, meow. Thud. After exchanging enough greetings with Sejun's knees, Theo pulled out a giant rock out of his bag. What's this? As Sejun was about to examine the rock, flash! The rock suddenly levitated on its own and flew away. Who? Meow? Catch it, meow. Theo hurriedly chased after the rock, his gift that was trying to escape. Stop right there, meow. While Theo was chasing the rock, thump! The rock fell downwards. It landed on the fragment of the divine stone in front of Sejun's house. Pooh hut. Caught it, meow. Now you can't escape, meow. Theo stood on top of the rock, his full legs firmly planted on it. Then, flash! A strong light exploded from the rock, and Theo was flung off into the air. Theo! Sejun, who was following behind, leaped forward and caught Theo's body in mid-air. Swoosh! They slid on the ground, but due to the effect of talent, sturdiness, they were not hurt. Vice Chairman Theo, are you all right? Sejun quickly got up and checked on Theo. Meow. I'm fine, meow. More importantly, what happened to my gift, meow? Fortunately, Theo was unharmed. Having regained his senses, he hurriedly looked for the rock. And, meow? They've merged, meow? Ah. They have. Sejun and Theo discovered that the fragment of the divine stone and the rock Theo brought had fused together, appearing as if they were originally one stone tablet with no visible seam. Why would it combine? As Sejun reached out to touch the stone tablet, flash! The stone tablet flashed again. This time, it wasn't the whole stone tablet that shone with light, but only the front. And, first commandment, only the tower farmer can prevent the destruction. As the light faded, there were letters engraved on the front of the stone tablet. Chapter 2:14, What's in the Sky? T.L. Hangak, Vice Chairman Theo, what does this say? Since the characters inscribed on the stone tablet were unreadable to Sejun, he asked Theo for help. I don't know either, meow. Let's ask Sister Eileen, meow. Right. Eileen, please read this for us. The two who had suddenly become illiterate asked Eileen for help. And then, the tower's administrator asks you to wait a moment. Eileen translated the characters on the stone tablet and informed them. What? Only the tower farmer can prevent the destruction. Sejun was startled by Eileen's words. Me? Am I supposed to fight the Apostle of Destruction? No, they should at least give a proper combat skill before telling to fight. This isn't right. Right. It said, can prevent a destruction, not a will win. It doesn't necessarily mean I have to fight directly. Sejun, who was terrible at combat, naturally thought of ways to avoid fighting, believing that he could prevent destruction through means other than combat, fitting for his job as a tower farmer. Then, thump thump. Krueng. Krueng. What's happening? Are you okay, Dad? Quenji, who noticed an explosion of light from afar and had rushed over, arrived. It's nothing serious. You came because you were worried about me? Krueng. Yes, that's right. Quenji answered, hugging Sejun's leg tightly. He. Cute. Sejun stroked Quenji, who had rushed over out of concern for him. And then, but what is this rock, and why does it have something like this written on it? Sejun, curious, placed his hand on the rock. Creator God's tablet. This is one of the 10 tablets left by the Creator God. The divine power of the Creator God, which benefits the surroundings, flows from it. The more tablets you collect, the stronger the divine power of the Creator God becomes. Grade, unmeasurable. Who? The Creator God's tablet? Sejun was puzzled as he examined the stone. Its name had changed from fragment of the divine stone to Creator God's tablet. But who is the Creator God? Eileen, do you know who the Creator God is? Sejun, who had become curious, asked Eileen, and she started to enthusiastically explain, showing off her knowledge. 3 hours later, the tower's administrator says your eyes look glazed over. The tower's administrator asks if you are listening properly. Oh. Yes, I was listening. So, the Creator God made the tower 3,000 years ago and then disappeared, right? Sejun hastily replied. The tower's administrator is glad you are listening properly. The tower's administrator says it's all important, so listen carefully. Yes, phew. That was close. Sejun inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly averted a crisis. It wasn't that Eileen's story was boring, but Sejun was getting exhausted as Eileen, full of enthusiasm, started from the very beginning of the Creator God's myth. His concentration was reaching its limits. As Sejun was half listening, drifting in and out, the tower's administrator says that with this much knowledge, you won't be disregarded anywhere for not knowing about the creator god. Eileen's explanation had come to an end. Yes. Thank you. Sejun's eyes regained their spark with the conclusion of Eileen's words. Then, grumble, rumble, the belly alarm of Quenji, clinging to Sejun's leg, went off. Hungry after a brief rest, Quenji was waiting for Sejun. Quenji, eat this. He gave Quenji 10 giant peanuts created with his skill and headed towards the cooking area. And then, guys, let's have dinner. Sejun called the animals to eat dinner and ended the day with dinner. In the administrator's area. Hey. Grandfather. Eileen, who had explained about the creator god to Sejun, hurriedly called for Kaiser. She was eager to boast to him that Sejun was the one who could prevent destruction. Cake, my granddaughter, did you miss your grandpa? At Eileen's call, the black dragon statue began to move. Kaiser had been preoccupied with external affairs and had not been using the black dragon statue. Grandpa, Sejun is said to be the one who will prevent the destruction. What? What do you mean? How can that weakling prevent destruction? I'd believe it if Quenji were to prevent it. Kaiser shook his head in disbelief at Eileen's words. Really? Look here. Ignored by Kaiser, a frustrated Eileen showed him the creator god's tablet through the crystal orb. Who? What's this? Kaiser was surprised by the writing on the tablet. Right. Our Sejun is going to stop the destruction, Eileen said with a proud expression. It says Tower Farmer, not Sejun specifically. Kaiser quietly kept the words he wanted to say to himself. Kihihi. This isn't the time. I need to finish the gift for Sejun quickly. Eileen went to engrave magic on the fragment of Kaira's dragon heart, which was to be Sejun's gift. And then, strange. Left alone, Kaiser found it odd that the creator god's tablet was unsealed without any damage. When the seal was lifted, the aura of the creator god should have flowed out. But the 99th floor of the tower was perfectly intact and peaceful. There was something he didn't know. The next morning, Sejun woke up from sleep, opening his eyes. Meow. First, he gently picked up Theo, who was sleeping on his knees, and get up, then placed Theo back on his knee. And then, swoosh! He marked the date on the bedroom wall, beginning the 337th day since being stranded. When Sejun came out, there was a signpost that hadn't been there the day before, erected in front of the tablet. Last night, Sejun had Theo translate the writing on the tablet into a language everyone could read and put it on the signpost. Today, I feel like eating bixiolji. Sejun went to the kitchen and put coins into the wealth-devouring rice dough relics to get rice flour. After receiving the flour, he placed it into a steamer. As he waited for the rice cake, Krueng. Good morning, Dad. Quenji came to the kitchen to greet Sejun. Seeing Sejun was already preparing breakfast, Quenji was quite docile today. Yep. Did you sleep well, Quenji? Krueng. Quenji slept really well. Quenji answered, naturally climbing onto Sejun's lap. Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun stroked Theo and Quenji lying on his knees, waiting for the rice cakes to be done. After a while, guys, let's eat. When the rice cakes were ready, Sejun called the other animals to eat breakfast. After all the animals had eaten their breakfast and the dishes were done, just gather around for a moment. I have an important announcement. Sejun had all the workers of the 99th floor gather in front of the tablet. And then, take a look here. He had them read the writing on the sign in front of the tablet. He. See? I am the hero who will save the world from destruction. Sejun, who had no intention of fighting himself but wanted to boast, spoke to the animals with his arms crossed and a smug expression. Pooh hut. See, meow? I am the right hand of Chairman Park, who will save the world, meow. He. Krueng? Krueng. He. See? Quenji is Dad's bodyguard who will save the world. Following Sejun, Theo and Quenji stood to his left and right, arrogantly showing off their grandeur with their arms crossed. Let's head down now. After the bragging, Sejun prepared to go down the tower with Theo and Quenji to remove the kudzu that had likely regrown on the 85th floor in the past few days. Though the stems were burnt, the roots were still alive, and the kudzu had not completely disappeared. It was necessary to go down periodically and remove the kudzu. So Sejun went down to the 85th floor to burn the kudzu. But, there was no need. On the 85th floor, black minotaurs were not only devouring the growing kudzu vines, but were also digging up and eating the roots. We can go back now. After checking the state of the tangerine tree, Sejun was about to return to the 99th floor when he casually asked the Minotaur King to eat all the kudzu on the 85th floor and chatted about various things. During the conversation, Imu, right. I found this on the 98th floor. The Minotaur King handed over a light green fruit he had found on the 98th floor of the tower. It was a fruit with a rough, net-like pattern on the outside. Ooh? Isn't this a melon? Sejun recognized the fruit immediately. Imu, this is incredibly delicious. As Sejun recognized the melon, the excited Minotaur King snorted and replied. So, Sejun quickly changed his mind about returning to the 99th floor of the tower and switched his next destination to the 98th floor. It seemed like a good opportunity to check with the monsters living on the lower floors if there was any difference between floors. Then, Krueng, Quenji found something for Dad. You have to eat it. Quenji, who had been out of sight for a while, held out a golden kudzu root to Sejun. And, gulp. He chewed and swallowed the kudzu root right away. You have consumed the kudzu root of life. Your stamina has increased by 50. You have consumed a bitter medicine. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina activates due to its bitterness. Your stamina has increased by 3. So this is the bitterness of a 3. Sejun made a bitter face as he read the message. Still, thanks to Quenji's enthusiasm, Sejun's stamina was almost reaching 300. Guys, go inside the void storage. Got it, meow. Krueng. Got it. Sejun put Theo and Quenji into the void storage and unfolded the land deed for the 98th floor of the tower. Creak. The white dragon statue, which hadn't moved on the roof of Sejun's house, began to move. Ah. I want a drink. Kellyan, tired from a lot of work to move the tower and settling it in place in the world, looked for alcohol first. Then, who? Kellyan discovered the Creator God's tablet in front of Sejun's house. Only the tower farmer can prevent destruction. Kellyan was thrilled by the words on the tablet. Of course, my grandson. That meant Arjux was the one who would prevent destruction. But then, he remembered something. But what happens if he's become Sejun's slave for 100 years? Kellyan was momentarily confused, but then, to prevent destruction, we need someone like our Arjux. Sejun is, well, he lightly dismissed Sejun as a candidate for preventing destruction. And, Kaiser. Let's drink. Where are you? He began calling for Kaiser, his drinking buddy. You have arrived at the 98th floor farm of the Black Tower. You have moved from the highest floor, the 99th floor, to the 98th floor. You have descended 1 floor. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats increase by 1. Wow! As he arrived at the 98th floor, there were delicious-looking melons hanging all around. The Minotaur King had cleaned up the area well, so there were no monsters lurking around as expected. Come out, guys. Sejun called Theo and Quenji from the void storage. Got it, meow, swoosh. As always, only Theo ran out to Sejun's call. Quenji was busily filling up his snack pouch. Snap! Theo clung to Sejun's leg. Sejun left the void storage open for Quenji, who was filling up his snack pouch, and began harvesting melons from the melon trees. He. Delicious. Of course, he tasted the melons in between. Then, Krueng. It smells delicious. Quenji, who had come out after filling up his snack pouch, rushed to Sejun after smelling the sweet scent of melons and opened his mouth wide to receive some. Here you go. Tasty, isn't it? Sejun said as he fed the melon into Quenji's mouth. It was definitely a flavor that would make one dance with joy. But Quenji's mouth did not close. Kuong. Quenji looked up at the sky with a dazed expression. Quenji, what's wrong? What's in the sky? Sensing something odd, Sejun followed Quenji's gaze and looked up at the sky. And, who? What's that? Sejun discovered a gigantic tree root floating in the sky. Chapter 215, Becoming an A-Class Tower Farmer. TL, Hangak. As usual, Flamey spread its roots in all directions in the Sea of Dimensions to find the deep-sea monsters and apostles of destruction. He. Found you. Flamey, having found its prey, happily strangled the enemy with its roots. Yay! It's an apostle of destruction. He. I got 5 coins. Flamey was overjoyed as it collected the coins dropped by the defeated apostle of destruction. But there was one problem. How do I give these coins to Master? Flamey began to ponder how to deliver the coins to Sejun without revealing its size, which was much harder than capturing the apostle of destruction. Just then, who? Master. Flamey felt Sejun's gaze upon its roots. Heeing. I'm embarrassed to show my roots to the master. Flamey, wanting to only show its cute side to Sejun, hurriedly moved the roots on the 98th floor. However, since it had already rooted itself, it took time to retract them. That's it. I should throw the coins towards where master is now. Thinking it was an opportunity to deliver the coins to Sejun, Flamey threw the coins towards where Sejun was while moving its roots. Coins fell from the sky. It was very odd, but perfect. That was very natural. Flamey was very satisfied. Why is Flamey here? Quenji, who was waiting to be fed a melon by Sejun, was startled to see Flamey's roots piercing through the sky. Though each floor was dimensionally separate, if roots were in the sky of the 98th floor, they must have come from the 99th floor. Clearly, they were Flamey's roots. Thinking that way, it was clearly Flamey's roots. Does Flamey have a plan, or not? How do I hide this from Dad? While Quenji was panicking. Who? What's that? Sejun also discovered Flamey's roots. The giant roots with small offshoots seemed to be grasping the sky. Why are there tree roots up there? Vice Chairman Theo, do you know what this is? Fortunately, Sejun didn't associate the roots in the sky with Flamey. Meow? Reacting to Sejun's words, Theo looked up at the sky belatedly. Why is the second here, meow? Theo was greatly startled upon seeing Flamey as well. However, as the eldest, Theo wanted to protect the second secret. Chairman Park. That is something floating in the sky. So, Theo tried to come up with an excuse to get out of the situation when, crunch, crunch, clang, Flamey's roots moved and coins fell near Sejun. Second, what are you trying to do, meow? Theo internally screamed at Flamey. The root-throwing coins from the sky looked too suspicious, meow. Who? These are coins? Sejun picked up the coins thrown by Flamey. But why would it spit these out? Just as Theo, Sejun found it strange, but his focus was slightly off. Flamey threw them, but Sejun thought it had spat them out. And then, is this like a plant that eats bugs? Sejun mistook Flamey's roots for a carnivorous plant. Flamey inadvertently transformed from an apple tree to a carnivorous plant. It ate the apostle of destruction and couldn't digest these coins, so it spat them out. That's it, meow. That's what I was about to say, meow. When Sejun misconstrued on his own, Theo hurriedly agreed, implying that Sejun's thought was correct and, Krueng, Daddy Quenji wants more of this. Quenji kept asking for more melon with his mouth open, keeping Sejun from paying any more attention to Flamey's roots. Thanks to this, Sejun focused solely on harvesting melons. While Sejun was busy harvesting melons for a few hours, you have been recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the melon tree farm on the 98th floor. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is now activated. Recognized as the owner of the land deed. Farm information. He checked the activated farm information. Farm information LV Max. Size, 16,529 square meters. Crops, 130 melon trees. Workers, 1. Landowner. Special notes, none. The farm was very ordinary. While Sejun was checking the farm information, Poohoo Hut. As expected, Chairman Park is easy to deceive, meow. Krueng. It's because Quenji distracted Dad. Theo and Quenji both thought that they were responsible for preventing Flamey's size from being discovered. Let's go back now. After finishing the melon harvest, Sejun called for Theo and Quenji. Understood, meow. Krueng. Understood. When Sejun, along with the two, reached the waypoint on the 98th floor, boss of the 98th floor, Black Eagle Redding, a giant 5 m tall Black Eagle humanoid appeared. Welcome. Lord Sejun. Redding, who had been thoroughly mentally trained by the Minotaur King, was about to block Sejun but, seeing the black dragon tattoo on Sejun's left arm, hurriedly bowed his head at a 90-degree angle to greet him. Yes. Nice to see you. The 98th floor waypoint has been saved. Loading waypoints from other saved floors. Saved waypoints from other floors, 6, 99th floor, 85th floor, 83rd floor. Thanks to this, Sejun easily registered the waypoint and returned to the 99th floor. On the 23rd floor of the Blue Tower. Kakak. Found it. A man with green scales covering his body stepped onto a giant floating land in the sky and spoke. And then, thud. Thud. As if it were the most natural thing, the man began to walk through the wasteland towards the center of the land. How long had he walked? A bright white building appeared in the distance. It was the place where Sejun had seen Emila's garden before. As the man approached the garden, SSSSSSH. The crops around the man turned to ash and the land began to turn into a wasteland. The garden's area started to shrink little by little. When the area of the garden had halved in size, "Is this as far as it goes?" Along with the man's words, Emila's garden expelled the man and moved to a different location. Krueng! Krueng! We're home. Quenji will go check the herbs. As soon as they arrived at the farm on the 99th floor, Quenji ran towards the western forest to inspect the herbs. And then, "Shall we take a nap?" "Good idea, meow. But first, I'll eat some churu and then sleep, meow." "Okay." Sejun, intending to nap, headed home with Theo. Just then, an emergency job quest has arisen. Quest: Emila's garden has suffered significant damage and needs to be restored. Create a new variety today and restore the garden with the power of creation. Reward: a large amount of job experience points. Suddenly, a quest appeared. Who? Create a new variety within today? Although it was sudden, the lure of a large amount of job experience points was tempting. Sejun, whose tower farmer rank had been stagnating AB, found it an irresistible offer. Chairman Park, what's wrong, meow? Don't tell me, meow. Are we out of churu, meow? Feeling something was off as Sejun stopped, Theo asked. No. It's not that. A quest just came up, so I don't think I can sleep. That's fine, meow. Because Chairman Park has 2 hands, meow. In other words, Theo didn't care about Sejun's situation and just wanted to eat churu and then sleep, fed by Sejun. Swoosh! You have harvested 6 magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV07 has slightly increased. Due to the cold effect imbued in the sickle of freshness, the expiration date of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 300 experience points. Here, chomp, chomp, chomp. Having no choice, Sejun fed Theo churu with his left hand while harvesting the magical cherry tomatoes with the sickle of freshness in his right. After a while, Gororong. After enjoying the churu, Theo comfortably snuggled up on Sejun's lap and fell asleep, while Sejun continued to harvest, hoping for a new variety to appear. All cherry tomatoes are harvested now. Time to move to the sweet potato field. Having harvested all the cherry tomatoes, Sejun moved to the sweet potato field. And then, land moving. Using Mila's hoe, he harvested sweet potatoes. You have harvested 500 power sweet potatoes. Your job experience points have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV.7 has slightly increased. You have gained 25,000 experience points. This field is done too. Sejun finished harvesting the sweet potato field and quickly moved on to harvest the potato field, carrot field, peanut field, and green onion field in succession. With about an hour left before the day end, I guess I can't complete the quest. Having harvested nearly hundreds of thousands of crops, Sejun was about to give up on the quest. There were simply no more crops left to harvest in the farm. At that moment, squeak! The father rabbit pointed to the radish field, calling Sejun's attention. There, 5 radishes that had not been harvested remained. Oh! There were still some radishes left. Sejun hurried to the radish field and, swoosh! He pulled out a radish. You have harvested a stamina radish. The first radish was a dud. Swoosh! Swoosh! The second and third radishes were duds as well. Now, only 2 radishes were left. Vice Chairman Theo, which one should I pick first? Sejun, becoming more cautious, asked Theo. Meow. Responding to Sejun's question, Theo brought his front paw towards the radishes, feeling if there was any attraction. But, Chairman Park, there's no attraction, meow. Theo did not feel any attraction. Okay, Sejun, who wasn't expecting much to begin with, decided to pick the left radish. Just then, but strangely, my whiskers are drawn to this right radish, meow, Theo mentioned, noticing his whiskers pointing towards the radish on the right. Really? With a flicker of hope, Sejun trusted Theo's words and, swoosh! He pulled out the right radish. You have acquired a radish of strong lower body. Your job experience points have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV.7 has slightly increased. You have gained 50 experience points. Who? Radish of strong lower body? You have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. Your exclusive cultivation rights for the new variety are recognized in the tower. Without your permission, the radish of strong lower body cannot be cultivated. Your job experience points have greatly increased. All stats increase by 10 due to your job trait. A message appeared that the new variety Sejun had been waiting for had been born. Vice Chairman Theo, well done, Pooh-hoo hut. I knew it would all work out, meow. Chairman Park, you can always count on me, meow. Theo, inflated with pride, earnestly showed off in response to Sejun's praise. Pooh-hoo hut. I helped Chairman Park today too, meow. Theo, feeling proud of having helped Sejun, contentedly rubbed his face on Sejun's knee. While Sejun was entertaining Theo's smugness, you have created a new variety within the time limit. You have earned a large amount of job experience points as a quest completion reward. Your job experience points have greatly increased. Your job experience points have been filled. Your rank as Tower Farmer, B, has increased. You have become a Tower Farmer, A. Your job rank has increased and your job traits have been enhanced. Finally, Sejun became an A-class Tower Farmer. Great! Sejun read the message about his rank increase with a proud expression again and again when, suddenly, flash! A golden light exploded from Sejun's straw hat. And, relic, St. Patrick's straw hat recognizes the wearer's job rank increase. Tower Farmer, A, recognized. Relic, St. Patrick's straw hat restrictions are completely lifted. St. Patrick's straw hat revealed its true form. Chapter 2:16, It's useless to me. TL, Hangak, the restrictions have been lifted? Sejun took off his straw hat to look into it more closely. There seemed to be no change in its appearance, so he immediately checked the options of the straw hat. Earth God St. Patrick's straw hat. This is a divine item brought to the earth by Patrick, the earth god who pitied the starving ones on the earth and descended to the earth to act as a saint. While wearing the straw hat, the talent, favored by the earth, is awakened. Your power increases as you bestow Earth's mercy. Usage restriction, must have a farming-related job, strength 300 or more. Creator, Earth God St. Patrick. Grade? Ha? The name has? The item's name had changed. Moreover, the straw hat, which had been of relic grade, had been upgraded to a divine item. St. Patrick was actually the Earth God himself. The talent only awakens while wearing it. Interesting. Sejun read the item description. This kind of item was new to him. Then, Sejun continued to read the next line. Earth's mercy? A few thoughts came to mind immediately after reading this. Let's test this later. As Sejun continued to read the item's description. Strength over 300? He was slightly startled by the usage restriction that required over 300 strength. However, having just created a new variety, all his stats had increased by 10 due to his job characteristics. Unfortunately, Sejun's strength was now 307, so there was no problem in wearing the straw hat. But what is this grade? Sejun wondered about the next to the grade after reading the last line. It was a grade he had never seen before. He didn't think that the star would be lower than SSS grade. So, it must be the grade after SSS. Chuck! Having finished checking, Sejun put the straw hat back on. You have worn Earth God St. Patrick's straw hat. Talent, favored by the earth, has awakened. Having confirmed the message that the talent had awakened, Sejun checked the talent window in the status window. Talents, beyond mediocre, friend of nature, myriad landlord, enhanced magic circuit, friend of fire, sturdiness, sturdy vitality, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina, favored by the earth. Talent, the favored by the earth was indicated in parentheses, likely because it was only activated when wearing Earth God St. Patrick's straw hat. Talent, the favored by the earth. It's a talent for receiving the earth's love while having the highest affinity with the earth. The earth moves favorably for you. Moves favorably, Arth. Sejun yawned while reading the description. It wasn't that his body was tired, but he felt mentally fatigued. Moreover, he would usually be sleeping at this time, so his body, accustomed to the habit, was signaling that it was time to sleep. I should sleep, meow. Let's sleep quickly, meow. Theo, who had been dozing off clinging to Sejun's knee, urged him to sleep quickly. All right. Sejun hurried to the tap to shower, wash his clothes, and then quickly dried them with a flick of his fingers, creating fire. Thump. Ah, this is nice. After a refreshing shower and putting on dry clothes, Sejun lay in bed and chuckled at the sensation of his bare skin brushing against the blanket. What happened to Patrick? Before falling asleep, Sejun wondered about what had become of Patrick, the earth god who descended to earth for the starving people. But Sejun's thoughts didn't continue. ZZZZZZ. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell asleep. ZZZZZZ. Gororong. The sounds of Sejun and Theo's snoring layered upon each other in the bedroom. The next morning. Arg. After a good night's sleep, Sejun sat up. And then, Gororong. Kaiwarorong. The sounds of two different snorings could be heard. Did Iona come? Iona, who must have arrived at dawn, was wrapped in Theo's tail, sleeping. Meow. Sejun lifted Theo's body onto his knee and marked the date on the wall. The 338th day had begun. First, I need to check the radishes harvested yesterday. He had fallen asleep yesterday without checking the options of the new radish variety. Is this it? Sejun picked up a thick radish that resembled a calf. Radish of strong lower body, a radish grown within the tower, rich in nutrients and delicious to eat. Upon consumption, it activates lower body muscles, promoting the growth of leg muscles. Consumption increases reproductive capabilities. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 120 days. Grade, B. As its name suggested, it literally had the effect of strengthening the lower body. It seemed like something people who disliked leg exercises would appreciate. But what's this? Sejun frowned upon seeing the second ability benefit from consumption. For some reason, it made him angry. But why am I getting angry? As Sejun pondered, squeak, beep. Father Rabbit and the male rabbits approached, wanting to reserve the next harvest of the radish of strong lower body. That's why. Sejun realized why he was feeling angry. It's useless to me. No. Absolutely not. Being petty to the rabbits, Sejun replanted the radish of strong lower body into the ground. He had to wait for the radish to bloom to harvest seeds. After planting the radish, Sejun went to the kitchen to make breakfast. The menu was locust meat and potato soup. Guys, let's eat breakfast. Once the potato soup was ready, Sejun called the animals to eat together. After breakfast, Krueng. Quenji will go take care of the herbs. Okay, see you later. Recently engrossed in tending herbs, Quenji strapped on a snack pouch filled by Sejun and ran towards the western forest. I should get to work too. After seeing Quenji off, Sejun went to the empty field to figure out how to bestow the Earth's mercy. This must be Earth's mercy, right? Land moving. Thud. Thinking that planting seeds was an act of mercy bestowed by the Earth, Sejun used Mila's hoe to plant corn seeds. The Earth moves favorably for you. The magic power consumption for land moving is reduced by half. You have planted 500 stamina corns. Your job experience has increased slightly. Stamina corns can hear the farmer's footsteps, enhancing the effect of magic seed sowing LV7. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV7, the growth speed of the stamina corns doubles for the next 24 hours. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV7 has slightly increased. No message about bestowing the Earth's mercy appeared. Instead, the Earth moved favorably, halving the magic power consumption he needed for land moving skill. Good. Sejun was then able to quickly plant 100,000 corn seeds by planting them in batches of 1,000. After planting the corn, Sejun tried various methods to figure out how to bestow the Earth's mercy, but all attempts failed. What on earth is the Earth's mercy? As Sejun was getting exhausted from continuous failures, Krueng. Dad, Quenji is back. Quenji has brought something good. Quenji came running, holding a kudzu root. Krueng. Eat it right away. Quenji handed over the kudzu root, urging him to eat quickly. Okay, thanks. Crunch, crunch. As soon as he received the kudzu root, Sejun chewed it thoroughly. Gulp. It was bitter, but Sejun swallowed it, enduring the taste, as Quenji, who had grown the root for him, watched him with shiny eyes. You have consumed the kudzu root of life. Stamina potential has increased by 20. You have consumed a bitter medicine. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina is activated. Stamina increases by 3. So that's why it was bitter. Seeing his stamina increase by 3, Sejun quickly opened the void storage to take out honey jelly. 2 for Dad, 2 handfuls for Quenji. Sejun put 2 pieces of honey jelly in his mouth and then handed 2 handfuls to Quenji. And then, shall I try giving fertilizer to the Earth this time? Sejun fell into contemplation again, trying to figure out what the Earth's mercy was. Q he he. Krueng. Krueng. He he he. Quenji knows. Give Dad more bitter things to get more honey jelly. Unbeknownst to Sejun, Quenji had started to form a strange misunderstanding. Okay. Okay. After lunch, the monkeys called Sejun. It was to inform him of the completion of the Samyangju. Samyangju is finished. Okay. In response to Sejun's question, the monkeys vigorously nodded their heads and led him to the brewery. Upon arriving at the brewery, wow, the fresh scent like that of flowers and a profound aroma filled the brewery. And on the table, there were about 100 bottles of Samyangju already poured into bottles. It seemed that the scent of Samyangju had spread while it was being transferred into bottles. Gulp. Just smelling it made Sejun imagine the taste, causing him to involuntarily swallow saliva. He he he. I should hold a tasting session with Kaiser and Kellyan. Sejun imagined what he would receive in exchange for the samyangju and headed towards the fountain where the two dragons were. Ah! Excellent! As expected, the liquor made by Sejun is the best. Above the fountain, Kaiser and Kellyan heartily praised the soju made by Sejun as they enjoyed drinking it. Then, coo! Suddenly, Kellyan downed the soju in one shot and began to refill his glass. Wait! Kellyan, what are you doing? Kaiser stopped Kellyan. What? Of course, the last shot is mine. It's my liquor. What are you talking about? There are exactly 8 shots in one bottle. We have to drink for each, fairly. By the way, I've had only 3 shots. Where does it say that? Are you going to be petty like this? Both became very sensitive over the last remaining liquor and started to emit energy without realizing it. Crack! Because of this, the tower supporting the fountain shook. Yuke! Sejun, who was climbing up to the fountain, fell from the tower. Huh? What's that sound? The two dragons hurriedly looked toward where the noise came from. Ah! Thump! Sejun landed safely on the ground with a superhero pose. With his increased strength, such a fall was no longer dangerous for Sejun. Safe! Sejun was pleased that he hadn't been hurt. However, Poohoo-hut! That landing is still lacking, meow. You still have a long way to go, meow. It's because I fell suddenly. I can usually do better. Sejun, irked by Theo's lukewarm evaluation, was busily making excuses, saying this wasn't his true skill. Sejun, you've gotten a lot stronger. I thought you would have been hurt. Kaiser and Kellyan flew over and marveled at Sejun, who was perfectly fine. Sejun was like a sunfish that even something like this could surprise the dragons. But, what were you doing climbing up for? Kaiser asked Sejun. I've completed a new liquor, so I thought you'd like to try it. What? A new liquor? Let's go! Excited by the mention of new liquor, the two dragons were eager. They were feeling disappointed since they were running low on alcohol anyway, so they moved to the brewery. Here! Have a drink each first. Sejun poured samyangju respectfully into the dragons' cups, and the two dragon statues swallowed their cups and sent the cups filled with samyangju to their true bodies. He. What will they give me in return? Sejun smiled, looking forward to the dragon's response. At the black dragon's lair. What's this scent? Kaiser grabbed the cup filled with samyangju. Gulp! As soon as Kaiser smelled the samyangju, he swallowed the liquor without a second thought. And then, Kaiser felt his mind clear up, as if things obscured by fog had disappeared. It's gone. At the same time, Kaiser realized that something had truly disappeared. Lately, Kaiser had been expending a tremendous amount of mental strength resisting a force that was trying to hinder his thoughts of fighting destruction to save the world. That force had disappeared now. This liquor has such an effect. Koo-ha-ha-ha. Can't help it. I need to keep drinking. Having found a justification for drinking, Kaiser laughed heartily and savored the taste. Chapter 217, It's Not Ugly. TL, Hanguk. Chairman Park, you should change your claws to dragon claws like me, meow. Swoosh. As Sejun pondered what to get from the dragons in exchange for samyangju, Theo proudly showed off his dragon claws and spoke. No, I can't. I can't retract my claws like Vice Chairman Theo does. Sejun feared that he might accidentally scratch an itch while half asleep with dragon claws, he might bleed to death and never wake up. Meow. Why can't Chairman Park retract his claws, meow? Theo, who had hoped Sejun would get dragon claws like his, was disappointed as he retracted and extended his own claws. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sejun silently stroked Theo's head to comfort him. Then, Chairman Park, I prefer you to stroke here, not my head, meow. Stroke here, meow. Theo boldly laid on his back, exposing his belly, seizing the perfect moment to be pampered by Chairman Park. He didn't miss his chance. All right. Unaware of Theo's intentions, Sejun stroked his pink belly. A while later, Chairman Park, I'm hungry, meow. I want churu, meow. Having his belly stroked made Theo hungry, so he asked for a churu. All right. Clank. Sejun took out a glass jar containing churu from the void storage and spooned some homemade churu in front of Theo. Slurp. 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 Poohoo-hut. As expected, the churu made with Chairman Park's sincerity tastes the best, meow. While Theo enjoyed the homemade churu, a job quest has occurred. Quest, dragons are gradually going insane due to the power of destruction, unknowingly. Provide 30,000 bottles of samyangju to each dragon tribe within 100 days to delay the deterioration of their minds. Brown dragon, 0 bottles. Black dragon, 0 bottles. Green dragon, 0 bottles. Reward, a large amount of job experience, 100 to all stat potentials. The 10th Tower's trial. 99 completed bottles of samyangju will be distributed among the tower administrators, 11 bottles each. Along with the quest notification, the 99 bottles of samyangju in front of Sejun disappeared, leaving only one bottle he had just poured. What? This can't be happening. That's my alcohol. Who's taking them? You need to pay a price to take it. Sejun was furious at whoever took his samyangju without permission, but there was no way to know exactly who issued the quest, so he could only grin and bear it. Then, slurp. 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 Chairman Park. Your face is red, it's ugly, meow. Theo, who was eating churu, suddenly stood up on his front paws and pointed at Sejun's angry face. It's not ugly, Pooh Hut. Don't worry, meow. I will take care of it, meow. Despite Sejun's denial, Theo, having made up his mind, insistently kneaded Sejun's face with his front paws, leaving Sejun speechless. Press. Press. He just gave in to Theo's paws, walked out of the brewery to cool down and calm his anger. In the White Tower's management area. Ah, that's good. Huh? It's gone? Kellyan, marveling at the samyang given by Sejun, felt something vanish from his mind. His head felt crystal clear. Then, huh? Samyangju? Ensure all dragons drink a glass of the received samyangju. 11 bottles of samyangju appeared in front of Kellyan along with an alert in the crystal ball. Kellyan had already wanted the other white dragons to drink samyangju. Only those over 50,000 years old, assemble. Kellyan first called over the core white dragons of the White Tower, those over 50,000 years old. And, just drink one glass each. If you get caught lining up again, know that you will die. He started pouring the drink while threatening the dragons. Just one glass. Not a drop more. Kellyan poured the drinks very precisely, hoping to save some for himself. In the Black Dragon's territory, I should ask Sejun for more, as Kaiser was about to move the dragon statue to get more alcohol for himself and to share with the other dragons. Wung. A portal began to open in front of Kaiser. And, Grandpa, Dad, I'm here. Eileen came through the portal herself, carrying 11 bottles of samyangju. Oh. My granddaughter, did you receive this from Sejun? That's great. I needed it. Just a moment, huh? Why, it's not for free. Eileen stretched out her hand, stopping Kaiser from reaching for the samyangju. Give and take. Phew. After calming down a bit from Theo's massage, Sejun decided to check the quest rewards, hoping they would be good. But, what is the trial of the 10th tower? Was there a 10th tower? Sejun's expression soured again as he saw the last reward. A trial as a reward? Are they out of their minds? Sejun felt his anger rising again toward the being that issued him this quest. Chairman Park's face is turning red and ugly again, meow. It's not ugly, Pooh Hut, don't worry, meow. I will fix your face to look normal, meow. Ignoring Sejun's words, Theo continued to knead Sejun's face with his front paw. Then, Krueng. Quenji will also help massage Daddy's ugly face. Quenji, who had woken up from his nap after lunch, approached energetically. No, Daddy's face isn't ugly. Right? Vice Chairman Theo? Sejun, whose face had turned pale, quickly signaled for help to Theo as Quenji could accidentally use too much strength, which could be dangerous. However, no, meow. Chairman Park's face is now turning blue and still ugly now, meow. Theo, burning with a sense of mission to fix Sejun's face, ignored Sejun's call for help. Krueng. Krueng. Lie down here, Daddy. You have to stay still, or you might get hurt. Eventually, due to Theo's non-cooperation, Sejun was dragged by Quenji and ended up lying between Quenji's legs, his face being held. And, arg. Ah. Sejun's screams continued as he received a massage from Theo and Quenji's front paws. A while later, it's refreshing than I thought, huh? Has the swelling gone down? I look a bit slimmer. Sejun admired the effect of the massage as he checked his face in the bronze mirror. Of course, he had no desire to receive it again. Then, let's go make some alcohol. Sejun, whose face was back to normal, went back to the brewery. As the massage from Theo and Quenji calmed his anger, Sejun began to see the reality that had been obscured by his rage. The dragons' minds were deteriorating. In other words, they were becoming mad dragons, weren't they? Upon reflection, it was a very serious situation. The image of mad dragons firing breath attacks without distinguishing between friend or foe. It was terrifying even to imagine. And then, the tower's administrator says to trust her as she will never give your alcohol for free. There was the reliable support of Eileen. At the very least, it seemed that he could receive payment from the black dragons for the samyangju. Right. From today, we only make samyangju. Are you guys ready? Okay. Okay. The monkeys responded energetically to Sejun's words. Good. Let's start. Sejun added tower coins to the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough to get rice flour. Swish. As 2 kilograms of rice flour filled each jar. Okay. Okay. The monkeys poured hot water into the jar and stirred, making the base liquor. Meanwhile, Sejun filled the remaining empty jars with rice flour, followed by pouring hot water and stirring the flour in the jars like the monkeys. It's done, meow. Krueng. It's all done. Theo and Quenji, who were allowed to enter the brewery just for the day, also helped Sejun stir the rice dough in the jars. After 4 hours, they managed to complete the base liquor work for 300 jars. Since 100 bottles of samyangju could be produced from one jar, if all went well, 30,000 bottles of samyangju would be completed in a week. By doing this 9 more times, they could produce 270,000 bottles of samyangju. It seemed that the quest could be completed in about 63 days. However, Vice Chairman Theo, go and buy 3,000 jars more. Sejun, wanting to complete the quest faster, asked Theo to buy more jars. He also needed samyangju to take to the Black Rabbit's wedding, which was only about 20 days away. Meow. Can't I go tomorrow, meow? Theo, who wanted to sleep on Sejun's knee and go the next morning, whined. No, that won't do, Sejun thought, wanting to get back at him for not responding to his help request earlier, but he thought, still, I should let him sleep. Moved by Theo's gaze, Sejun's heart softened. All right, then go tomorrow. Got it, meow, with Theo and Quenji attached to his legs. But why have Kaiser and Kellyan been silent until now? Sejun wondered, looking at the 2 motionless dragon statues. Then, grumble. Krueng. Daddy, Quenji is hungry. Quenji, with his belly clock ringing, urged Sejun on. All right, let's eat this first. Sejun created a giant sweet potato with his skill and gave it to Quenji, then headed to the kitchen area. The next morning. Chairman Park, I'm off, meow. Kiu kiu kiu. I'm going too. Theo and Iona went down to the 75th floor of the tower. Iona, having come 2 days ago and slept like the dead, woke up this morning and decided to hang on to Theo's tail and accompany him after hearing that he was going to buy jars. A little later, meow meow meow. Iona, here we are, meow. Take care, meow. Kiu kiu kiu. Vice Chairman Theo, see you later. Having arrived at the 75th floor of the tower in less than an hour via the Lightspeed Merchant Passage, Theo parted with Iona, as they each had different errands. Theo, having separated from Iona, first went to the general store to buy 3,000 jars as Sejun had asked for. Welcome, I'd like 3,000 jars, meow. What? 3,000? Just a moment, please. The general store owner hurried to check the stock in response to Theo's bulk order. Sorry, but we only have 300 jars in stock right now. However, since you're buying in bulk, I'll give you a discount from the original 450 tower coins to 440. The owner, having checked the stock, proposed a discount since he could only sell 300 and, give me more discount, meow. As if the discount was nowhere near enough, Theo used his haggling skill 3 times and got the jars for 420 tower coins. Pooh hut. My skills have not rusted, meow. Theo felt proud as he packed the purchased jars into his bag and left the general store. And after going around to other general stores to buy more jars, I've only managed to buy 1,500, meow. There were still too few jars. It would take 3 days for new stock to come in. So depressing, meow. Eager to make a quick purchase and get back to Sejun's lap, Theo headed to the ghost storage to cheer himself up with a draw. Taru, long time no see, meow. Oh. You've come. When Theo visited the lost and found storage, Taru greeted him warmly. Here's 1,000 tower coins, meow. I want to cheer up with a draw quickly, meow. Is something bothering you? Taru asked as they walked to the lost and found storage with the ghosts. Yes, meow. I bought all the jars at the general store, but there still aren't enough, meow. Jars? How many do you need? 1,500, meow. That's a lot missing. Would it be okay if I introduce you to a place that sells jars? Really, meow? Yes. My friend makes jars on the 97th floor of the tower. Really, meow? Yes. If it's urgent, let's go right now. Hearing Theo's urgent need, Taru quickly turned to leave. Then, just wait a moment, meow. Theo held Taru back. Vice Chairman Theo, why? I still want to do the draw before we go, meow. Theo hurriedly entered into the ghost warehouse and came out with an item. Chapter 218, in return, I'll give you this, meow. TL, Hanguk, 97th floor of the tower. Is that where Taru's friend is, meow? Theo asked, looking at the village in the middle of a wasteland in the distance. No. That's my hometown, Rhino Village, over there. Do you see the mountain at the end of the village? Taru pointed to the mountain behind the village. I see it, meow. There, at the entrance of the mountain, is my friend's workshop. Anne. Theo, please don't call me by my name in the village. I just want to meet my friend quietly. Taru readjusted the hood he was wearing to hide his face. Got it, meow. Then let's hurry, meow. Theo, eager to buy the jars and return to Sejun triumphantly, hurried Taru along towards the entrance of the village. Has it been 100 years? Taru, who had not seen his hometown in a long time, followed Theo leisurely after admiring the scenery of his homeland. The mountain served as a landmark, so there was no chance of losing Theo the way to his friend's workshop. Just as Taru was walking without worries. Ha! Don't lie to me, meow. Theo's angry voice could be heard arguing with the village guards. I'll buy the jars and go back to Chairman Park's knees, meow. Theo, eager to return to Sejun with the jars, ran swiftly and arrived at the entrance to Rhino Village. But, stop right there. If you want to enter the village, pay a toll of 100 tower coins. The guards blocking the entrance to the village demanded a toll from Theo. My village doesn't charge a toll, so why are you demanding one, meow? Theo confronted the guards blocking his way. 100 tower coins was a trivial amount compared to the money Theo had, but to be extorted like this was something a fool would do. Pooh-hoo hut. I'm no longer a fool, meow. What did you say? Should I just beat this tiny one up? The huge guards threatened Theo. Pooh-hoo hut. How dare you, the great? As Theo was about to reveal his identity to intimidate the guards. What's all this noise? A being even bigger than the guards appeared. I'm sorry. Lord Raiden, this cat refuses to pay the toll. I'll take care of it quickly. The guards spoke with tension in their voices as Raiden, the leader of Rhino Village, appeared. Cook. No need. I'll personally teach this brazen creature the fear of the world. Raiden rolled up his left sleeve to show off the black dragon tattoo on his forearm, as if boasting. Oh. That's the great black dragon tattoo that Lord Raiden got from fighting the Minotaur King for 3 days, and he was acknowledged for his strength. A tattoo personally engraved by the Minotaur King himself. Probably, Lord Raiden, who came back without a single wound, is much stronger than Lord Taru, the storm tank who fought and survived against the Minotaur King 100 years ago. The two guards whispered about Raiden's tattoo. Cook. Yes. Praise my greatness more. Raiden shifted about to show off his tattoo better in response to the guards' words. Raiden recalled that when the Minotaur King recently visited the village, he boldly suggested a one-on-one fight in a secluded place when the villagers were watching, but as soon as he went to the secluded place, thump! Please spare me. I surrender. He quickly knelt and surrendered to the Minotaur King. The Minotaur King, upon seeing Raiden's submission, told him to serve loyally upon seeing anyone with the black dragon tattoo in the future and showed Raiden the tattoo on his chest before leaving. However, as soon as the Minotaur King left, Raiden boldly forged a similar black dragon tattoo on his left arm and returned to the village, lying that he had received it from the Minotaur King. Since then, Raiden's influence grew significantly, and he lived like a king in Rhino Village. Thus, every day, Raiden would roam the village after lunch to see the villagers who feared him. It was then that he noticed Theo. Good catch at the right moment. Raiden thought it was time to pick one out and show his fearsomness. He marked Theo, who was standing up to the guards, as his prey. Theo looked weak enough to highlight his own strength. What is this weird tattoo, meow? Theo was furious upon seeing the black dragon tattoo engraved on Raiden's arm, because he knew the only person who had the extra scales of Kaiser was Sejun, whose right-hand man was Theo himself. The Minotaur King did not have the extra scales of Kaiser. Naturally, Raiden's black dragon tattoo was fake. Moreover, the tattoo was so poorly made that Theo felt insulted on behalf of the black dragon tattoo engraved on his own foot. How dare you lie about being Chairman Park's subordinate with such an ugly tattoo, meow. I'm so angry, meow, trembling. As the black dragon tattoo given by Sejun was insulted, Theo trembled with anger. Of course, to the other party, it seemed like he was shaking with fear. Hack! Don't lie, meow, Theo shouted at Raiden, filled with rage. What? What lie are you talking about? You little, how did this guy find out? Stung by Theo's outcry, Raiden hurriedly attacked to silence Theo. I'll teach you a lesson, meow, snap. Theo also unsheathed his dragon claws as he saw Raiden's fist coming toward him. Then, bang! Taru blocked in front of Theo, taking Raiden's punch with his face. Meow. Friend, are you okay, meow? Theo, about to call Taru by his name, remembered Taru's request not to do so and quickly changed his address. Theo, I'm fine. I don't know what's going on, but let's try to talk this out first. Taru reassured Theo and spoke to Raiden. And then, Theo, what's happening? When I tried to enter the gate, they blocked the way and demanded a toll, meow. What? Taru was shocked to hear the reason for the fight. Why would Rhino Village charge a toll? It was not the Rhino Village he remembered from the past. He wanted to question why they were collecting a toll, but as someone who had abandoned and left the village, he did not want to interfere anymore. Here's 200 tower coins for the toll. Take it, huh? Yes. Taru handed the money to the dazed guard and quickly entered the village. Vice Chairman Theo, let's go. I'll see you later, meow. Heeding Taru's call and deciding to take care of the jars first, Theo glared at Raiden before following Taru into the village. Why does the village look so deserted, meow? Theo walked down the main street of the village, commenting on its lack of life as if no one lived there. I don't know either. Let's head to the workshop for now. Wanting to ask his friend about the village, Taru hurried to the workshop. As they passed through the village and arrived at the foot of the mountain, Triceratops' workshop, the sign for the workshop was in sight. Knock. 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 As Taru knocked on the door and entered the workshop. Excuse us. Theo followed Taru into the workshop. Inside, various pottery made of big and small clay and stones were displayed. Meow. Chairman Park would love this, meow, Theo commented while looking at a stone pot carved out of rock. Pooh hut. This looks good too, meow, as Theo was picking out items Sejun would like. Crash! A sound of a jar breaking came from the back of the workshop. Meow, no way, meow. Who is breaking my jars, meow? Reminded of the reason for his visit by the sound of the jars breaking, Theo hurried toward the source of the noise. And then, crash! He found Triceratops, Taru's friend, breaking a jar with a hammer. What are you doing, meow? Is this your first time seeing a jar being broken? Triceratops, who was breaking a flawed jar with a crack in it, responded indifferently to Theo, who was showing anger. Then, Triceratops, Taru, who had followed behind Theo, called his friend's name. Huh? Is that you? Yes, it's me. Taru. It's been a long time. Taru. Triceratops charged past Theo towards Taru as if he was about to confront an enemy. Meow. Didn't you say he was a friend, meow? Theo was confused. Triceratops. Taru also ran towards Triceratops with an equally fierce momentum. Bang! Their shoulders collided, making a loud noise. It seemed like someone could have been killed by the impact, but, ha ha ha. How long has it been? Taru, have you been well? The two casually shook hands and exchanged a strong embrace, a rough greeting befitting of a rhinoceros. A moment later, so you came to buy jars? That's right, meow. I want to buy 1,500 jars, meow, 1,500 is exactly how many I've made so far. Alright, I'll sell them. How much, meow? Since you came through a friend's introduction, I'll give you a special deal and only charge for the labor. It'll be 0.5 tower coins each. Honestly, the amount was not even enough to cover the labor cost. Triceratops, with Taru accompanying him, gave Theo an incredibly generous offer. But, give me a discount, meow. Theo, unaware of Triceratops' generosity, tried to haggle 3 times. Sigh, just take them. Since there were hardly any merchants looking for jars these days, Triceratops decided to hand them all over to Theo. Thank you, meow. In return, I'll give you this, meow. Theo handed over a handful of 5 colored beans to the fool who had given him the jars for free. And, help me, meow. Theo boldly asked Taru and Triceratops for help while packing the jars into his bag. Thanks, meow. After Theo thanked them and stepped out first, Triceratops, thank you. Take this. Taru handed a bundle of money to Triceratops. It was the money Theo had spent on drawing the lottery. But what's happening in the village? Taru finally asked about the situation in the village that had been bothering him. Pooh hut. Now I can return to Chairman Park, meow. Theo left the workshop proudly after acquiring all 3,000 jars as Sejun had ordered him to buy. Over there, that's the guy from earlier, a voice shouted towards Theo. What, meow? Looking towards the source of the sound, Theo saw Raiden giving orders to his subordinates, the same ones from the village entrance. Yes, da. At Raiden's command, the guards quickly moved to surround and close in on Theo. Perfect. I'll capture this guy as a hostage and catch him. Raiden smirked evilly at Theo. He had been humiliated in front of his guards earlier when Taru, despite being hit by his punch, was completely fine. So he summoned all his guards to capture Taru, but fortunately for him, the weaker Theo came out first. But I was going to teach him a lesson anyway, good timing, meow. Theo felt equally grateful for the chance as well. Theo jumped. Snap. Meow. Meow. He quickly drew his dragon claws in midair and swung at Raiden. SSSSS. And landed lightly. If not for Theo's noise, no one would have noticed the meow storm fist that took out the enemy. Pooh ha. What did you do? The guards laughed at Theo. Then, puck! With an explosive sound, Raiden disintegrated into dust and vanished. Huh? The laughter of the guards, overwhelmed by Theo's strength, faded away. Theo! Taru, who had come out of the workshop, spotted the guards surrounding Theo. And, bang! He quickly ran over, pushing through the guards to stand in front of Theo. How dare you? How dare you? Trembling with anger, Theo still hadn't cooled off from his rage towards Raiden, who had dared to brand himself as one of Sejun's underlings. But, don't worry, Vice Chairman Theo. There's something I didn't tell you, I used to be the boss on the 97th floor of the tower. Come at me. Storm Tank Taru, will take you on. Taru, thinking Theo was shaking with fear, revealed his true identity to reassure him and roared, "Ah! Help!" The guards, regaining their senses, scattered in a panic. HMPH. My reputation isn't dead yet. Taru took pride in thinking that the guards ran away because of him. Vice Chairman Theo, let's go. Understood, meow. And so, Theo and Taru left. This needs to be planted, doesn't it? Triceratops planted the 5 colored beans given by Theo, unaware that they were mixed with kudzu fruits. Thanks to that, the food worries of the starving residents of Rhino Village were resolved. Chapter 219, Did Dad do something wrong to you? TL, Hangak, land moving, thunk. Sejun, who had spread cherry tomato seeds on the ground, used his skill as he struck the ground with Mila's hoe. Boom! The ground shifted, swallowing the scattered cherry tomato seeds spread on the ground and then buried them at regular intervals. And then, the earth moves favorably for you. The magic power consumption for land moving is reduced by half. You have planted 1005 magical cherry tomato seeds. Your job experience points have increased slightly. Due to magical cherry tomato seeds listening to the sound of the farmer's footsteps, the effect of magic seed sowing LV7 has been enhanced. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV7, the growth rate of the magical cherry tomato seeds will be doubled for 24 hours. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV7 has increased slightly. A message appeared that the cherry tomatoes had been planted. In the meantime, the magic power had increased by 1, allowing a slight increase in the number of crops he could plant. Phew! No matter how much I plant, it never ends. Sejun, who had been planting crops non-stop since sending Theo to buy jars in the morning until late afternoon, complained as he still saw the crops filling his void storage. The storage was overflowing with crops because he had harvested even those that didn't need to be, in an effort to harvest new varieties. It wasn't a number that could be diminished by eating. So Sejun was replanting crops that couldn't be stored for a long time, except for the crops that had a method to be stored for a long time like dried sweet potatoes. At that moment, grumble! Sejun's stomach made a noise, asking for food. Is it already that time? I am hungry. Sejun stroked his belly and walked wearily towards the kitchen. Usually, before Sejun's belly clock would alarm, Quenji would have already come to ask for food first, but today, for some reason, Quenji had not yet returned from the western forest where he went to look for herbs. As Sejun was heading to the kitchen, oh! They've grown a lot. He discovered the rice planted in the golden tree stump pot of abundance had sprouted green shoots, and grown about 10 centimeters in just 3 days. The growth rate was indeed tenfold faster. Grow well. Farmer's warm touch LV4 is activated. The growth of the crops quickens while touched. Sejun tenderly stroked the rice sprouts with a loving gaze. He, just a little more and I'll be able to eat white rice. Ah. It's going to be delicious. Soup. Imagining himself scooping up a big spoonful of white rice and topping it with a savory grilled fish, Sejun hurriedly wiped the drool leaking from his mouth. I can't wait any longer. Hungry from imagining the food, Sejun quickly got up and rushed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Then, Dad Ada. Krueng. Daddy Quenji is hungry. Quenji brought the food for Daddy. Covered in mud, Quenji came running with 4 kudzu roots clutched in his front paws. Yeah. Thanks. Ha! Sejun waved energetically at the approaching Quenji and let out an involuntary quiet sigh. Quenji dug up 4 kudzu roots. He had dug up quite a lot. As Quenji said, it seemed tonight's dinner would be kudzu roots. Krueng. Eat quickly. Quenji, having reached Sejun, handed over the kudzu roots and looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Just a moment. Sejun took a closer look at the kudzu roots brought by Quenji, which seemed thicker than usual, perhaps due to his mood. Thick and sturdy kudzu root of life. It's a kudzu root that has grown by absorbing life force from a living host. It has absorbed almost the maximum amount of the host's life force, enhancing its medicinal properties. When consumed, it increases stamina by 30 or potential stamina by 15. It has a strong bitter taste. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 180 days. Grade, B. It's not just my imagination. The kudzu roots were indeed thicker than usual. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun boldly ate the kudzu roots since he was going to eat them anyway. Gulp. You have consumed the thick and sturdy kudzu root of life. Your stamina increases by 30. You have consumed medicine with a bitter taste. Talent, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina has activated. Your stamina increases by 3. Sejun continued to eat 4 kudzu roots in succession. When he ate the first thick kudzu root, the effect a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina increased his stamina by 3. But the effect decreased to 2, 2, and 1 respectively, as his tongue got used to the bitter taste. Meanwhile, the eyes of Quenji, watching Sejun eat the kudzu roots, became brighter and brighter. He. Now it's time for honey jelly. However, it's time to prepare for dinner. Contrary to Quenji's expectations, Sejun, who had fully adapted to the bitter taste, did not indulge in a mouth cleanser. Krueng. Dad, where are you going? Did you forget something? Quenji was shocked by Sejun's reaction and hurriedly called out to him as he was heading to the cooking area. Forget something? Sejun, with his hands behind his back, pretended as if he didn't remember anything. Krueng. Disappointed by Sejun's response, Quenji thought, no choice then. I'll have to bring out the secret herbs. Quenji reached into his snack pouch to pull out a powerful herb that would force Sejun to have a mouth cleanser. At that moment, Ta-da! Of course, I didn't forget. I was just playing a joke. Here's some honey for you today. Sejun handed over a jar full of honey that he had hidden behind his back to Quenji. Sejun knew that recently Quenji had been looking forward to sharing snacks with him after giving him the kudzu roots. Hey. Krueng. He. It's honey. Quenji quickly withdrew his front paw from the snack pouch, which was going to retrieve the herbs, and received the honey instead. Thanks to this, Sejun unknowingly avoided the crisis of passing out from eating something bitter. Then, Quenji, wait here while you eat the honey. Leaving Quenji to eat the honey, Sejun went to the kitchen area to start cooking. Green Tower's administrator area. Damn. Another miss. Brachio frowned as she looked at the ball monster that had been transferred from the Black Tower to the Green Tower through a land deed. Unfortunately, Sejun, the intended target, had not been caught. Go and collect it. Brachio ordered her subordinate to collect the land deed. It's not easy, Brachio muttered with a frown, frustrated by her continual failures in trying to catch Sejun with the land deed. Where did that liquor come from? Brachio recalled the samyangju that had suddenly appeared a few days ago. It was so delicious. Remembering the deep aroma and the clean taste of samyangju, Brachio's lips naturally curved into a smile. Moreover, samyangju had an incredible effect. Drinking samyangju seemed to clear the fog that always clouded her mind. It wasn't just her, all the green dragons who had a sip felt the same way. And with their clear minds, they noticed something odd about other green dragons. Why aren't they sleeping? The green dragons, supposed to be in their hibernation period, were not sleeping. They had forgotten the fact that they need to sleep during hibernation. No matter how strong dragons are, they need to have a hibernation period to rest their minds. Therefore, Brachio hurriedly put the other green dragons who had drunk samyangju to sleep forcibly, even resorting to shock therapy. We need more of that alcohol, but where to get it? As Brachio was thinking of ways to get samyangju, the giant horned deer on the 78th floor of the tower are in danger of extinction. The red-striped meerkats on the 56th floor of the tower are in danger of extinction. The effects of the kudzu that Sejun had spread in the green tower through Arjux began to show. Chairman Park. I have returned, meow. Theo leaped towards Sejun, who was resting after dinner, with all four limbs stretched out. Vice Chairman Theo, did you have a good trip? Snap. Sejun reached out to welcome Theo, not wanting to chew on Theo's fur. But, pooh-hoo hut. No chance, meow. Swoosh. Da-da. Theo agilely twisted his body in midair, dodged Sejun's arm, and ran up his arm to fling himself at Sejun's face. And then, clutch. Using all four of his paws, he clung tightly to Sejun's face. Inevitably, Theo's greasy fur along with his scent ended up in Sejun's mouth. Hey! Get off, meow, P2E. P2E. Sejun grabbed Theo by the scruff and detached him from his face, spitting out the fur that had entered his mouth. P2E. P2E. Vice Chairman Theo, did you get the jars? Sejun asked, after spitting out fur a few more times, whether Theo had completed the task he was given. Pooh-hoo hut. Of course, meow. Who do you think I am, meow? I'm none other than Vice Chairman Theo, the right-hand man of Chairman Park, meow. I've got all 3,000 jars, meow, Theo said with a proud voice, putting his front paws on his waist. Good. You did well. Let's keep the jars in the brewery for now. Understood, meow. Let's go, meow. Theo clung to Sejun's knee as if it was a matter of course and shouted in agreement. After reaching the brewery, Sejun and the monkeys began cleaning the jars Theo had brought. They had to dry them tonight to start the base alcohol brewing process the next morning. About 3 hours after cleaning the jars, Mian. Chairman Park, are we done yet, meow? Theo, who was dozing off hanging on Sejun's knee, asked languidly with a big yawn. We're done now. Let's go to bed. After cleaning the last jar, Sejun returned home with Theo, concluding the 339th day of being stranded. The next morning. Thud. Thud. Chairman Park, wake up, meow. For some reason, Theo woke up unusually early and began kneading Sejun's face to wake him up. Ah. What is it? As Sejun opened his eyes, pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, look at this, meow. I brought something good, meow. Theo offered Sejun a golden bead that he had brought from the ghost warehouse. Oh. What's this? Upon seeing the golden bead, Sejun immediately recalled the inner core of the giant electric eel he had eaten before, which tasted like orange soda. Gulp. Sejun swallowed his saliva and hurriedly checked the inner core. Inner core of the deep-sea giant electric eel. This is the inner core of a giant electric eel that has lived in the deep sea of the Dimensions Ocean for 2,000 years. It is imbued with the power of electricity, giving off a golden glow. Upon consumption, you can awaken talent, zap. Usage restriction, magic power of 100 or more. Grade A. Oh. I can eat this. Without looking at any other explanation and confirming that he met the usage restriction, Sejun immediately swallowed the inner core. SSSHHHHH. The deep sea's giant electric eel's core transformed into a liquid, delivering a sweet orange taste and a refreshing sensation to Sejun's mouth. Gulp. Q. As Sejun was enjoying the exhilarating aftertaste. You have consumed the inner core of the deep sea's giant electric eel. Talent, Zap has been awakened. A message that he had acquired a talent appeared. Zap. Sejun checked his talent. Talent, Zap. A talent that allows you to use electricity more skillfully. You can create a slight electric charge by rubbing your palms together. Electricity? SSSSHHHHH. After reading the explanation, Sejun vigorously rubbed his palms together to try and generate electricity. Crackle. Crackle. Static electricity began to form on Sejun's palms. It works. SSSSHHHHH. As Sejun confirmed that electricity was being created in his palms, he rubbed them faster. It felt like real electricity would be generated if he just rubbed with a bit more effort. Then, Krueng? Big brother, did Dad do something wrong to you? Quenji, who came looking for breakfast, saw Theo and the diligently begging to the power of one Sejun, who was vigorously rubbing his palms, and asked as if he knew it. Dad definitely ate something delicious alone. It was an unjust morning for Sejun. Chapter 220, Let's Make Tofu. TL, Hanguk. No, Quenji, Dad didn't eat something delicious by himself. Right, Vice Chairman Theo? Sejun hurriedly asked Theo to clarify to Quenji, who seemed to have misunderstood, but, what are you talking about? Chairman Park was happily eating what I gave him. And didn't he also make that Q sound that he only makes when he eats something delicious? Theo, who had been focusing on Sejun's reaction to eating the golden inner core closely, thought that Sejun was trying to deny his achievement for bringing the golden core and described in detail what he saw. Pooh hut. You can't fool me, meow. Ah. That's right. Thinking about it, Sejun had eaten something with an orange soda flavor, so he did indeed eat something tasty. Still. Darn. Theo, you're not helping me at all this time. Well, it can't be helped then. Shashasha. Sejun rubbed his palms together hurriedly as Quenji watched. Crueng? Dad, you're admitting that you ate by yourself. As Quenji questioned Sejun's actions. Look at this, Quenji. As Sejun spread the distance between his palms. Crackle. A red spark appeared between his palms. He. How is it? Amazing, isn't it? Sejun proudly boasted, pleased with himself, but, Crueng? Crueng? What's that? You did all this to show me only that? Quenji responded nonchalantly. Crueng. Quenji can do that too. Shush. Quenji rubbed its front paws together vigorously, imitating Sejun. An ominous noise emanated from Quenji. Nah, that can't be right. An uneasy feeling washed over Sejun, who tried to deny the possibility. Still, he thought it couldn't be that easy to create a spark since he had the electricity talent and Quenji did not. However, Quenji's fur stood on end, and, crackle. Crack. A blinding white spark formed on Quenji's front paws, visibly a powerful electric charge. Crueng. Mom told me not to do this because it tangles my fur. Click. Quenji discharged the electricity from its paws to the ground as if to warn Sejun. If I get caught doing this, Mom will smack me on the back. Lick. Quenji quickly licked his fur, trying to tidy up the hairs that had spread out in all directions to avoid getting caught and scolded by Pink Fur. I'll help you. Theo came over to assist Quenji with his grooming. It's not because it's dangerous, but because it tangles the fur. Watching the two, Sejun was surprised anew by Quenji's strength and, swoosh. Sejun helped straighten out Quenji's fur with a comb. Soon, as Quenji's grooming was nearly finished, grumble. Having spent a lot of energy grooming, Quenji's hunger clock sounded. And then, Crueng. Quenji's angry and hungry because Dad ate something tasty alone. Quenji wants to eat honey-dipped garetiok, TL, aka rice cakes, ... Remembering that Sejun had eaten something delicious by himself, the fierce Quenji demanded honey-dipped garetiok. Just when Sejun thought he had gotten away with it. Just wait a moment. Sejun ran to the kitchen area and, gulp. You have consumed a piece of Eileen's healthy meatball. You must eat all the food to get the effect. 62 pieces remaining. Sejun had to seal away the fierce beast with lots of honey-dipped garetiok, so Sejun used the meat given by Eileen for breakfast. Thus, Sejun kept on making garetiok non-stop, and, hey. Crueng. He. Garetiok dipped in kudzu honey are the best. Quenji sat down, pressing his back against Sejun's, dipping the garetiok into honey and eating them. And that way the fierce beast was safely sealed away. After a while, Crueng. Quenji will go check on the herbs. Having eaten his fill of garetiok, Quenji packed his snack pouch full of garetiok and honey and headed off to the western forest. Phew! That was exhausting. Slurp. After making an enormous amount of garetiok since morning, Sejun sat down for a coffee break. That's right, meow. I have more things to give to Chairman Park, meow. Theo, who had been sprawling next to Sejun, suddenly stood up. He had suddenly remembered things he had put aside for Sejun. Oh! What's this? Pooh hut. Look forward to it, meow. Thump. Theo began to take out items from his bag that he had brought from the Triceratops workshop. What's this? A stone pot, TL, aka dulcet or stone bowl. There's even a millstone? Sejun was excited to see the items Theo had taken out. The stone pot would be used for cooking rice, and the millstone for grinding the 5 colored beans to make tofu? I've decided. Tonight's dinner is tofu. Sejun began soaking the 5 colored beans in water in a pot. Thanks to the millstone Theo brought, the variety of dishes Sejun could cook had increased. After that, Theo continued to please Sejun by taking out items like porcelain bowls and a water bottle from his bag. As expected from Vice Chairman Theo, Pooh Hut. I knew Chairman Park would like it, meow. Chairman Park should continue to believe in me, meow. Pleased with Sejun's lavish reviews, Theo lay down on Sejun's lap and showed his belly, sending a look that seemed to say, hurry up and pet me quickly, meow. Swoosh. Swoosh. Vice Chairman Theo, are you sleeping? Goraram. Theo answered Sejun's question with the sound of snoring. After being petted a few times by Sejun, Theo quickly fell asleep. Swoosh. Swoosh. Now, I need to get to work, meow. After finishing his coffee while petting Theo's belly, Sejun put the sleeping Theo on his legs and headed to the brewery. And then, guys, let's get to work. Okay. With the monkeys, Sejun began to pour rice flour into jars brought by Theo the day before and started making the base for the liquor. Swoosh. Wow. The cost of making alcohol is similar to what I spent on making garetiok earlier. After filling all the jars with rice flour, Sejun remarked. How much garetiok did he actually make? He suddenly realized the astonishing appetite of Quenji. But that's not important now. Sejun quickly joined the monkeys, pouring hot water into one of the jars and stirring the rice batter. It wasn't until the late afternoon that the preparation of 3,000 jars of base liquor was completed. Korean Awakened Association, Chairman's Office. The nuclear missile will reach Niue in 5 minutes. Han Taijun looked at the live satellite feed with a tense expression. Han Taijun had found clues about the Three-Head Society on the Hunter phone, but it was too much for him to handle alone, so he asked for help from the US. With the aid of a US military satellite, he was able to find out the situation in Niue. However, the situation in Niue captured by satellite was serious. There were no people in Niue, only locusts. Moreover, an ominous altar had been erected in the center of the island. The altar was covered in unknown characters. Han Taijun didn't know what they meant, but the moment he saw the altar, he felt an extreme sense of dread, as if his instincts were screaming danger. Fortunately, the US also sensed that the altar was not normal and launched a nuclear missile towards Niue, sharing the footage with Han Taijun. After 5 minutes, the nuclear missile hit Niue and created a large mushroom cloud. Just when he thought everything was over, huh? What's that? Han Taijun spotted a huge silhouette within the mushroom cloud. Creak! Creak! Krueng! Krueng? Quenji's back. Daddy, what's that? Quenji, who had come back early from tending to the herbs, asked Sejun, who was grinding beans on the millstone. Quenji's back? I'm grinding beans to make tofu. Krueng? Krueng? What's tofu? Is it delicious? Yes. It's really delicious. Krueng. Krueng. Exciting. Quenji will help too. Quenji was eager to help at Sejun's words. Then Quenji, please press this. Sejun asked Quenji to press the water out of the beans that had been ground with the millstone. Krueng. Krueng. Understood. Quenji can do it well. Quenji confidently replied. Sejun trusted him without a doubt. Sejun focused on grinding the millstone with ease. After all the beans were ground, good. Sejun started to make tofu by putting the bean juice that Quenji had squeezed into a pot. But, huh? Why isn't it solidifying? Sejun was puzzled as he looked at the bean juice that wouldn't solidify. Despite trying various methods, tofu just wouldn't form. Krueng. Daddy, Quenji's hungry. Having worked hard without any food, Quenji's expression soured. Let's just eat this for now. In a rush, Sejun said, looking at the enormous amount of bean residue left after Quenji had squeezed the bean juice. He was thinking of making bean residue stew. Luckily, there was shrimp paste made from freshwater shrimp to use. Sejun added locust meat and green onions to the bean residue, fried them, added water, and seasoned it with shrimp paste to quickly complete the bean residue stew. Achievement unlocked, first in the tower to make the flavorful 5-colored bean residue stew. Recipe for the flavorful 5-colored bean residue stew registered to Cooking LV 7. Your proficiency in Cooking LV 7 has slightly increased. Messages for the achievement appeared simultaneously. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called the animals over to share the food and checked the dish. Flavorful 5-colored bean residue stew. This stew is made with ground 5-colored beans with their moisture removed, locust meat, and green onions, seasoned with shrimp paste. The strong squeezing brings out the potential of the 5 colored beans. Upon consumption, one of the stats, strength, stamina, agility, or magic, increases by an additional 10% for 10 minutes. Chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 30 days. Grade, B. Wow, the options were amazing. It seemed like the effects of the sturdy strength yellow beans, sturdy stamina red beans, etc., harvested from the 5 colored beans, were partially reflected in the dish. Krueng. It's savory. Delicious. Fortunately, Quenji was also satisfied with the bean residue stew, having enjoyed a delicious dinner. But why isn't the tofu setting? Sejun pondered why the tofu wasn't solidifying. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Quenji's grandma is starting to cook. Quenji sat next to Sejun and watched Kim Emiran cook through the bronze mirror. Ah. Quenji, that's tofu. Sejun pointed out the tofu in the soybean paste stew. Krueng? Krueng. Is that tofu? It's so white. The sight of the wobbly, pudding-like tofu. Squeeze. Excited by the appetizing visual, Quenji gripped the handle of the bronze mirror tightly. Then, humming. Huh? The sound of Kim Emiran's humming began to come from beyond the mirror. Mom. Sejun exclaimed at the sound of his mother's voice after a long time. Huh? Where is Sejun's voice coming from? Kim Emiran also looked around, hearing Sejun's voice. And then, eek! She screamed upon seeing the mirror. Sejun and Quenji were reflected in the living room mirror. So cute. Ah. Mom, calm down. As Sejun predicted, Kim Emiran couldn't keep her composure upon seeing the adorable Quenji. How can I calm down? If you had such a cute baby, you should have come to Mom sooner. Then, Krueng. Krueng. Hello, Quenji's grandma. I'm Daddy's son, Quenji. Realizing that he was visible to Kim Emiran, Quenji hurriedly stood up and bowed 90 degrees, greeting her as Sejun had taught him. Oh my! Such a well-mannered baby. As expected, Mom clutched her heart at Quenji's greeting. Mom, are you doing well? Is everything okay? Yes. I'm doing fine. Dad went to work since there's no more danger, and Sedol went to school. He will be back soon. How are you doing? I'm doing well too. As they were talking, crack! The bronze mirror began to crack, unable to bear the load. It seemed it wouldn't last much longer. Then, Krueng. Daddy, ask how to make tofu. Quenji exclaimed. Mom, I have a question. Yes, go ahead. I tried making tofu, but it wouldn't solidify. Why? Sejun described the process of how he had made the tofu. If you don't add anything, of course it won't set. You need to use coagulant. If there's no coagulant, you could use vinegar and salt. Clang. Fortunately, the bronze mirror broke just after Sejun had heard almost all of what Kim Emiran had said. Eileen, is it possible to? When Sejun asked Eileen if it was possible to repair the broken bronze mirror, she said it was possible. Phew. That's a relief. Then I'll leave it to you. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. After entrusting the repair of the bronze mirror to Eileen. All right. Let's make tofu. Sejun began to make tofu as he had learned from Kim Emiran, and he managed to make proper tofu. Krueng. It's delicious. Quenji's grandma is the best. Quenji's desire to meet Kim Emiran grew stronger. Chapter 221, Got You. You rascal. TL, Hangak. Mix vinegar and salt in a 2-to-1 ratio and add it to the bean juice. But don't stir it too much, or the tofu won't coagulate. Huh? Sejun? Kim Emiran was explaining how to make tofu to Sejun when their conversation was abruptly cut off as Sejun and Quenji disappeared from the mirror. I still had more to say, Kim Emiran said with a look of disappointment. Then, remembering something, she hurriedly opened the front door and went outside. And, Flamey, she called out to the apple tree in the middle of the garden, which had been planted there since they moved in. And, yes. Master's mother, did you call for me? The apple tree replied. Initially Flamey, who had taken root in the house's basement to protect Sejun's family, sigh. Sejun only sends messages that he's doing well through Hunter Han Tai-jun, but why doesn't he come out of the tower? Is he eating properly? Overheard Kim Emiran's worries while she was watering the garden and worrying about Sejun. Master's mother is worried about the master. I must do something. So, Flamey connected its roots with those of the apple tree in the garden to ease Kim Emiran's worries and, excuse me. Hello, Master's mother, I am Flamey. started to communicate with Kim Emiran through the apple tree, occasionally updating her about Sejun and reassuring his worried family. However, ho ho ho. Sejun has a girlfriend? And she's incredibly beautiful, really? With Sejun's one word, the monsters in the tower die. He even ate ramen recently? The tower has everything, doesn't it? Flamey ended up alleviating their worries too much by only sharing the good news about Sejun, making his family worry less about him. As a result, Kim Emiran was not overly worried when she saw Sejun after almost a year. Moreover, the environment visible through the mirror, with its fully cultivated wasteland now filled with crops like corn and cherry tomatoes, made Sejun's location seem like an ordinary peaceful countryside. Back to the present. Flamey, I was talking to Sejun and got cut off. Can I ask you something? Kim Emiran, unable to satisfy her curiosity due to the interrupted conversation with Sejun, asked Flamey. Yes. Ask me anything. How does Sejun take care of his skin? Huh? Skin care? Yes. Sejun's skin looked so good. Kim Emiran was curious about Sejun's skin care routine, which had improved significantly since entering the tower. His skin tone brightened, blemishes disappeared, and there was a faint glow. His features also seemed more defined. While Sejun, seeing his face every day, didn't notice the changes, his face was really getting more handsome due to Theo's massages. Ah. That's because of Master's right-hand man, Theo. Flamey explained to Kim Emiran why Sejun's skin had improved. So you're saying Sejun's skin got better because of the kneading from Theo, the cat he's raising? Yes. Sejun is so lucky, getting massages and improving his skin. I'm so jealous. Kim Emiran was enviously happy for her son, whose skin even got better while getting massages by the cat's kneading. Speaking of which, I didn't see Theo. I should ask Sejun to show me Theo later. Kim Emiran, feeling a bit disappointed about not seeing Theo. Oh, my. Look at me. Suddenly remembering she had left the soybean paste stew on the stove, she hurried back to the kitchen. Phew. It's a relief that Master's mother didn't mention me to the Master. Flamey felt relieved that Sejun hadn't discovered its roots extending all the way there. Grandpa, I'm here. Eileen arrived at the territory of the Black Dragon through the portal in the administrator's area. Ka-ha-ha. My granddaughter is here. Grandpa, where's the stuff? Eileen immediately addressed her purpose, despite Kaiser's warm welcome. Eileen firmly told Kaiser that the samyangju she gave was not for free, and handed over the liquor. In response, Kaiser distributed samyangju to the Black Dragons and in exchange received dragon scales. There they are. This time, for each cup of samyangju, I got 3 scales engraved with dragon skin magic. Ka-ha-ha. How about that? Kaiser proudly pointed to a huge pile of black dragon scales obtained as a price for the samyangju. Yesterday at lunch, when the 300 jars of samyangju that Sejun had brewed a week ago were ready, 3,333 bottles were distributed to each dragon clan, and all dragons tasted at least 1 glass of it yesterday. And because of the good taste of samyangju and its effect in clearing the mind, it instantly became the favorite drink of the dragons. Consequently, the Black Dragons, following Kaiser's demand for a payment, willingly gave up their scales engraved with dragon skin magic. In fact, they were even willing to give more scales for more liquor. Grandpa, thank you. I'll be going now. Eileen gathered the piled scales and hurried towards the portal. What? Leaving already? Yes, I have a lot of work to do. Leaving the disappointed Kaiser behind, Eileen hurried back to the administrator's area. And, he. Sejun will be happy, right? Eileen delivered the black dragon scales she received from Kaiser to Sejun. Sip. The tower's administrator says these are in exchange for the samyangju. Eileen spoke to Sejun, who was having his morning coffee after breakfast. Then, thud. Approximately 80,000 black dragon scales appeared in front of Sejun. Eileen, thank you. Sejun stored the black dragon scales he received from Eileen in his void storage. Though it was more than needed, having 1 dragon scale could save him from a deadly situation, so having more was not a bad thing. After storing the black dragon scales in the storage, Krueng. Dad, Quenji will go and check on the herbs. Quenji rushed towards the western forest. Quenji, you should take some snacks with you. Sejun noticed that Quenji's snack pouch was empty, but, Krueng, no need. It's okay. Surprisingly, Quenji refused food and quickly headed towards the western forest. Something's fishy about Quenji. What's fishy, meow? As Quenji quickly disappeared into the distance, Sejun commented, and Theo, curious, asked. It's about Quenji. These days, he doesn't fill his snack pouch and comes back late in the evening. Since the day after they made tofu 5 days ago, Quenji stopped asking Sejun for food. And even when he returned in the evening, he didn't eat but played around Sejun and then went to sleep. Could he be sick? At first, Sejun worried if Quenji was unwell, but Quenji seemed too energetic to be sick. Then there's only one possibility left. What is it, meow? Vice Chairman Theo, you don't know? Then how can you be called Theo-san, assistant to the great detective Sherlock Sejun? TL, Theo-san as in Watson from Sherlock Holmes, meow. What's Theo-san, meow? Confused by Sejun's sudden roleplay, Theo didn't understand what was going on and questioned. There's such a thing. So, are you going to be my assistant or not? I will, meow. I'm Sejun's right-hand man and his assistant, meow. Though unclear about the specifics, Theo, always wanting to be on Sejun's side, agreed without hesitation. Good. Seeing Theo-san's enthusiasm, I'll let this one slide. Thank you, meow. I'll work hard from now on, meow. Exactly. That's the spirit, Theo-san. Sejun was pleased with Theo's eager attitude. And, Theo-san, listen carefully. Considering the amount Quenji eats, it doesn't make sense for him to eat nothing, right? Sejun continued his deduction. That's right, meow. It doesn't make sense for Quenji to starve, meow. Theo eagerly agreed with Sejun's words. That means? What, meow? I'm so curious, meow. Tell me quickly, meow. Quenji is secretly eating something delicious. Ha ha. How's that for a deduction by the great detective Sherlock Sejun? Sejun proudly responded to Theo's curious and eager attitude. And, golden bat. Go get Iona. Sejun summoned the golden bat to bring Iona from the wizard tower. It was time to confront Quenji, who had only been suspected but not yet caught in the act. Quenji must have been eating delicious things alone and giving me only the tasteless and bitter stuff. Sejun planned to follow Quenji and catch him in the act of eating something delicious by himself. So, Sejun summoned the golden bat to call Iona because he needed her wind magic to approach Quenji, without being detected by his keen sense of smell. Although Sejun considered moving underground, Quenji had learned to detect enemies moving underground during their previous battle with the corrupted Ents. Krueng! There's something in the ground. Let's hit it and find out. Quenji's method of attacking anything suspicious in the ground was too risky. A short while later, Kayut. Sejun, did you call me? Iona arrived with the golden bat. Good, you're here, Iona. We're going to secretly follow Quenji, so can you hide our scent with your wind magic? Kayut. Spying? That sounds fun. Leave it to me. Iona, intrigued by the idea of a tailing, eagerly agreed to help. Pooh-hoo-hut. Even if Iona hides our scent, it's me, the great assistant Theo-san, who will be assisting the great detective Sherlock Sejun. Theo, fully immersed in their roleplay, clung to Sejun's knee and declared confidently. Now, I've got a sense of what Chairman Park wants, meow. All right. Let's go. Sejun, along with Theo, Iona, and the golden bat, set off towards the western forest to catch Quenji in the act. In the western forest, Krueng finally arrived. Quenji, having skipped breakfast, arrived at the place filled with giant trees infested with kudzu vines and immediately started sniffing around. Then, Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. It smells like honey here. Crack. Having found the scent he was looking for, Quenji dug his front paws into the tree trunk, pulling out a blue kudzu root. Krueng. Found a honey-flavored herb. Munch. Quenji happily ate it. Krueng. It's delicious. Dum. Chewing on the kudzu root, Quenji danced joyfully as the sweet juice flowed out. After finding and eating several honey-flavored kudzu roots, sniff, Quenji began searching for new kudzu roots. Then, Krueng. There's a bitter smell here. Crack. Detecting a bitter smell, Quenji dug into another tree and pulled out a red kudzu root. Krueng. This one's for Dad. Quenji quickly stashed the red kudzu root in its snack pouch. Got you. You little rascal. Sejun, watching Quenji eat the blue kudzu roots and stash the red ones in its bag through Iona's clairvoyance magic spell, exclaimed. Just as Sejun had suspected, Quenji was eating the tasty ones and only giving Sejun the bitter-tasting ones. What was more infuriating was the ratio in which Quenji was harvesting, approximately 9 blue kudzu roots for every 1 red root. Despite the abundance of tasty roots, Quenji never offered any to Sejun. "You little rascal, Quenji. You had delicious ones but only gave me the bitter ones." Sejun, infuriated by Quenji's misdeeds, quietly approached him. "And, got you. You rascal, Krueng?" Sejun grabbed Quenji by the scruff of his neck as he was busily eating the blue kudzu roots. Chapter 222, Receiving the First Trial. TL, Hanguk, Krueng. Delicious. Quenji was happily enjoying the honey-flavored kudzu root. Then, swoosh. Suddenly, someone grabbed his scruff, making Quenji angry for being disturbed while eating. "How dare someone mess with me, Crimson Giant Honeybear Quenji?" Just as Quenji was about to transform and teach the disturber a lesson. "Got you. You rascal." Recognizing Sejun's familiar voice, Quenji's eyes widened and his heart sank in shock. "Krueng? Why do I hear Dad's voice? Creak. Creak." Feeling ominous, Quenji struggled to turn its head back. "And, Quenji, do you realize your mistake?" Quenji's eyes met Sejun's, who held his scruff with an "I got you" expression. Quenji's eyes were shaking, realizing his fault. "Krueng. Krueng. I'm sorry, Dad." Quenji just loved the honey taste too much. Quenji, with drooping ears, tearfully confessed its mistake to Sejun. "What if Dad hates me now?" Quenji trembled, in fear of being hated by Sejun's. "He's so cute." Sejun's lips twitched, struggling not to smile at Quenji's adorable state. "But, no, I mustn't." Sejun disciplined his softening heart. He knew he had to properly reprimand Quenji. Overlooking this now would only worsen Quenji's behavior. "Quenji, you admit it was wrong to eat all the tasty stuff yourself, right?" Sejun let go of Quenji's scruff and placed his hands under Quenji's armpits, and looked him in the eyes. "Krueng. Krueng. Yes. I'm sorry, Dad." Quenji tearfully responded to Sejun's question, his eyes starting to water. "If you did wrong, you should be punished, right?" Sejun sternly spoke, fighting the urge to be lenient as he saw Quenji's tears. "Krueng. Krueng. Yes. Quenji did wrong and should be punished." Quenji nodded in agreement. "Then, as a punishment, you'll eat only bitter kudzu roots for the next 10 days. Reflect on your actions while eating them." There was no personal vendetta. Definitely not revenge. It was all to teach Quenji a lesson. Sejun convinced himself, reaffirming his intentions internally while Krueng understood. Though Quenji never liked bitter food, he accepted the punishment, acknowledging his fault. "Good. But Dad's still not happy yet." Sejun maintained a stern face while wiping the tears around Quenji's eyes, and then, "This is the punishment for eating something tasty alone. Boo 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 bub." He pressed his face against Quenji's belly and playfully blew raspberries on his belly. "Coo-ee. Coo hey hey hey. Does Dad feel better now?" "Hee hee hee." Quenji, initially scared of being scolded, soon realized Sejun wasn't angry anymore and started laughing. "Quenji, you know if you cry and then laugh, you'll grow hair on your butt, to the power of 1, TL, see note below." Sejun teased Quenji playfully. "But, Krueng? Krueng, what do you mean?" "Quenji already has hair on his butt." Quenji displayed his buttocks while speaking. It was indeed a very natural thing for Quenji. "Yeah. Then take more of my punishment. Boo 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 bub. Coo hey hey hey." After a bit more playful belly raspberries, "This is the honey-flavored kudzu root, right, Krueng?" "Yes." Sejun examined the blue kudzu root harvested by Quenji. Blue kudzu root of potential, a kudzu root that has grown by absorbing life force from a living host. It has absorbed almost the maximum life force from its host, making it highly effective. Rich in nutrients, it offers high satiety and lasts long. Consuming it increases all stat potentials by 5. Tastes like honey. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 180 days. Grade, B. Understanding why Quenji hadn't asked for food made sense now. This increases all stats potentials. After checking the root's properties, Sejun put the kudzu root in his mouth and chewed. Munch. Munch. The texture of the kudzu root was similar to radish, but each chew released a honey flavor, reminiscent of eating a pear. Gulp. You have consumed the blue kudzu root of potential. All stat potentials have increased by 5. Wow. It's incredibly sweet. Overjoyed by the sweet taste, after having only eaten bitter kudzu roots, Sejun put another blue kudzu root in his mouth. Munch. Munch. Krueng. Krueng. Yes. It's tasty because it tastes like honey. Quenji, eating the bitter kudzu roots on the side, answered with a grimace. Here, eat one, Quenji. Sejun offered a blue kudzu root to Quenji, who seemed to be suffering with the bitterness. Sejun's punishment for Quenji wasn't just to eat bitter roots, but to eat all the bitter ones he dug up, though he could still have some sweet ones. But, Krueng. No. Quenji did wrong, so Quenji will only eat bitter kudzu roots for 10 days. Quenji, being stricter on himself, refused the sweet kudzu root. Really? Then you won't have honey either, as Sejun took out a jar of honey from the void storage. Krueng. No. That's different. Da. Quenji rushed towards Sejun, politely extending his front paws. Okay, from now on, I'll give you 1 bottle a day. Have it as a way to clear your mouth of the bitter taste. Krueng. Thank you, Dad. Quenji will enjoy it. Sejun handed over the jar. Click. And Quenji quickly opened it, starting to greedily lick the honey. I know how you feel. Watching Quenji savor the honey, Sejun nodded understandingly. Shortly after, Krueng. I'm okay now. I'll go dig up more kudzu roots. Let's go together. After finishing its snack, Quenji got up to dig more roots, and Sejun followed. While they were digging, Gororong, gurgle, Kaiwarorong. Among the snoring sounds of Theo and Iona, another sound joined in. Quenji's stomach clock, which usually rang at meal times, growled unexpectedly as he hadn't eaten properly in the morning. Glance. Feeling guilty for his wrongdoing, Quenji sneakily glanced at Sejun, unable to voice his hunger. Are you hungry, Quenji? Krueng. Yes. I'm hungry, Quenji timidly responded. Have this for now. Crop gigantification. Sejun used his skill to enlarge a giant sweet potato for Quenji and gathered nearby wooden stones to create a simple cooking hearth. Snap! With a flick of his fingers, Sejun ignited the fire in the hearth. Whoosh! And the twigs started burning. That should do it. Once the fire was stable, Sejun placed a pot on it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. And quickly sliced hundreds of potatoes while the pot heated up. He was making stir-fried potatoes, a dish that cooks quickly due to thinly sliced potatoes. Sizzle. After slicing, Sejun melted tuna fat in the hot pot and then, swish, added the sliced potatoes, seasoning them with honey and salt for a sweet and savory flavor. Shortly after, you have achieved the feat of making sweet and savory stir-fried potatoes in the tower for the first time. The recipe for sweet and savory stir-fried potatoes is registered in Cooking LV 7. Proficiency in Cooking LV 7 increases slightly. A message appeared indicating the achievement of a new dish. Come and eat, Quenji. Krueng. It smells delicious. It must be tasty. Responding to Sejun's call, Quenji, who had been drooling in anticipation, hurried over. And, Krueng. Thank you, Dad. I'll enjoy it. Quenji bowed at a 90-degree angle in gratitude to Sejun and began eating the stir-fried potatoes. Krueng. It's so delicious. Dad's cooking is the best. Delighted by the tasty food, Quenji continued to eat the stir-fried potatoes, shaking his hips and body in excitement. He's eating well. Sejun watched Quenji with a content smile. 6 hours later. Let's go back now. Krueng. Understood. As dinner time approached, Sejun called Quenji, and they headed home. The next morning. Are you guys ready? Sejun called out to the animals in the brewery, where 3,000 jars and 300,000 glass bottles were piled up. Yes, meow. Krueng. Yes. Squeak. Okay. The animals responded. Today was the day to transfer samyangju from 3,000 jars into bottles. As there were many bottles to fill, Sejun had asked other animals for help. The 300,000 glass bottles were obtained in exchange for providing cherry tomatoes to Iona's wizard tower, made diligently by the wizards. Let's start. As Sejun was about to begin. Ka. Let me help. Sure. We'll help too. Kaiser and Kellyan joined in. They had a vested interest in helping Sejun finish quickly so they could receive their share of samyangju. Fill them up. At Kaiser's command, samyangju from 100 jars began transferring into 10,000 glass bottles, and, fill them up. Kellyan also started transferring samyangju from jars to bottles. When the two dragons had almost finished transferring the samyangju from 3,000 jars, you have supplied 30,000 bottles of samyangju to each dragon clan. Quest completed. As a quest completion reward, you have gained a large amount of job experience. Your job experience has greatly increased. As a quest completion reward, all your stat potentials have increased by 100. As a quest completion reward, you are now eligible to challenge the 10th Tower's trial. A message appeared indicating the quest completion. And, as a congratulatory gift for earning the right to challenge the 10th Tower's trial, you are awarded a seedless grapevine for beginners. A grapevine? The 10th Tower's first trial has been initiated. The 10th Tower's first trial: to farm, you need a strong body that won't succumb to minor ailments. Grow the grapevine, eat its grapes, and raise all stats to over 300. A robust grapevine without any fruit appeared before Sejun, marking the start of the first trial. Since when did having all stats over 300 become the standard for strength? Swoosh. Swoosh. Farmer's Warm Touch LV4 is activated. The growth of the seedless grapevine for beginners is slightly accelerated by your touch. Reading the trial's requirements, Sejun diligently stroked the grapevine. He planned to grow the grapevine earnestly. I wonder when it will bear fruit. Sejun had been craving grapes lately. In the Black Dragon's territory. Boom. What's that sound? As the great Black Dragon, Miles, soared into the sky to locate the source of the sound. Where is this vibration coming from? I don't know. Other dragons from different territories also flew, trying to pinpoint the origin of the vibration. Then, what? There's something moving down there. One dragon pointed to the lower part of the destruction, encircled by 9 towers. Where? Following the gaze of the dragon who had located the source of the sound. Boom. A cone-shaped, pointed grey tower was slowly rising. What? That's a tower. What kind of tower is it? As the dragons tensely observed the emergence of a new tower. Thud. The grey tower rose about 10 meters high and then stopped moving. We must report this to our clan's head first. The dragons hurried to inform the heads of their clans about the emergence of the new tower. Chapter 223, Who made it like this? TL, Hanguk. This is going to take forever to move. Sejun looked at the remaining 60,000 bottles of Samyangju after completing the quest. These were meant for the Black Rabbit's wedding and needed to be carefully stored in the void storage. He could have asked Quenji and Pinkfur to help with heavy lifting, but glass bottles were fragile and couldn't be moved in large quantities at once. Therefore, since he needed to move them one by one with the help of the animals, it seemed like it would take a lot of time. Then, these looks delicious. I wish I could have just one bottle. Seeing the two dragons eyeing the Samyangju greedily, Sejun had an idea. Excuse me, Kaiser, Kellyan, could you help me move these? I'll give you 10 bottles of Samyangju each. Sejun offered the Samyangju as bait for the dragons to help him move the 60,000 bottles to the void storage. It was a faster and safer method, and more economical, considering the potential breakage of the bottles. Okay. What's so hard about that? Move. Sure. You can always ask me, if you need help. Move. The two dragons readily agreed to help at Sejun's request. In just a few minutes, they transferred all 60,000 bottles of Samyangju safely to the void storage. Thank you, Kaiser, Kellyan. Here's the alcohol. Ka-ha-ha. No need for formalities between us, right? Ka-ha-ha. We'll be going then. After receiving their 10 bottles of Samyangju each, the dragons quickly flew off towards the fountain to enjoy their Samyangju. However, they couldn't leisurely savor their drink. Black Dragon's territory. What? A new tower has appeared? The creator didn't mention a 10th tower. Startled by Anton's report, Kaiser was shocked. Yes. Moreover, the grey tower has appeared right at the base of the destruction. A grey dragon. Is there a dragon clan we don't know about? Kaiser, assuming the color of the tower represented its managing dragon clan, pondered. Or could it be the birth of a new dragon clan? It might be a hidden plan of the creator. That's possible. We need to investigate this tower. Because of this, the head of the Hizron clan, Silver Dragon Chrysella, who is the organizer of the next meeting, has proposed an earlier meeting. When? Immediately. Kaiser frowned at Anton's words. I won't have time to enjoy the Samyangju Sejun gave me. All right. I'll leave immediately. You make sure the young black dragons don't act rashly. Yes. Polymorph release. After entrusting the black dragons to Anton and reverting to his true form, Kaiser spread his majestic wings and flew towards the territory of the Silver Dragon. Shashashak. After lunch and rest, Sejun playfully rubbed his hands together and brought them close to Theo. Weong weong. Theo's fur stood up in response to Sejun's hands. He. How is it? My magical hands? As Sejun played with Theo's fur. Don't, just pet me here, meow. Theo, lying lazily on Sejun's lap, turned over lazily and showed his belly, saying sleepily, "Che." "Fine." Disappointed by Theo's lackluster response, Sejun began to pet Theo's pink belly. Swoosh. Swoosh. They both fell asleep together. Thus, they took a nap. After some time, "All right." Sejun woke up, refreshed, ready to start his afternoon work, which was to transplant the poisonous potatoes in the western forest. He had noticed some kudzu vines in the western forest preparing to bear fruit the previous day. His plan was to contaminate the soil with the poisonous potatoes before the kudzu could root, preventing their spread. Then, by surrounding them with detoxifying green onions would completely trap and he could cultivate the kudzu. This was why Sejun had allowed Quenji to cultivate the kudzu. Arriving at the field of poisonous potatoes and detoxifying green onions. "Huh? Why does its color look like this?" Sejun said, noticing the detoxifying green onions planted around the poisonous potatoes. Unlike other green onions, the 5 surrounding the poisonous potatoes were completely white, even the leaves. "Shuck!" Sejun pulled out one of the white green onions. "You have harvested a powerful detoxifying green onion. Your job experience increases slightly. Your harvesting LV7 proficiency has slightly increased. You have gained 50 experience points." Powerful detoxifying green onion? It seemed that the green onion had enhanced detoxifying abilities due to its constant battle against poison, hence the powerful in its name. "Let's see." Sejun checked the harvested green onion. Powerful detoxifying green onion. This green onion, grown inside the tower with ample nutrients, has fought against toxins during its growth, enhancing its detoxifying abilities beyond that of regular detoxifying green onions. When consumed, detoxifies grade A or lower poisons for 1 hour. When consumed, boosts the liver's ability to detoxify for 48 hours. Long-term consumption may awaken the talent, immunity to 1,000 poisons. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, B. Oh. Long-term consumption could awaken immunity to 1,000 poisons. Munch. Munch. Sejun immediately ate one of the powerful detoxifying green onions whole. It tasted similar to regular green onions. Swoosh. Swoosh. After eating the enhanced detoxifying green onions, Sejun gathered the rest and pluck. Carefully harvested the poisonous potatoes and transplanted them into a pot. Once he had transplanted all 4 sections of the poisonous potatoes. Green Tower, 23rd floor land deed. Huh? A land deed from the Green Tower. Sejun found a land deed lying on the ground of the green onion field. Brachio, undeterred, had sent another land deed. This time it was enchanted to unfold automatically if someone within 1 m approached it. "But, Eileen, there's a Green Tower land deed here." Knowing he had the luck of a sunfish, Sejun didn't dare to touch the deed and immediately informed Eileen. "The tower's administrator says she will handle the Green Tower land deed and tells you not to worry." Knowing that the administrator couldn't travel through the land deed, Eileen confidently shouted, "All right, then I'll leave it to you, Eileen." Sejun handed the Green Tower land deed to Eileen and called for Toryong. Boom. "Did you call for me, master?" Toryong quietly poked its head out in response to Sejun's call. "Yeah. Can you take me to the western forest?" Sejun, holding the pot to his chest, climbed onto Toryong's head. "Of course. I will ensure a comfortable ride." Boom boom. Toryong, with Sejun on his head, moved towards the western forest. Green Tower, 78th floor. Eek. Why do I have to do this? Hurry up. A giant green dragon grumbled as it rescued animals on the brink of destruction. It was Ophelia, the tower farmer of the Green Tower, filling in for Brachio, who suddenly had to attend the meeting. "All right. That's everything." Once the animals were inside Ophelia's protective barrier, roar! Ophelia unleashed her breath attack at the pursuing kudzu, completely obliterating the 78th floor of the tower. Boom! The once splendid herb garden that Quenji would have loved disappeared. Quenji! Arriving in the western forest on Toryong, Sejun called out to Quenji, "Krueng? Krueng? Dad, what's wrong? Why are you here?" Quenji, munching on a bitter kudzu root, frowned and asked. "I came to plant this." Sejun showed the pot he was holding as he got off Toryong's head. Then, shuck! Sejun dug up the soil and planted the 4 pieces of the poisonous potato in the north, south, east, and west directions, centering around the area where the corrupted ents had fallen. Just to be sure, I should test its effectiveness. Sejun picked one of the kudzu fruits nearby and planted it near the poisonous potatoes. "You have planted kudzu in soil full of toxins. The kudzu is contaminated by the toxins and withers. The kudzu fruit rapidly shriveled. It worked as he thought. Good. Satisfied that the kudzu wouldn't spread, Sejun happily picked up Myla's hoe. Then, shuck! You have planted 10-20 seeds of detoxifying green onions in soil imbued with magic power. Your job experience increases slightly. Due to detoxifying green onion seeds listening to the sound of the farmer's footsteps, the effect of magic seed sowing LV7 has been enhanced. With the effect of magic seed sowing LV7, the growth rate of detoxifying green onion seeds will double for the next 24 hours. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing LV7 has slightly increased. Sejun began planting the detoxifying green onions at a distance to prevent the toxicity of the soil from spreading, while he was surrounding the area with detoxifying green onions. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing LV7 has been filled, and the level has increased. The skill level of magic seed sowing increased. It's done. As Sejun returned after planting all the detoxifying green onions, Krueng! Krueng! Dad, here are the kudzu roots. You must be hungry from working. Eat these. While Sejun was busy, Quenji had dug up kudzu roots and brought 10 blue kudzu roots to Sejun. Thanks. Have some honey jelly, Quenji. Feeling bad for eating alone, Sejun offered honey jelly to Quenji. Krueng. Thank you, Dad. Quenji gratefully took the honey jelly from Sejun. Come here. Sit next to me and let's eat together. Sejun picked up the hesitant Quenji, still wary from yesterday's scolding, and placed him beside him. Go ahead, eat. Pat. Pat. As Sejun patted Quenji's bottom, Krueng. Quenji's so happy. Quenji, teary-eyed, was moved by Sejun's unchanged gentleness despite his wrongdoing. Quenji vowed to be more filial son to Sejun. However, is Quenji crying because he can't eat the honey-flavored kudzu roots? I should keep my promise though. Sejun thought Quenji was crying because he couldn't eat the honey-flavored kudzu roots and was in a dilemma. Munch. Munch. Preoccupied with his dilemma, Sejun chewed on the honey-flavored kudzu roots, hardly noticing their taste as all his stat potentials increased by 50. The next morning, as Sejun got up and went outside, he saw a bunch of grapes hanging from the grapevine. Sejun hurried over and harvested the bunch of grapes. You have harvested 32 seedless grapes for beginners. Your job experience increases slightly. Your harvesting LV7 proficiency has increased slightly. You gained 1,600 experience points. Although he picked just one bunch, the message indicated that 32 grapes had been harvested. Wow! Grapes! Sejun deeply inhaled the fragrance of the grapes and examined one of them. Seedless grape for beginners. A seedless grape, modified to strengthen the physique of beginners. Eating one grape increases all stats by 1. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration time, 150 days. Grade, A. A straightforward description. Let's taste it. Sejun put the fragrant grape in his mouth and gently squeezed out the pulp. And, you have consumed a seedless grape for beginners. All stats have increased by 1. The stats increased as described. But, who made it like this? Tasting the grape, Sejun grimaced in disgust. It wasn't the taste he had anticipated. Who modified the grapes like this? The grape was incredibly bitter. Chapter 224, From now on, call me sister-in-law. TL, Hanguk. You have consumed a seedless grape for beginners. All stats have increased by 1. You have consumed a seedless grape for beginners. All stats have increased by 1. P2E. P2E. So bitter. After finishing the remaining bitter grapes, Sejun grimaced. He couldn't afford not to eat them due to the stat increase, but as a result of enduring the bitter taste, all his stats had increased by 23. Why did you make such tasteless grapes? Swoosh. Swoosh. Farmer's Warm Touch LV4 is activated. The growth of the seedless grapevine for beginners is slightly accelerated by your touch. Sejun scolded the grapevine while stroking it. Though the vine wasn't at fault, he was upset for not getting the taste he expected. After a while of scolding the vine, NOM. You have consumed a piece of Eileen's healthy meatball. You must eat all of it to gain the full effect. 60 pieces remaining. Sejun lost his appetite due to the bitter grapes and resorted to eating the meatball Eileen gave him. Then, time to cook breakfast. Sejun went to the kitchen area to prepare breakfast. Black Tower's administrative area. Black Tower's growth conditions. Tower Farmer, A achieved. Create 10 or more new species, unachieved. Cultivate over 330 million square meter of land, unachieved. Grow a world tree? Acquire more than 10,000 world's energy pieces, unachieved. Own more than 5 relics, unachieved. Achieve 3 great accomplishments, unachieved. Increase the number of entrances of the Black Tower to 120, unachieved. Hee. Thanks to Sejun, one of the tower's growth conditions has been achieved, Eileen happily said, checking the conditions for the tower's growth after a long time. She didn't know what benefits the tower's growth would bring, but it felt good. Huh? But why has grow a world tree changed to a question mark? Eileen was puzzled, remembering it was unachieved when she last checked after Sejun asked her to confirm if Flamey was the world tree. The repair of the bronze mirror of longing is completed. An alert appeared on the crystal orb. Hee. The relic repair is complete. Eager to present the repaired relic to Sejun, Eileen rushed to the relic repair equipment. The ability to confidently repair relics for Sejun was thanks to this equipment, a benefit of the Black Tower's rising status. Holding the repaired bronze mirror in her hands, Eileen pondered. Wait. I should greet Sejun's mother too, right? Eileen, envious of Quenji's interaction with Sejun's mom, decided to say hello to his mom. Okay, just a quick greeting. Eileen quickly checked her appearance before contacting Sejun's mother. Polymorph spell done, dressed, face clean, all set. After confirming her appearance, Eileen thought of Sejun's mother, Kim Miran, and infused magic into the bronze mirror. Soon after, hello, mother. When Kim Miran appeared in the mirror, Eileen greeted her courteously. Oh my. Who are you? Kim Miran was surprised to see a beautiful woman with black hair appear in the mirror. She was so pretty that she didn't seem to be from this world. Yes. I am Sejun's girlfriend, Eileen Pratani. Really? Sejun's girlfriend. Ah. I heard Sejun's girlfriend was beautiful, and indeed, my Sejun's girlfriend is quite the beauty. Ho. Kim Miran, initially startled, recalled Flamey's words and was delighted. Her son had such a beautiful girlfriend, she was proud of him. Mother, have you heard about me before? Yes, Flamey told me. Ah, so Flamey already told you about me. Eileen seemed to have a slight understanding of why Flamey's status had changed to a question mark. Since Flamey had gone outside the tower, making it impossible for the tower to determine its status. Was Flamey pretending all this time? Just as Eileen decided to have a talk with Flamey later. Are you really my brother's girlfriend? Sedol, who was nearby Kim Miran, asked incredulously, unable to believe it. It was hard for him to believe his brother had a girlfriend. HMPH. Are you saying I'm lying? Offended by Sedol's disbelief, Eileen glared at him. She tried to restrain herself, considering he was Sejun's family, but Sedol felt intimidated, as if a giant black dragon was baring its teeth and growling at him under Eileen's gaze. Ah. No, I'm sorry, Eileen. I didn't mean to offend you, Sedol quickly apologized. However, you got my title wrong. Eileen scolded him for his incorrect form of address. What? From now on, call me sister-in-law. Yes. Sister-in-law, Sedol corrected himself immediately. Good. Let's get along well. Yes. Sister-in-law, Sedol responded with a military soldier-like voice. His brother's girlfriend was too scary. Just then, crack. Fortunately for Sedol, the bronze mirror started to crack. Mother, I'll contact you again later. That's fine, Eileen. Take care. Goodbye, mother. Clang. Luckily, the mirror broke just after the greetings were finished. Time to repair it again. The mirror, having been repaired only 5 minutes earlier, went back into the repair equipment. And, Flamey, let's have a talk. Eileen called Flamey for a quiet conversation. Dad Ada. Krueng. Dad, Quenji brought something good. In the afternoon, Quenji returned from the western forest with kudzu roots. Krueng. Here, for you, Dad. Thanks. Sejun took the 10 blue kudzu roots from Quenji and patted his head. Munch. Munch. Here, Quenji, eat this. As Sejun ate the kudzu roots, he gave honey jelly to Quenji. Krueng? La 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 tilde, I wish it tasted sweet tilde. Quenji heard the golden bat singing. Sejun, hoping for a change, had asked the golden bat to sing to the grapevine while fertilizing it. It seemed there was no response yet. But, dum-dum. Quenji started dancing near the grapevine, energized by the golden bat song. Then, poo-hoo-hut. Now it's Vice Chairman Theo's turn, meow. Theo, wanting to show off to his siblings, stepped forward and started dancing. Meow. 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 Theo danced left 3 times, right 3 times, moving its front paws. Surprisingly, Theo danced quite well and cutely. They're all having fun. Sejun sat under the shady grapevine, watching the animals sing and dance with a content expression, when, "It's unfair," a voice echoed in Sejun's mind. Huh? What was that? Sejun looked around for the source of the voice. It's me, the grapevine. Again, the voice in his mind clarified. The grapevine? Were you the one talking just now? Sejun touched the grapevine, focusing his consciousness, and asked. Yes, it's me. I feel so wronged. This time, the grapevine's voice was heard more clearly. Wronged? Yes, earlier, you scolded me for not making tasty grapes. The grapevine felt wronged by Sejun's earlier scolding. Sorry. I was too harsh. Sejun apologized to the grapevine. No, it's true, but, please, can you help me make delicious grapes again? The grapevine asked Sejun for help. Of course. I'll help you. Sejun quickly agreed to help the grapevine. Their goals were perfectly aligned, both wanted to produce delicious grapes. But how can I help you? Well, originally, I used to produce delicious grapes. In response to Sejun's question, the grapevine spoke of its story. Sejun was able to learn more about the situation through his conversation with the grapevine. So, you're saying your original cultivator modified you to enhance your effects, but it ended up making the grapes bitter? Yes. Sacrificing taste for effect. What kind of farming is that? Sejun was outraged upon hearing the grapevine's story. Moreover, the modification had rendered the vine unable to produce seeds. I understand how you feel. Reproduction is an instinct of all species. Don't worry. I'll help you. Sejun, who might as well be practically invisible despite being there, understood the grapevine's feelings all too well. Practically invisible in terms of strength compared to other beings on the 99th floor. Thank you. I'm so grateful. Touched by Sejun's understanding and empathy, the grapevine sobbed, expressing its long-held sorrow. Then, you have genuinely empathized with the seedless grapevine for beginners and decided to help. A job quest has been triggered. Job quest, modify the seedless grapevine for beginners so that it can produce delicious grapes again. Reward, exclusive cultivation rights to the newly modified grapes, relic, violet ring. A quest appeared. Oh. This is great. Completing the quest would grant delicious grapes, exclusive cultivation rights, and a relic item. Sejun was filled with enthusiasm. So, what do I need to do now? Sejun asked the grapevine. First, please break all my branches. All your branches? Yes. That's necessary. The grapevine explained further so that Sejun could understand. It explained that by grafting its branches onto other crops, and when they produce delicious grapes, those branches could then be grafted back onto the grapevine. Understood. Quenji, can you help me break the branches of the grapevine? Sejun asked Quenji for help. Krueng. Understood. Enlarged, Quenji carefully broke the grapevine's branches and handed them to Sejun. And, you are a field LV2 is activated. You have grafted a seedless grapevine for beginners in a magical cherry tomato. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency in you are a field LV2 increases slightly. Sejun grafted the grapevine branches onto various other crops. He grafted around 300 branches onto crops like cherry tomatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, carrots, pineapples, etc. In the office of the chairman of the Korea Awakened Association, there seemed to be no movements from the enemy. It looks like they're all dead. 5 days after the nuclear missile hit Niue Island, a US agent reported to Han Tae-jun, showing him satellite images of the island. But what was that silhouette? Han Tae-jun inquired about the giant silhouette seen in the mushroom cloud. We've had various opinions about it, but we think it might be a phenomenon caused by the locusts burning up all at once. If you look at the images of the island, it's clear that there are no living creatures left. Alright, I understand. After the US agent left, not long after, fish drained of their fluids like mummies started surfacing in the Pacific Ocean. These fish corpses formed a long trail leading towards Hawaii. Chapter 225, Eating Crab Stew. Hanguk, Black Tower's administrator area. It wasn't my intention to hide it from you, Eileen. I just wanted to appear cute to my master. Really? Of course. I swear on my leaves. All right. I'll trust you. Convinced by Flamey's heartfelt oath, Eileen decided to trust Flamey's words. But how did you end up extending your roots to Earth? I heard that my master's family was in danger, and with my desire to protect them, I pushed my roots as far as I could, and they reached Earth. Really? Have you extended your roots anywhere else? Yes, but I'm not sure exactly where. Then tell me anything you've seen or heard from there. I might know something about it. Yes. Thank you. Thus, Eileen began to listen to information about the surroundings where Flamey's roots had extended. Silver Dragon's territory. Thud. Thud. Dragons arrived for the meeting, all converging at about the same time due to the urgency of the matter. Although it had been nearly a month since their last meeting at the Golden Dragon's territory, none of them exchanged pleasantries. To dragons, such a period was but a fleeting moment, by human standards. It's like not saying hello again to someone you saw a few minutes ago. Soon, I, Chrysella, the head of the Hizron family clan and the Silver Dragons, welcome everyone to the Silver Dragon's territory. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. Chrysella greeted everyone and started the meeting. As you all know, the 10th tower has appeared. If anyone knows anything about this 10th tower, please share. Chrysella asked the other dragons if they had any information about the 10th tower that had appeared below destruction. At times like these, even a small piece of information was valuable. However, I don't know anything. Neither do I. No dragon had any information about the 10th tower. Then let's form an investigation team with 10 dragons from each tribe to investigate and explore the 10th tower. The dragons, following their customs, agreed to assemble an investigation team. The investigation team will gather here in 5 days and then depart. Go back and send your dragons. The decision to send a total of 90 dragons to the 10th tower was finalized, and Chrysella concluded the meeting. As the dragons prepared to leave, has anyone here tried some Yangju? Ramter Zahir of the Red Dragons asked the others. Ramter, you too? I've tried it as well. Me too. Ramter's question surprised the other dragons. They had thought they were the only ones who had received the liquor. But who made some Yangju and distributed it to us? I wish I could drink it again. Right. Not just for the clarity it gives to the mind, but I can't forget its fragrance. The fragrance is good, but I like the way how smoothly it goes down my throat. The dragons began discussing who might have created some Yangju and shared their appreciation for its taste. It must be a hidden arrangement by the creator, just for us dragons who can fight against destruction. Tirpeton of the Purple Dragons spoke with conviction. Shaking. Kellyan, don't give it away. Kaiser cautioned Kellyan, who was itching to join the conversation. Kaiser himself wanted to boast that it was Sejun, the tower farmer of their Black Tower, who had made some Yangju and saved them, but he restrained himself. Revealing that the Samyangju came from the Black Tower would lead other dragons to demand it, putting pressure on Kaiser. Even Kaiser couldn't withstand the pressure from the other dragons, which would ultimately lead to sharing the Samyangju made by Sejun with the others, reducing their own share. Therefore, he remained silent. Then, hey, Kaiser, Kellyan, you've been quiet. Didn't you get any Samyangju? Want me to give you some? Keek, Tyr taunted Kaiser and Kellyan, noticing their silence. What? Of course, we got it. We knew about Samyangju before any of you did. Kellyan, provoked by Tyr's taunt, blurted out without thinking before Kaiser could stop him. You knew first. Kellyan, what are you saying? As Kellyan's response sparked the interest of the other dragons. If they knew about the Samyangju before the others, they might have some small information about it. Ah. That's. Kellyan, realizing his mistake, became flustered when. Let's go, Kellyan. We should leave now. Ah. Yes, let's go. Kaiser quickly left the Silver Dragon's territory with Kellyan. The two of them seemed suspicious. The remaining dragons found Kaiser and Kellyan's abrupt departure odd, but it's nothing suspicious. They are surely lying. That's why they left so quickly. Tyr continued to belittle them, causing discomfort among the dragons. Let's leave as well. Yeah, me too. The dragons, uncomfortable with the situation, began to depart one by one to their respective territories. Meanwhile, is Kaiser all right? Did he really not get any Samyangju? Ramter, who had received help from Kaiser before, flew after the two dragons with some remaining Samyangju, just in case, wondering if they truly hadn't received any. After finishing grafting the grapevines, Sejun hummed in anticipation of the future grapes. Hum hum hum. Sejun, excited about the grapes, hummed a tune while planting carrot seeds in the holes he had created in the field, infusing them with magic. Swoosh. As Sejun covered the hole where he planted the seeds with soil, you have planted the seed of agility carrot in the soil imbued with magic. Your job experience has increased slightly. Due to agility carrot seeds listening to the sound of the farmer's footsteps, the effect of magic seed sowing LV8 has been enhanced. With the effect of magic seed sowing LV8, the growth rate of the agility carrot seeds will double for the next 24 hours. the probability of obtaining a new variety is increased by 5 times due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV8. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing LV8 has increased slightly. Among the displayed messages, one particularly stood out. This was the reason why Sejun was planting the seeds by hand instead of using the miller's hoe to plant them in bulk. When planting seeds by hand, the probability of obtaining new variety increases 5 times. Does not apply to tenant farmers. With magic seed sowing reaching LV8, Sejun tolerated the inconvenience to plant seeds by hand due to the increased chance of obtaining new varieties. Suddenly, Chairman Park. Am I doing well, meow? Thud. Thud. Theo, helping Sejun, asked while making holes with his dragon claws for Sejun to plant the carrot seeds. Not because he didn't know but. Yes, Vice Chairman Theo, you're doing great. Pooh hut, I knew that, meow. Theo wanted to receive praise from Sejun. Hum. Chairman Park. Am I doing well, meow? Oh yes. Pooh hut, I knew it, meow. Theo continued to work, intermittently seeking Sejun's affirmation. And then, Krueng? Daddy, is Quenji doing well too? Quenji, who was planting various seeds in the field alongside Sejun, also wanted Sejun's praise. You've planted them well. Good job. After checking Quenji's work, Sejun complimented him. Hey, Krueng. He, Quenji will grow herbs to make Daddy strong. Motivated by Sejun's praise, Quenji clenched his front paws with determination. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow, but Sejun just patted Quenji's head without saying anything and returned to his spot to plant more carrots. While working late into the afternoon, I want some crab stew. Sejun suddenly craved a dish and inadvertently spoke it out loud. Pooh hut, Chairman Park, do you want to eat crab, meow? Vice Chairman Theo, will catch some for you, meow. Before Sejun could say anything, Theo dashed towards the lake in the cave. Da. Before Sejun could stop him, Theo quickly ran towards the lake in the cave. Krueng. Big brother Quenji will catch crabs too. Daddy, just wait a little. Da. And so, Quenji also hurried after Theo towards the lake. Then, I'll wait while playing with Flamey. Sejun decided to wait for them while playing with Flamey and went down to the cave. Flamey, how have you been, master? Hello. Flap. Flamey greeted Sejun with its 5 leaves waving enthusiastically. Thump. As Sejun sat down beside Flamey. First, take this. Yap. Flamey used the ability of its 4th leaf. The 4th leaf turned red and its ability, the Flame of Growth, seeped into Sejun's body. The Flame of Growth seeps in for 3 hours. The Flame of Growth will enhance your latent potential for 3 hours. Thanks. But what does the 5th leaf do? The 5th leaf has the Golden Flame, which increases luck in gaining wealth. Really? Then I'll try it on Vice Chairman Theo later. Hee. That would be fun. And with that, Sejun and Flamey talked alone for the first time in a long time. Shortly after, splash! Theo and Quenji emerged, creating a huge splash, each carrying a massive 50-meter crab, including the legs, lifted above their heads. The 2 crabs were of similar size, making it difficult to decide which was larger. Pooh hut, Chairman Park, eat the crab I caught, meow. Theo, upon spotting Sejun, offered him the crab he had caught. Then, Krueng. No, Daddy should eat the crab Quenji caught. Quenji quickly offered his crab to Sejun. Calm down, guys. We can eat both. Sejun calmed them down and was about to dismember the crabs when, presentation is important for this dish. Sejun changed his mind about how to prepare the crabs. Quenji, can you open this up? He asked Quenji to separate the crab shells. Krueng. Got it. Quenji, having enlarged, easily separated the shells from 2 crabs. Quenji, please wash these. Sejun asked Quenji to clean the shells while, Vice Chairman Theo, claws. Here they are, meow, snip, scrape. Using Theo's claws, Sejun skillfully cut the crab legs and body into suitable sizes, cleaning them thoroughly. Once the crabs were prepared, land moving, Sejun went above ground and created a large, 2 fire pits in the ground, filled it with firewood, snap, and lit a fire. Krueng, Daddy, the crab shells are all clean. Quenji, put the shells here. Sejun instructed Quenji to place the large crab shells on top of the fire pit, planning to use them as pots. And then, sizzle. Sejun began cooking at a spot he had made between the fire pit, pouring water into the giant crab shells placed over the pits. Da. First, he sliced radish, green onions, and onions, adding them to make a broth. Bubble. bubble. As the water started to boil, plunk, plunk. He added the prepared crab legs and bodies, seasoning with Pyongyang chili peppers and salted shrimp. Shortly after, slurp. Good. After tasting, Sejun was satisfied with the flavor. Though the crab stew turned out clear due to the lack of other seasonings, it was delicious. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called the animals who had been drooling looking over the fire pit, to eat the crab stew. On day 348 of being stranded, Sejun and the animals had another fulfilling day, working hard and eating well. Chapter 226, Did I Feed It for Nothing? TL, Hangak, Uham. Sejun, waking up in the morning, came outside and stretched lazily with a yawn. Meow, Krueng. Following Sejun, Theo and Quenji also stretched beside him, raising their arms in a yawn. I'm hungry. Sejun, whose stomach had already digested the crab stew he ate to bursting point the previous night, leaving him feeling hungry again. Guys, let's eat breakfast quickly. Got it, meow, Krueng. Great idea. At Sejun's words, Theo and Quenji clung to Sejun's legs. Then, swish. He made crab stew porridge by adding rice flour to the leftover crab stew broth from yesterday. It wasn't out of laziness, it was just too wasteful to throw away food. Definitely not just for convenience. Guys, isn't it delicious? Krueng. Squeak. Okay. The animals nodded vigorously and responded to Sejun's question. I should eat too. After getting an all-clear from the animals' taste test, Sejun began to eat the crab stew porridge in earnest. Who? Slurp. Blowing on the hot porridge to cool it down and taking a bite. The flavor of the sea filled his mouth. Gulp. This is great. The hot porridge warmed his stomach and spread heat to the parts of his body that were still waking up. Scrape, scrape. After neatly scraping off and eating everything that was stuck to the crab shell, ice cube. While Sejun was making an iced Americano for his morning coffee. Hello, Sejun Tildenim. A poisonous honeybee flew to Sejun and landed on his shoulder, rubbing its body against his face as a greeting. What's up? Our queen wants to meet you. Queen? Sejun was puzzled and asked since, although there had been interactions between Sejun's domesticated poisonous honeybees and wild ones since he last visited the poisonous honeybee queen's hive, the queen had never sought him out directly. Yes. The queen has something to give you. Really? Recently, Sejun was considering taming another poisonous honeybee queen after recently leveling up his beekeeping skills. Guys, let's go. Sejun woke up Theo and Quenji, who were sleeping beside him, and headed towards the hive of the eastern poisonous honeybee queen. Kaiser and Kellyan emerged from the silver dragon's territory. Flap. Flap. Since we're here, shall we go drink there? Should we? While flying towards their own territory, the two landed on a floating island of a suitable size midway and polymorphed. They usually clinked their cups as statues and drank together, but they had never actually faced each other and drank like this. Clink. This is great. Do you know how hard it was to hold back from telling everyone that Sejun made this? Kek kek kek. I almost spilled it too. The two began to drink, clinking their golden cups filled with samyangju. The cups, though made of gold, had a simple appearance that complemented the clear samyangju inside. Ka. The best snack with alcohol is definitely the roasted sweet potato Sejun made. After a gulp of cold alcohol, Kaiser took a bite of the steaming roasted sweet potato. Kaiser had preserved these sweet potatoes, received in thousands from Sejun, with preservation magic, maintaining them in freshly roasted condition. Here's to us drinking samyangju alone from now on. Cheers. Right. Cheers. As the two emptied several bottles, planning to continue drinking samyangju alone, when, what are you guys talking about? And where did all this samyangju come from? Red Dragon Ramter, who had followed them out of concern, asked upon seeing dozens of bottles laid out around them. Gulp. Overwhelmed by the strong aroma of samyangju, Ramter involuntarily drooled. Huh? Ramter? This isn't samyangju. Yeah. Right. It's soju. Startled by Ramter's arrival, the two blurted out excuses, but, don't lie. The smell of samyangju is unmistakable. Ramter wasn't convinced at all. Snap. It's coming from here too. Ramter, after confirming by smelling the empty alcohol bottles rolling on the ground, became completely sure. These guys knew the source of the samyangju. Then, if you guys don't tell me where you got the samyangju from, I'll tell all the other dragons everything I've seen and heard here. Ramter threatened them. Sigh. All right. But you have to swear you won't tell any other dragons. Kaiser, realizing it was hard to keep the secret, demanded a promise from Ramter to keep the source of the Samyangju confidential. It was a better choice for the three of them to share it rather than 9. Fine. I, the great red dragon Ramter Zahir, swear on my name that I will not reveal anything I've heard here today to the other dragons. Is that enough? Now tell me where you got the Samyangju. Eager to know the source of the Samyangju, Ramter quickly made his vow and looked at Kaiser. He had realized that Kaiser was the real power player in their conversation. All right. The truth is, the Samyangju was made by the tower farmer of our Black Tower. Kaiser revealed to Ramter that the maker of the Samyangju was the tower farmer of the Black Tower. What? It's made by the tower farmer of the Black Tower? Yes. Unbelievable. I owe a great debt to the tower farmer of the Black Tower then. Right. You have the essence of fire, right? Give it to me. Ramter decided to give a gift to the tower farmer of the Black Tower, who he owed a debt. Of course, there was also an intention to make a good first impression for future supplies of Samyangju. Ramter, there's something you need to keep in mind. Our tower farmer of the Black Tower is incredibly weak, so if you go by common sense, it could be disastrous. Got it? Knowing Sejun had narrowly escaped death several times, Kaiser earnestly warned Ramter. Really? If you say so, he must be incredibly weak. Got it. Ramter absorbed the power of the essence of fire and adjusted it to the level of the Red Tower's tower farmer Udon, but upon hearing he was weak, he adjusted it to half the strength of Udon's level. He thought his own tower farmer was very weak as well. This should be enough, right? Ramter reduced the power of the essence of fire significantly and handed it to Kaiser. But, what is this? Ramter, you bastard, are you trying to assassinate our Sejun under the guise of giving a gift? Kaiser got angry upon receiving the gift. The tower farmer of the Black Tower was much weaker than Ramter thought. No. How was I supposed to know your tower farmer was that weak? What are you doing? Reduce it to 1/10 here. All right. Ramter, trying to give a gift, ended up being scolded. Upon arriving in front of the massive mountain where the poisonous queen bee's hive was located, Sejun saw the crops he had planted during his previous visit had grown and bore fruit. Whir. Whir. The sound of the poisonous honeybees buzzing around the flowers of the crops echoed from all directions. Before we go in, I'll harvest these. Whir. Yes. Like a sparrow unable to pass by a mill, Sejun couldn't just walk past the ripe crops. Rustle. Sejun harvested the cherry tomatoes with the sickle of freshness, cutting the stems. You have harvested 6 magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. Due to the cold energy imbued in the sickle of freshness, the expiration date of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 300 experience points. After harvesting cherry tomatoes, corn, carrots, and other crops, Sejun entered the cave and reached the large room where the poisonous queen bee was. Whir. Whir. Welcome, Sejun Tildanim. It's been a long time. The poisonous queen bee greeted Sejun. Yeah. It's been a while. You've been doing well, right? Whir. Whir. Of course. I've been so happy lately because I get to eat delicious honey. The poisonous queen bee responded while drawing a heart. It looked really good. But didn't you say you had something to give me? Whir. Whir. Oh my. I forgot. Just a moment, please. At Sejun's words, the poisonous queen bee hurriedly fetched something from a small hole. Whir. Whir. This is the first thing I've made. They are still lacking, but I wanted to give them to you, Sejun. Plunk. The poisonous queen bee handed Sejun 5 transparent honey jellies. Thank you. Sejun closely examined the honey jellies he received. Incomplete platinum royal jelly. This variety of honey jelly was refined and processed over a long period of time by the poisonous queen bee, using ancient secrets passed down through generations. It is incomplete due to the lack of a few flower types needed for the royal jelly. The honey jelly has been refined for enhanced taste and nutrition. Consuming it increases all stats by 30. Forced awakening of 1 latent talent upon consumption. Expiration date, 100 years. Grade, A. Wow. This is impressive. Despite being labeled incomplete, it boasted a 30 to all stats and had the ability to forcibly awaken a talent. Here, you guys eat too. Sejun shared one with Theo, Quenji, and the golden bat, then, gulp. Sejun then ate the incomplete platinum royal jelly. SSSSSS. As soon as the royal jelly entered his mouth, it melted away, and Sejun felt as if he were in the middle of a flower garden, so intense was the fragrance of flowers, while Sejun was intoxicated by the floral scent. Gulp. You have consumed incomplete platinum royal jelly. All stats increased by 30. A latent talent is forcibly awakened. A weak light began to emanate from Sejun's body. And, talent, insignificant presence has been awakened. One of Sejun's latent talents awakened. Seeing the name of the talent, Sejun was speechless with rising irritation. This was too much. No matter how insignificant he might be, to blatantly label it as a talent. Sejun checked the talent anyway, hoping against hope. But, talent, insignificant presence, a talent only possessed by beings with a low presence. Among others, you are the last to be noticed. Enemies underestimate you. The talent's description was not far from Sejun's expectations. At that moment, ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. It's delicious. Tasty. Sejun saw Quenji and the golden bat swallowing the royal jelly. What talents did you guys get? Sejun hurriedly asked them, hoping for something worse than his own. However, Krueng. Quenji has acquired the talent gluttony. It's a talent that makes me stronger the more Quenji eats. Pip pip. For me, it's unrelenting grip. It's a talent that doesn't easily let go of things caught by the feet. Both had awakened far better talents than Sejun. Theo, vice chairman, what about you? Sejun asked Theo, his last hope, though he expected the answer. Such was human curiosity. Meow. I didn't awaken any talent. Meow. What? You didn't awaken a talent? That's right, meow. Theo responded in a dejected voice to Sejun's question. Really? That's okay. Not everyone awakens a talent. Cheer up. Vice Chairman Theo, want some churu? Sejun offered churu to console Theo. Then, great, meow. And pet my stomach too, meow. Theo promptly flopped onto Sejun's lap. Chomp, chomp, chomp. While Theo was enjoying the churu and getting petted by Sejun, sniff, sniff. Krueng. This is where that delicious smell came from. Quenji started sniffing around Theo's bag. Theo's body stiffened. And, Krueng. Found it. Quenji pulled out the royal jelly from Theo's bag. What? You didn't eat it? Sejun interrogated Theo. Was he tricking me? Sorry, meow. I didn't want to eat it, meow. Theo spoke, glancing at Sejun. He, who only ate grilled fish and churu, had hidden the royal jelly in his bag, not wanting to eat it. Eat it now, quickly. Okay, meow. Gulp. Under Sejun's watchful eye, Theo reluctantly swallowed the royal jelly. And, boom! A golden light exploded from Theo's body. Did I feed it for nothing? Sejun regretted forcing Theo to eat the royal jelly. Chapter 227, Can I borrow some money? Meow. TL, Hanguk, Amazon, Brazil. Crunch. Crunch. The once lush forest was now sparse, with only giant trees remaining, echoing with the sound of locusts feasting. Millions of red locusts swarmed the giant trees of the Amazon, rapidly devouring them. Gradually, purple spots began to appear on the bodies of these locusts. With their population nearing almost 7 billion, the red locusts began to evolve into purple locusts. Initially, the Brazilian government tried to reduce the number of locusts, but things deteriorated rapidly after the disappearance of the tower in Brasilia. Realizing that their own towers could disappear, other countries focused on their own defenses, significantly reducing their support to Brazil. Consequently, the locusts bred at a terrifying rate without any hindrance, devouring the abundant grass around them, while the Brazilian government could do nothing but focus on defending the cities. Even the recent reappearance of the Brasilia Tower in Korea, bringing some relief as hunters returned to Brazil, was short-lived. The now entirely purple locusts began attacking cities populated with people. For the first time, the locusts' attack led to a shocking outcome, a city with 0 survivors. The purple locusts began their devastating assault on Brazilian cities. Pooh hut. Little brothers, do you see it, meow? The glow emanating from my body, meow. Theo, enraptured by the golden glow from his body, bragged to his siblings. Krueng. Big brother looks so cool. Quenji expressed genuine admiration in excitement. You're amazing, big brother. The golden bat also complimented Theo with a sense of envy, though it was somewhat indifferent inside. Naturally, since it was golden itself. As the golden light from Theo's body gradually faded, Vice Chairman Theo, what talent did you get? Curious, Sejun quickly asked Theo. Pooh hut. I got the talent, insignificant wealth, meow. Really? Sejun felt uplifted hearing Theo's talent also contained insignificant. So, what does it do? I can burn insignificant wealth to increase my abilities, meow. What? The meaning behind their insignificant talents was entirely different. Sejun's talent, insignificant presence, was just that, insignificant. On the other hand, Theo's insignificant wealth implied that wealth was trivial and could be burned like scraps of paper to increase abilities. I have a lot of money too. I'm envious. And annoyed. Should I eat another one? Sejun considered eating another one since there were 5 incomplete platinum royal jellies given by the poisonous queen bee, and he was saving it for the black rabbit. But, no. Rather than awakening another talent like insignificant presence, Sejun thought it would be better to invest it in the black rabbit. As Sejun was sorting out his complicated thoughts, Chairman Park, can I borrow some money, meow? Your money, what happened to it? I've already used it, meow. I'm a pauper now, meow. Theo, having just acquired his talent, had already burned all his money to increase his stats and now confidently extended his 2 front paws to Sejun, asking to borrow money. How much? The more the better, meow. Here. Although reluctant, Sejun, not wanting to appear petty, generously handed over almost his entire fortune of 70 million tower coins to Theo. Pooh hut. Thank you, meow. As Theo received the money from Sejun, his body began to shine with a golden light. So that was the effect of burning money. A truly expensive special effect. There goes my money. While Sejun watched Theo burning the money. Whir. Oh my, Sejun, your beekeeping ability has increased. Just a moment. The poisonous queen bee, sensing the increase in Sejun's beekeeping level, summoned one of her daughters, a wild poisonous queen bee. A moment later, whir. A wild poisonous queen bee agrees to follow you. 10,000 poisonous honeybees under the wild poisonous queen bee agree to follow you. Your number of poisonous honeybees exceeds 100,000. Your beekeeping LV9 proficiency greatly increases. Sejun tamed the poisonous honeybee queen and 10,000 poisonous honeybees. These little ones will be sent to the persimmon farm. The newly joined poisonous honeybees didn't have a hive yet, and since Sejun had heard that the persimmon trees were blooming, he decided to send the poisonous honeybees to the 49th floor of the tower to help with the pollination of the persimmon trees. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I've become stronger by burning all of your money, meow. Meanwhile, Theo, having used up all of Sejun's money, proudly clung to Sejun's lap. And, Pooh hut. From now on, just count on me, Chairman Park, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will protect you so that no enemy can even touch a hair on you, meow. Theo declared confidently, by vigorously rubbing his face against Sejun's knee. Okay, Sejun felt reassured. It seemed worth spending the money. I should start taking the payment for the Samyangju from Kaiser and Kellyan in money. Sejun thought of raising Theo's stats further by getting money from the dragons. Just then, Krueng. No way. Quenji will protect Daddy. Quenji clung to Sejun's left leg, determined not to lose to Theo. Pooh hut. Give up, Quenji, meow. I'm not the same vice chairman as before, meow. I've become stronger after burning 70 million tower coins of Chairman Park's money, meow. Krueng. Quenji can also burn Daddy's money. Daddy, Quenji needs about 80 million, please. Quenji politely extended its front paws to Sejun, asking for money. He seemed to misunderstand that burning more money than Theo would make him stronger. Here, Quenji, eat this. Sejun calmed down the excited Quenji by giving him some honey. Krueng. Honey. Upon receiving the honey, Quenji forgot about trying to outdo Theo and lick. Busily licked the honey with its front paws. Sejun successfully diverted Quenji's attention. But what flowers are needed to make complete platinum royal jelly? Sejun asked the poisonous honeybee queen, wanting to obtain complete platinum royal jelly. However, whir. I'm not sure either. I think I need to taste the nectar of the flowers to know. The poisonous honeybee queen, reliant on her genetically imprinted instincts for making platinum royal jelly, did not know the exact ingredients. She mentioned that only by tasting them directly could she determine. Is that so? Alright, I'll be going then. Sejun decided to return to his farm, realizing there was no other way but to diversify his crops. Whir. Goodbye, Sejun Tildanim. Take care. Yep. You too. Let's go, guys. Sejun bid farewell to the poisonous honeybee queen and left the hive with the animals and poisonous honeybees. Upon reaching the entrance to the 99th floor of the tower, Golden Bat, go with the poisonous honeybees and explain everything to Dooku. Okay. Sejun instructed the Golden Bat to take the poisonous honeybees to the 49th floor. Take care, you guys. The poisonous honeybees, having eaten their fill of honey, bid farewell to Sejun and followed the Golden Bat to their new home on the 49th floor of the tower. Here it is. Ramtur, having been scolded by Kaiser and reducing the power of the essence of fire to a level usable by Sejun, handed it over. The essence of fire was almost depleted and hardly seemed worthy of its name anymore. I'll make sure to deliver it to Sejun, thanks. But how do you guys get the Samyangju? Ramtur asked about their method of receiving Samyangju. Kellyan and I use a statue imbued with teleportation magic to receive Samyangju. Really? Then I should make one and send it over too. Yes, that should work. Just so you know, it's not free. Kaiser mentioned that they had to pay with dragon scales engraved with dragon skin magic. Got it. As their conversation ended. Aren't you leaving? Kaiser and Kellyan hinted at Ramtur, who was still staring at them. They couldn't continue drinking unless he left. But Ramtur showed no intention of leaving. Gulp. Can I join you guys for a drink? Ramtur swallowed, eyeing their alcohol. Coo. Fine. But you have to pay back next time there's alcohol. Okay. Got it. Drinking together always makes liquor tastier, so Kaiser, having gained a new drinking partner in Ramtur, shared his alcohol without sending him away. Cheers, 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 clink. 3 dragons clinked their golden cups together and began their drinking session in earnest. It's already time for lunch. Sejun realized it was lunchtime, even though he had only visited the queen bee's hive. Lunch will be simple today, Gogamok to the power of 1. Gogamok was an abbreviation for sweet potatoes, and corn, the staple foods of the 99th floor of the tower. Strangely enough, despite eating the same things for so long, Sejun never got tired of them. Gogamok remained delicious no matter how often he ate it. Krueng. As expected, food tastes the best after work. Quenji, holding a sweet potato and a potato in its front paws, ate as if he had worked hard. Work? Quenji, you just hung onto my leg, didn't you? Sejun looked at Quenji incredulously and then realized. For Quenji, even just breathing was like work. After having lunch, slurp. While Sejun was sipping coffee and gazing at the sky, when, Chairman Park, I'm going to go down the tower for a bit, meow. Theo, who had been lounging on Sejun's lap and getting his belly rubbed, suddenly got up and started packing. Suddenly? Theo usually only moved when Sejun urged him to go down the tower. What's going on? As Sejun looked at Theo curiously. Pooh hut. I need to earn money so that Chairman Park can lend it to me, and then I can burn it to become stronger, meow. Don't worry, meow. I'll be back soon, meow. Theo boasted proudly as he packed his bag. That's the spirit. Though it seemed Theo had no intention of repaying the money, Sejun was pleased with his attitude to earn more. And, right. Get a buff from Flamey before you go. Recalling Flamey's golden flame buff that increased the chances of acquiring wealth, Sejun had Theo receive it. Pooh hut. I like the golden glow, meow. Theo was happy as the golden flame seeped into his body. Then, I'll be off, meow. All right. Be careful and come back safely. Understood, meow. Theo, buffed with the golden flame, went down the tower to earn money. After seeing off Theo, Sejun went to the walnut orchard. I can't take these to the Black Rabbit's wedding. Looking around the orchard, Sejun felt a bit disappointed seeing the 10 walnut trees that had grown up to his waist. It seemed the walnuts would need at least another month before they could be harvested. I should prepare some elixirs too. Sejun went to the mushroom ants to check if there were any elixirs for the Black Rabbit. Quack! Quack! The mushroom ants approached Sejun, offering their backs for him to pick mushrooms. All right, line up. Although only 3 ants had elixir mushrooms and the rest were ordinary, Sejun lined up all the mushroom ants and picked mushrooms from each one's back. It wasn't a significant haul. Then, Krueng. Daddy, Quenji has brought herbs for Brother Black Rabbit. Filial Quenji brought good herbs, understanding his father's heart. Of course, these herbs were very bitter. So bitter that Quenji couldn't handle it himself, so he decided to give them to the Black Rabbit. Chapter 228, I'm not fooled, meow. TL, Hangak, kudzu root of overflowing strength. Unlike other kudzu roots that absorb life force from living hosts, this kudzu root strangles and kills surrounding kudzu roots to absorb their life force. This root is powerful, as it needs strength to strangle and kill other kudzu roots. It has absorbed the life force from dozens of robust kudzu roots, enhancing its medicinal properties. Consumption increases strength by 50 or potential strength by 25. It has an extremely bitter taste. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 210 days. Grade, A. Absorbing the life force of other kudzu roots. It was an unusual kind of kudzu root. It seemed like a survival strategy to win the competition with other kudzu roots. As Sejun examined the white kudzu root brought by Quenji, Krueng. This is definitely not because Quenji doesn't want to eat it. It's for Big Brother. Quenji made an excuse, as if caught red-handed. But, don't lie. I know you brought it because you didn't want to eat it, Quenji. Sejun saw through Quenji's motives, whether it was due to Sejun's penetrating gaze or Quenji's reluctance to be seen as a bad bear making lies. Krueng. Actually, it's true that Quenji didn't want to eat it. But it really will help Big Brother. Quenji soon confessed his true intentions. It's okay. I was looking for a herb to increase the black rabbit's strength anyway. Let's give all of this to the black rabbit. Krueng. Krueng. Good. This is for Daddy. Pleased with Sejun's response, Quenji happily pulled out 10 blue kudzu roots from its snack pouch and handed them to Sejun. Thank you. Sejun accepted the kudzu roots from Quenji and ate them right away. Chew. Chew. Gulp. You have consumed the blue kudzu root of potential. All potential stats increase by 5. He. It's sweet. Sweet. Here, Quenji, have some honey. While eating the kudzu root, Sejun gave Quenji a jar filled with honey. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Tasty. Thus, father and son, having decided to give the extremely bitter kudzu root to Black Rabbit, indulged themselves in the sweet taste. I'll be working, so Quenji, you wait and eat your snacks. Crop gigantification. Sejun filled Quenji's snack pouch with enlarged sweet potatoes and headed to the brewery. Theo is working hard to earn money, so I should work hard to earn money too. Seeing how fast Theo was burning money, Sejun felt the need to earn more. Arriving at the brewery, he found 50 monkeys cleaning the jars used for samyangju. As the amount of liquor brewed increased, more monkeys had been dispatched from the 77th floor to help. Of course, since this meant fewer laborers in the monkey village, Sejun decided to send crops regularly to the village in addition to paying the monkeys working in the brewery. Okay. The new monkeys, busy working, noticed Sejun's arrival and bowed to greet him. It's okay. You don't have to do that here. Sejun calmed down the monkeys, feeling overawed by his presence, and, let's work, guys. He started brewing samyangju with the monkeys, filling the clean jars with rice flour. Meow. Theo hummed a tune as he took the light-speed merchant passage to the 41st floor of the tower. And, humans, I have arrived, meow. He announced his arrival at the camp where the hunters were gathered. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, you are here? Vice Chairman Theo, please come this way. Interns who were selling cherry tomatoes to the hunters hurriedly stood up to welcome Theo. Have you been doing well, meow? Yes. Please come this way. Humans, Vice Chairman Theo has arrived, meow. The cat interns led Theo to the center of the camp, announcing his arrival to the hunters. We need to contact the hunting teams quickly. Yes. I'll return quickly. Theo's here. Thanks to Theo, the hunters resting at the camp could call their colleagues out hunting a bit earlier. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, I've been waiting for you. Han Taijun approached Theo. What's the matter, meow? Purple locusts have appeared on Earth. What, meow? Chairman Park is working so hard to help, and what are the humans doing, meow? Upon hearing Han Taijun's words, Theo became angry. This news would make Chairman Park anxious, meow. That's not okay, meow. It was unacceptable, meow. Huff, meow. Theo took a deep breath. Whenever there was a problem, Chairman Park used to take a deep breath like this, meow. It feels a bit refreshing, meow. Certainly, following Sejun's example had an effect, as Theo felt more composed. From now on, I'll supply detoxifying green onions. Plant them in a 9-to-1 ratio with the sturdy blade green onions. Theo passed on this new method to Han Taijun, handing over all 10,000 detoxifying green onions from his bag. Even a single detoxifying green onion could easily annihilate tens of thousands of purple locusts around it, thanks to its potent detoxifying effect. Therefore, Theo anticipated the purple locusts would rapidly devolve back into red locusts, and did not reduce the number of sturdy blade green onions. Understood. Receiving the detoxifying green onions from Theo, Han Taijun hurried back to Earth to plant them for Earth's defense. Vice Chairman Theo, all the hunters have gathered, meow. While Theo was talking with Han Taijun, the hunters who had gone out returned, and Mark, a cat in turn practicing the Grania dialect and using Theo as a role model, reported to Theo. Got it, meow. Theo confidently walked to the center of the camp and climbed onto a platform made of stacked wooden boxes, prepared by the cat in turns. And then, let's start the auction, meow. Theo began selling Sejun's crops. A short while later, magical peanuts, sold out, meow. Today's auction was successful again. The total sales amount was almost reaching 10 million tower coins. As the auction was about to end, Vice Chairman Theo, aren't you selling detoxifying green onions today? Hunters who had been waiting to buy detoxifying green onions asked Theo. That's right, meow. Today, I'm not selling detoxifying green onions, meow. And for the time being, I'll be reducing the quantity of detoxifying green onions for sale since they need to be supplied primarily to the Earth Defense Force, to protect Earth, meow. What? How can that be? Some hunters objected to Theo's decision not to sell detoxifying green onions. How rude, meow. How dare you question Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Mark and other cat interns quietly took those hunters aside to persuade them. These cat interns were once ruffians who ruled Grania village, but they had been taming their tempers recently. Now, I'll be going, meow. With the auction concluded, Theo hurried back to the 99th floor of the tower where Sejun was. Pooh hut. Wait for me, Chairman Park, meow. Theo was excited to lie on Sejun's lap, eat churu, and burn Sejun's money. It's done. After finishing the base brewing in 1,500 of the 3,300 jars that had been cleaned. Now, it's time to make noodles. Noodles are a must for a wedding. Sejun decided to make banquet noodles, TL, janchiguksu, for the Black Rabbit's wedding. And he intended to do it properly. Sejun, always dissatisfied with the bland food served at wedding venues, thought, I can't let the Black Rabbit's wedding be criticized for its food. Sejun planned to make delicious banquet noodles to ensure that no one would complain about bad food at Black Rabbit's wedding. Even if your wedding is forgotten, Black Rabbit, I'll make sure the banquet noodles are remembered. Thump. Thump. Sejun kneaded the rice dough, obtained using tower coins from the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. Since there was no flour, he planned to use rice for noodles. He put the finished dough into a hollow tree, and began pressing it with another piece of wood that fit the hollow tree. Then, squeeze. Under pressure, the dough began to come out through the small holes that had been drilled in advance. He. It's working. Yeah. Sejun pressed harder on the dough as he watched the compressed rice noodles coming out. 2 hours later, shaking. That's enough for today. I can't feel my hands. Having made noodles for 1,000 servings, Sejun sat down to rest, his hands trembling. While taking a short break, Krueng. Daddy, Quenji's hungry. Squeak. Okay. It was dinner time, and the animals gathered at the cooking area. Just wait a moment. Having regained some energy, Sejun quickly prepared the meal. Today's plan was to eat banquet noodles, so he had already prepared the broth and toppings of locust meat, green onions, and other vegetables. So, all he needed to do was boil the noodles. Swoosh. 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 Sejun used his dagger to make small holes in several small pots, creating something similar to the mesh strainers used in ramen or udon restaurants. And then, swoosh. He began boiling the rice noodles. Done. Waiting by the pot until the noodles were cooked. Swish. 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 Sejun shook the pots in the air to drain the water and then served an appropriate amount of noodles into bowls. Pour. Finally, he ladled the warm broth into the bowls to complete the banquet noodles. Everyone, eat up. He distributed the banquet noodles to the waiting animals and, Quenji, you eat here. Sejun transferred his broth to another container and put about 100 servings of noodles into the broth pot for Quenji. Still, 800 servings left. Sejun checked the remaining rice noodles and felt proud. He thought he could make up to 5,000 servings for the wedding. Slurp. After checking the quantity of rice noodles, Sejun relaxed and began to eat his noodles. Delicious. Even though the banquet noodles lacked some ingredients and didn't taste perfect, they slid smoothly down his throat, perhaps due to hunger. After dinner, I'll go to bed first, so finish up here. Tired from making 1,000 servings of noodles, Sejun went to bed first. And then, Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Tasty. Quenji, left alone, continued to enjoy the banquet noodles even after the other animals had finished and cleaned their dishes. Krueng. Quenji will eat a lot and become strong to protect Daddy. Quenji dipped the rice noodle Sejun had hung to dry, shabu-shabu style, into the broth, quickly devouring them. Shabu-shabu is a Japanese-style hot pot. Krueng. Krueng. All done. Feeling sleepy now, Quenji ended up eating all 800 servings of rice noodle Sejun had set aside, underestimating Quenji's talent. Gluttony. Meow, meow, meow tilde meow. Humming cheerfully, Theo was heading to the 99th floor of the tower via the Lightspeed Merchant Passage when he suddenly stopped. That's right, meow. I have to do the lottery draw, meow. He remembered he had to do a lottery draw on the 75th floor. Pooh hut. I'm so smart, meow. Meow, meow, meow tilde. Praising himself for remembering before passing the 75th floor, Theo resumed his humming and continued on his way. Then, meow. Theo was startled to see a fork in the road that hadn't been there before. Why are there two paths, meow? This place shouldn't have a split path. Theo examined the crossroads carefully. And then, meow. This side's floor is different from the usual path, meow. Theo noticed that the floor material of the left path was different. Pooh hut. Vice Chairman Theo won't be fooled that easily, meow. Confidently, Theo walked down the right path. Shortly after, thud. The right path closed behind Theo, revealing a giant serpent's face. It was a trap set by Jormungandr, a fragment of the third seat among the 12 apostles of destruction in the Lightspeed Merchant Passage, waiting for prey to enter its disguised path. Kekek. It's a double trick, you fool. Theo, outwitted, had unwittingly walked right into the enemy's maw. Chapter 229, but do you have enough money, meow? TL, Hanguk, Wandering Merchant Association Headquarters. How is the investigation into the disappearances in the Merchant Passage progressing? Have any suspects been identified? Mason, the chairman of the association, asked Vega, the director of the Secret Inspection Bureau. Well, we haven't found any clues yet. What? It's been a month since the first disappearance in the Merchant Passage, and now there are over 1,000 missing people. And you're telling me you haven't found a single clue? Mason reprimanded Vega. This was no small matter. If the news spread, it would severely impact the activities of wandering merchants who had trusted and used the Merchant Passage. Until now, the Wandering Merchant Association had guaranteed the safety of the merchants, allowing them to operate freely. But if it became known that the Merchant Passage was unsafe, the merchants would cease their movements. And if the wandering merchants stopped, the supply of goods to various floors of the tower would be disrupted. This could lead to significant turmoil due to shortages on several floors. Moreover, wandering merchants weren't the only users of the passage. If the passage was deemed unsafe, the trust of external parties in the Wandering Merchant Association would also plummet. Therefore, the disappearance cases had been a top priority for the association from the start. But to have not even a clue about the suspect? I'm sorry. Given the immense support received, Vega, the director of the Secret Inspection Bureau, had no excuse. Then, knock. 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 Bang. Someone entered without waiting for permission after knocking on the door of the chairman's office. Who is it? I don't recognize this face. It's me, Jason. I apologize for not showing my real face to Chairman Mason and Director Vega. But I have something urgent to report and had to come immediately. James, a legendary agent of the Secret Inspection Bureau known for never revealing his true identity, showed his identification badge and bowed in apology. Ah, it's you, James. But what is this urgent matter you need to report? Mason, momentarily tense, asked in relief. I think I found a lead on the Merchant Passage disappearance case. Really? Yes. And just now, Lord Uran has gone missing in the Merchant Passage. What? Uran? Is that true? Yes, it's true. I was with Lord Uran until just a moment ago. James had been disguised as a guard mercenary for a large trading caravan, traveling to find leads on the disappearance case. Then, Lord Uran, there's a fork in the road ahead. While moving with Uran's caravan, an unforeseen fork in the road appeared, and, we will go ahead, you investigate this path. Concerned for the safety of other wandering merchants, Lord Uran instructed the guards to investigate the alternate path while continuing their journey. Contrary to expectations, the guards following the alternate path safely reached the exit of the Merchant Passage, only to find that Uran's caravan had completely vanished. This is serious. Lord Uran, too. Upon hearing James's report, both Mason and Vega looked gravely serious. The disappearance of Lord Yuren, one of the three great merchants, was a huge issue. Once the news of Yuren's disappearance spread through the wandering merchants under him, it would rapidly circulate throughout the tower. Director Vega, for now, closed the merchant passage under the pretext of maintenance for a few days. Yes, to prevent the situation from worsening, Mason decided to close the merchant passage. Pooh hut. Vice Chairman Theo won't be fooled that easily, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Confident he hadn't been fooled and was on the correct path, Theo continued his journey, humming cheerfully. However, SSSSSSSSS. Not long after entering the path, hundreds of white snakes surrounded Theo. What, meow? There are strange numbers on their heads, meow. On the heads of these snakes were numbers like 0.01, 0.02. But, don't block Vice Chairman Theo's way home, meow. Theo ignored the numbers and focused solely on punishing the snakes blocking his path. Snap. Meow meow storm fist, cling. Until the white coins, both large and small, began dropping from the bodies of the snakes. Meow. What's this, meow? Were they apostles of destruction, meow? Theo was delighted to see the coins dropping from the snakes. Then, SSSSSSSSS. Hundreds more snakes appeared and approached Theo. Pooh hut. Become my spoils to present to Chairman Park, meow. My slave Garen, come out, meow. Theo summoned Garen while fighting off the snakes. Garen, shrink and climb onto my head to pick up coins, meow. Yes. Jump. Following Theo's command, Garen shrank and climbed onto Theo's head. Slurp. Slurp. And used its tongue to pick up the white coins, putting them into Theo's bag. Meow meow. Garen, don't miss any and pick them all up, meow. Yes. As Theo energetically fought off the snakes and joyfully collected white coins. Block them. Protect Lord Yuren. Sounds of battle echoed from up ahead. Then, whoosh. Whoosh. Theo's front paws turned golden. The golden flame buff from Flamey signaled that there was fortune ahead. Pooh hut. As expected, I'm lucky, meow. There's gold ahead, meow. Let's go, Garen. Yes. Theo hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. What? Where did everything go? Sejun, who had entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, was startled to see that the rice noodles he had laid out to dry were all gone. Then, Kuwei-hei. Krueng. He. Was I not supposed to eat those? Quenji, who had excitedly followed Sejun into the kitchen, was taken aback by Sejun's reaction. And, Kueng. Daddy, sorry. Quenji ate them all. Quenji quickly shrank back in guilt. You ate all of them, Quenji? Krueng. Yes, Quenji answered, glancing at Sejun. Sejun was speechless at Quenji's response. He hadn't imagined Quenji could eat 1,000 servings of rice noodles. Krueng. Sorry. Seeing Sejun silent, Quenji, thinking his dad was angry, began to tear up in fear. No, it's not your fault. I should have told you beforehand. It's okay. We can make more rice noodles. Sejun calmed Quenji by stroking its head. But from today, you have to help Daddy. Krueng. Understood. Quenji will help diligently. Energized by Sejun's words, Quenji spoke energetically, lifting its adorable front paws. An hour later, the tower's administrator asks if this is how it should be made. A glossy black cylinder appeared before Sejun. One end had closely spaced small holes, and the other was completely open. Attached to the side of the cylinder was a lid with a handle that fit the cylinder's size, allowing the contents to be pressed. It was a noodle-making device made of black dragon scales, requested by Sejun for Eileen to make, able to withstand Quenji's strength. Black Noodle Maker Machine. Made using the scales of the great black dragons, this noodle maker machine is used to create noodles from dough. It is unbreakable, even under immense force. Automatically uses a cleaning spell every 24 hours. The size can be adjusted as desired. Use restriction, strength 1000 and above. Creator, Eileen Pratani. Grade, unmeasurable. Good. Sejun was pleased with the noodle maker. The material was special, but the structure of the machine itself was very simple, exactly as Sejun had wanted. Eileen, thank you. I'll treat you to delicious noodles later. The tower's administrator says they are looking forward to it. Sejun thanked Eileen and headed to the kitchen to start making rice noodle dough. Since animals with fur couldn't knead dough, this task was entirely up to Sejun. Phew. Done. After several hours of kneading, Sejun finally finished making the rice noodle dough. Krueng. Daddy, Quenji has brought something good for Daddy and Big Brother. Quenji, who had gone to the western forest late in the afternoon, returned. Since Sejun needed time to make the noodle machine and knead the dough, he had sent Quenji to dig up kudzu roots to give to the black rabbit, who was soon to be married. Krueng. Here they are. Quenji handed Sejun 9 blue kudzu roots and 2 white kudzu roots. Good job, Quenji. Here, eat this. Sejun gave Quenji a bottle of honey and started eating the kudzu roots. The 2 white kudzu roots meant as a gift for the black rabbit were carefully stored in the void storage. You have consumed a blue kudzu root of potential. All stat potentials have increased by 5. After eating all 9 kudzu roots, Sejun watched as lick. Quenji was still busy enjoying the honey. He's eating well. Sejun watched Quenji enjoy eating honey until he had licked the bottom of the glass jar clean, and then he took out the black noodle maker machine. And then, now, Quenji, grow big and press the dough I give you into this. Sejun handed the noodle maker machine to Quenji, who, Krueng, understood, grew to about 10 meters tall. The black noodle maker machine, adjustable in size, also expanded to fit Quenji's new size. Here, Sejun handed Quenji a pot filled with prepared dough, which Quenji then shook to empty into the noodle maker machine. Once the 1,000 kilograms of dough prepared by Sejun was in the black noodle maker machine, Krueng, Quenji began to press down on the lid of the noodle maker machine with great force. Suyek. Despite the immense pressure, the noodle maker machine, made of black dragon scales, easily withstood Quenji's strength and began to produce rice noodles. Thanks to this, Sejun, without any hand tremors, was able to make 10,000 servings of rice noodles. Krueng. Daddy, Quenji is hungry. Of course, 1,000 servings of those were destined for Quenji's belly. Who's there? As Theo approached the site of the battle, a caravan guard pointed a spear at him and shouted, "Poohoo hut." If you ask who I am, it's only proper to respond. Theo, excited for the rare opportunity to introduce himself, was about to do so when, "How dare you, insolent fools! This person, the great Theo, is my master, me, Garen, the bug hunter." Garen, on Theo's head, scolded the caravan guard for disrespecting Theo. However, what? Pfut! A bug hunter? If you're a bug hunter, am I a snake hunter? The comment only earned the guard's ridicule. To the guard, it was natural for a frog to eat bugs. What? Angered by the guard's dismissive attitude, Garen was about to attack, but, Garen, go back, meow. You made me get disrespected, meow. Yes. An irritated Theo sent Garen away. Then, now, listen up, meow. I am the Great Black. As Theo was about to reintroduce himself, did you just say you are Theo? A bulky pink pig approached Theo. That's right, meow. Who are you, meow? Oh. I am Uran, one of the merchants. Are you really the Great Black Dragon subordinate, Theo Park, meow? That's right, meow. I am indeed the Great Black Dragon subordinate, the deadly dragon clawed, yellow cat, Theo Park, meow. Theo properly introduced himself, puffing up his chest as much as possible. Oh. Thank the gods. Please save me, Theo. Uran was relieved to see Theo. Uran, too, had heard rumors about Theo through Mason. If Theo was there, in the worst-case scenario, the Great Black Dragon might come to the rescue. Poohoo hut. But do you have enough money, meow? Theo asked Uran with a sly, extortionist-like grin. Chapter 230, I won't let you get away with this, meow. TL, Hangak. Within the Black Tower, numerous merchant passages and lingens were installed. Burp. What's this? Why does my stomach feel so bloated? Amidst all this, a fragment of Jormungandr, hidden in the shadows, spoke. The reason for its discomfort was that Theo and Uran's caravan had not yet been digested. Seems like they're tough ones. Well, it doesn't matter, they can't escape from inside me anyway. Squeeze. Having finished speaking, the fragment of Jormungandr bit its own tail again and hid itself more deeply. Yes. Of course. I'm overflowing with money, Uran naively answered Theo's question. Theo was certain now. This pink pig was a pushover, meow. Why ask for help if it's just about following the path? I'll save him and get a lot of money, meow. Poohoo hut. Just follow me, meow. Thinking he had found an gullible target, Theo happily led the way. A short while later, SSSSSSSSS. The white snakes appeared again. Stay back, you guys, meow. Meow meow storm fist. Theo stopped the caravan guards from intervening and dealt with the snakes himself. I can't share these coins, meow. Pooh hut. All these coins are mine, meow. After defeating all the snakes, my slave, Garen, come out, meow. Did you call me, master? Right, meow. Garen, just quietly pick up the coins, meow. Yes. Theo summoned Garen to collect the coins. Several hours later, meow. Why isn't the exit of the 70th floor of the tower appearing, meow? After battling snakes and moving for quite some time, Theo finally realized something was amiss. He should have reached the 70th floor of the tower long ago. Then, Lord Theo, didn't you know? This path is endless. We've been walking in the same place all along. Uran, who had been trapped for several days, informed Theo of what he had discovered earlier. Meow. Does that mean we can't get out of here, meow? Yes. We had no way out, so we requested your help, Lord Theo, meow. Shocked by Uran's words, Theo panicked. Does that mean I can't go back to Chairman Park's lap, meow? That can't happen, meow. I must return to Chairman Park's lap quickly, meow. The idea of being separated from Sejun's lap was unthinkable for Theo, who was fanatically obsessed with it. Nobody can come between Chairman Park's lap and me, meow. Uran, give me the money, meow. Theo extended his front paw confidently, asking for the money he had been promised by Uran. What? Oh. Yes, I can give you as much money as you want, but, why? Just give it, meow. All right. Uran handed over his money pouch to Theo. And then, flash! Receiving the money pouch, Theo began burning Uran's money and started shining in a golden light. Ah! Sejun woke up in bed, got up, and looked at his knee. He's still not back. Theo, what trouble are you causing now? Worried that Theo, who usually returned by dawn, had still not come back, Sejun wondered if Theo had gotten into some trouble. But then, no. That doesn't feel right. Sejun's intuition told him something had happened to Theo. Golden Bat, go to Iona and ask her to look for Theo. Yes. After sending the Golden Bat to Iona, Sejun got up, marked the date on his bedroom wall, and began his 350th day of being stranded, starting with the morning. I'll make some yangju and rice noodle dough in the morning, and in the evening, I'll make rice noodles with quenji. Checking his plans for the day, Sejun headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. Then, Sejun spotted a bunch of grapes of an unusual color in the cherry tomato field. They were purple grapes, growing on a grapevine grafted onto a cherry tomato plant. There hung a bunch of grapes, each as big as a cherry tomato. Wow! They looked delicious. The grapes appeared luscious, with a pleasant aroma and large size. Snap! As Sejun picked the bunch of grapes, you have harvested 15 large seedless grapes for beginners. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You have gained 1050 experience points. A harvesting message appeared. Seems like a failure by the name of it. Sejun sensed a failure but still decided to check the grapefruit, hoping for a positive outcome. Large seedless grapes for beginners. These are grapes grown from a seedless grapevine branch modified to strengthen the body of a beginner, grafted onto a cherry tomato. The size of the grapes has increased due to the influence of the cherry tomato. Eating one grape increases all stats by 1. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, A. It's a failure. It was indeed a failure. Aside from the description of the grapes being enlarged due to the cherry tomato graft, there was no significant change. Well, since it increases stats, I might as well eat it. Sejun grimaced as he ate all 15 bitter grapes. Had Theo seen him, he would have said his face looked ugly again and called for Theo's massage. You have consumed seedless large grapes for beginners. All stats have increased by 1. UEUP. I will definitely make proper grapes. After finishing all 15 grapes, Sejun, still struggling with the lingering bitter taste, resolved with determination. Despite the unpleasant taste, all stats increased by 15 points was, at least, a consolation to him. Thus, Sejun, having eaten the grapes grafted onto cherry tomatoes, set out to check other crops he had grafted grapevines onto. But, there are no fruits. Most of the attempts were failures. Now I just need to check the ones in the kudzu field. Toryong. Sejun decided to head to the western forest where the kudzu field was located, riding on Toryong to check his final grafted grapevine. Sniff sniff. Kuhei, Krueng. He, it smells good. While digging herbs and taking a break, Quenji followed a delicious scent and discovered a bunch of grapes on a grapevine branch grafted onto kudzu. Krueng. Quenji should bring these to Dad to eat together. As Quenji was about to pick the grapes with the intention of sharing them with Sejun, hold it right there. Quenji, I got you now. You were going to eat them alone again, weren't you? Sejun, having arrived at the kudzu field, caught Quenji red-handed trying to pick the grapes. How long has it been since you were caught eating alone, and here you are eating alone again? You're really a habitual offender. Krueng. Krueng. No, it's not like that. Quenji protested in response to Sejun's accusation. Really? Krueng. Krueng. Yes. Quenji was going to bring these to Dad to eat together. Sejun decided to trust Quenji's response. After all, Quenji might eat secretly but wouldn't lie about it. Alright, I'm sorry for suspecting you. Sejun apologized to Quenji. Krueng. Krueng. It's okay. Quenji had deceived Dad before, so it's understandable. Quenji coolly accepted Sejun's apology. Thanks for understanding. Come here, as Sejun called. Dad Ada. Thump. Quenji immediately clung to Sejun's leg. Let's see? Sejun, with Quenji hanging on his left leg, waddled over to the bunch of grapes. Quenji, having eaten a lot lately, had become noticeably heavier. Sejun approached the bunch of grapes and, snap, harvested them from the grapevine branch grafted on kudzu. You have harvested 22 grapes overflowing with vitality. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You have gained 1540 experience points. Grapes overflowing with vitality? The name was missing the term seedless. Sejun, feeling good about this, immediately checked the grapes. Grapes overflowing with vitality. These grapes were grown by grafting a branch of a seedless grapevine, modified to strengthen the body of a beginner's, onto kudzu. The overflowing life force of kudzu infused into the grapes, creating a variety with seeds. The bitter taste has disappeared, and its tangy flavor is enhanced. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, A. Great. Although the effect of increasing all stats by 1 had disappeared, Sejun was happy that he could finally eat delicious grapes. Swoosh. Here, Quenji, this is how you eat them. Sejun showed Quenji how to eat a grape by roughly wiping one with his clothes and detaching the grape from the bunch, creating a small hole where he put his mouth. And then, if you gently squeeze it and suck, the grape skin will naturally separate. Squeeze. Pop. Continuing his explanation, Sejun gently squeezed the grape skin and sucked on it, smoothly drawing the grape's flesh into his mouth. Chew. Chew. As he chewed the grape, the unique aroma and sweet and sour taste of the grape filled Sejun's mouth. Yes, this is the taste. Satisfied, Sejun relished the flavor. P2E. Gulp. He spat out the grape seed and swallowed the grape. And then, swoosh. Swoosh. Here. After demonstrating, Sejun put the spat-out grape seeds in his pocket and cleaned another grape to hand it to Quenji. You can do it too, right? Krueng. Quenji can do it. Responding energetically, Quenji brought the grape to his mouth. However, pop. The grape burst as soon as Quenji slightly pressed it. Krueng. Quenji can't do it. Instinctively, Quenji put the burst grape, skin and all, into his mouth. And then, chew. Chew. Gulp. Quenji swallowed the grape whole, seeds and skin. Krueng. It's hard to spit out the seeds. Quenji, unable to spit out the seeds, replied in a downcast voice. It's okay. Let's eat them whole. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sejun quickly cleaned 5 grapes and stuffed them all into the disheartened Quenji's mouth. With Quenji's digestive system, eating seeds wouldn't cause any problems. Chew. Chew. Kuhei. Krueng. He, delicious. Thanks to this, Quenji quickly regained his spirits and became cheerful. I'll go then. Sejun cut the branch he had grafted onto the kudzu and returned to the farm. Regrafting this branch onto the grapevine would complete his quest. The golden light faded from Theo's body after burning all the money in Uran's purse. If we can't get out, I'll break through, meow. Snap. Having become stronger from burning the money, Theo drew his dragon claws and, meow storm fist, relentlessly swung his paw at the wall, but only managed small scratches. Moreover, the scratched wall rapidly repaired itself. Uran, give me more money, meow. Yes, here you go. Overwhelmed by Theo's prowess, Uran handed over another money pouch to Theo. Meow storm fist. Theo burned the money in the pouch and attacked the wall again. This time, the wall was more damaged, but it was extremely thick. This won't do, meow. Urine, give me everything you have, meow. What? Oh, ah. While Urine was flustered, Theo rummaged through Urine's belongings and took out 10 more pouches, starting to burn the money in them. Whoosh! This time, a much brighter light erupted, as each of Urine's purses contained 100 million tower coins. Pooh-hoo hut. I'm overflowing with power, meow, snap. Feeling confident while burning the money, Theo unsheathed his dragon claws and, meow, struck the wall powerfully with his front paw. Scrape. This time, the wall easily tore like paper, creating a large hole. Scrape. Theo's attack, still having power left, tore through an adjacent merchant passage. Revealing people moving through the passage. They were agents of the Secret Inspection Bureau searching for the mysterious path where the missing persons had vanished. Lord Urine, we'll save you. The agents quickly used ropes to connect and rescue Theo, Urine, and the members of Urine's caravan. Then, who dares to make a hole in my belly? Angered by the hole in its body, the face of Jormungander's fragment appeared before them. And, you did this, meow? You're the one who got in the way of me and Chairman Park, meow? I won't let you get away with this, meow. Theo swung his golden paws at Jormungander's fragment, furious for delaying his happy journey back to Sejun's lap. Chapter 231, I'll welcome you enthusiastically. TL, Hanguk, Pooh-ha-ha, what, no. Jormungander's fragment laughed mockingly at Theo's attack. However, following the path of Theo's paw, the giant serpent's head split in half. And then, SSSSS. It turned into ash and disappeared. Clang! White coins began to fall from where Jormungander's fragment had vanished. The coins were scattered, not clustered in one spot, but were scattered along the path of the fragment's remains. Garen, collect them, meow. Theo, still glowing golden from burning the money, leapt towards the falling white coins and ordered Garen to collect them. Yes, master. Swoosh, swoosh. Garen, perched on Theo's head, quickly stretched out its tongue to catch the falling coins. They had to hurry because beneath the falling coins was a sinister darkness surrounding the tower, an instinct warned not to enter the darkness. Moreover, the longer they stayed outside the tower, the more unpleasant aura they felt. Initially faint, it grew stronger. Staying outside the tower for too long was dangerous. How could such a monster? Urine, petrified by Jormungander's fragment's gaze, was frozen in fear. The same was true for the rest of the group, including the Secret Inspection Bureau agents and the caravan guards. With weaker individuals were already unconscious. They were like mice in front of a cat, unable to do anything but tremble. Shiver, shiver. Their trembling continued long after Theo had defeated Jormungander's fragment. Although the fragment was gone, its terrifying image and gaze lingered vividly in their minds. Phew! Huff! Huff! As time passed, they began to regain their senses one by one. And then, Lord Urine, who is that person? The Bureau agents, mistaking Theo as part of Urine's group, inquired about his identity. That person is the famous, subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat Theo Park. Urine proudly introduced Theo. Originally a yellow cat in Urine's mind, Theo's name had changed to that of a golden cat, imprinting Theo as the one who defeated Jormungander's fragment. For the first time, Theo's introduction was altered by someone else. Finally, Theo's fame began to spread. Oh! So that's the famous Theo Park? Having heard of Theo while working at the Secret Inspection Bureau, they instantly recognized Theo. But, just a genius wandering merchant trusted by the Black Dragon? Just a powerless boyfriend of the great destructive wizard Iona? Theo's strength was far different from the information they had. Naturally, their knowledge of Theo was based on reports written when Jerez was active as a Bureau agent. Even though there were updates, the information couldn't accurately capture Theo's ability to rapidly grow stronger by burning money. We need to discard the old information. We need to start the report from scratch. The Bureau agents began gathering new information for their report, observing Theo diligently collecting the falling coins. Over there, meow. Yes. Theo and Garen energetically moved to catch the falling coins. However, collecting all the coins, falling hundreds of meters or even kilometers apart, was impossible. Eventually, Theo and Garen couldn't gather them all, and 10 white coins sank into the darkness, leaving them to watch helplessly. What a pity, meow. Theo regretted losing the coins meant for Sejun. Should I jump in after them, meow? As Theo contemplated diving into the dark void, coyote coyote coyote. As expected, Vice Chairman Theo, you can't do without me. Power of the wind, heed my command and lift what I desire. Levitation. Iona used magic to halt the coin's descent, floating them towards Theo. Meow. Garen, catch them, meow. As the coins approached, Theo shouted, and, yes. Swoosh, swoosh. Garen quickly caught the coins with his tongue and put them into Theo's bag. Thanks to Iona, Theo managed to collect all 47 white coins dropped by Jormungander's fragment. Thank, Iona, meow. Theo, entering the merchant's passage, expressed his gratitude to Iona for helping him not lose any coins. Coyote, coyote, coyote. You're welcome. But why are you here, Iona, meow? Sejun sent me because he was worried about you, Theo. Chairman Park did, meow. Pooh hut. Theo was pleased to hear from Iona that Sejun was worried about him. Theo felt smug. Indeed, Chairman Park needs me, meow. Sejun is worried about you. Let's hurry back. Roll, roll, roll. Iona curled around Theo's tail and started to nap. Pooh hut. Chairman Park is waiting for me, so I must hurry back to show him my face, then lie on his lap and eat churu, meow. As Theo was about to rush back to Sejun on the 99th floor of the tower. Ah, Lord Theo. Thank you for saving my life. I don't have any money right now, but if you visit me on the 65th floor of the tower, I'll properly reward you then. Euron, having already forked over 1.2 billion tower coins to Theo, made this modest offer. To Euron, that amount of money was just about a month's worth of food expenses. Euron invited Theo to the 65th floor for a proper reward. Okay, meow. I'll come later, meow. Already eager to return to Sejun's lap, Theo half-heartedly listened to Euron and hurriedly departed for the 99th floor. Thus, Theo headed home. Along the way, the golden light disappeared as 1 billion tower coins burned away. And it's not efficient, meow. Burning Chairman Park's money is still the best, meow. Theo realized that, for some reason, burning Sejun's money increased his abilities much more efficiently. Podori, I'm here. TL? Podo means grape in Korean. Sejun approached the grapevine carrying a branch capable of producing seeded grapes. Podori was the nickname he had given to the grapevine. Could it be? Is that the branch that will give me seeds? Podori asked, looking at the branch Sejun was holding. Yeah. Just wait a moment. Sejun grafted the branch onto the grapevine. Then, you have grafted the branch of the grapes overflowing with vitality onto the seedless grape for beginners. The seedless grape for beginners can now produce delicious grapes again. Quest completed. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained the exclusive cultivation rights for the next grape harvest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained the relic, Violet Ring. Along with the quest completion message, a thick violet ring shaped like a grapevine appeared in Sejun's hand. Let's see what the options are. Sejun examined the ring. Relic, Violet Ring, a ring imbued with the love of a farmer who adored grapes. An unregistered relic in the Black Tower. Wearing it slightly increases grape harvest yield. Wearing it allows you to harvest the coveted altar of grapes. Usage restriction, grapevine owner. Creator, vines. Grade, S. Whoa. I can harvest the altar of grapes. Sejun, who hadn't been able to hold a harvest festival, since Choo Choo descended to the 55th floor with the red ribbon that allowed him to harvest the giant carrot altar, was delighted to have found a way to hold a harvest festival again. Harvest festivals were a joyous occasion for everyone, and only during the festival, the raccoon tribe's market opened. While he could now make rice cakes, the excitement was slightly lessened, but he looked forward to buying bread, beer, and cheese at the harvest festival. Well, I don't know when the harvest festival will be, but, slip. Sejun put on the violet ring. With only one grapevine, he was in no rush. Eventually, the harvest festival would come as he continued to plant and harvest grape seeds. Then, thank you, Sejun tilde nim. I'll produce delicious grapes for you from now on. Podori conveyed its gratitude to Sejun. Sure. I look forward to lots of delicious grapes. Yes. Well, I'll be going now. Sejun said goodbye to Podori and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Originally, Sejun planned to make samyangju and rice noodle dough in the morning, but he ended up spending the whole morning checking the results of grafting grapevine branches onto other trees. On his way to the kitchen, Sejun noticed something. Whoa! They've grown a lot already. Under the golden tree stump pot of abundance, the rice stalks had turned from green to golden yellow. He. I should be able to harvest them tomorrow or the day after. Hum tilde. Excited at the thought of eating rice soon, Sejun hummed a tune as he headed to the kitchen. Udon. Ramtur, who had returned from drinking with Kaiser and Kellyan, called out to the Red Tower's tower farmer, Udon. Great Red Dragon Lord Ramter, did you call for me? Responding to Ramter's call, a figure in red full-body armor knelt respectfully. The armor, made by Udon himself using scales provided by Ramter, was designed to withstand Ramter's powerful aura. Of course, the armor alone couldn't completely block Ramter's mighty energy, so it was essentially dependent on the wearer's abilities. That's right. Tower Farmer of the Red Tower, create a grand statue resembling the Great Red Dragon, in my likeness. Ramter commissioned Udon to create a statue to send to the Black Tower. Yes, Lord Ramter. Then call me when it's finished. After giving his order, Ramter vanished. Meanwhile, phew, Udon sighed deeply, removing his helmet. His face, adorned with a red beard, was drenched in sweat from enduring Ramter's energy. Clank! A statue resembling Lord Ramter, the Red Dragon. Mulling over Ramter's order, Udon stood up, but his stature didn't change much from when he was kneeling. Udon was a dwarf, naturally short. Suddenly, I've got an idea. Udon hurried to a deserted rocky mountain, where he began sculpting a 1:1 life-size statue of the Red Dragon, an error on Ramter's part for not specifying the size. Thump! Thump! While Sejun was preparing rice noodle dough after lunch, Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Theo called out to Sejun and leaped towards his face. But, whoosh! Once again, Theo dodged Sejun's attempt to catch him and hugged Sejun's face. P2E, back already? Sejun, spitting out Theo's fur, replied nonchalantly. What? What, meow? Chairman Park, your reaction is too bland. Vice Chairman Theo, whom you were worried about, is back, meow. Welcome me more enthusiastically, meow. Theo expected a more enthusiastic welcome after hearing from Iona that Sejun was worried about him. What are you talking about, meow? Disappointed by Sejun's response, Theo, pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, are you shy, meow? Then I'll generously understand, meow. But you can't keep resisting my deadly charm forever, meow. Quickly interpreting Sejun's work and lying on his lap, Theo began to show off his charm energetically. However, this guy is shedding fur everywhere. Watching Theo's fur pile up in the rice noodle dough, Sejun's expression grew sterner. At this point, it would be better to start over. The rice noodle dough seemed beyond saving. Oh well. Vice Chairman Theo, I'll welcome you enthusiastically. Since it was ruined anyway, Sejun focused on vigorously stroking Theo's body to prevent more fur from shedding. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, Chairman Park was just shy, meow. Theo's misunderstanding grew even bigger. Chapter 232, I'll demote you, TL, Hanguk. Han Taijun, after leaving the tower, supplied half of the 10,000 detoxifying green onions given by Theo to Brazil. This was because by simply killing the purple locusts in the Amazon, where they were most concentrated, it was possible to devolve them into red locusts. The remaining detoxifying green onions were supplied as a priority to areas exposed to purple locusts' attacks. On the northern border of the Brazilian Amazon, to kill so many with just a single green onion. The crops from the tower are truly amazing. Pedro, commanding the northern border and ranked 397th in the World Hunter rankings, marveled at the sight before him. Endless corpses of purple locusts, killed by the detoxifying green onions, lay stretched out before him. Initially, Pedro was puzzled by Han Taijun's instruction not to remove the corpses of purple locusts that died after eating the detoxifying green onions. This was because the locusts consumed the bodies of their dead, so removing or burning the corpses quickly was the best way to reduce their numbers. However, Pedro understood the reason when he saw purple locusts dying after eating the corpses of their kin. To purple locusts that had evolved to withstand poison, the detoxifying green onions meant death. The bodies of purple locusts that died after eating the detoxifying green onions retained the detoxifying's effect, and those that ate these corpses were also detoxified and killed. This process repeated until the detoxifying effect of the green onions wore off, successively killing purple locusts. Just when the surrounding purple locusts were almost dealt with, Sir Pedro, we have orders from above to load their corpses and drop them into the center of the Amazon. The government had given an order. To the center of the Amazon? Yes. The Brazilian government decided to drop the corpses of purple locusts, still carrying the detoxifying effect, into the center of the Amazon to maximize the effect. The center of the Amazon was swarming with an overwhelming number of purple locusts, too daunting for anyone to approach. Encouraged by the effect of the detoxifying green onions, the Brazilian government made a bold move, having planted detoxifying green onions around the outskirts of the Amazon and slowly advancing. The government must be confident now. Good. Hurry and load the dead purple locusts onto the helicopters. Soon, hundreds of helicopters from various directions along the Amazon border flew towards its center. And then, drop them. The helicopters scattered the purple locust corpses over the Amazon from the sky. Flap, flap. A tremendous number of purple locusts swarmed towards their falling kin's bodies to feed, and about 3 hours after the operation began, the color of all locusts on Earth turned red again. Wow! We did it! We've won! While Brazil celebrated its victory, squirm, squirm. Black life forms with squishy bodies emerged from the sea and entered Hawaii. Swoosh, swoosh. Why does this fur keep coming out? Sejun grumbled about the endless fur while stroking Theo. The expression on Chairman Park's face is turning sour. Meow. It's time to reward him for his hard work. Meow. Observing Sejun's expression closely, Theo stood up energetically, thinking it was time to increase his favorability. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, look at this. Meow. I've earned money. Meow. Really? How much did you earn? 10.15 million tower coins. Meow. Here it is. Meow. He took out the money earned from the auction and handed it to Sejun. He planned to give the money first and then offer a massage. Good job. Here's your incentive. When Sejun gave 1.15 million tower coins to Theo. Pooh-hoo hut. Thank you. Meow. Poof. Theo immediately burned the money he received. And then, Chairman Park, lend me some money. Meow. Theo, having burnt all his money, immediately stretched out his front paw to Sejun. Theo, you know you already owe me 70 million tower coins? Pooh-hoo hut. Don't worry. Meow. I'll pay it back in one go later. Meow. Theo responded confidently, disregarding Sejun's reminder about his debt. Theo, why are you so confident? Sejun became uneasy seeing Theo's confidence. Did Theo get into some kind of trouble? Then, this time, I caught a pink pig sucker. Meow. A pink pig sucker? Yes. Meow. When I went down this time, Theo started to narrate his encounter with the Jormungander's fragment and how he survived and returned. What? You met an apostle of destruction? Are you hurt anywhere? Although Sejun had been stroking Theo until now and noticed no injuries, he began to examine Theo's body more closely to see if he had missed anything. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, this guy. Caring for me like this. Chairman Park, the important part starts now. Meow. I swiped my paw across that guy's face. Theo continued his story, satisfied with Sejun's attention. So, the pink pig sucker you saved is one of the only 3 legendary merchants in the Black Tower? That's right. Meow. Legendary merchant is an honorary title given to those with a lot of money. Meow. And such a legendary merchant said he would reward me and invited me, Vice Chairman Theo, to come to the 65th floor of the tower. Meow. So, Chairman Park, you can lend me money without worry. Meow. Theo boasted proudly. Okay. Got it. Sejun, realizing that Theo had a reliable sponsor, handed Theo 8.9 million tower coins. 100,000 tower coins were for buying rice flour. Poof! As soon as Theo took Sejun's money, he burned it, producing a golden light. Pooh-hoo hut. As expected, burning Chairman Park's money is the most effective. Meow. Theo was pleased, burning Sejun's money with a satisfied expression. A short while later, these are the coin I got from defeating the Apostle of Destruction. Meow. Theo, having burnt all the money, started to take out the white coins he had obtained from defeating Jormungander's fragment. Meow. Why are these combined? Meow. While taking out coins from his bag, Theo discovered that the small coins he had obtained from killing white snakes inside Jormungander's fragment had merged. It's a failure. Meow. Theo, who had planned to boast to Sejun about the many coins he had obtained, was disappointed when he took out only 50 white coins. What? There are 50 coins. Sejun was surprised at the number of coins Theo was taking out. The number of coins dropped when an Apostle of Destruction dies indicates how powerful it is. But 50 coins means an unimaginable level of strength for Sejun. Theo had easily defeated such a powerful Apostle of Destruction. I guess there was a purpose in giving the 70 million tower coins. Sejun thought Theo had defeated the Apostle worth 50 coins by burning 70 million tower coins, but that was a huge misunderstanding. Sejun didn't know that Theo had burnt 1.2 billion tower coins he received from the legendary merchant Uran. Theo hadn't told the story of receiving and burning 1.2 billion tower coins from Uran, and Theo hadn't even properly burnt that money. There was a limit to the amount of money Theo could burn at once with his ability. The maximum amount of money Theo could burn at once was about 100 million tower coins. Unaware of this, Theo had nearly died trying to burn an unmanageable 1 billion tower coins at once. Fortunately, Theo instinctively awakened the hidden ability of insignificant wealth. It was the ability to convert a portion of the burning wealth into attacking power against enemies. Thanks to this, Theo was able to convert the unmanageable 900 million tower coins into attacks and defeat Jormungandr. If the fragment of Jormungandr hadn't appeared at that time, or if the efficiency of converting wealth into attacks hadn't been high, the result might have been a bad ending rather than a happy ending. Theo's attack would have needlessly destroyed dozens of merchant passageways, and he would have had to pay a tremendous amount of money. If Theo burns about 100 million tower coins more, can't he even fight the Minotaur King? While Sejun was under this misconception about Theo's strength. Meow. What is that? Meow. Theo, who was about to lie down on Sejun's lap again, was surprised to see the pile of fur next to Sejun. What do you mean what? It's your fur, Sejun replied and started to stroke Theo's body again, brushing off more fur. Even during baths, Theo used his water affinity talent to prevent his fur from getting wet, so a lot of fur remained on his body. After about 30 minutes of Sejun stroking Theo's body, the amount of fur coming out had significantly decreased. Okay, we're done. Meow. Sejun picked up Theo from his lap, placed him on the ground, and started gathering the fur into a pile to dispose of it easily. Squish. Squish. As Sejun bunched up Theo's fur, pressing it down, the fur began to take the shape of a ball. Wow. This is fun. Sejun rolled the fur ball between his palms like making a sweet rice ball, transforming it into a sphere. And then, ta-da! The Theo ball is complete. A fist-sized yellow fur ball was created. What's that? Meow. Theo, sitting on the floor and grooming his disheveled fur due to Sejun, started showing interest in the ball made of his fur. At that moment, coyote. I'll buy that. Iona, who had been curling around Theo's tail and sleeping, exclaimed. She felt that with that ball, she could sleep comfortably anywhere. You want to buy this? Coyote. Yes. Please let me buy it. Iona, taking out her pouch and shouting in response to Sejun's question. Okay. Iona can have it. Sejun handed the Theo ball to Iona. Coyote. Thank you, Sejun. Kaiwarorong. Iona, hugging the Theo ball as big as her body, happily fell asleep quickly. It had an incredible sleep-inducing effect. Here, Sejun handed the pouch he received from Iona to Theo. Since it was money made from Theo's fur, Sejun thought it was right to give it to Theo. However, I don't need it, meow. Chairman Park, you can have it all, meow. Theo coolly offered the pouch back to Sejun. Really, are you sure I can keep all this? Wow. There's 1 million tower coins in here. Sejun, opening the pouch given by Iona, was surprised to see the amount of money inside. He could feel Iona's immense sincerity towards sleep. That's right, meow. Even when Sejun asked again, Theo happily let Sejun keep all the money. But lend me some money, meow. Of course, Theo had another motive. You're going to burn it, right? Just take this money. I don't want that, meow. I want to burn Chairman Park's money, meow. What? Sejun was dumbfounded by Theo's words. Crackle. Theo, you bastard. You like burning my money that much? Sejun got annoyed by Theo's seemingly taunting words. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, if you don't pay back the money within a month, I'll demote you to Representative Theo. Sejun decided to impose a harsh penalty on Theo, demotion. Meow. What are you saying, meow? Theo's expression was as if the world had ended upon hearing Sejun's words. Then. If I'm demoted to Representative Theo, does that mean I can't eat 2 churros at once, meow? For Theo, who was accustomed to eating 2 churros at once, the thought of only having one was too shocking. Of course. Representative Theo can only have 1 churro at a time. Chairman Park, that's too much, meow. Stingy, meow. Theo started to whine to Sejun. However, Gororong. Theo whined only a bit before quickly falling asleep, clinging to the cozy lap of Sejun. Thump, thump. Thanks to this, Sejun was able to work on the dough in a fur-free, comfortable environment. Thump, thump. Kaiwarorong. Gororong. Sejun's kneading sounds and the snores of Theo and Iona peacefully took over the kitchen. Chapter 233, Harvesting Rice. TL, Hanguk. In the Black Tower Administrator's area. Ka-ha-ha. How has my granddaughter been? Kaiser, who had returned to the Black Dragon's territory in a good mood after drinking some yangju with Kellyan and Ramtur, re-entered the Black Tower through the Black Dragon statue. Grandpa, where have you been? I have something to ask you. Oh. My little Eileen has something to ask this old man? What is it? Ask me anything. Ha 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 ha. When Eileen said she had something to ask him, Kaiser was ready to answer any question. It's something I read in a book. There's a place where the sky is purple, the land is green, and there are crustacean insects with many legs. But the name of the place wasn't mentioned, so I thought maybe you would know. The place Eileen mentioned was where Flamey had rooted itself, but Eileen had no idea about it. That's why she asked Kaiser, even resorting to a lie to keep Flamey's secret. Purple sky and green land. Ah. Of course, I know. Upon hearing Eileen's words, something immediately came to Kaiser's mind. However, what Kaiser thought of was not a place, but the beings that create such an environment, the purple dragons. The places where purple dragons reside turn green due to the magic imbued with their toxic aura, and the atmosphere turns purple due to their poisonous breath. What is it? Well, I'm not sure of the exact location, but it's a phenomenon that occurs when purple dragons dwell. Really? Purple dragons? It could be the purple dragon's territory or inside the purple tower where such an environment is created. Kaiser replied, looking at Eileen suspiciously. There are no books about purple dragons in the library. I got rid of all those unlucky purple dragons books, didn't I? As Kaiser looked at Eileen with suspicion. Ah. Right. Sejun is making some Yangju again. He's planning to sell it this time. Eileen informed Kaiser that Sejun was making some Yangju again. It was a promotion for Sejun's some Yangju. Really? Upon hearing Eileen's words, Kaiser immediately headed to the brewery. Kellyanne would be coming soon, and Kaiser planned to pay Sejun first and secure the Samyangju. After Kaiser left, phew, Eileen sighed in relief, having been tense from deceiving Kaiser, and picked up a crystal orb. Hee. Flamey, I found out where your roots are. Really? Where is it? I think it's the Purple Tower. There's a lot of poison there, but are you okay? The poison I can somewhat withstand, but it's a bit annoying because the bugs keep trying to eat me. What? Bugs dare to bother you, Sejun's tree? That won't do. I'll teach you a few spells. Eileen began teaching Flamey some magic. Early dawn. Squeeze. Huh? What's that? Sejun woke up feeling something pressing on his face. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, are you awake? Meow. As Sejun woke up, Theo, who had been massaging Sejun's face with his paws, greeted him with a mischievous laugh. And then, Chairman Park, try this, meow. It's honey water made from fresh honey collected by bees this morning, meow. Theo handed Sejun the honey water he had forcibly made from the poisonous honeybees. What? What's this? Vice Chairman Theo, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Normally, Theo would be busy with his own things even when Sejun woke up. But now, from massages to honey water this early in the morning? It was too suspicious. No need to feel burdened, meow. Just go ahead and drink some honey water, meow. You're the most burdensome. All right. Following Theo's persistent urging, Sejun drank the honey water. Gulp, gulp. The honey water flowing down his throat. Coo. Refreshing. The honey water was sweet and refreshing. As Sejun drank the honey water, pooh hut. Weren't you hot while sleeping, meow? I'll fan you, meow, whoosh, whoosh. Theo waved his paws, fanning Sejun. Why are you really doing this? Sejun couldn't bear Theo's burdensome behavior anymore and asked. Pooh hut. What do you mean, meow? Especially that mischievous laugh was too annoying. Why are you doing something you never do? Chairman Park, I want to keep being Vice Chairman Theo, meow. So, please revoke my penalty, meow. So that was it? Just go to the 65th floor and get the money. Sejun didn't understand why Theo was behaving this way when all he needed to do was go to the legendary merchant to repay the money. However, Chairman Park, hear me out, meow. Theo, planning to continue borrowing Sejun's money, not just this time, I can't keep getting penalized like this, meow. Theo began earnestly trying to persuade Sejun. So, Vice Chairman Theo, you're saying that when you use my money, the efficiency is 1, but with other money, it's 0.5, that's right, meow. That's why I want to use Chairman Park's money, meow. Chairman Park's money is the best, meow, Is that really true? Why only his money? Isn't all money the same? Okay. Let's do just one test, and if it's really true, I'll lift your penalty. Really, meow. Let's test it quickly, meow. Theo, eager to get the penalty lifted, exclaimed at Sejun's words. Wait a minute. Just as Sejun was about to ask for help to measure Theo's power, Sejun, not a power meter, but Kaiser himself came flying towards Sejun of his own accord. Then, here, take this. Kaiser thrust 100 million tower coins into Sejun's hand without any explanation. What's this? Ka ha ha. What else? It's the advance payment for the Samyangju that you are making. Kaiser had prepaid the price for the upcoming Samyangju. I got here first. Kaiser looked around and smiled inwardly, confirming that Kellyan hadn't arrived yet. I need to bring more money from the storage. Just as Kaiser was about to hurry to the storage to get more money. Kaiser, can I ask for a favor? A favor? Anything for you. Kaiser readily agreed, hearing that it was a request from Sejun. After all, the favor was for Samyangju. Please see how powerful Theo becomes. Sure. Nothing difficult about that. Let's see it. Kaiser responded and began to closely observe Theo. Yes. Thank you. Here, Vice Chairman Theo, take the money. It's from me. Sejun handed Theo 10 million tower coins to Theo. Thank you, meow. Poof. Theo burned the money he received from Sejun. Ho ho. A talent to become stronger by burning tower coins, that's really amazing. Kaiser looked at Theo, shining in golden light as he burned the money, with interest. Once the golden light faded, this time, I'm lending it to you. Sejun handed another 10 million tower coins to Theo. Although he didn't quite understand this formal method of changing the ownership of the money, he decided to try it according to Theo's words. Poof! Once again, Theo burned the money and emitted a golden light. Upon closer observation, even Sejun could see that the intensity of the golden light was different from before, despite burning the same amount of money. How about it, Kaiser? Sejun asked Kaiser for an accurate assessment. Then, if the power gain just now is considered 100, then before it was only 49. Kaiser provided an accurate evaluation. So, it's true that he gets stronger by burning my money. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, see, meow. I was right, meow. Quickly lift my penalty, meow. Theo, relieved that his argument was validated, arrogantly laughed and clung to Sejun's lap. Kaiser, thank you. Here's your Samyangju. Sejun handed Kaiser 10 bottles of Samyangju for helping him. Swoosh. And marked the day as the 351st morning on the wall. This place, where I've taken root, is better for living than anywhere else. Wriggle, wriggle. Podori, content with the nutrient-rich soil and the kind farmer Sejun, happily spread its roots. Then, twitch. Podori's roots bumped into another set of roots. And then, hello. I am Flamey. The other roots greeted Podori. Flamey? Are you also a World Tree candidate? Podori, a World Tree candidate, asked Flamey. No. I'm not that. What? You're not. Then you should have come to greet me, Podori, a World Tree candidate, earlier. Podori got angry, thinking Flamey was of a lower hierarchy for not being a World Tree candidate. The farm's hierarchy is a mess. I need to re-establish it. Flamey, from now on, you will greet me every morning. And just when Podori tried to assert dominance over Flamey, yes. Podori froze upon hearing Flamey's reply. But didn't you just say something about doing something every morning? Oh. I meant that from now on, I will greet you, Flamey, every morning. Please take care of me. Podori's roots humbly bowed towards Flamey's roots. Hey, you woke me up too early. Sejun, who had come outside, complained to Theo for waking him up early, but, Gororong. Theo, back to his usual self, didn't care at all and slept soundly. That's more like it. Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun stroked Theo's head. Yes, this is more like you. Let's check the rice. Carrying the sleeping Theo on his leg, Sejun went to the area where the rice, planted in the golden tree stump pot of abundance, showed a golden hue. And, swoosh, he placed a rice ear on his palm and examined it closely. The rice ear was completely golden without a hint of green. Good. It's ready to be harvested. Confirming that the rice was ready to be harvested, Sejun took out the sickle of freshness and, swoosh, started cutting the rice. Then, you have harvested 3,518 grains of golden rice. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. Due to the cold energy imbued in the sickle of freshness, the expiration date of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 246260 experience points. a message appeared indicating that the rice was harvested. There were a lot of grains, hence the high experience points. Let's see. Sejun closely examined a grain of rice. Golden rice. Rice grown inside the tower, well-nourished and tasty. Grown by an excellent farmer, it has outstanding effects. Consuming 100,000 grains of rice triggers the rice as medicine effect. When activated, the rice as medicine effect randomly increases strength, stamina, agility, and magic stats by a total of 100. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 155 days. Grade, A. Is this good? The effect of increasing total stats by 100 by eating 100,000 grains of rice seemed good, but the number seemed incredibly high, leaving Sejun unsure if it was actually advantageous. What does it matter? The important thing is that I can eat rice. Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun started to harvest the rice earnestly. As he cut the last stalk, "You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat." A level up message appeared, and Sejun reached level 67. There were about 300 rice stalks planted in the pot. Having harvested nearly 1,000,000 grains, it made sense to level up. Good. Now, I need to the rice milling. Sejun shook off the rice from the ears and looked at the grains that had fallen to the ground, deep in thought. Then, rustle rustle. He placed the rice between his palms and began to rub them together, as if grinding sesame seeds, husking the rice. The husks began to fall to the ground. Oh! It's working. Sejun rubbed his palms more vigorously. Then, zap! Electricity sparked in his hands, burning the rice and releasing a fragrant aroma. Ah! What? Sejun was startled by the unexpected result. Guys, help me out. Eventually, unable to hold the rice, Sejun enlisted the help of the still sleeping monkeys, rabbits, mushroom ants, and poisonous honeybees to start hulling the rice. Rustle, rustle. The monkeys and rabbits hulled the rice by rubbing their palms like Sejun. Crunch, crunch. While the mushroom ants and poisonous honeybees used their front teeth to hull it. Then, Krueng? Daddy, what are you doing? Quenji, who had just woken up, approached. Quenji, are you awake? Wait a minute, Daddy will feed you rice soon. Krueng. Quenji will help Daddy too. No. Before Sejun could stop him, Quenji grabbed a handful of rice with his front paw and started hulling with just one paw. But, SSSSSS. Quenji, failing to control his strength, ground not only the husks but also the rice grains into a fine powder. On the 351st day of being stranded, Sejun finally harvested the rice. Chapter 234, Eating Rice. TL, Hangak. When a suspicious object appeared on the beach, weeing. Sirens began to sound throughout Hawaii. Since there had been strange signs beforehand, the United States had already issued an evacuation order for all of the Hawaiian region, and most of the people living in Hawaii had already evacuated via boats or airplanes. Boom! Kaboom! Thanks to that, tanks and fighter jets waiting on the shore could freely launch shells and missiles towards the black entities approaching, darkening the sea. After hundreds of shots and missiles were fired, it seemed like the enemy had vanished. But then, wriggle, wriggle. The scattered black flesh on the ground began to gather towards the sea, and then, boom! A gigantic black entity burst forth from the sea. What the? Is that a leech? A leech? The black entity was indeed a leech. The soldiers finally recognized the identity of the enemy and were relieved. It was just a leech. Boom! Tanks and fighter jets resumed their attack on the giant leech. The leech was slow and large, making it an easy target for all their attacks. However, squish, squish. Despite the attacks, the giant leech's body quickly regenerated. Moreover, the giant leech did not remain passive. It expanded its head and then lunged its body to cover the fighter jets and tanks that had attacked it. Although the attack was simple, its enormous size made it sufficiently threatening. Crash! The fighter jets could quickly fly away to avoid the leech's attack, but the tanks were crushed under it. Move at full speed. Yes! The soldiers inside the tanks didn't panic and tried to escape by breaking through the leech's body. Then, crunch! Crunch! With a crunching sound and the smell of fresh blood, smaller leeches started pouring in like water through the gaps of the tank. What the? Bang! Bang! The tank commander accurately shot the heads of the approaching leeches. But, wriggle, wriggle. The fragments of the dead leeches were simply absorbed into the bodies of other leeches. And then, wriggle, wriggle. The leeches clung to the soldiers' bodies, sinking their teeth in and starting to suck their blood. Arg! Save me! Eventually, they were buried under thousands of small leeches. their blood drained and becoming mummified like fish floating in the Pacific Ocean. 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Fire, blaze up, whoosh, along with Flamey's incantation, screech. Hundreds of approaching venomous centipedes were burned to death in the flames. True to Flamey's talent in fire attributes, Flamey skillfully used the basic fire magic as soon as she learned it from Eileen. However, this is still as annoying as ever. While it was easier than before since Flamey could kill hundreds at a time, the need for vigilance remained the same. Isn't there a better way? Ah. There is. The detoxifying green onions from the master. Flamey was excited at the thought of the detoxifying green onions, but then realized, but how do I get them? Not having a clear way to acquire them, Flamey quickly became dejected. I'll have to ask Eileen for a solution. Flamey decided to seek Eileen's help. All right, the rice is washed. Sejun soaked the transparent, hulled rice in water, gently stirred it with his hand, drained the water twice, and then, pour. Sejun put the washed rice in a stone pot that Theo had brought from the 97th floor of the tower. It was all the harvested rice. The pot was large enough to hold it all. Swish. He also filled the pot with water. Is this enough? Sejun, who was pouring the water, fell into thought. Unlike an electric rice cooker, the stone pot didn't have any markings to indicate how much water to add. What should I do? Failure here would waste the hard-earned rice. No. Precious rice cannot be wasted. Even if it fails, he'll eat it. But Sejun wanted to make delicious rice right from the start, if possible. Eileen, has the bronze mirror been fixed yet? Sejun asked Eileen, hoping to use his mom's help to make the rice. But the tower's administrator says the repair is not yet complete. The bronze mirror was still under repair. Sejun didn't know that Eileen had used it once to greet his mother. No choice then. Sejun measured the water level with his index finger, reaching one finger joint above the leveled rice. It was a method often mentioned by cooking experts on TV. Although it's a subjective method since everyone's finger joint length varies, Sejun had nothing else to rely on at the moment. This should be enough, right? Sejun set the water level one finger joint above the rice. Click. He closed the lid of the stone pot, placed it on the fire, and started cooking the rice. He. What should I have for side dishes? Sejun pondered what side dishes to eat with the white rice. First, I'll make grilled fish and stir-fried squid. Clang. Having decided on the side dishes, Sejun opened the void storage and took out piranhas and squids to start cooking. 30 minutes later, creak. As he opened the lid of the stone pot, there was a glistening, fluffy rice shining brilliantly. Let's stir it a bit. Sejun stirred the rice with a rice paddle. And then, woo. He blew on the rice stuck to the paddle to cool it down and picked it up with his fingers. Chew. Sejun savored the rice slowly. The texture of the chewy rice grains was just right. With a bit of pressure, the grains burst softly and mashed smoothly. And then, munch. The more he chewed, the more he could taste a slight stickiness and a savory sweetness. Wow, this is amazing. I made it, but it's so delicious. Sejun praised himself and scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Wow. It's so good, perhaps because it had been almost a year since he last ate rice, but the rice tasted incredibly sweet. He felt he could easily finish several bowls of plain rice. I've been eating alone. After eating about 3 spoonfuls, Sejun finally came to his senses. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called the animals. Crueng. Squeak. Okay. The animals came to the kitchen at Sejun's call. Here you go. Sejun dished out rice into bowls for the animals and then, let's try this. Sejun scooped a big spoonful of white rice and topped it with a piece of grilled fish. He put it all in his mouth in one bite. Chew. The salty flavor of the fish and the soft sweetness of the rice filled his mouth. Gulp. The salty savory taste of the fish and the soft sweet flavor of the rice filled his mouth. Gulp. After swallowing, the lingering salty taste made him crave more rice. He. This time with the stir-fried squid. Sejun scooped some stir-fried squid with a spoon. Swish. Mixed it with the white rice, and took another big spoonful. And put it in his mouth. Chew. Gulp. After swallowing, the spicy taste lingered in his mouth, making him crave rice again. So delicious. As Sejun alternated between eating grilled fish and stir-fried squid. Crueng. Daddy always eats so deliciously. If I follow Daddy, Quenji won't fail. Quenji started eating rice with grilled fish and stir-fried squid, following Sejun, and the other animals began to do the same. After a while, Krueng. Krueng. Quenji want another bowl. It's so delicious. Squeak. Okay. The animals quickly finished their rice and eagerly presented their empty bowls to Sejun. All right. Sejun dished out more rice for the animals. And then, Ku hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Delicious. Quenji finished eating rice the fastest. After Quenji ate 10 bowls of rice, poof! A golden light emanated from Quenji's body and then slowly faded. The rice as medicine effect had been triggered. Thanks to this, Sejun realized his cooked rice amounted to 100 servings and that about 10,000 grains of rice were in one bowl. Me too. Sejun started eating rice earnestly, hoping to experience the rice as medicine effect himself. As Sejun finished his 10th bowl, following Quenji, poof! A golden light glowed from his body. You have consumed 100,000 grains of rice. The rice as medicine effect has been triggered. Your total stats will randomly increase by 100, randomly distributed among strength, stamina, agility, and magic. Strength increased by 23, stamina by 9, agility by 37, and magic by 31. Great! Sejun's face lit up with a smile as he saw the message indicating his stats had increased due to the rice as medicine effect. And, munch, munch. Theo, enjoying the privilege of the vice-chairman by eating 2 churros simultaneously while lying on Sejun's lap, was taken aback. Meow, when he saw the golden light emanating from Sejun. What? Meow. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park is also getting stronger by burning money like me, meow. Theo misunderstood, thinking Sejun was also burning money to get stronger. I need to work hard from now on to earn more money for Chairman Park to burn, meow. Theo's determination flared up, but just in spirit. Goraram. Warming up from the burning resolve, Theo fell asleep while licking the churro. Soon, Quenji, we're out of rice. The stone pot was empty. Krueng. Quenji want more. Quenji made a disappointed face. It was understandable for a child used to eating 1,000 servings of rice noodles. Don't be too disappointed. We're out of rice, but there's still this. Swoosh. Sejun poured water onto the scorched rice at the bottom of the stone pot and began to boil it again, making scorched rice soup. Bubble, bubble. As the water in the stone pot started to boil, a rich aroma began to spread all around. Here, everyone have a bowl. Sejun served the finished scorched rice soup to the animals. And then, slurp. Sejun scooped up a spoonful for himself. Chewing the twice-cooked rice, gulp. He swallowed it along with the soup. Ah, the hot broth warmed his stomach. I guess I don't need to clean this. After finishing the meal, Sejun looked at the clean stone pot, cleaned by the animals who had eaten every last grain of rice and scorched rice. The rice and scorched rice were popular among the animals. Now it's time to work. After finishing the meal, Sejun got up. He hadn't been able to complete his quota of samyangju and rice noodles yesterday due to Theo's interference, so he had no time to rest today. Guys, let's get to work. At Sejun's call, the animals moved to their respective workplaces. Good morning, Flamey. Podori's roots greeted Flamey's roots respectfully as soon as morning arrived, as promised. Yeah. Did you sleep well, Podori? Yes. I slept well. That's good. You need to sleep well. Here, take this. Flamey's roots passed a drop of liquid to Podori's roots. It was drawn from the lake where Flamey had rooted itself. Flamey wanted to give more, but more than a drop might be too much for Podori to handle. What is this? Podori asked, surprised by the immense energy emanating from the liquid. Think of it as a nutrient. Nutrient? Yes. So absorb the nutrient and hurry to make delicious grapes for our master. Yes. I will work hard to produce grapes. Podori began to absorb the liquid given by Flamey. Then, creak, creak. As Podori absorbed the liquid, its branches rapidly grew, starting to produce bunches of grapes. Shortly after, boom. Krueng. It smells delicious. Squeak. Okay. Queek. The entire farm family, attracted by the delicious scent, began to gather around Podori. Huh? Is that the smell of grapes? Sejun, who had just woken up, was also drawn by the smell of grapes, like the other animals, and headed towards where Podori was. And then, whoa, he discovered an enormous number of grapes on the grapevine. Chapter 235, the only one I can trust here is Sejun. TL, Hangak. Podori, what's all this? Sejun approached Podori, astonished by the enormous number of grape clusters it had produced. When he had asked a short while ago, Podori had said it would take time for the grapes to ripen, but now they had suddenly appeared in great abundance. Ah! It's... Podori, about to respond, suddenly hesitated. This is... Po. This is the result of my love for... No, not that. It's the result of my loyalty to Sejun. Ah, this is hard. After answering Sejun, Podori felt like crying. Initially, Podori had intended to say that Flamey provided it with nutrients. But then, whoosh! Podori, just try talking about me to Sejun. Flamey suddenly burst into flames from its roots, shouting. Flamey felt too embarrassed at the thought of Sejun finding out, heating up its body, but to Podori, it seemed like a threat of death if it revealed the truth. So, Podori quickly changed its answer. Then, the Black Tower's administrator says she will kill you for flirting with Sejun. This time, the Black Tower's administrator threatened to kill Podori. No, Miss Eileen. You misunderstand. Podori hurriedly responded to Eileen and had to change its response again. Why only me? What did I do wrong? Thus, unbeknownst to Sejun, Podori faced death threats from two beings, causing stress that wilted about 5 of its grape clusters. Podori, are you sick? Why are the grapes wilting all of a sudden? Sejun, using his skilled farmer's warm touch, stroked Podori, bringing it comfort. Indeed, the only one I can trust here is Sejun. Both beings would succumb to Sejun, so the only entity Podori could rely on to protect it from these fearsome beings was Sejun. As Podori regained its peace of mind, the wilted grape clusters began to revive. They're better now. Podori, I'm going to harvest the grapes. Yes. Take as many as you like. Podori, now on Sejun's side, cooperated enthusiastically. Pluck. Once Sejun had Podori's permission and plucked a cluster of grapes. You have harvested 1 cluster of vitality-infused fragrant grapes, 23 grapes. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You have gained 1,610 experience points. The harvest messages appeared. Fragrant? The harvested grapes had fragrant as an added descriptor. Considering the scent attracted all the animals on the farm, the description was well deserved. Then, you have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower acknowledges your exclusive cultivation right to cultivate this new variety. Without your permission, no one can cultivate vitality-infused fragrant grapes. Your job experience has increased greatly. Due to the job characteristic, all stats increase by 10. Messages appeared announcing the achievement of creating a new variety. And then, you have achieved the feat of creating 9 new varieties. As a reward for the great farmer's feat, the prestige of the Black Tower increases. The prestige exceeds a certain level, increasing the number of entrances to the Black Tower by 1. The number of entrances to the Black Tower increases from 100 to 101, with the 101st entrance spawning in the safest location. Messages appeared regarding the creation of 9 new varieties and the appearance of the 101st entrance to the Black Tower. Huh? The 101st entrance, guys, let's eat grapes. Since the increase in entrances had nothing to do with him, Sejun drooled as he offered the grapes to the animals, who had been patiently waiting for him to harvest. It was impressive they had waited without giving in to the tempting scent of the delicious grapes. Our Quenji waited well too. Here, especially Quenji. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. It's delicious. As soon as Quenji received the grapes from Sejun and put them in his mouth, he couldn't help but laugh with joy at the delicious taste. Is it that tasty? Krueng. Yes. It's really delicious. Quenji vigorously nodded in response to Sejun's question. Pat. Here, have some more. Charmed by Quenji's cuteness, Sejun stroked his head and handed him another bunch of grapes. After distributing grapes to the animals, I should check the options first. Sejun closely examined the grapes before eating them. Vitality-infused fragrant grapes. These are top-quality grapes grown inside the tower, produced by a grapevine that absorb tremendous nutrients. They have a very good taste, and the fragrant aroma of the grapes spreads far. The scent of the fragrant grapes can attract monsters that like the smell of blood. If turned into wine, the aroma will spread even further. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 180 days. Grade, A. Top-grade grapes with excellent taste and aroma. Can attract monsters that like the smell of blood? Despite one concerning detail. Let them come, Sejun bravely declared. This was the 99th floor of the Black Tower, home to the mightiest Any that followed the smell of blood would soon see blood themselves. Of course, I'm not the mightiest, Sejun muttered to himself, having a moment of realization. Chairman Park, cheer up, meow. I'll earn a lot of money to make you stronger, meow. Theo, still misunderstanding that Sejun got stronger by burning money, patted Sejun's knee to comfort him. Yeah, thanks. Sejun wondered what earning a lot of money had to do with him getting stronger, but he appreciated Theo's caring gesture and accepted the comfort without comment. Then, yum. Sejun started eating the grapes. Millimeter. They were delicious before, but this time the grapes were even sweeter and richer in flavor. Yum, yum. Wow. They're so delicious. Sejun devoured an entire cluster of grapes while standing there. Then, stare. He felt sharp stares at the back of his head. Eating alone, huh? The animals were intensely looking at Sejun, implying they wanted to join in. Shortly after, here you go. Enjoy your breakfast. Animals holding plates gathered in front of Sejun harvesting grapes from Padori's branches. Rabbits took 2 clusters, monkeys 5, and Quenji and Pinkfur each received 1,000 clusters. After sharing about half of the grapes from the vine with the animals, I should eat some more too. Just as Sejun was about to sit down and eat more grapes. Krueng? When do we eat breakfast, Dad? Quenji, having eaten the grapes, asked Sejun. For Quenji, 1,000 clusters of grapes were just an appetizer. Just a moment. Crop gigantification. Sejun used the crop gigantification skill on the remaining grapes in front of Quenji, enlarging a grape to the size of a baseball. About 100 clusters should be enough, right? Sejun used the skill on 100 clusters for Quenji, and when he enlarged the 100th grape cluster, your proficiency in crop gigantification LV for slightly increases. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV for is filled, and the level increases. The skill level of crop gigantification increased to 5. It was all thanks to Quenji. After all, he almost exclusively used the crop gigantification skill for Quenji. Here, now you can eat. Sejun gave the enlarged grapes to Quenji and also ate some himself. Spit, spit. He removed the grape seeds as he ate. If I plant these, I'll become a grape tycoon in no time. He. Sejun laughed as he looked at the grape seeds collected in his hand. He had also asked the other animals to collect seeds, so he expected to gather quite a lot. Shortly after, time to wrap up, Sejun stood up to finish harvesting the remaining grapes. On the 55th floor of the tower. Payak. 1. 2. A black rabbit was harshly training other black rabbit soldiers. Pipia? You think that's good enough? Payak. Can't you do it properly? The black rabbit kept scolding the soldiers, seemingly dissatisfied with their performance. Pippi. Black rabbit, that's enough. The soldiers will collapse at this rate. Choo Choo intervened as Black Rabbit had been harshly training the soldiers for several days. Pipia. But with their current level, they can't protect Uncle. Pippi. That's. Choo Choo, knowing how vulnerable Sejun's body was, couldn't continue her sentence. Black Rabbit's concern was understandable. Sejun could withstand 1 hit with the dragon's scale, but not 2. Therefore, Black Rabbit was rigorously training the soldiers to guard Sejun. Pippi. Don't worry too much. It's unlikely anyone will ambush Sejun, and he has Master, Uncle Theo, and Hyong Tildenim Quenji guarding him. TL, Hyong Tildenim equals brother-in-law. Paik. Okay. Black Rabbit felt slightly relieved by Choo Choo's words. But then, Ppi. Your Majesty. The high-quality blanket for Lady Iona has arrived. Ppi. Quickly show them in. Choo Choo was just as worried about Iona, who had trouble sleeping. As Choo Choo left to see the blanket, Payak. Break time. I'll go check the food storage and come back. Black Rabbit gave the soldiers a break and headed to the food storage to check if there was enough of Theo's favorite fish, and Quenji's favorite sweet foods. Payak. To think marriage would be this hard. Black Rabbit trudged to the food storage. His body was so dark it couldn't be seen, but he was so tired that dark circles reached his paws. Let's start now. Okay. After harvesting grapes, Sejun and the monkeys began preparing the base liquor for samyangju in the brewery. 2 hours later, the base liquor preparation was completed, and Sejun proceeded to add a second round of ingredients to the pre-fermentation iyangju to make samyangju. I should try brewing this too. After the samyangju was done, Sejun washed 1,000 clusters of grapes, detached the grapes, and began placing them in jars. He planned to make grape wine. At that moment, Sejun, what's that? Kellyan, who had hurriedly gathered money from the warehouse after hearing Sejun's plan to sell liquor for tower coins, found Sejun preparing grape wine. This is grape wine, really? Take this money first. Kellyan hastily handed over a money pouch to Sejun. How much is all this? Sejun was surprised by the amount of money in the pouch as he opened it. It was a considerable sum at first glance. Exactly 1 billion tower coins. Half for samyangju and the other half for grape wine reservations. Kellyan made a reservation for grape wine without even tasting it, trusting that anything made by Sejun would be delicious. As Kellyan secured his grape wine reservation, Sejun, are you brewing a new kind of alcohol? Kaiser, having not found much money in his own storage and thus rummaging through Anton's, arrived. I'll reserve that alcohol too. Take this. Kaiser also handed Sejun a money pouch for the remaining hand. But, you may have been faster with the samyangju, but I beat you to the grape wine. Kellyan gloated over Kaiser for reserving the grape wine first. What? Get out of our tower right now. Kaiser, infuriated by Kellyan's response, shouted. No way. If you're upset, why don't you go to the White Tower? Why would I go there when Sejun isn't there? You go. No. Go. As the two argued, tap. Theo tapped Sejun's leg to get his attention. And then, Chairman Park, lend me some money, meow. Theo's eyes sparkled as he saw the money pouches in both of Sejun's hands. Chapter 236, Enhancing Powers. TL, Hanguk, Mount Bukhansan, South Korea. Let's quickly reach Bikundi and then go down for a drink. TL, Bikundi equals one of the three main peaks of Mount Bukhansan. Sounds good. Let's do it. Two hikers, having sweated out their energy on their hike, excitedly entered the trailhead, looking forward to a lively drinking session afterwards. Just a few steps in. Isn't that the Black Tower? Yeah, it is. What's it doing here on Mount Bukhansan? They spotted the Black Tower, towering over Mount Bukhansan. It was the 101st tower, which had appeared as the prestige of the Black Tower increased. At that moment, I'm sorry, but this area is now restricted. What? The hikers were stopped by members of the Awakeners Association who were guarding the trail. The 101st tower, never before seen in the world, had prompted them to restrict civilian access, fearing something might emerge from the tower. There's nothing we can do. Keep up the good work. Thank you for your effort. The hikers, complying with the staff's instructions, left. Of all places, a tower had to appear here. I know, right? Just wanted to have a drink after sweating it out. Guess we'll just drink anyway. Nothing we can do about it then. With thoughts of morning drinks, the hikers laughed and headed straight to a shop at the entrance of the trail. South Korea, now in possession of 3 towers. Neighboring countries were envious, but didn't pay much attention. The towers were closely clustered in a narrow area and, apart from allowing hunters to enter, they had no other special powers. Thus, the event of the 101st Black Tower appearing in South Korea quickly faded from public interest. Here you go. Sejun generously handed over 500 million tower coins to Theo, who had asked for a loan. Just as the saying goes that generosity comes from a full barn, Sejun's generosity grew with 2 hefty money pouches in his hands. But, thanks, meow. This much is enough for me, meow. Theo returned 400 million tower coins to Sejun, keeping only 100 million for himself. The maximum amount of money Theo could burn at once was 100 million tower coins. Moreover, after spending money to enhance abilities, one needed time to adapt to the enhanced powers. This was learned from burning Uran's money. Are you sure it's enough? Yes, meow. Alright then. As Sejun was putting the returned money back into the money pouch, the tower's administrator suggests using your money to purchase powers. Powers? Right. Sejun remembered that he too could become stronger by burning money. How much do I have? Sejun started counting the money in the money pouch given by Kaiser. After deducting the 100 million tower coins given to Theo, there were 1.4 billion tower coins in Kaiser's bag. Combined with the 1 billion tower coins from Kellyan, Sejun had a total of 2.4 billion tower coins. It was a tremendous sum. Eileen, what powers can I get for 2.4 billion tower coins? The tower's administrator asks you to wait a moment. After a short while, Available powers for granting. Powers, strong strength. Powers, strong agility. Powers available for enhancement. Power, strong stamina. Power, strong magic power. Eileen showed Sejun the powers that could be granted and enhanced with his money. So, I can enhance the powers I already have. Eileen, is it possible to grant and enhance all these powers here? With 2.4 billion tower coins at his disposal, Sejun was confident. Plus, knowing the cost for granting strong strength and strong agility was 100 million tower coins each, Sejun thought enhancing powers would cost at most 500 million tower coins. However, the tower's administrator says that would be difficult. The tower's administrator informs you that enhancing power, strong stamina and power, strong magic power requires 2 billion tower coins each. The next level, strong powers were much more expensive than Sejun had anticipated. Is that so? Then I'll go with strong stamina, strong strength, and strong agility. Prioritizing survival, Sejun naturally chose strong stamina, which would prolong his lifeline, and then selected other powers with the remaining money. The tower's administrator says she will begin granting the powers. The tower's administrator warns that it might be a bit painful. What? It might be painful? You didn't say that before. Before Sejun could finish his sentence, the granting of powers began. 200 million tower coins deposited in the seed bank will be deducted. The tower's administrator grants power, strong strength and power, strong agility to the Black Tower's mid-level administrator Tattoo. With the effect of power, strong strength, your strength increases by 50. With the effect of power, strong agility, your agility increases by 50. You can enhance power, strong strength and power, strong agility later using contribution points or tower coins. As Eileen had said, the first two powers were granted. But, it doesn't hurt? Contrary to Eileen's words, there was no pain. Phew. That's a relief. Sejun was relieved. Then, Wung. The tattoo of the Black Tower's mid-level administrator on Sejun's right hand started to move. Slither. The black dragon tattoo under Sejun's skin seemed to be absorbed into him. You have acquired all the most basic low-grade powers. Your body is too frail to handle the next level of powers. Body modification will begin to enable you to handle the next level of powers. At the same time, messages about body modification appeared. What, body modification? Who decided this? This isn't right. Crack. Contrary to Sejun's will, his body began to forcibly remodel itself, and his muscles started twisting and contorting. Sejun writhed in pain as if needles were piercing his entire body. Chairman Park, what's wrong? Meow. Where does it hurt? Meow. Press. Press. As Sejun writhed in pain, Theo hurriedly began to massage Sejun's body with his front paws. Crack. The body modification lasted about a minute before subsiding. Snore. In the meantime, Sejun, who had already fainted, slept, snoring. Press. Press. What's this smell? Meow. While massaging Sejun, Theo sniffed around, searching for the source of the foul odor. And then, I got it. Meow. This is Chairman Park's poop smell. Meow. Theo identified the source of the smell. It was Sejun. The stench came from Sejun. As his body was being remodeled, bad toxins in Sejun's body were expelled along with sweat, causing the foul odor. It definitely wasn't because he had pooped. Definitely not. Normally, one would either wash him or move away from Sejun under such circumstances, but, click. For the sake of Sejun's knees, Theo chose to endure the foul smell and continued to knead. As Theo endured the odor and lay on Sejun's knees in a breadloaf position, Theo eventually fell asleep with his face buried in Sejun's knees. At the top floor of the Black Tower's Wizard Tower. Kayut. Things are going well now that I have this. In the master's room of the Wizard Tower, Iona was managing her duties while hugging with the Theo ball made from Theo's fur. Then, knock. Knock. Fren, the deputy master of the Black Tower's Wizard Tower, entered. Fren, a member of the Red Panda tribe, was originally an elder of the Destruction Wizard Tower, but became one of the 3 deputy masters under Iona after the Black Tower's Wizard Tower absorbed them. Fren, what brings you here? I've come to get your signature on the payment documents for the cherry tomatoes bought from Sejun's farm. Kayut. Here you go. Normally, Iona would scrutinize and question thoroughly before signing, but, swoosh. Today, she quietly inspected the documents and signed them immediately. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Right. Have you heard the rumor, Tower Master? So, Fren, who usually wouldn't mention such things, blurted out a rumor. What rumor? There's a rumor going around that the tower master is dating a mere merchant. Preposterous, right? How could you, of all people, be with a lowly merchant? As he spoke, Fren, who was angry, began to rant. And tremble. Tremble. Iona too seemed to tremble with anger. I knew the tower master would be furious. Fren, who had always liked Iona, was pleased to see her reaction. As I thought, it's just a rumor. There's no way Iona would like that cat. Just as Fren was feeling relieved. Kiu, what's wrong with Theo? Iona shouted, her anger surprisingly not directed at Theo, the cat, but at him. It was the third stage of her fury. A wrong word here could mean disappearing along with the tower, regardless of being a deputy tower master or not. No. I didn't mean that I said it. It's just a rumor. Fren, desperate to save his life, hurriedly clarified. 1 hour after Sejun had fainted. What's this? Sejun woke up, moving his body around in amazement. He had fainted feeling the agonizing pain of his muscles twisting, but now his body felt incredibly refreshed. Sniff. Sniff. You. What's that smell? Sejun frowned at the foul odor emanating from his body. Meow. He quickly took Theo, still sleeping on his knees, and headed towards the fountain. Then, Krueng? Krueng. Dad, where are you going? Quenji brought you some good kudzu roots. Quenji, who had returned from tending herbs in the western forest, spotted Sejun and approached with blue kudzu roots taken out from his snack pouch. But, Krueng? Quenji's pace gradually slowed down. Krueng. Dad, you smell like poop. Quenji, holding his nose with his front paws, handed the kudzu root to Sejun while keeping a distance. Is this how you treat me? Do you want to bathe too, Quenji? Krueng. Yes. Though knowing why Quenji was acting that way, Sejun, feeling a bit slighted, lured Quenji, who loved playing in water, into taking a bath. Shortly after arriving at the fountain, Sejun thoroughly washed himself to get rid of the stench. Snap. Whoosh. Using his talent, Friend of Fire, Sejun created flames on his fingers and turned the fountain into a hot bath and enjoyed a soak. And then, splash. Splash. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. This is fun. Quenji happily splashed around in the fountain. This is refreshing. Watching Quenji play, Sejun happily sipped a drink when the tower's administrator says well done, and now it's time to enhance your powers. Eileen, having been busy with other matters, only now realized that Sejun had woken up. What? Can't we not do it? Sejun recalled the pain he had experienced earlier. The tower's administrator says your body has already adapted to withstand the next level of powers, so there won't be any pain this time. Really? Then let's do it. Reassured by the promise of no pain, Sejun went ahead with enhancing his abilities. 2 billion tower coins deposited in the seed bank will be deducted. The tower's administrator enhances power, strong stamina granted to the Black Tower's mid-level administrator tattoo to power, mighty stamina. With the effect of power, mighty stamina, your stamina increases by an additional 100. Flash! As the message about power enhancement appeared, this time the eyes of the Black Dragon tattoo on Sejun's right hand briefly shone, indicating the completion of the enhancement. And then, bubble. Bubble. Theo, who had been hanging onto Sejun's knees using his water affinity talent to stay submerged, thought, Chairman Park just burned a ton of money, meow. So now he's broke, meow. Pooh-hoo hut. It's time for Vice Chairman Theo to step in, meow. Theo decided to immediately get up and go down to the 65th floor of the tower, where the pink piggy bank was. But, it's too warm, meow. I feel like I'm melting, meow. The hot temperature of the hot bath hindered Theo's determination. Purr. Eventually, Theo succumbed to the warmth of the bath and fell asleep as if he had fainted. The next morning, Chairman Park, I'll earn lots of money, meow. Don't get into any trouble, Pooh-hoo hut. Just trust me, meow. Theo waved his front paws at Sejun, who saw him off, and then quickly ran off. Trust him after telling him not to cause trouble? I have a bad feeling about this. Sejun watched Theo's back as he boldly headed to the 65th floor of the tower, feeling uneasy. Chapter 237, Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice? TL, Hanguk, the territory of the Silver Dragons. Thud. Thud. 10 black dragons had arrived. Surrounding them were the territory's owners, the Silver Dragons, along with white, green, blue, red, and golden dragons who had arrived earlier. These dragons were part of the expedition to explore the 10th tower, and most were around the same age, roughly 10,000 years old. They were already acquainted with each other, so there was no awkwardness among them. Miles Pratani, you're here? Yeah. Ricardo Arjux, you arrived early. Miles, the lead black dragon, was greeted by Ricardo, a white dragon. Both were born around the same time and had developed a close friendship while fighting against destruction. I didn't come early because I wanted to. Grandpa Kellyan told us to arrive before the black dragons. He said not to lose to them. You know how he is competitive with Grandpa Kaiser? Sigh, it's exhausting, just the same for us. If Grandpa Kaiser hears that we lost to the white dragons, we can't let him see us that day. Ha ha ha. You too, huh? While they were conversing, thud. Thud. Other dragons started arriving. Amidst the conversation, I wonder who will be the center this time. The conversation topic shifted to who would be the center of the hatchlings a year from now. Every 1,000 years, the dragons would grant the strongest of the hatchlings the right to lead the others. The one receiving this authority was called the center. The role of the center was short, only 100 years, and since young hatchlings rarely gathered, the center rarely had to lead. However, for the proud dragons, whether their hatchlings became the center was a matter of great importance. Obviously, it'll be Ophelia, the best farmer among the hatchlings, the green dragon stated. What are you talking about? Have you seen how strong our Parion is? He started making essence of fire at 500 years old, the red dragons retorted. Our Harkoon made essence of water at 499 years old, HMPH. That's all? Our Nemea made essence of earth at 498 years old. Each clan boasted about the strength of their own hatchlings, but two dragon clans remained quiet, the black and white dragons. The black dragons had recently heard about Eileen's miraculous recovery of her dragon heart from Kaiser and didn't have high expectations. We should stay quiet. The white dragons, having heard from Kellyan about Arjux losing to the much younger Eileen at 300 years old, remained silent. They feared mentioning it could lead the black dragons to bring up Arjux's defeat to Eileen. Eileen's magic had already reached the level of adult dragons, so Arjux losing was inevitable, but they couldn't proudly speak about losing to a dragon 300 years his junior. Unlike the black dragons, who were unaware of Eileen's strength, the white dragons knew. This situation arose because Eileen, who wanted to continue as the Black Tower's administrator, asked Kaiser to keep her strength a secret. Naturally, Kaiser, being doting on his granddaughter, agreed to Eileen's request. Then, hey, Miles. Is your hatchling still whimpering? Killer Peton, leader of the purple dragons, taunted the black dragons, picking a fight. What? Whimpering? Our Eileen has almost fully healed her dragon heart, so what? She hasn't fully healed yet. And even if she does, she's no match for our Poby. What did you say? That old geezer Poby is nothing compared to Eileen when she reaches 500, PFFFT. Worry about what happens a year from now. Eek. Miles was infuriated by Killer's words but couldn't retort. However, Miles, you cruel bastard. Saving this, Ricardo, aware of Eileen's strength, thought Miles was acting to bait Killer and recorded the scene. He. I'll create a dark history for you, Killer. Imagining Poby getting mercilessly defeated by Eileen a year later, Ricardo laughed gleefully. Growing well, aren't they? After seeing Theo off, Sejun looked at the rice planted in a pot under the golden tree of abundance and said with a bright expression. Sejun had transplanted about 300 stalks of rice that had been growing in the field for 20 days into pots immediately after harvesting. We'll be able to eat rice soon, as Sejun observed the rice stalks. Now, how much more do I need to raise all my stats to 300? Sejun recalled the first trial of the 10th tower and opened his status window. Park Sejun LV, 67. Talents, Beyond Mediocre, Friend of Nature, Myriad Landlord, Enhanced Magic Circuit, Friend of Fire, Sturdiness, Sturdy Vitality, A Medicine That's Bitter is Good for Stamina, Zap, Insignificant Presence, Talent, Favored by the Earth, Stats of Potential, Strength, 323 of 493, Stamina, 566 of 705, Agility, 215 of 448, Magic, 316 of 547. Job, Tower Farmer, A. Skills, Magic Seed Sowing LV 8, Harvesting LV 7, Seed Shop LV 3, Seed Harvesting LV 7, Farmer's Warm Touch LV 4, Crop Gigantification LV 5, Firefield LV 4, Eurofield LV 2, Greenhouse LV 3, Beekeeping LV 8, Rain Thunder LV 3, Cooking LV 7. All stats except Agility had already surpassed 300. the only one left to increase was agility. I need to increase agility by 85. Sejun, unaware of this, had been using his level-up bonus stats to increase only his stamina. It made sense as he always seemed to need more stamina. Now I need to focus on increasing agility. Sejun decided to invest his future level-up bonus stats in agility and closed his status window. Although the number was too high to be covered by bonus stats alone, he had no immediate way to increase his agility. Thump. Thump. Sejun began kneading dough to make rice noodles for the Black Rabbit's wedding ceremony. Meow me meow tilde, I'm the deadly yellow cat off to make money. Vice Chairman Theo, at your service, meow. Theo, excited at the thought of extorting money from Yuren and bringing it back to Sejun, hummed a tune and cheerfully descended the tower. Then, meow. Another fork in the road, meow. Two paths appeared before Theo. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice? Pooh-hoo hut. I am the smart cat, Vice Chairman Theo. I won't be fooled this time, meow. After inspecting the paths, Theo chose the one different from the original and with a different floor pattern. Shortly after, thud, the path closed behind Theo as he entered. It was another fragment of the world-devouring serpent, Jormungandr. Theo had chosen the wrong path again. But sometimes, the wrong path can lead to the right destination. Meow. Why is the path so weird, meow? Ah. Isn't that pink pie? No, Yuren, meow. Walking down an endless path, Theo encountered Merchant Yuren, who had also chosen the same path and got trapped. Pooh-hoo hut. I was on my way to find you anyway, and here you are, making things easy for me, meow. Unaware that he had entered the wrong path, Theo approached Yuren with a smile. Yuren, good to see you, meow. Oh. Theo Tilde-sama, please help me. Yuren, who had been trapped for days, immediately asked Theo for help. Meow. Help you? What do you mean, meow? Theo, didn't you know? It seems we are inside the body of that serpent. Frustrated by Yuren's words, Theo felt annoyed. Smart me, got fooled by the Apostle of Destruction again, meow. This makes me angry, meow. Yuren, give me some money, meow. Yes. Here it is. Following Theo's request, Yuren handed over all the money bags he had. Is this all, meow? Theo nonchalantly stuffed the 10 money pouches handed over by Yuren into his bag and asked. Yes. I didn't expect to get trapped again on my way home. On his way back home, Yuren was stranded again. It was a wonder how such an unlucky person became a legendary merchant. It's okay, meow. I'll want more later, meow. You owe me double this time, including from last time, meow. Of course. I have plenty of money. Theo made a deal with Yuren to get more money later. Pooh-hoo hut. Just trust me, meow. Stick to the wall, meow. Theo confidently stood in the middle of the path and, snap, took out the dragon claws, meow, and swiftly swung his paw from top to bottom. ZZZZT. Simultaneously, 5 lines appeared on the path, dividing it into 6 sections. It was Theo's new skill, developed after gaining insight from releasing 900 million tower coins worth of energy. Pooh-hoo hut. I shall name this skill 1 meow/meow, as Theo named his new skill, SSSSS. The fragment of Jormungandr, divided into 6 parts from head to tail, died and turned to ash. White coins and trapped merchants began to fall. Clang. Ah. Oh. Fortunately, there was a flat merchant's passage right below, so all the white coins and merchants landed safely. A short while later, after Theo collected all the white coins, scrape, he made a hole in the merchant's passage, allowing the trapped merchants to enter. Thank you, Theo, for saving my life twice. Yuren, now inside the merchant passage, thanked Theo for saving his life. Pooh-hoo hut. Next time, watch where you're going, meow. Yes. Theo, come with me to the 65th floor of the tower. I want to reward you for saving my life. Yuren, wanting to repay Theo, invited him to his home on the 65th floor of the tower. Theo's original destination. But, Pooh-hoo hut. I'll visit Yuren's home later, meow. Theo declined Yuren's offer. He realized that bringing large amounts of money to Sejun at once was less effective than bringing smaller amounts more frequently to receive praise multiple times. Pooh-hoo hut. I am indeed smart, meow. Too bad. Then, please visit me later. Got it, meow. Yuren, see you later, meow. But don't forget to include interest, meow. Theo, already calculating interest on the money he hadn't yet received, packed 9 money pouches containing 1 billion tower coins each and headed to the 99th floor of the tower. After Theo left, I'm hungry. The tension released, Euron felt hungry and took out a snack pouch from his pocket, but, why is the money here? He belatedly realized that one of the money pouches had been swapped with his snack pouch. My garlic. Disappointed that his snack was gone, Euron trudged back home. When it was time for dinner, Krueng. Dad, Quenji is back. Quenji, who had gone to the herb garden, returned. Krueng. Here, Dad. Quenji offered Sejun 10 blue kudzu roots. Thanks, chomp. Chomp. As Sejun ate the kudzu roots, click. Here, Quenji, have some honey. He opened a jar of honey and gave it to Quenji. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He. Thank you for the meal. Krueng? Dad, why are you surprised? No, nothing. Did I hear wrong? I swear Quenji spoke more formally just now. TL, Quenji added. Sumnida, which is a formal way for saying thank you in Korean. Chomp. Chomp. Sejun continued eating the kudzu roots, thinking he must have imagined it. You have consumed the blue kudzu root of potential. All stats potential increased by 5. After eating all 10 kudzu roots, lick. Lick. Sejun waited until Quenji finished the honey. Then, as Quenji finished, Quenji, let's make noodles. Krueng. Okay. Sejun and Quenji started making rice noodles by putting dough into the noodle machine. That's when, Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Theo, with 9 money pouches containing 1 billion tower coins each and 1 snack bag filled with garlic, announced his return by leaping towards Sejun's face. Chapter 238, Facing the Third Trial. TL, Hangak, P2E. Get off, me-oh. Sejun spat out Theo's fur that had gotten into his mouth and grabbed the scruff of Theo, who was clinging to his face. It was surprising how much fur had gotten into his mouth given how recently Theo had been brushed. Then, Sejun noticed Theo's fur sticking all over the freshly made rice noodles. This won't do. As Sejun pondered what to do with Theo, Krueng? Krueng. Did Big Brother come? Quenji was making noodles. Quenji, oblivious to Theo's fur contaminating the noodles, proudly showed Theo his noodle-making skills. I'm good at making them, right? You're good, meow. But I can cut them even thinner, meow, snap. Theo drew his dragon claws, meow, and swiftly swiped his paw from top to bottom over the noodles. Swish. Simultaneously, the noodles made by Quenji were cut in half by the descending dragon claw. Pooh-hoo-hut. How's my skill, meow? Krueng. Big Brother is amazing. Quenji, who could obliterate noodles with strength but lacked the skill to cut them thinly, looked at Theo with admiration, and, this is nothing to me, meow. Theo, basking in Quenji's admiration, boasted proudly. So what? The noodles are full of fur now. Sejun, looking at Theo with a how do I deal with this troublemaker expression, fell into deep thought. Then, I've decided. Quenji, let's take a break and eat some honey. Krueng. Krueng. Great. Quenji loves honey and rest. Sejun used the carrot and stick strategy, letting Quenji eat honey, and, Theo, come here, called Theo over by tapping his right knee. Pooh-hoo-hut. Did you call me, Chairman Park, meow? Theo obediently climbed onto Sejun's right knee. Krueng. Quenji likes Dad's knee too. With Theo occupying Sejun's right knee, Quenji took over the left and, lick. Lick. Began dipping his front paws in honey to eat. Now, Theo, have some churu. Pooh-hoo-hut. All right, meow. Responding to Sejun's offer, Theo lay down, ready to eat churu, licking his lips in anticipation. Chairman Park is trying to impress me. I should reward him later for his hard work, meow. Sejun was giving Theo churu to keep him still for brushing his fur, but Theo thought Sejun was trying to impress him. Slurp. While Theo indulged in his misunderstanding, eating 2 churros quietly. Brush. Brush. Sejun diligently brushed Theo's fur, gathering as much as possible. Despite having made a baseball-sized ball of Theo's fur just a few days ago, it seemed like there would be enough for another. So much fur. Good thing I can sell it to Iona. Shortly after, brush. Brush. Sejun, lost in thought, continued to brush Theo's fur in a trance when, Chairman Park. I have something for you, meow. Theo, thinking it was time to give his reward, suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Huh? What? Sejun snapped back to reality and asked Theo. I have something for you, meow, Theo replied, taking out 10 money pouches he had gotten from Uran and handing them to Sejun. Wow! How much did you make, Pooh Hut? I made a lot, meow. So, Chairman Park, continue to count on me, meow, Theo responded with a smug look. Right. Only Vice Chairman Theo, brush. Brush. Sejun patted Theo's head, praising him. Then he combined the last bits of fur he collected with what he had already gathered to create Theo Ball number 2. Oh. There's 1 billion tower coins in each pouch. After finishing brushing, Sejun opened the money pouches to check the amount inside and said, so, 10 pouches mean 10 billion tower coins, Pooh Hut. That's right, meow, Theo confidently answered. It seemed the sucker he had found really did have a lot of money. Better put them all in one pouch, rustle. As Sejun was pouring the coins into one pouch, rumble. Something with a pungent aroma and a slightly yellowish hue rolled out from the last pouch. Huh? This is garlic. Sejun immediately recognized it as garlic. Moreover, 6-clove garlic of agility. With its name, there was no mistaking it. 6-clove garlic of agility? Sejun picked up one of the garlic cloves to examine it closely. 6-clove garlic of agility. This is a plant that naturally grows within the tower, producing garlic bulbs with 6 cloves each. It has the ability to repel negative forces but quickly rots due to contamination from surrounding energies, so it should be consumed as soon as possible. Consuming it increases agility by 1. If all 6 cloves from a single garlic bulb are consumed, all stats increase by 1. It has a very pungent and spicy taste. Expiration date, 30 days. Grade, B. Rustle. 1, 2. Sejun began counting the garlic cloves that had spilled out onto the floor from the pouch. 1,050. There were a total of 1,050 cloves of garlic in the bag. Good job. Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Startled by Sejun's sudden praise, Theo, who had been dozing off on Sejun's knee, looked confused. Was there still something to be praised for? Then praise me more, meow. As Theo awaited further praise from Sejun, eating this raw would be tough, but it'll be sweet if roasted. Guys, wait here, I'll be right back, meow, Krueng? Sejun lifted Theo and Quenji off his lap and hurried to the kitchen. As Sejun rushed to the kitchen, Chairman Park, where are you going, meow? It's not my fault, meow. Let's go together, meow. Theo, mistaking Sejun's departure for anger upon discovering a pouch without money, hurriedly followed him. Krueng. Dad, are we cooking? Quenji, thinking Sejun was preparing dinner, excitedly held the honey jar in his arms and followed Sejun to the kitchen, anticipating a delicious meal. 99th floor of the Red Tower. Why haven't I heard that the statue is finished yet? Ramter, eager to take the statue to the Black Tower and buy some Yangju from Sejun, grew impatient and went to look for Udon as he hadn't heard from him. And then, he discovered a giant statue, not even 10% complete. What the? Who asked you to make it so big? You did? You asked for a statue resembling the Great Red Dragon Ramter. How are we supposed to take it to the Black Tower like this? Such a size would surely be noticed by other dragons while transporting it to the Black Tower, making the Samyangju trade impossible. Udon, remake the statue smaller. Okay, and do you have any spare armor? Yes. But why the armor? Never mind, just send it to me. Here it is. Udon handed over a spare set of armor he had made, and, endowment magic, Ramter applied the necessary magic to the red full-body armor and sent it to the Black Tower. Here, try this. Sejun offered Theo a roasted garlic clove. Theo clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head and body in refusal. He wasn't upset about the misunderstanding, he was just picky. As expected, he won't eat it. Sejun thought he'd have to secretly mix garlic into Theo's churu later. Then, Krueng. Krueng. Quenji wants that. It smells delicious. Quenji, sensing the absence of the garlic's pungent aroma, eagerly held out his bowl for the roasted garlic, puffing his nostrils and stamping its feet. Rustle. Here you go. Sejun grabbed a handful of roasted garlic and placed it in Quenji's bowl, then began eating the remaining 100 or so pieces himself, intending to eat them until his agility reached 300. Munch. Munch. Whoa, what's this? Though he expected the spicy taste to diminish when roasted, the garlic was much sweeter than anticipated. No wonder Quenji was excited. This made it enjoyable for Sejun to eat. You have consumed the 6-clove garlic of agility. Your agility has increased by 1. As Sejun ate the garlic, messages appeared indicating an increase in agility. However, consuming 6 cloves did not increase all stats as stated. It seemed that eating all 6 cloves from a single garlic bulb was necessary for that effect. After Sejun had eaten about 50 cloves of garlic, you have consumed the 6-clove garlic of agility. Your agility has increased by 1. You have consumed all 6 cloves from a single garlic bulb. All stats have increased by 1. Messages appeared stating that all stats had increased by 1. Fortunately, among the 50 cloves of garlic, there happened to be 6 from the same bulb. However, after that, there was no more instances of all stats increasing, and Sejun was able to reach agility 300 after consuming 84 cloves. Then, all stats have reached or exceeded 300. You have passed the first trial of the 10th tower. Sejun had passed the first trial. The second trial of the 10th tower is now initiated. Second trial of the 10th tower, farming is at the mercy of the heavens. You never know what might happen. Always be prepared. Stockpile 10 million tons of food. What? 10 million tons? This seemed excessively challenging. There wasn't enough space to stockpile 10 million tons of food, and the food already stockpiled might rot before the new stockpile was complete. As Sejun pondered how to stockpile such an amount, you have exceeded 10 million tons in food stockpiling. You have passed the second trial of the 10th tower. The second trial was completed surprisingly easily. Huh? Why? Confused by the effortless passing of the second trial, Sejun realized that the tower system considered the kudzu, which he treated as weeds, as food. Thus, the kudzu planted on the 85th floor of the tower was counted as food, and the trial was quickly cleared. The third trial of the 10th tower is now initiated. Third trial of the 10th tower, a great farmer must have many new varieties. Secure 15 new varieties. The third trial started somewhat unexpectedly. This too? Sejun waited to see if the third trial would also be easily completed, but no message of passing the trial appeared. I've created 9 new varieties myself, so I need to make 6 more. Well, they'll probably come up during harvesting. Sejun decided to worry about the trial later and quickly prepared dinner. The animals, tired of waiting for Sejun, were sitting around the kitchen eating raw sweet potatoes and carrots. After dinner, Quenji, press, Krueng. Okay. Sejun and Quenji produced 9,000 servings of rice noodles, and then went to sleep. 1,000 servings of noodles had been ruined due to Theo's fur. The next morning, quack, eek, a strange sound reached Sejun's ears. Huh? Listening more closely, quack. The sound came from the mushroom ants outside the house. Is it an elixir? Following the sound outside, quack, quack. 2 mushroom ants were waiting for him, their antennae held high, and on their backs were mushrooms that had fully grown. Just as Sejun had guessed, they were elixir mushrooms. Are you giving these to me before I leave? Quack, quack. The mushroom ants wiggled their antennae up and down in response to Sejun's words. Thank you. Tap. Tap. Sejun plucked the mushrooms from the backs of the mushroom ants and gently stroked their heads. Quack, quack. After receiving Sejun's affection, the mushroom ants left. I'll have these elixir mushrooms for breakfast along with other mushrooms in a hot pot before I leave. Sejun, up and about, headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. After eating breakfast, I'll leave the farm in your care. Quack. Sejun entrusted the mushroom ants with the care of the farm. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, take good care of the rabbits, Sejun said to Theo. Don't worry, meow, Theo confidently replied. Behind him, about 1,000 rabbits were standing, holding bundles and bags, ready to follow Theo to the 55th floor of the tower using the Lightspeed Merchant Passage. All right. See you later. Sejun unfolded the land deed for the 55th floor and disappeared. Day 354 of being stranded. Sejun descended the tower to attend the Black Rabbit's wedding. Chapter 239, just hang in there. TL, Hangak. Now that everyone has gathered, let's depart. Stella Hizron, the representative of the Silver Dragons, announced as the dragons dispatched from various clans to explore the 10th tower assembled. Since the Silver Dragons leader, Stella Hizron, had proposed this venture, the Silver Dragons were leading the expedition. Thump. Thump. At Stella's command, the dragons kicked off the ground and soared into the sky. Then let's depart. Black and white dragons at the front, golden and blue dragons on the left, brown and red dragons on the right. Stella assigned positions and formed a formation considering the relationships among the dragons, pairing those with good compatibility or friendly relations, and keeping those with poor compatibility or relations at a distance, naturally creating a diamond formation. Will this be okay? Stella glanced at the green dragons at the rear. Honestly, there were no dragons compatible with the purple dragons, who used poison. The green dragons were placed near them simply because they had the least trouble with the purple dragons. Flap. Flap. As the dragons flew towards the 10th tower, screech. A clump of red mist, a fragment of the destruction, emitted an eerie sound as it slowly approached them. It's the dust of destruction. Be ready. Miles, at the forefront, was the first to spot the dust of destruction and shouted a warning. To simply dismiss it as dust was too dangerous due to the red mist. When this dust, emitted by the destruction, reached a certain size, they could form a physical shape and attack the tower. That's why dragons usually work to eliminate these remnants. Dragons, fire your breath. Got it. Following Stella's command, whoosh. 90 dragons simultaneously breathed fire at the dust of destruction. Various colors of breaths, black, white, silver, and more, shot towards the red mist. Boom! The red mist, hit directly by the breaths, exploded and dissipated. Then, clang! Coins dropped from where the dust of destruction had dissipated. They were tower coins, about 1 billion in total. However, let's move on. The dragons generally ignored the tower coins as they were of no use to them, but, collect, collect! Only the black and white dragons quietly collected the tower coins. They had recently learned from Kaiser and Kellyan that tower coins could be used to buy some Yangju. Since the other dragons showed no interest in the coins, all the tower coins collected from eliminating the dust of destruction went to them. Why are they collecting those? However, they had to endure the strange gazes of the other dragons. We've arrived. After several hours of travel, the 10th tower came into view. You have arrived at the 55th floor farm of the Black Tower. You have moved from the top floor, 99th floor, to the 55 road floor. You have descended 44 floors. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats have increased by 44. Wow! Sejun admired the trees around him, intoxicated by the sweet and unique fragrance of the fruit. Moreover, the fruits, already ripe, had a deep pink hue. Peaches! Sejun cheered upon seeing the abundant peaches on the trees. If only I had known there were peaches here earlier. Sejun was delighted by the fragrance and appearance of the peaches. But if he had come earlier, he would have had to wait for them to ripen. So perhaps it was better he came late. Then, sip. Sip. Sejun Tildenim, this is incredibly delicious. The golden bat, which had been hanging on Sejun's back and sleeping, was lured by the aroma of peaches and started sipping the peach juice, excitedly calling out to Sejun. Fortunately, it seemed like the bat found the juicy peach, Mulbok to the power of 1, to its liking. Clang! Quenji, come out! There's something delicious here. Sejun called out to Quenji as he opened the void storage door. Dad Ada. Krueng. Okay. Quenji quickly rushed out. And then, sniff sniff. Krueng. It smells delicious. With a joyful expression, sniffing the aroma. Leap. Quenji lightly jumped about 2 meters high and plucked an exceptionally large peach, the size of 2 fists, from the top of the peach tree. Pluck. Sejun also picked a peach from a nearby tree. Huh? This one is hard. The peach Sejun picked turned out to be a hard peach, Dakbok to the power of 1. That's odd. Sejun was puzzled. He had picked the peach from the same tree where the golden bat was eating from, but instead of a juicy peach, he ended up with a hard one. Both kinds are here. Upon checking other peaches on the same tree, Sejun found both soft and hard peaches. Interestingly, the same peach tree was bearing both hard and soft peaches simultaneously. Nice. Sejun was happy that he could enjoy both types of peaches. Just as he was about to try the hard peach, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Here, this is for you, Dad. Quenji carefully handed Sejun the peach he had just picked with both hands, carefully. This is for me? Soft peach of vitality. The peach Quenji gave had a name, unlike the others. Krueng. Krueng. Yes. Quenji picked the most delicious smelling peach. Quenji confidently nodded in response to Sejun's question. What's this? Sejun was surprised by Quenji's sudden caring behavior. Had our children have changed squared visited him? It's not bitter, is it? Sejun carefully examined the peach with a bit of trepidation. Soft peach of vitality, a peach that grows on a tree in the tower, with an extremely rare chance of bearing a peach brimming with vitality. It's sweet and very delicious. The flesh is soft and can bruise or spoil quickly. Consuming it allows you to learn the skill, vitality. Usage restriction, LV, 10 and above, all stats 10 and above. Thankfully, it wasn't bitter. A vitality skill? Sejun looked at the peach when, Krueng. Eat it quickly, Dad. Quenji, drooling, urged Sejun to eat it quickly. How much Quenji must have wanted it. Okay, I'll eat it. Sejun, to appreciate Quenji's feelings, quickly bit into the peach. Squish. As he bit, the peach's fragrance filled his mouth, and the soft flesh released its juice. Slurp. Sejun quickly sucked in the juice to prevent it from dripping and, squish, bit into the peach again. Chew. Chew. After Sejun devoured the entire peach in a trance, you have consumed the soft peach of vitality. You have learned the skill, Vitality LV1. A message appeared indicating he had learned the skill. Skill, Vitality LV1, quickly digests food remaining in the stomach to gain vitality. Increases strength, stamina, agility, and magic by 1%. Duration is determined by the amount of food remaining in the stomach. Krueng. Now Dad can eat a lot and become strong like Quenji. Quenji looked proudly at Sejun for gaining the vitality skill. Now Dad can eat with me. Ku hey hey hey. As Quenji was delighted that Sejun could eat a lot, meanwhile, peep peep. A white rabbit spotted Sejun and Quenji from a distance and called its companions. Peach thieves! Da 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 da. At the sound of the white rabbit's call, thousands of white rabbits swarmed in to punish the peach thief, surrounding Sejun. Then, Pae, the leader of the white rabbits, recognized Sejun and rushed into his arms. It was the brother of the black rabbit born on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Have you been well, Pae? Uncle, why are you so late? The misunderstanding was quickly resolved as the white rabbit greeted Sejun. And then, you have been recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the 55th floor peach orchard. The land deed skill, Farm Information LV Max, has been activated. Sejun was easily acknowledged as the owner of the land deed. Pae. Pae. Let's go to the kingdom quickly. The black rabbit is waiting for you, the white rabbit urged Sejun, intending to guide him to the red ribbon kingdom. Just a moment. Sejun stopped the eager white rabbit. Let's pick some peaches first. Our Quenji hasn't even had a single peach yet. Wait a minute, Quenji. Dad will pick some peaches for you, Sejun reassured Quenji, whose eyes were shaking with the fear of not getting to eat peaches. Krueng. Okay. Quenji will wait patiently. Quenji answered with a bright smile, waiting for Sejun to pick peaches. Sejun began to pick peaches, considering Quenji had not yet had one. Are you all following well, meow? Theo looked back at the rabbits following him and asked. Peep, peep. The rabbits responded to Theo's question, essentially saying they were following well and urging him to lead the way faster. Understood, meow. Theo resumed leading the way. But then, meow. Another fork in the road, meow. Theo encountered a split in the path. I won't be fooled this time, meow. Determined not to be tricked a third time, Theo scrutinized the paths carefully. However, what, meow, this time, both paths seemed natural. Pooh hut. It's the right one, meow. Deciding to trust his instincts this time, instead of overthinking as he had before, Theo chose the right path. This way, meow. Follow me, meow. Peep? What? Peep? Didn't he just hesitate? Ah. No, meow. I was just taking a break, meow. Flustered by the rabbit's sharp suspicions, Theo hastily made an excuse and entered the right path with the rabbits. Peep? I think I heard a scream from the left just now. One of the white rabbits at the back paused to listen to the left path before quickly following the group. Shortly after, thud, the left path closed, and a snake's head appeared. TCH. A miss. A fragment of Jormungandr, frustrated at missing its prey, withdrew its head from the merchant passage and sought other prey. This time, Theo had chosen correctly. Sejun and White Rabbit walked towards the Red Ribbon Kingdom's castle. Crunch. Crunch. Quenji, eating a hard peach, followed along. That must be the castle where the Black Rabbit is. Sejun saw the grand white castle in the distance, the newly constructed white castle, replacing Grid's mansion. After walking towards the castle for about 30 minutes, Chairman Park Tilda, Theo, having safely brought the rabbits to the castle and now searching for Sejun, joyfully ran towards him upon spotting him. Then, Piang! Piang! Uncle! Quenji! The black rabbit, following Theo, also ran towards them. Oh! You found us on your own. Quenji, get ready. Krueng! Understood. Crunch! Gulp! Quenji responded and quickly finished the peach in his hand, freeing up his front paws. Chairman Park Tilda. By then, Theo had drawn close to Sejun and once again leaped towards him. Whoosh! Snap! Sejun reached out his hand to catch Theo, but once again, he failed to catch him. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo rubbed his body against Sejun's face, whining affectionately. P2E. You're early, meow. Sejun grabbed Theo's scruff, seemingly exasperated. It was as if Theo's fur reset no matter how much it was brushed. Piang! Piang! Uncle, come quickly! Everyone, come! The Black Rabbit greeted Sejun, Quenji, and the Golden Bat, who had come for his wedding. Black Rabbit, how have you been? How's the wedding preparation? Not too tough? Piang! Piang! Yes. It's been really hard. As the Black Rabbit was responding, Quenji, grab him, Piang! Snap! Quenji sneakily moved behind the Black Rabbit and restrained his front paws by sliding his paws under his armpits, preventing him from moving. Black Rabbit, this is all for your good. Hee hee hee, coo hey hey hey. Crueng, hee hee hee. That's right. Sejun and Quenji laughed mischievously like villains. Just hang in there. Sejun pulled out the white kudzu root from his void storage. Chapter 240, It was all your own doing. TL, Hangak, Payak. Payak, Uncle, why are you doing this? Quenji, let go. Struggling, the Black Rabbit struggled with all his might to break free from Quenji's firm grip, but, Crueng. Crueng, can't let go. Big brother needs to eat this. Quenji held on tight, unwilling to let go. It was inevitable, after all, who would voluntarily eat something bitter? Then, swoop. Black Rabbit, this is for your own good. Make sure to chew it well. Sejun swiftly slipped a white kudzu root into the Black Rabbit's mouth as he spoke. Payak, chew. Chew. The Black Rabbit automatically chewed what was put in his mouth. That's right. It's very bitter, isn't it? But it's good for you, so bear with it. We went through a lot of trouble to dig these up for you. I swear, we are not enjoying seeing you suffer. Hee hee hee, coo hey hey hey. Crueng, hee hee hee. That's right. Sejun and Quenji keenly watched the Black Rabbit's face, their expressions filled with anticipation. But, chew. Chew, chew. Chew. Contrary to their expectations, the Black Rabbit nonchalantly chewed on the kudzu root without any issue. Gulp. Even more, he swallowed it completely. What? It's not bitter, Payak? Payak, it's quite edible. Can I have another one, please? The Black Rabbit asked for more kudzu roots, opening his mouth wide. What? It's edible, Crueng? You can eat that? Sejun and Quenji were shocked by the Black Rabbit's response. Here, obliging the Black Rabbit's request, Sejun handed over another white kudzu root. Chew. 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 The Black Rabbit comfortably ate it. Payak. Payak. Quenji, let go. Let me eat properly. Crueng. Crueng. Okay. Big brother is amazing. Quenji, convinced by the Black Rabbit's commitment to eating the kudzu root, unsuspectingly released him. However, hop. As soon as the Black Rabbit was freed, he distanced himself from them. And then, P2E. P2E. Payak, you're both dead. Crueng? The Black Rabbit spat vigorously to rid his mouth of the bitter taste, then picked up his weapon, the thumping hammer. He had learned to hide his feelings while living in the royal family. Crueng. Dad, Big Brother is angry. Quenji sensed the Black Rabbit's fury and quickly hid behind Sejun's legs, shouting out. I know that. But shouldn't you be protecting me, Quenji? Dear nephew, how about we talk this over? Forced to the front line thanks to Quenji, Sejun looked at the Black Rabbit and suggested a dialogue, but, Payak. Payak? No way. Do you know how bitter that was? The Black Rabbit was not willing to forgive the two who had forced him to eat the kudzu root. Shiver. Shiver. The bitter taste still lingered on his tongue. Thump. 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 The Black Rabbit, tapping the head of the hammer, slowly approached Sejun. Coyote, coyote, coyote. The two rabbits should not fight. Iona, who had agreed to officiate the wedding of the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo, was practicing her speech as she descended to the 55th floor of the tower, rolling the Theo ball with her front paws. Then, roll. Roll. While Iona was focused on her speech, the Theo ball rolled away quickly, seemingly due to a slope on the path. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Feeling like she was playing with a ball, Iona happily chased after the Theo ball. As she followed it for about 10 minutes, a fork in the path appeared before Iona. Coyote? Was there a fork here before? Iona hesitated upon seeing the fork that had not been there before. Coyote? I feel a strange magical presence here. Feeling a strange magic from the right path, Iona was inspecting it when, roll. Roll. The Theo ball rolled down the right path. And then, thud, the right path closed. It seemed that the Theo ball was mistaken for bait. Coyote? Huh? Was there someone else with you? Iona and a fragment of Jormungandr locked eyes. HMPH. Consider yourself lucky. Rumble. The fragment of Jormungandr, finding it bothersome to eat Iona, retracted its head, planning to find another spot. But, Kiu. My Theo ball. Give it back. Power of the meteorite. Angered by her Theo ball being swallowed, Iona began chanting a spell. She had no intention of letting the Jormungandr fragment that swallowed her Theo ball go easily. HMPH. Ungrateful creature, making such strange noises. Calling her words strange noises? If only it knew about the wrath of the great destructive wizard Iona, it would never dare to say such a thing. Especially not when Iona's wrath was at its 4th stage. Creak! The fragment of Jormungandr opened its mouth to swallow Iona, who was emitting killing intent. Fall upon the enemy. Meteor. In the meantime, Iona had completed her spell. Since they were not inside the tower, Iona used a more destructive magic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black hole opened above Jormungandr's head and, boom! A giant meteorite shot out of the black hole at high speed. The meteorite plummeted vertically, quickly nearing the head of Jormungandr fragment and, boom! It collided, cleanly erasing the head and part of the body of the Jormungandr fragment. SSSSS. The fragment of Jormungandr turned to ash and disappeared. Clink! And white coins started falling. Wind's power, heed my call. Lift what I desire. Levitation. Iona used magic to collect the falling white coins. Kiu. Suddenly, I feel tired. Iona, still not completely over her anger, muttered to herself tiredly. Whether it was from using powerful magic suddenly or the loss of her Theo ball, she felt exhausted. Kiu. I need to curl up on Vice Chairman Theo's tail and sleep on Sejun's lap. Power of the wind, show me your path. Wind's decision. Iona quickly traveled to the 55th floor of the tower, following the trail in the wind. Payak. Uncle and Quenji, if you both eat too, I'll forgive you. The black rabbit offered to forgive Sejun and Quenji if they also ate the kudzu roots fairly. What? Me, eat that kudzu root? Sejun was bewildered by the black rabbit's suggestion. However, Krueng? What should I eat? Quenji is good at eating. Unlike Sejun, Quenji eagerly awaited his share, cluelessly. Quenji, it's not that. While Sejun pondered whether to tell Quenji the truth when, Krueng, Quenji will eat Dad's share too. Quenji volunteered to eat Sejun's portion as well. Yay! Thanks, Quenji. Suddenly, it seemed like a halo shone behind Quenji. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Quenji, close your eyes. Dad will feed you. Sejun told Quenji to close his eyes, so he wouldn't refuse to eat knowing it was a kudzu root. Krueng. Okay. Quenji obediently opened his mouth and closed his eyes as Sejun had instructed. Here comes the food. Krueng. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sejun swiftly put 2 white kudzu roots into Quenji's mouth. Quenji, who usually avoided bitter things, ended up eating them anyway. It was all your own doing. He. Delighted by not having to eat the kudzu roots himself, Sejun watched. Chew. Oblivious, Quenji diligently chewed on the kudzu roots. But, Krueng, chew. As the bitter taste of the kudzu roots hit, Quenji's chewing slowed down, and then, gulp. He swallowed the 2 kudzu roots whole. Then, Krueng. Dad tricked Quenji. Quenji is angry. Swoop. Before the furious Quenji could react, Sejun quickly stuffed a handful of prepared honey jelly into his mouth. Here. Black rabbit, you eat too. Sejun fed the black rabbit an incomplete platinum royal jelly from the poisonous queen bee, enhancing all stats by 30 and forcibly awakening a talent. Yum. Krueng. Delicious. Payak. Sweet. Thankfully, the honey jelly melting in their mouths dissolved their anger as well. If only he had given the honey jelly to the black rabbit earlier, this situation might have been avoided. But what talent did you get, black rabbit? Sejun regretted his actions and asked the Black Rabbit what talent he had awakened, harboring a glimmer of hope. However, Payak, I've awakened the talent King of Fights. It says I'll become stronger every time I win a fight. Indeed, the world was unfair. King of Fights, wow. That sounded cool, right from the name itself. As Sejun envied the Black Rabbit's talent, Pooh-hoo-hut. If the Black Rabbit is the King of Fights, then I, Vice Chairman Theo, am the King of Knees. Theo declared himself a king too. Pooh-hoo-hut. Sejun's lap belongs to me, meow. Then, Krueng. Krueng? Then what about Quenji? Dad, what kind of king is Quenji? Quenji, wanting to be a king like his brothers, pondered for a moment before seeking Sejun's help. Quenji? Quenji is the king of gluttony. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Brothers, Quenji is the king of gluttony. Quenji proudly approached his brothers, announcing his royal title bestowed by Sejun. Pip. What about me, Sejun Tildenim? The golden bat hanging behind Sejun also timidly asked. You, golden bat, are the king of singers. Sejun responded with the first thing that came to his mind. Pip. Thank you. Brothers. I am the king of singers. The golden bat too went to where its brothers were gathered and proudly announced its royal title. Should I be a king too? Watching the animals playing king, Sejun also felt like joining in. I should be the king of kings. Sejun pondered over his own royal title. The king of kings. The king who rules over all other kings. Cool, isn't it? Guys, I am the king. Before Sejun could declare his title, Sejun, hang in there, meow. I'll make you a king later, meow. Just trust me, meow. Krueng. Quenji will help too. Quenji will make Dad a king. Pip. I'll help too. Stay strong. The animals talked about making Sejun a king. For Sejun, becoming a king was the first step. 99th floor of the tower. Ha. The great red dragon, Ramter Zahir, has arrived. The tower farmer of the Black Tower, come out and greet me. The red full-body armor controlled by the red dragon Ramter shouted with a laugh. What's all this noise? You're here. Kaiser came out upon hearing the noise. But where's the statue? There were some complications. But where is the tower farmer? How dare he ignore my call, the great red dragon Ramter Zahir? Would you hurry up? Sejun isn't here right now. When Ramter asked for Sejun, Kaiser informed him that Sejun wasn't around. What? Where did he go? Ramter, who was eager to buy some Yangju, asked anxiously. 55th floor of the tower. He'll be back in a few days, so wait. Oh, and the payment method has changed. To what? Well, I can't really say it outright. Give me some tower coins and I'll tell you. Kaiser, having spent all his tower coins on some Yangju and great wine, was eyeing Ramter's money. Tower coins? Why would I need those useless things? Here, take them. Easily deceived Ramter. Having no real use for tower coins, Ramter took out all the tower coins from his storage and gave them to Kaiser. Thus, Ramter was completely swindled out of 500 million tower coins without realizing it. He. Tower coins. Kaiser informed Ramter with a laugh. What? Tower coins are the new currency. Ramter realized too late that he had been tricked by Kaiser. As a result, Ramter had to go out of the Red Dragon's territory to earn tower coins himself. While Ramter was being swindled by Kaiser on the surface. I'll let you extend your roots here. Thank you, Flamey Tildenim. Here, eat this too. Yes, thank you. Underground, Flamey was generously extending her roots to provide space for Podori to grow and even feeding it nutrients. Podori, you need to grow into a world tree fast. Yes. I'll grow diligently. Podori, under the hard training of Flamey, was being nurtured to become a world tree. Chapter 241, Did you just get angry at my dad? TL, Hancock, Hawaii, USA. Gulp. With no more food left in Hawaii, the giant leech decided to return to the sea in search of other prey. Its direction was toward the mainland USA. Just then, we have reached the destination. 5C-17 transport aircraft appeared over the skies of Hawaii. And then, we will commence the food drop. From the transport planes, a vast number of blood tanks filled with blood were dropped to the ground. Some of the blood tanks broke open during the fall, spilling blood, but this was somewhat intentional. Gulp. The giant leech, sensing the smell of blood, changed its direction. It swallowed the blood tanks that had fallen to the ground. And then, crush! It powerfully constricted the tanks, bursting them open, and absorbed the blood inside. Operation successful. We have confirmed the leech has changed its direction. Returning to base. The transport planes that carried out the operation changed direction and returned to base. When the giant leech first appeared, the US military, unable to subdue it by the seaside, bombarded it with thousands of missiles. Billions of dollars were burned, but the effect was minimal. The giant leech, when hit by missiles, would split into smaller leeches and then recombine into its original form. Moreover, with no prey left, the leech began moving towards the United States in search of new food. Without a solution, the US military eventually decided to launch their most powerful weapon, a nuclear missile, at Hawaii and withdrew the surrounding navy. At that time, bodies drained of blood, like mummies, were discovered elsewhere. On the path passing Hawaii and heading to the mainland of the US. It turned out there wasn't just one giant leech. The US quickly changed its strategy. Let's lure the enemy to Hawaii and contain them there. Thus, they dropped blood in Hawaii, attracting the blood-sensitive leeches to the island. This was also more cost-effective than using missiles, as the price of blood was cheaper. So, the giant leeches were being raised in Hawaii. As they approached the White Castle of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, a vast city surrounding the castle came into view. Payak! This is Rabbit City, the capital of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The Black Rabbit proudly introduced Rabbit City from Sejun's shoulder. It was indeed something to be proud of. The city, with its buildings of various colors, was beautiful. Payak! Rabbit City is home to 1 billion rabbits. 1 billion! From the outside, it didn't seem like there was enough space for so many rabbits, but considering the burrowing nature of rabbits, it quickly made sense. The city was larger underground than it appeared on the surface. Payak! Payak! Yes! So, Sejun was astonished, and the excited Black Rabbit continued to explain enthusiastically. As they arrived at the city entrance while listening to the Black Rabbit, snap! For Black Rabbit soldiers guarding the city's entrance saluted their king. Payak! The Black Rabbit accepted their greeting and entered the city, followed by Sejun. Theo, Quenji, and the Golden Bat were all hanging on Sejun, so he just had to walk. Wow! Sejun marveled again upon entering the city. Countless rabbits were busy selling things, eating, crafting, and doing their various tasks. If the emotion felt from the outside of the city was beauty, inside, it was vibrant life. Payak! Uncle, we'll tour the city later. First, let me show you the castle. Huh? Okay. Sejun snapped back to reality at the Black Rabbit's urging. The Black Rabbit seemed eager to quickly take Sejun to the castle. On their way to the castle, Black Rabbit, wait a moment. Sejun called the Black Rabbit to a halt upon spotting a red crystal in the middle of the vast square in front of White Castle. It was a waypoint. Payak? Why? Let's register at the waypoint first. Since one never knows what might happen in life, Sejun decided to register at the waypoint in advance. As Sejun approached the red crystal and placed his hand on it, waypoint of tower floor 55 has been saved. A message appeared, confirming the waypoint registration. Now let's go. Payak! Payak! Yes! This way. The Black Rabbit led Sejun to the entrance of the White Castle. Snap! The Black Rabbit soldiers saluted the Black Rabbit even more solemnly than before. It was clear from their alertness how well trained they were. Payak! The Black Rabbit acknowledged the soldiers' salute and entered. And then, Payak! Summon the escort squad. Immediately upon entering, the Black Rabbit called for a guard squad to protect Sejun. Dad Ada! Snap! Your Majesty! Did you call for us? At the Black Rabbit's call, 10 Black Rabbits quickly rushed over. Payak! These guys will guard Uncle from a distance until the wedding ceremony is over. As the Black Rabbit spoke, there's no need, meow. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park is under my protection, meow. Krueng. Krueng. That's right. Quenji will protect Daddy. Theo and Quenji volunteered to be Sejun's bodyguards. However, Payak. But still, Uncle is weak, so more guards are better. That's true, meow. Okay, meow, Krueng. Agreed. Convinced by the Black Rabbit's reasoning, Theo and Quenji quickly agreed. Guys, I've gotten much stronger, you know? Sejun thought he should show off his strength when he got the chance. Snap! Snap! Sejun Tildenim, I am Coco, the leader of the escort squad. Please take good care of me. Okay. Coco, I'm counting on you. With that, the escort squad assigned to protect Sejun greeted him and, Payak. Escort squad, form a protective formation. Swoosh. They vanished from sight, using their invisibility skills. Where did they suddenly go? Sejun was bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the black rabbits. Pooh hut. Can't Chairman Park see them, meow? They are here, and there, and over there, meow. Krueng. Daddy, they are also behind you and that pillar over there. Theo and Quenji, able to detect even high-level stealth, informed Sejun of the hidden guards' locations. Payak. Let's go. I'll give you a tour of the castle with the family. The black rabbit led Sejun to where the mother and father rabbits, brought by Theo from Tower 99th floor were and began a full-fledged tour of the castle. 3 hours later, rumble. As Quenji's stomach rumbled, the black rabbit guided Sejun and his group to the dining hall. And then the food arrived. Chairman Park. It's grilled fish, meow. Theo immediately pointed to the grilled fish with his front paw as he found it. As he couldn't leave Sejun's lap, it was a sign for Sejun to move towards the grilled fish. All right. As Sejun approached the grilled fish, Krueng. It smells delicious. Dad Ada. Quenji, not being fixated on Sejun's lap, ran towards the sweet-smelling food and started eating without peeling it. Crunch. Crunch. A fruit with a golden peel, sweet juice, and a crispy texture. It was a pear. Slurp. Slurp. Pip pip. It's tasty. Next to Quenji, the golden bat had flown over and was sucking the juice of the pear with its teeth. There's a lot of delicious food. Sejun also began to eat while looking around at the various dishes. Oh. Fried eggs. The first dish Sejun tried was fried eggs. The yolk was runny, a perfect sunny side up. Technically, it wasn't a chicken egg, but it tasted just like a fried egg. Munch. Munch. As Sejun tasted various dishes. Glug. Glug. A cup was placed, and the servers poured a black, hot liquid into Sejun's cup. Could this be coffee? Sejun, smelling the fragrance from the cup, was surprised. Coffee with a scent of caramel, floral fragrance, and several other aromas. It had a rich and diverse aroma that tickled Sejun's nose, being incomparable to instant coffee. Payak. We were lucky to find it. I'll pack some for you when you leave. Okay. Thanks. Pleased by the black rabbit's words, Sejun began to enjoy his coffee in earnest. Slurp. A sweet taste of chocolate grazed his tongue, followed by a heavy bitterness that balanced the flavors. Gulp. Finally, a refreshing hint of lemon neatly cleansed his palate. A single sip of coffee encapsulated an entire narrative of flavors. Wow. Whether it was the strong caffeine compared to instant coffee or the taste itself, Sejun felt a sense of fullness and his spirit brightened after just one sip. Yeah. This is real coffee. Sejun, having enjoyed a truly satisfying cup of coffee for the first time in a while, happily continued his coffee time. Then, peep. Excuse me. A soldier entered and quietly approached the black rabbit to start reporting. Payak. Again. Peep. Peep. Sorry. Even though we strengthened the guard. Payak. Payak. Understood. Keep the scene preserved, I'll be right there. It seemed to be a murder case from the conversation. Peep. Yes. The soldier quickly left the dining hall and, Payak. Payak. Sorry, uncle. I think I need to go deal with this first. Yeah. Don't worry about me, go do what you need to. Payak. Then I'll see you at dinner tonight. The black rabbit hurriedly left the dining hall. And once the meal was over, but where is the food storage? Sejun asked a servant about the location of the food storage. He wanted to deliver the rice noodles. Then, peep. I'll guide you there. Coco, the leader of the escort squad, revealed himself from stealth and led Sejun to the food storage. Coco guided Sejun through a door used by the servants bringing out food. Upon passing through the door, a vast kitchen appeared, bustling not only with rabbits but also with chefs of various species employed by the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Peep! This way! Coco led Sejun across the kitchen to a door at the end, revealing a massive food storage area. Upon arriving at the storage, peep! Peep! This is Sejun Tildenim, the king's uncle. Give him whatever he needs. Coco introduced Sejun to the storage managers and, swoosh, vanished again, continuing to guard Sejun. Pip? Sejun Tildenim, what do you need? The storage manager, thinking Sejun needed something, asked. But, I want to store this here to use at the Black Rabbit's wedding. Quenji, please take out the rice noodles. It was the opposite. Krueng. Got it. Clank. As Sejun opened the void storage, Quenji began to take out the rice noodles. Pip. The storage manager was confused by the unexpected situation when, "Who are you? I haven't seen you before," a voice came from below Sejun. Huh? As Sejun looked down, Poohoo Hut. Well, if you must know, I am the deadly dragon-clawed, yellow cat and subordinate of the great black dragon, Theo Park, meow. Theo introduced himself to the golden furball. But, Poohup. You should know how to lie if you're going to scam someone. The golden furball, a sheep, laughed at Theo. It was covered in so much wool that its true form was hidden. Meow. What do you mean by scam, meow? I'm not a scammer, meow. You're impersonating the famous Mr. Theo Park, BAA. And he's not a yellow cat, he's a golden cat, BAA. TL, BAA equals sheep sound in English. While Theo had become famous as the golden cat through the legendary merchant Uran's efforts, meow. I am a golden cat, meow. Theo himself was unaware of this nickname. No, not that, BAA. If you keep impersonating him, you might get into trouble if you meet the real Theo Park or Minotaur King. The golden sheep warned Theo to stop impersonating himself as it could get him in trouble later, a rather ironic situation. Pooh ha ha ha. Sejun couldn't help but laugh at the situation. What? Are you laughing at my consideration, BAA? The golden sheep was angered, feeling its concern was being mocked. Crackle. Blue sparks began to fly from the golden furball's wool. Am I so easy to mock? Sejun felt unjustly aggrieved. I can produce sparks too. Just as Sejun was about to step in, peep! Peep! Stop! Legendary Merchant Mima Tilda Nim. The escort squad surrounded the legendary Merchant Mima to protect Sejun. They couldn't get too close because of the intense sparks. Just then, thud! Thud! Thump! Quenji slowly approached and nonchalantly grabbed the fiercely sparking Mima's chest wool, effectively holding it by the scruff. Krueng? Did you just get angry at my dad? Chapter 242, Aren't You Friends with Mima, Meow? TL, Hangak, FZZT. No. Absolutely not, BAA. I wasn't angry at all, BAA. Mima, caught by the scruff by Quenji, released the lightning sparks and frantically shook its head in denial. The risk of death was 100%. Instinct warned it not to mess with that bear, it meant certain death. However, Mima's answer was not sufficient. Krueng. Krueng. You did 3 things wrong. Bar. 3 things, BAA. Mima was startled by Quenji's statement. Krueng. Krueng. Yes. First, you got angry at Quenji's dad. Krueng. Krueng. Second, you disrespected Big Brother. Third, you just lied to Quenji. Squeeze. Quenji informed Mima of its 3 mistakes and effortlessly pulled out his enhanced branch from his snack pouch with his right front paw. It was the enhanced branch dropped from a corrupted ent. I did everything wrong, BAA. Please spare me, BAA. As Quenji took out the branch, Mima started to cry. Although Mima felt wronged for everything but the first point, now was not the time to argue. Even a barehanded slap meant certain death, let alone being hit with a branch. Then, Quenji, stop, Sejun called out to Quenji. There was a misunderstanding, but it wasn't something worth killing over. But, Krueng. Krueng. But this one threatened Dad. Quenji will just spank him 3 times. Quenji was apparently very angry with Mima for threatening Sejun. Quenji, it might be just a light spanking for you, but to the recipient, it would be no joke. Hick BAA. 3 times. Even 1 spank could be fatal, and Quenji threatened to give 3, as good as saying he would leave no corpse. Thump. Mima's head drooped suddenly upon hearing Quenji's words. The fear caused it to faint. Quenji, eat this for now, NOM. Knowing exactly how to calm Quenji, Sejun skillfully put a honey jelly into Quenji's mouth, still holding Mima by the scruff. Coo hey. The effect was immediate. Slip. Quenji's grip loosened, and the fainted Mima fell to the ground. Thankfully, its fluffy wool cushioned the fall. Krueng. Dad, Quenji wants more honey jelly. Quenji quickly forgot about being angry with Mima and clung to Sejun's leg. All right. Let's go over there and eat more. Sejun took Quenji away from Mima, tapping his leg to signal Theo. Take care of that one. The escort squad had already gone back into stealth, seeing Sejun was safe. Got it, meow. Theo jumped down from Sejun's leg and approached Mima. Pooh hut. I like this, meow. Theo laughed as he looked at Mima. Servant of the Golden King, the Golden Sheep, meow. Theo is referring himself as the Golden King. Press. Theo took a paw out from within Mima's wool and stamped a contract with its paw print. The legendary merchant Mima, the Golden Sheep, had unwittingly become Theo's subordinate while unconscious. And then, first, I need to shear its wool and give it to Chairman Park, meow, snap. Theo drew his dragon claws, preparing to shear Mima's wool. Mima's Golden Sheep wool had excellent resistance to electricity. Theo planned to make clothes for the delicate Sejun from Mima's wool. Chairman Park is so pitiful without fur like ours, meow. Snip. Snip. Theo began to shear Mima's wool. Thus, the face of one of the three beauties of the Black Tower, Mima, was revealed. Somewhat vaguely. As Theo's grooming skills were terrible. Screech. The dust of destruction. Defense squad, attack. Coo-oo. Following Stella's command, the dragons assigned to defense fired their breaths at the approaching red mist near the 10th tower. When the dragons first arrived at the 10th tower, it was almost entirely covered in the dust of destruction. They worked to clear the dust and investigate the tower. And now, they were annihilating the dust of destruction as it approached from time to time. Clink. Collect. Collect. Of course, the tower coins that dropped from the dust of destruction as it vanished were quietly collected by the black and white dragons. Thus, the dragons continued to survey the 10th tower. But, there's no entrance to get inside. What they discovered was that the 10th tower had no entrance and was so sturdy that even their breath attacks couldn't break it. In short, there was nothing more they could do there. We must change our plan. Half of us will stay here to guard the 10th tower, and the rest will return to report to our leaders. Representatives of each dragon species decide who will stay. Eventually, Stella decided to return, instructing each species of dragons to select 5 to remain behind. You stay. No way. Why should I stay? You stay. But while the dragons of various species argued and made excuses not to stay, I will stay. But you've collected so many tower coins. I will stay as the representative. If you're a representative, you should go back and report. The situation was the opposite for the black and white dragons. They were fighting to stay behind. All right. Have you all decided? Those returning should report to our leaders and await further instructions. Stella, as the representative of the investigation team, decided to stay at the 10th tower and instructed the other dragons. Thus, 45 dragons returned to their respective territories, and the remaining 45 dragons guarded the 10th tower. Coo-oo! Clink! Collect! Collect! Only the black and white dragons left behind at the 10th tower were excited. Crueng! Delicious! Quenji, with its fur in disarray due to Mima's electric attack, eagerly ate honey. Our Quenji's fur is all messed up. Swoosh! Swoosh! As Sejun groomed Quenji's fur while it ate honey, Baa. Mima, which had been unconscious, woke up. She first cautiously checked her surroundings to see if Quenji was around. Phew! Relieved that Quenji wasn't nearby. But am I still alive, Baa? She couldn't tell if she was dead or alive since Quenji wasn't in sight. Grope! Grope! Mima touched her face to confirm that she was indeed alive. Thankfully, the vivid sensations assured her she was alive. Phew! Lucky me, Baa. This is all because of Hapir, Baa. Mima was annoyed at her subordinate Hapir, who had suddenly disappeared. Originally, there was no reason for Mima, a legendary merchant, to be here. But suddenly, the subordinate responsible for coffee delivery disappeared. This transaction was directly requested by the king of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, so any hitch was unacceptable. So, Mima had come to ensure the coffee delivery went smoothly, and ended up in this unfortunate situation. Then, Baa, Mima sensed something was off. The fur on her face, which should have been long, was excessively short and unevenly cut. And then, why am I cold? Mima felt chilly. This can't be. Mima, tired of getting attention for her beauty, had grown its fur to cover her face and body, which had recently kept her from feeling cold. No way. Realizing something was wrong, Mima quickly got up and looked down at her body. Baa bang! She screamed upon discovering that all her fur, except for the vital parts, had been sheared off. But, it's too ugly. More shocking than being sheared was how hideously her fur had been cut. Meow. What happened, subordinate? Meow. Hearing the scream, Theo, who had been dozing off in a loaf position, asked Mima. You scammer. Did you do this to me, Baa? I'm not a scammer, meow. I am a loyal subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Enough. Did you cut my fur like this, BAA? Mima interrupted Theo as he tried to reintroduce himself. Yes, meow. I cut the fur to give to Chairman Park, meow. I will make good use of a subordinate's fur, meow. What are you saying, BAA? Why am I your subordinate, BAA? Pooh-hoo hut. Look at this, meow. Theo showed Mima the contract he had stamped while Mima was unconscious. What, BAA? You stamped this while I was unconscious, BAA? Yes, meow. Mima is now a subordinate of Vice Chairman Theo, meow. As Theo brought the contract closer to Mima for a better view, click, swoosh. Mima pulled out a transparent potion from her pouch and sprayed it onto the contract, causing the text to disappear and the contract to turn into a blank paper. Meow. What have you done, meow? HMPH. How dare you try to make me your subordinate? This is a contract nullification potion, BAA, Mima arrogantly responded. She had used the potion to nullify the contract. Meow. Let's stamp it again, meow. Theo hurriedly tried to get another paw print for the contract, but, whoosh. In the meantime, Mima quickly escaped, not wanting to be seen by anyone in her current state. What a shame, meow, my subordinate ran away, meow. Theo, having lost his subordinate, climbed back onto Sejun's lap. What about the sheep? She went home, meow. Lick. Lick. Theo answered and helped Sejun in grooming Quenji. Veronica, I have secured the land deed of the Black Tower's 58th floor. A figure in a black hood spoke to a glowing purple crystal. Reto, well done. A voice replied from the crystal. Thump. It's nothing compared to the grace of Veronica. Reto knelt before the crystal, expressing his gratitude. Reto, it's rare for so many land deed holders to gather like this. Do not make any mistakes. Yes. As the light in the crystal faded, drip. Drip. Reto stood up and dropped a few droplets of liquid on a nearby corpse, which, hiss, began to rapidly dissolve. Once the corpse completely disappeared, swoosh, Reto removed the hood, revealing a face identical to the recently deceased individual. Reto, a member of the chameleon race, had the ability to transform into anyone he had seen. Time to hunt for the next target. Reto held a palm-sized disc and infused it with magic, causing several dots to appear around it. The disc was a land deed detector, capable of sensing land deeds or their holders. Reto, a spy for the Purple Tower, was using the detector to find and eliminate holders of land deeds. When a land deed holder dies, the deed resets and reappears elsewhere. Good. Reto, having located the next target, moved to assassinate the target and seize the land deed. Peep? Sejun tilde nim, it is 20,000 servings of noodles correct? While Sejun and Theo were grooming Quenji, the diligent warehouse manager who had transported the noodles came to report. Yes, that's correct. Thanks for your hard work. I'll be going now. Sejun had stored the noodles in the food warehouse and headed to the kitchen to share the recipe for banquet noodles. Returning to the dining hall after instructing the chefs on the recipe. Kayut, Kayut, Kayut. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. Iona, who had been enjoying coffee with roasted peanuts, greeted them. Iona, nice to see you, meow. Krueng. Hello, Iona's sister. Kayut, Kayut, Kayut. Nice to see everyone. Swoop. Iona greeted them and wrapped Theo's tail around herself. Kayut, Kayut, Kayut. I'm going to sleep. As Iona was about to sleep, Kiyu dash, her eyes caught sight of golden sheep wool and a familiar scent. Mima? Kiyu, Vice Chairman Theo, what's this about? Why do you have Mima's wool on you, meow? Iona, you know Mima, meow. Great, meow. Please take me to Mima, meow. Theo asked Iona to lead him to Mima to get another paw print stamp, but, Kiyu, are you asking me to introduce you to another woman now? Iona misunderstood and became furiously angry. But, meow. Iona, why are you angry, meow? Aren't you friends with Mima, meow? Kiyu, what did you say? Theo, unaware of the situation, further infuriated Iona, igniting her, Kiyu level 5 fury. Hey! No. Big brother, no. From behind, Sejun and Quenji shook their heads vigorously, but Theo didn't notice. TL note. 1. Quenji has been using polite speech from a few chapters back, but it's something that is not in the English language. So I am writing this to let you know to just think that his way of speaking has changed and he is speaking more politely these days. Chapter 243, participating in a food fighter selection contest. TL, Hanguk, Q dash. Iona was on the verge of exploding. Iona, calm down, meow. Theo called out to Iona, gently wrapping his front paws around her, who was coiled around his tail, and brought her in front of him. Iona, now just a few centimeters away from Theo's face, met his eyes. Kai up. Confused by Theo's sudden action, Iona made a strange sound, unable to express either laughter or anger. Then, swoosh. 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 Iona, it's okay if you're not friends with Mima, meow. Theo stroked Iona's head as he spoke. Q dash. Iona's anger somewhat subsided with Theo's comforting touch. Come to think of it, Mima is all fur, meow. Mima's appearance was a mess, not suitable for following Theo around as a subordinate. Of course, Mima's disheveled state was due to Theo's terrible grooming skills. Mima would have felt incredibly wronged if she had heard this, but there was no one here to tell her that. Q right. Mima does have quite the fur. Thanks to this, Iona's anger level dropped significantly. As the atmosphere lightened, Iona, but where is your Theo ball? Sejun changed the subject. The ever-present Theo ball was nowhere to be seen. The Theo ball? Kayak. It got taken by the Apostle of Destruction. Iona became gloomy at the mention of the Theo ball. That's good. I made a new Theo ball to give you. Kayut. Really? Iona was overjoyed at the prospect of getting a new Theo ball. Yeah. Here. Sejun took out the newly made Theo ball 2.0 and handed it to Iona. Kayut. Thank you. I'll give you this in return. Iona handed Sejun 50 white coins she had obtained from the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction, and put the Theo ball in her spatial pocket. Then, swoop! Iona once again clung to Theo's tail. Even though she liked the Theo ball, it couldn't replace the real thing. Shall we explore the city? As the mood improved, Sejun quickly suggested this before Theo could ruin the atmosphere again with his nonsense. Krueng. Quenji wants to explore the city too. Quenji immediately clung to Sejun's leg in response to his suggestion. If Chairman Park goes, I'm going too, meow. Theo hurriedly clung to Sejun's leg as well. Let's go. We're off, meow. Krueng. Let's go have fun. Sejun and the animals left White Castle and headed towards Rabbit City. Payak. How can there be no trace at all? Arriving at the crime scene, the Black Rabbit couldn't find any evidence. The missing person had disappeared as if evaporated. There were no records of them leaving the city, nor was there a body. Moreover, nothing seemed to have been stolen. If it weren't for the report from their companions, no one would have known about the disappearance. Payak. But why? The sudden disappearances were perplexing. If this got out, the Red Ribbon Kingdom would gain a reputation for poor security right at its founding, a critical blow to the kingdom. The case had to be solved before the founding ceremony and wedding. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the fate of the nation depended on it. But there were no clues. There was no common link between the missing people, no shared characteristics. Then, Peep? Did any items disappear along with your father? The Black Rabbit overheard a soldier asking the son of the first reported missing person. Okay. No. The land deed. Peep? The land deed? What land deed? Okay. The deed to the grapefruit farm on the 73rd floor of the tower, managed by our family for generations. Payak. The land deed. The Black Rabbit's mind lit up upon hearing this. That's it. He thought there were no stolen items, but perhaps the criminal had stolen the land deed. Payak. Find out if the other missing people had land deeds too. Peep. Yes. The Black Rabbit quickly instructed the nearby soldier. And then, Payak. Speaking of which, Uncle also has a land deed, doesn't he? Will he be okay? The Black Rabbit was worried about Sejun. As Sejun left the castle and took a few steps, Kayurong. Iona's snoring could be heard. With the perfect conditions for a good sleep in Sejun's lap and Theo's tail, Iona fell asleep almost as if she had taken a sleeping pill. Walking towards the city while listening to Iona's snoring, they started to see shops one by one. Wow! Weapons! Clothes! It had been almost a year since Sejun entered the tower. This was his first shopping experience there, and he was excited. This sword looks cool. Peepiers! You have a good eye. This sword, to speak of it. A grey rabbit merchant selling swords began to enthusiastically explain as Sejun showed interest in a sword. Krueng. Quenji wants to see the sword too. Quenji showed interest in the sword Sejun was holding. Do you want to try it? When Sejun handed the sword to Quenji, Krueng. Quenji will test if it's sturdy enough for Dad to use. Quenji bent the sword in half to test its durability. Tingang. Krueng. This sword is too weak. Quenji easily snapped the sword in half and commented. It wasn't that the sword was weak, but that Quenji was just too strong. No matter what sword you bring, it probably won't pass Quenji's strength test. Perilous. Perilous. How can this be? It was made from very expensive materials. The grey rabbit merchant was shocked to see his sword broken so easily. Sorry about that. I'll compensate for the sword. Sejun felt bad for crushing the merchant's hopes and dreams and paid double the price of the sword. Perilous. Perilous. Thank you. I'll make an even stronger sword next time. Encouraged by this, the grey rabbit regained his enthusiasm for making better swords. Perilous. Perilous. Goodbye. Come again. After being seen off by the sword merchant, they entered another shop. Wow. This armor looks cool. If Chairman Park is going to wear armor, I, Vice Chairman Theo, will test it. Meow. Swoosh. This time, Theo shredded the armor with his dragon claws. Wow. A shield. Krueng. Quenji will check if it's sturdy. The shopping spree continued with Theo and Quenji destroying the items Sejun was interested in, to test their durability. At each shop it always ended with Sejun paying for the destroyed items. Since the items cost about 10,000 tower coins, which weren't too expensive, Sejun just thought of it as playing around and continued browsing the shops. As he paid compensation in the shops and entered the bustling area. Moo! Whoa! The roar of a black minotaur along with tremendous cheers were heard. That's an intense signal. Reto, who was searching for a new target after dealing with the previous one, was surprised to see the signal on the land deed detector. It was the largest signal he had ever seen on the detector, indicating someone possessed numerous land deeds. Where is it? Reto hurried towards the location of the signal. And then, Reto spotted Sejun with animals hanging around his body while browsing the shops. But who has the land deeds? The cat? The bear? The hamster? The bat? Sejun the walking zoo. Reto was confused as he observed the animals. Moreover, they're all too strong. Each one of them was a formidable being. This won't work. Realizing he was outmatched, Reto quickly retreated. Sejun remained unnoticed by Reto due to his talent, insignificant presence and overshadowed by the other animals' overwhelming presence. What's that? Sejun walked towards the source of the noise but couldn't see anything due to the crowd. Just then, Sejun tilde nim. Hello, someone called Sejun from behind. Huh? You guys are. Turning around, Sejun saw the Black Orcs. They too had come for the Black Rabbit's wedding. If you want to watch the contest, we'll guide you to a good spot. Make way. Sejun Tildenim is here. A contest? The Black Orcs led Sejun towards a gathering of Black Minotaurs and Black Orcs. As they reached the front row, Moo! Sejun Tildenim? There, Minotaur King and Ulrich were sitting together amicably. What are you doing here? Moo! We are eating. Minotaur King answered Sejun's question and pointed ahead. Over there? When Sejun looked where Minotaur King was pointing, munch, munch. Black Minotaurs, Black Orcs, and many others were voraciously eating dishes made of carrots. Yes. Contestant number 128, almost finished with the 101st plate. Staff, please bring the next plate quickly. Pigs were busily carrying food around, and in front of them hung a huge banner. Food Fighter Selection Contest. The Black Minotaurs and Black Orcs were using the Food Fighter Selection Contest as a restaurant. Saving even one meal in this way could save a substantial amount of food, so it made sense. A Food Fighter Selection Contest? Upon hearing the term Food Fighter, Sejun immediately thought of one being, Quenji. Krueng. Daddy, Quenji wants to eat that too. As expected of a food fighter, Quenji was already drooling with enthusiasm. But the contest was already underway. It might be too late to join now, as Sejun worried while looking at the eagerly shining eyes of Quenji. Peep! The third preliminary round has ended. The fourth preliminary round will start soon. Those who wish to participate, please come forward. Fortunately, the announcer stated that the next preliminary round was about to begin. Moo! Wow! Along with the announcement that the preliminary had ended, the successful contestants cheered. This must have been the noise Sejun heard earlier. Let's go, Quenji! Sejun, eager to participate in an eating contest, detached Theo, who was clinging to his leg, and said, Meow. Aren't you taking me, Chairman Park? Just wait here. I'll be back soon. To avoid being accused of cheating by bringing Theo into the competition, Sejun detached him and took a place beside Quenji. A short while later, we will now set up the food. Following the announcer's instructions, dishes of food started being served. Then let's start the fourth preliminary round. Begin. With the signal from the announcer, the participants began to eat quickly. Sejun and Quenji also hurried to eat. However, ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Delicious. Unlike Quenji, who kept enjoying the food as if eating it for the first time, burp. Sejun quickly reached his limit. Vitality. You have used Vitality LV1. Quickly digest the food in your stomach. All stats increase by 1% for 30 minutes. Sejun used his skill to digest the food. Thanks to that, Sejun felt hungry again and started eating once more. As Sejun picked up his pace again, those who have passed the preliminaries, please collect your tickets for the finals after the end. You must have these tickets to participate in the finals tomorrow at noon. The announcer explained the schedule following the preliminaries. In the finals, legendary merchant Uran will participate personally. The winner who defeats Uran will receive a tremendous reward, so please make sure to participate. Uran? Was this the pink piggy Uran that Theo mentioned? Since there were only 3 legendary merchants, it seemed likely. As Sejun ate and heard Uran's name, Theo also heard it. Pooh Hut. As expected, Uran is unlucky, meow. Even in the food fight contest, Uran would lose to Quenji, and if Uran met Sejun, Uran would be robbed even more than when he met Theo. How did such an unlucky guy become a legendary merchant, meow? Thinking of the always unlucky Uran, Theo commented. For Theo, who was always lucky, Uran's status as a legendary merchant was a mystery. TL, some AI-generated images of Iona and Theo. Chapter 244, Chasing the Culprit. TL, Hanguk, 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Creak. Creak. As Flamey's massive roots moved and spread out in all directions. Screech. Venomous spiders, feeling their territory invaded, tried to attack Flamey's roots. However, flames, rise and burn. Whoosh. Using magic, Flamey crisply burned the venomous spiders clinging to its roots. Creak. And extended its roots again. As Flamey kept burning the spiders and spreading its roots. Oh. There's a farm here too? Flamey discovered a farm on the 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Creak. Creak. Hello there, I'm Flamey. As Flamey greeted the plants on the farm with its roots. It hurts, please, help us. The plants, suffering from the venomous air in the surrounding, pleaded for Flamey's help. Okay. I'll help you. Creak. Flamey wrapped its roots around the farm to block the venom. Yap. And used the first leaf's ability, the flame of purification, to cleanse the farm's soil. Now, it doesn't hurt anymore, thank you. Flamey, Nim. The plants expressed their gratitude to Flamey. From now on, we will follow. Flamey, Nim. The plants of the farm decided to follow Flamey, who had saved them from their pain. Then, thunk. A rolled-up document fell in front of Flamey's roots. It was the land deed of the 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Thanks, guys. He. I'll keep it and give it to my master. Flamey tucked the land deed of the 23rd floor of the Purple Tower among its roots and continued to extend them. I can't eat anymore. Sejun, having eaten 50 plates, held his stomach, struggling when, pip, the 4th preliminary round has ended. The 5th preliminary round will start soon. The announcer's voice signaled the end of the round. And, Krueng? Krueng. It's over already? Quenji wants to eat more. Quenji, wanting to eat more food, was reluctant to leave his spot, ready to participate in the next 5th preliminary round. Quenji, let's go get the ticket. Krueng. Okay. Reluctant to leave his seat, at Sejun's call, Quenji sadly trudged over and clung to Sejun's leg. As Sejun and Quenji went to get their tickets. Oh. You're the one who ate 1,200 dishes. Here's your ticket to the finals. Krueng. Thank you. The operator knelt down and respectfully handed the finals ticket to Quenji, then moved on to the other participants. Since the cutoff for advancing to the finals was eating at least 100 plates, Sejun was eliminated. However, since his goal was just to participate in the competition, he was not too disheartened. Let's go, Krueng. Krueng. He. Are we going to eat dinner now? Thinking Sejun's invitation to go was for dinner, Quenji grinned cheerfully. As Sejun and his group were about to return, Chairman Park. Are you okay, meow? Cheer up, meow. I'll give you a better gift than the prize, meow. Theo ran over to comfort Sejun, who had been eliminated from the preliminary round, just with words. Rub, rub. Vigorously rubbing his face against Sejun's knees, Theo seemed to be fulfilling his own desires rather than just comforting Sejun. Then, Krueng. Krueng. No. Gift from Big Brother is not needed. Quenji exclaimed, upset by Theo's words. What are you talking about, meow? Krueng. Krueng. Quenji will win the prize and give it to Dad. And Quenji's prize is better. That was why Quenji was upset. Quenji also planned to win the prize and give it to Sejun. But Quenji felt hurt when Theo mentioned giving a better gift than the contest prize. Pooh hut. Challenging me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. No matter how good the prize is, it can't beat my front paws, meow. Theo confidently stretched out his front paws, confident of his victory. Enough. Sejun quickly intervened to calm them down. Who's fighting? Huh? This is a punishment. Boo 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 butt. Boo 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 butt. He picked up Theo and Quenji, giving each a playful belly raspberry. Pooh hoo hoo hoo. Coo hey hey hey. The atmosphere brightened thanks to Sejun's intervention. Let's head back quickly. See you later. After bidding farewell to Minotaur King and Ulrich, Sejun ended the day and returned to the White Castle with the animals. Of course, Quenji ate dinner as usual back at the castle, as if he hadn't eaten 1,200 plates already. The next morning. Krueng. Krueng. It's morning. Excited to eat again. Quenji, the happiest when eating, was thrilled at the thought of food as soon as he woke up. Is it morning already? Due to Quenji's excitement, Sejun, who had been sleeping with Quenji in his arms, had no choice but to wake up as well. Krueng. Krueng. Yes. Quenji want to go eat breakfast quickly. Quenji urged Sejun to get up. All right. But we need to wash up first. Sejun, being somewhat a royal uncle, couldn't go out unkempt. He quickly washed up and headed to the dining hall. Pyarorong. Arriving at the table, Sejun saw the black rabbit, propping his chin and dozing off. Did things not go well yesterday? After leaving during lunch yesterday, the black rabbit didn't return even for dinner. Then, Payak. Payak. Uncle, you're here? Bring breakfast. The black rabbit, regaining consciousness, ordered breakfast to be served. Coo hey hey he. Quenji happily started eating. Despite the food fighter selection finals being in the afternoon, he didn't seem to care. Black Rabbit, what happened with yesterday's case? After eating a bit of his breakfast, Sejun asked the Black Rabbit. Chomp, chomp. Meow. Theo, eating a handmade churu made by a chef of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, perked up his ears. Payak. Well, we couldn't catch the culprit, but we found out they're after the land deeds. Land deeds? Payak. Yes. Then let me help you, Payak. Uncle. Yes. If the culprit is after the land deeds, I can use mine as bait, right? Pooh hut. That's right, meow. This case will be handled by Detective Sherlock Sejun and Assistant Theo's son, meow. Theo, who had been listening, suddenly jumped up and exclaimed. Pooh hut. It's time to show the teamwork of Chairman Park and Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Payak. Payak. No. The opponent is. The Black Rabbit tried to dissuade them, but, Krueng. Right. You can't leave out Quenji. Quenji strongly opposed the idea of Sejun and Theo doing something together without him. And, Krueng. Krueng? Dad, Quenji wants to play detective too. What role will Quenji have? Quenji looked at Sejun with sparkling eyes, wanting a role for himself. Sejun fell into a dilemma. Quenji join Illinois? No. If he appears, there's always a murder case. Sejun immediately dismissed the idea that came to mind. TL, Kim Jong-Illinois from the Kindachi case files. MC Hajime Kindachi's name in Korean version is Kim Jong-Illinois. And most of the cases involve murders. Then, Sejun pondered again. That's when, a name popped into Sejun's mind. It made sense since the character was originally big but became small. Besides, Quenji was also good at knocking people out. There were many similarities. All right. Quenji, from now on, you're Detective Conan. TL, Detective Conan from Case Closed. Coo hey hey hey. Krueng. He. Detective Conan, good. Black Rabbit, focus on the founding ceremony and the wedding. We'll take care of everything else, Sejun confidently declared, trusting in Theo and Quenji. Payak. Payak. Okay. But don't overdo it, the Black Rabbit responded with a worried voice. Meanwhile, he signaled the guard team with his hand to ensure Sejun doesn't do anything dangerous. Thus, Sejun, Theo, and Quenji set out to resolve the murder case in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, along with the secret agent Golden Bat. First, let's go to the crime scene and look for clues. Having received investigative authority from the Black Rabbit, Sejun and the animals headed to the crime scene. But there's nothing. As the Black Rabbit said, the culprit left no trace. While they were surveying the crime scene, Quenji found a clue. A clue? What kind of clue, Krueng? There's a bad smell at every crime scene. Bad smell? Quenji, sensitive to smells, had discovered a clue. It was the smell of the chemical Reto used to dissolve the bodies. Krueng. Yes. Quenji will follow the bad smell and catch the culprit. Sniff, sniff. Quenji confidently spoke and started tracking the smell to pursue the culprit. Now, it's time for the great detective Cunan to shine. Sniff, sniff. As Quenji followed the scent, Isn't this the place that sells fried carrots? Quenji led Sejun to a fried carrot store. Hey. Krueng. He. Sorry. Quenji got distracted by the nice smell. Quenji, seemingly embarrassed by his own actions, scratched his head. Lured by the delicious smell, he had instinctively followed it. Please give me 5 bags of those. Sejun bought some carrot fries. Let's eat and then move. Krueng. Great idea. Crunch. Sejun and Quenji took a break to eat the fried carrot. It was a flavor and scent that could indeed lure Quenji. Then, sniff. Krueng. It's the bad smell again. Quenji, while eating the carrot fries, picked up the scent of the culprit. And, Krueng. Over there. He pointed to a figure with a face hidden under a grey hood. Golden Bat, follow from the air. Yes. Leave it to me. The Golden Bat, which had been hanging on Sejun's back, hurriedly flew off. Let's go, too, Krueng. Just follow me. Dad-ada. Quenji hurriedly took the lead. But, Krueng. There are too many smells here. Quenji lost track of the scent. They had arrived at the site of the food fighter selection contest, where preparations for the finals were underway. The smells of numerous workers setting up the stage, the scent of food being cooked in outdoor kitchens, and other strong surrounding odors masked the scent of the culprit. It's okay. Golden Bat is tracking. Sejun, while comforting Quenji, noticed the Golden Bat returning powerlessly. It seemed the Golden Bat had also lost track of the culprit. Pooh-hoo-hut. It's time for Detective Sherlock Sejun and Assistant Theo-san to step in, meow. Follow me, meow. Theo, hanging from Sejun's leg, confidently raised his front paw, directing Sejun forward, while looking at him. Chairman Park, it's our time to shine, meow. Why are you looking at me? Clueless Chairman Park. Just go where I tell you, meow. Okay, they communicated through their glances. Let's go. Sejun moved towards the direction Theo was pointing, along with the animals. However, Sejun, overly confident in Theo's lead, overlooked one crucial detail. Theo's front paws had nothing to do with tracking the culprit. Theo's paws were specialized in finding objects beneficial to Sejun. What's this? Feeling like he was being tracked, Reto quickly removed his hood and headed towards the location of his target. This is the last one. This target was a big shot, and after collecting the land deed, Reto planned to disappear immediately. Thus, Reto approached the location where his target was. It was behind the scene where the stage for the food fight selection was being built. I've come to switch shifts. Reto spoke to the soldiers guarding a large tent. Bazark, what about Luda? Luda? He suddenly said he had a stomachache, so I came to replace him early. Really? But Luda is Bazark's weapon. Who are you? Die. Realizing his disguise was blown, Reto immediately threw poison-coated daggers at the soldiers. Thud, thud. Coo, gurk. The soldiers, stabbed by the dagger, fell down with painful expressions. And, step. Reto quietly entered the tent. Clatter. Who are you? The target, who was snacking, dropped the food in fear and asked with a trembling voice. Just then, Chairman Park, over here, meow. What? They seem to be poisoned. The voices of Sejun and Theo were heard outside the tent. Kook! Yuren, Reto's target and the legendary merchant, screamed at the top of his lungs, calling for help. Chapter 245, Quenji, Bite. TL, Hangak, Krueng. Meow. What's this sound? Hearing Yuren scream, Theo instantly reacted. Theo, do you recognize that voice? Yes. That's the voice of the pushover, meow. Pushover? Pushover. The legendary sucker. No. Legendary merchant Yuren, who gave Theo 900 million tower coins and 6 clove garlic of agility. Theo, Quenji, hurry inside. Understood, meow. Krueng. Understood. Following Sejun's command, Theo and Quenji hurriedly rushed into the tent. As Theo and Quenji entered the tent, just chew on this. Sejun forcefully fed detoxifying green onions into the mouths of 2 soldiers who had turned pale due to poisoning. However, the soldiers had lost consciousness and couldn't chew. Fortunately, the detoxifying green onions Sejun put in their mouths were powerful enough to neutralize the poison from the poisonous potatoes, and even A-grade poisons. The powerful detoxifying green onions started to slowly neutralize the poison, even though they were just being held in the mouth. Chew. Chew. As the poison in their bodies began to neutralize, the soldiers, still unconscious, instinctively started to chew the onions. Thanks to this, their faces gradually returned to their normal color. A short while later, cough, cough, as the soldiers spat out poisoned blood and regained consciousness. Golden Bat, take care of them here. Okay. Sejun entrusted the soldiers to Golden Bat and entered the tent. I guess it must be all settled by now. It was obvious since Theo and Quenji had entered. Thinking the situation was already resolved, Sejun entered, but, what? It wasn't as he expected. I am the Vice Chairman Theo, meow. No, meow. I am the Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Inside the tent, 2 Theos were arguing, each claiming to be the real Theo. Krueng. Krueng? There are 2 big brothers. Who should Quenji punish? Quenji was confused, not knowing which Theo to attack. Krueng. Phew. Thankfully, Reto sighed in relief, seeing the confused Quenji. The moment Reto tried to attack Yuren, Theo and Quenji entered the tent. Stop, meow. Krueng. Stop. They quickly surrounded Reto. It's a failure. Realizing he was no match for Theo and Quenji, Reto quickly threw a smoke bomb and transformed into Theo, positioning himself next to the real one. The reason for transforming into Theo was just instinctive, there was no time to think. But, it turned out to be very successful. Because, Krueng? Which one is the big brother? The bear that came in with them was confused. How dare you impersonate me, the subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat, Theo Park. It's unforgivable, meow. The cat, whom he transformed into, couldn't stay quiet and kept giving away information. How dare you impersonate me, the subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat, Theo Park. It's unforgivable, meow. Thanks to this, Reto gained time to follow the conversation and gather information. Quenji, punish this guy, meow, meow. No, meow. Quenji, I'm the big brother, meow. Reto used the information he got from Theo and his intuition to even tell Quenji to attack the real Theo. Krueng. Quenji's head hurts. While Quenji was confused, another human entered. How should I act? Faced with a new variable, Reto panicked. Chairman Park. Help me, meow. He's impersonating me, meow. Again, Theo was the first to blurt out, giving Reto information. Ah. So, I should call that inconspicuous human Chairman Park. Chairman Park. No, meow. He's impersonating me, meow. Reto quickly mimicked Theo as well. But, what? Is this some kind of disguise? They look exactly the same. Sejun immediately felt that the Theo on the right was fake, thanks to his Theo detector. Then, Krueng. Krueng? Dad, there are 2 big brothers. What should Quenji do? Quenji, upon spotting Sejun, ran over and blocked his path, probably to protect Sejun just in case. Hey, pig! No, Yuren, come over here. Sejun first called Yuren over to his side to protect the source of money from any harm. As Quenji stood ahead of Sejun and Yuren behind Sejun, flinch. Vice Chairman Theo, don't. Sejun stopped Theo, who was trying to rush towards him. Chairman Park, I want to come too, meow. Chairman Park. Can't I come either, meow? Theo, eager to get to Sejun's knee, whined, and Reto hastily mimicked him. Meow. Because of you, I can't go to Chairman Park's knee, meow. Frustrated at being unable to approach Sejun's knee, Theo unsheathed his dragon claws. What are you talking about, meow? It's because of you, meow, zing. Reto unsheathed his claws too. While clashing their claws could have easily resolved the situation, but, hold on. I have a way to find out who the real Theo is among you two. Sejun decided not to proceed that way. Pooh hut. As expected of Chairman Park, meow. Hurry up and tell, meow. I will prove I am Vice Chairman Theo, meow, Pooh hut. As expected, Chairman Park is great, meow. I can't wait to prove it and return to Chairman Park's knee, meow. Both confidently responded to Sejun's words. It's simple. Bring the best item from inside this tent. Sejun asked them both to find and bring the best item from inside the tent. It was a ploy to officially take Yuren's belongings. Pooh hut. Good, meow. I've actually been drawn to something since earlier, meow, Pooh hut. Victory is mine, meow. Both Theos started rummaging through the tent. Reto, who was looking for a chance to escape. But, bring the best item? Reto changed his mind upon hearing Sejun's words. He knew what the best item inside the tent was. It was the prize prepared for the winner of the food fighter selection contest, who would defeat Yuren. This is it. Reto picked up the ornate box containing the prize. Rather, this worked out well. If he could prove he was the real one here, the real Theo would be attacked by the group, and in the meantime, he could seize the opportunity to kill Yuren and take the land deed. And, click. While pretending to search for the item, Reto pulled out the land deed detector and fed it magic power, causing a massive light to appear around him. It was an opportunity to obtain the land deed he initially aimed for, while Reto was aiming for the land deeds again. Meow. It's too hot, meow. Theo, whose front paws turned black from extracting the charcoal from the furnace with his dragon claws, was carefully searching for the item he was drawn to. Krueng. Dad, Quenji is sleepy. Come here. Sejun picked up the sleepy Quenji and gently rocked him. Kurong. Quenji quickly fell asleep. It seemed he had been stressed from using his brain. Shake. Shake. Sejun gently rocked the sleeping Quenji. Then, Can we really find Theo like this? Yuren, oblivious to his belongings being pilfered, worriedly asked Sejun. Don't worry. If it's Theo, he'll bring something amazing. Is that so? I'm sorry for the late introduction. I am Yuren, the legendary merchant. Okay. I'm Park Sejun, the tower farmer. While Sejun and Yuren exchanged greetings, Pooh hut. Found it, meow. Theo, with blackened front paws from touching the charcoals, walked over holding a piece of black charcoal. Now, Chairman Park's knee is mine, meow. Theo, by now, had forgotten about defeating the fake Theo and was only thinking about claiming Sejun's lap. And, Pooh hut. This is the best item in the tent, meow. Reto also arrived with the box containing the prize. Thus, the two Theos arrived at Sejun's side at a similar time. This person must be the real Theo. That box contains the prize for the winner of the food fighter selection contest. Yuren confidently pointed at Reto, declaring him to be the real one. Yuren knew best since he chose the item himself, aware of the fantastic contents inside. Meow. Chairman Park, don't be deceived, meow. Theo, feeling anxious due to Yuren's comment, shouted at Sejun. Chairman Park. It's me, meow. I am Theo Park, your right-hand man, meow. Yuren, how can you not recognize me, Vice Chairman Theo, your life's savior, meow. Simultaneously, Theo glared at Yuren. Indeed, this Theo must be the real one. Just now, the other Theo glared at me, Yuren exclaimed, having seen the real Theo glare at him. Yuren is a fool, meow. I am the real Vice Chairman Theo, meow. As Theo was getting frustrated, don't worry. I'll check both items and then decide. Yuren, please take out the item from the box. Sejun reassured Theo and asked Yuren to take out the item from the box. Yes, click. As Yuren unlocked the box with a key, there was a beautiful white gem inside. And, sacred stone piercing, the name displayed above it. Huh? A sacred stone? Sejun tried to take a closer look, intending to examine the white gem closely, but, I am the sacred stone piercing. You are not worthy. Get lost. The sacred stone rejected Sejun. Telling me to get lost. I should ask Eileen to give it some polishing. Sejun, slightly offended by the sacred stone piercing's reaction, put down the gem and turned to examine the charcoal brought by the real Theo. Black charcoal. An unappraised item with no description. However, since Theo brought it, expectations were high. Could this be even more remarkable than the sacred stone? For an accurate assessment, I'll have an expert appraise these. Eileen, please appraise these items. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. With Eileen's response, both the sacred stone and the black charcoal vanished. By the way, since the sacred stone told me to get lost, make sure it listens well. Sejun added a remark with a bit of a grudge. The tower's administrator is furious that such a mere sacred stone dared to tell you to get lost. The tower's administrator says she will personally ensure that it obeys you absolutely. After finishing the conversation with Eileen, tap. Tap. Quenji, wake up. Having secured the items, Sejun tapped the sleeping Quenji's buttocks to wake him. It was time to wrap things up. Krueng? Is it time to eat? Quenji, upon waking up, immediately thought of food. Yes. But before that, Quenji, bite. Pointing at Reto, who was off guard, Sejun instructed Quenji to attack. Krueng. Quenji bites. Bang. Following Sejun's command, Quenji dashed forward and, snap, bit Reto, thus concluding the murder case. And, Pooh Hut. As expected, Chairman Park recognized me, meow. But Yuren is an idiot, meow. Theo, still holding a grudge, clung to Sejun's knee and glared at Yuren. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yuren repeatedly bowed, apologizing to Theo. Huh? Land deeds. Sejun spotted the land deeds that had fallen from Reto's body. Coco. Tell Black Rabbit we've caught the culprit and returned these to their owners. Okay. Sejun instructed Coco to deliver the land deed to the Black Rabbit. Honestly, Sejun wanted to keep the land deeds for himself, but this incident involved the participants of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's founding ceremony and Black Rabbit and Choo Choo's wedding. If he, Black Rabbit's uncle, kept these deeds, it might bring shame to Black Rabbit. He. Still, I managed to secure 2 good items. Sejun smiled contentedly, thinking of the items Eileen was appraising. Lord Yuren, the contest is about to start. An event staff member from the Food Fighter Selection Contest announced outside the tent. Hey. Krueng. He. Quenji will win and give the prize to Dad. Quenji, unaware that Sejun had already secured the winning prize, said, no matter how much I owe you for saving my life, I can't easily concede the victory in the food fighter competition. Yuren, burning with competitive spirit, stated, I have never lost to anyone when it comes to eating. Spark. Amidst the tension between Quenji and Yuren, the real food fighter contest was about to begin. Chapter 246, I don't fall for such marketing tricks. TL, Hanguk, I have some preparations to make. You go ahead, really? Alright then. Responding to Yuren's words, Sejun left the tent with the animals. At that moment, participants of the Food Fighter Selection Contest Finals, please come up to the stage now. The staff of the Food Fighter Contest began to guide the participants. Quenji, fighting. Eat a lot. Sejun cheered on Quenji, who was holding a ticket to the finals and heading towards the stage. Krueng. Got it. Quenji will eat a lot and win. Buoyed by Sejun's encouragement, Quenji confidently gave a thumbs up, as if to say he had everything under control. Kwahaha. The little guy has big ambitions, right? He'll probably end up crying after biting off more than he can chew. Kek. The large participant scoffed at Quenji's declaration, but then, Moo, what did you just say to our Quenji? Nothing. Their derision was quickly quelled by glares from the black minotaurs participating in the contest. Soon, all 100 participants had found their spots, and Sejun, with the animals, took their seats in the audience. Krueng. Dad, Quenji is here. Quenji, who had momentarily lost sight of Sejun and became anxious, spotted Sejun sitting in the audience and waved his paws. Yeah. Quenji, fighting. Sejun responded by waving back and cheering for Quenji. I wish I had a camera. Sejun lamented. Quenji, squeezed among the huge participants and waving at him, was just too cute. Sejun watched the adorable Quenji while waiting for the contest to start. But what did Yuren mean by saying he had something to prepare? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Sejun became curious about Yuren, who hadn't yet appeared on the main stage. Surely he hadn't encountered any life-threatening situations? Sejun, who was as weak as a sunfish, worried about Yuren. Then, now, the host of the Food Fighter competition and undefeated champion of the Food Fighter contest, legendary merchant Yuren, will make his entrance. Bam bam bam. With the announcer's introduction and the sound of fanfare, click, the floor of the main stage's highest seat opened. And, thump. Yuren jumped up from below, wearing a golden crown and a golden cloak. Oink! When Yuren let out a roar filled with the will to win. Wow! The legendary food fighter Yuren, the great pig Yuren, the audience cheered for Yuren. He waved back at them and took his seat. It seemed this was the preparation he mentioned. Wait, Yuren was the organizer of this contest. What kind of person was he really? Sejun was astonished. Given what Theo had told him and his actions, it seemed impossible for him to make any money. How does he make money? As Sejun pondered how Yuren became a legendary merchant. Alright, now that all participants are in place, let me explain the rules of the food fighter contest. The contest will. The explanation was long, but in summary, since it was held in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, all dishes used carrots as the main ingredient. The contest involved eating 5 appetizers and then the main dish. The winner would be whoever ate the most of the main dish. Essentially, the appetizers were just a warm-up, and the main dish was the real game. Let's prepare the first appetizer. With the announcer's cue, dozens of pigs began placing almost small car-sized bowls of carrot soup in front of each participant. That's an appetizer? The scale of the food fighter contest's appetizer was extraordinary. Once all the participants had their food in front of them, please enjoy the first appetizer, carrot soup. With the announcer's signal, the participants began eating the carrot soup. And, slurp, slurp, bang, bang. Yuren and Quenji impressively finished their carrot soup at a pace that overshadowed the other participants, placing their bowls down almost simultaneously. Krueng? Ah! Hearing each other's bowls being placed down, Quenji and Yuren looked at each other. Krueng! Quenji is still hungry. I feel the same. It's like I haven't eaten anything. Yuren responded to Quenji's provocation without backing down. Zap! Quenji and Yuren eyed each other, their competitive spirits flaring. Oh! Participant number 7, who finished the carrot soup at the same speed as Yuren. This competition is getting exciting. The announcer highlighted Quenji's impressive eating skills, setting up a rivalry between Quenji and Yuren. Usually, Yuren's speed was so overwhelming that it was hard to make the competition exciting, but today, it seemed there would be some tension in the contest. Then, Krueng! My name is Quenji Park. Quenji appealed to the announcer to call him by his name, as the announcer hadn't mentioned it. Ah. Yes. Participant Quenji Park, right. I will refer to you by your name from now on. As time passed, let's prepare the second appetizer. After the participants finished their carrot soup, the announcer called for the second appetizer. Pigs brought in gigantic plates of carrot salad, heaped up like mountains. In the king's office at White Castle. Payak, did Uncle ask you to deliver this? Pack. Yes, that's right. Black Rabbit was surprised to see the land deed Sejun had sent over. Solved in just a few hours. He hadn't expected the issue to be resolved so swiftly. Sejun, his uncle, was impressive. He had received reports that Theo, Quenji, and Golden Bat played key roles in solving the case, but he believed it would have been impossible without Sejun as the focal point. Payak. Payak. This is the land deed of the 25th floor of the Black Tower, reported missing by the Radsun family. This one is. The Black Rabbit was checking if the land deeds matched the reported losses when. Payak. Payak. Wait, this isn't a Black Tower land deed. He found a land deed from a different tower among those of the Black Tower. Purple Tower 80th floor land deed. It was an unreported land deed. This meant the criminal possessed it. It seemed to hint at the mastermind behind the scene. Was it the Purple Tower? Payak. Pass this on to my uncle. Pack. Yes. Coco, holding the Purple Tower land deed, rushed to where Sejun was. Now, let's prepare the third appetizer, announced the announcer, and this time, pigs brought out huge glasses filled with carrot juice and set the food. During the setting of the food, viewers must be tired just watching the participants eat. From now on, the dishes being eaten by the participants will also be sold to the audience. If you want to order, please raise your hand. Following the announcer's words, the audience began ordering the same dishes as the participants. I'll have the carrot soup, 6 carrot salads here. Hungry from watching the participants eat, the audience quickly ordered food. Oh! This is a pretty good marketing strategy. Sejun thought it was a decent marketing tactic. But, HMPH, I don't fall for such marketing tricks. Determined not to be swayed by the sales tactic, Sejun refrained from buying anything. Now, please enjoy the third appetizer, carrot juice. Audience members can also order carrot juice starting now. As the carrot juice was set up, the participants began to drink it. Gulp. Gulp. Bang. Again, Quenji and Yuran impressively drank the carrot juice at an incredible pace, placing their glasses down simultaneously. Krueng! Oink! Zap! As the two glared at each other in a standoff. 4. I give up. Some participants started to drop out. Soon after, when the remaining participants finished their carrot juice, now, only 75 participants remain. Let's prepare the next appetizer. As the announcer announced, pigs brought out plates with the fourth appetizer. Then, spotting the fourth appetizer, Sejun's eyes lit up, and he began to take out money. And, now, participants, please enjoy the fourth appetizer. The audience can also order carrot cake starting now. Upon the announcer's announcement, here, 10 carrot cakes, Sejun placed an order. I wanted to eat it anyway, so it's not like I'm falling for the marketing. Sejun convinced himself that he wasn't swayed by the marketing. In the Black Tower's administration area. How dare you tell my Sejun to get lost? Kwung! Eileen, transformed into her true form, stepped heavily on the white sacred stone with her right foot as punishment for speaking rudely to Sejun. Sejun will have a difficult time in future. Lady Eileen, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, the sacred stone screamed, begging for mercy. Then, you'll listen to Sejun from now on, right? Eileen eased the pressure on her foot while talking to the sacred stone. She wanted to resolve it peacefully, as it was an item requested by Sejun. But, how can I listen to such a weak being? The sacred stone, still not comprehending the situation. What? You called Sejun weak? You dare disrespect Sejun? Squeeze! Eileen intensified the pressure on her foot, angered by the sacred stone's words. Crack! As the pressure exceeded the sacred stone's threshold, it started to crack. Eek! Save me, I'm breaking. Aha! Break then. Those who disrespect Sejun deserve to be crushed. Squeeze! Eileen put more weight on her foot, pushing the sacred stone to its limits. A sacred stone that doesn't obey its owner is dangerous, especially for Sejun who can't subdue it by force. Thus, if the sacred stone couldn't be tamed, Eileen planned to destroy it without hesitation for Sejun's sake. Obey Sejun! Crack! Despite Eileen's efforts to tame the stone. Eek! But still, the stone stubbornly resisted. No good, Can't be helped. Eileen gave up on taming the stone and prepared to put her full weight on it to destroy it. Then, I surrender. I will obey Sejun from now on. Finally, the sacred stone declared surrender. Really? You'll obey Sejun? Eileen reduced the pressure while asking for confirmation. Yes. Then swear your allegiance to Sejun. Do I really need to swear? Still not getting it, As Eileen began to increase the pressure again. No, I'll swear. The sacred stone piercing, swear to obey Sejun for the rest of my life. The stone finally made an oath of submission. Should have done that earlier. Repair. Eileen used magic to repair the cracks on the sacred stone. Then, hey, shall I appraise this now? Feeling good after subduing the sacred stone, Eileen started to assess the black coal brought by Theo to appraise it. Who is it? Who dares to awaken me, the heart of dark, the god of darkness? A majestic voice emerged from the coal, which turned out to be the heart of dark, the god of darkness, not just coal. Again, seeing the power emanating from the heart, Eileen realized it would take much longer than the sacred stone to make it manageable for Sejun. Eileen sighed in annoyance. Arg! Bang! Annoyed, Eileen threw the heart of dark onto the ground, trying to assert dominance. But, what? Who dares? The heart remained undaunted. Quang! Eileen stomped on the heart with force. Eek! What's happening? The heart was confused. Quang! Quang! Chapter 247, this will be refilled endlessly. Hanguk. Wow! This is delicious. Sejun beamed with happiness as he ate the carrot cake. Sweet bread studded with carrot pieces and layers of thick, smooth, slightly tangy cream cheese in between. Yum yum. All these elements melded together perfectly in his mouth. And, crunch! Crunch! The crisp texture of the carrot pieces added another layer of enjoyment. If only I had coffee to go with this, Sejun spoke in a voice filled with regret. At this moment, he really missed having coffee. I'll buy 1,000 slices of carrot cake. So, planning to enjoy it later with coffee, Sejun ordered a large quantity of carrot cake. With his void storage, there was no worry of it going bad, and at 0.3 tower coins per slice, it was an affordable price for Sejun. Are you really ordering 1,000 slices of carrot cake? The salesperson, shocked by the large order, asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. Just then, Krueng. This is delicious. Quenji was seen in Sejun's view, quickly devouring carrot cake behind the salesperson and grinning with satisfaction. No, 1,000 slices won't last even a day. Thanks to this, Sejun changed his mind. No, I'll buy all the remaining carrot cakes. So, he decided to buy all the remaining carrot cakes. Quenji would surely ask for some too, so no matter how much he bought, it would never be enough. There are 10,010 slices left. Are you sure you want to buy them all? Yes. How much will that be? I won't charge you for 10 slices. Just 3,000 tower coins, please. Okay. As Sejun was about to pay, sparkling, Theo looked up at Sejun with shining eyes. Vice Chairman Theo, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Pooh hut. I'm excited to see how well Chairman Park can haggle, meow. What? Sejun was taken aback by Theo's innocent comment, devoid of any malice. Theo watched Sejun's every move with the eagerness of a baby bird learning from its mother, not wanting to miss any of Sejun's bargaining skills. Tap. Tap. Chairman Park, don't mind me, meow. Theo spoke while tapping on Sejun's leg. But, burning gaze. Feeling immense pressure from Theo's intense gaze, Sejun felt a huge burden. He felt compelled to show Theo a cool side of himself. What to do? Cough. Since it's a bulk purchase, how about a discount? Sejun started haggling, using the bulk purchase as an excuse, but, I'm sorry, but we've already given you a discount for 10 slices of the carrot cake. The salesperson was a tough nut to crack. But if you can't sell all these carrot cakes today, they'll go bad. So, how about a discount? Sejun then tried to leverage the expiration date, but, do you think we'd let these cakes go bad? The salesperson glanced at the pigs transporting food. We can handle them before they go bad, so no need to worry. Thus, no discount. Sejun was slightly flustered as both attempts at bargaining failed. However, burning gaze. Chairman Park is amazing, meow. He will surely show something incredible, meow. Theo continued to look at Sejun with eyes full of strong trust. Pull yourself together, Park Sejun. Theo is watching. Motivated by Theo's trust, Sejun regained his focus. And, then let's do this. Sejun started haggling again. A short while later, please put the cakes in here. Clank. Sejun said as he opened the void storage. Okay. As the salespeople were putting the carrot cakes into the void storage. He. Vice Chairman Theo, did you see my bargaining skills? Sejun started bragging to Theo. Pooh hut. I saw it, meow. How did you think of that, meow? You bought the goods, and you actually made money, meow. Chairman Park is truly amazing, meow. Theo looked at Sejun with admiration, praising him. As Sejun and Theo were talking, all 10,000 slices of carrot cake have been transferred. But are you sure you won't regret this? The salesperson approached, having finished the task, and asked. Of course. We even signed a contract. Just make sure to have the money ready to pay later. He. That won't be necessary. The salesperson left with a laugh. But where did they get ingredients like flour and dairy products for the cake? Suddenly, Sejun became curious about the source of the carrot cake's ingredients. At that moment, I give up. The last participant struggling to eat the carrot cake finally conceded. Now, there are 63 participants left. Let's prepare the fifth and final appetizer. The announcer called for the next appetizer. A giant orange lump in a transparent glass bowl began to be placed in front of the participants. Wisps of smoke. The smoke rising from the orange lump. But it wasn't smoke from heat, it was smoke from cold. What's that? Sejun quickly recognized the identity of the fifth appetizer and hurriedly prepared to order. And, participants, please eat the final appetizer. Audience members can now order the same carrot ice cream the participants are eating. With the announcer's announcement, sales of carrot ice cream began. In the Black Tower's administrator area. Bang! Bang! Please, let's just talk. After being stomped on numerous times by Eileen, the Heart of Dark, the god of darkness, became slightly more humble and requested a dialogue. However, swear an oath to obey our Sejun. What? Who is this Sejun? The Heart insolently questioned Eileen's demand to swear an oath to Sejun, and it was not the response Eileen was looking for. Bang! Bang! Eileen started stomping on it again. Submit to Sejun. But who is Sejun? At least let me meet him. Submit first. Bang! Bang! The heart, being stomped on without understanding the situation, cried out in injustice, feeling wronged, but Eileen could not allow the heart of the dark, god of darkness, to meet Sejun. That's too dangerous for Sejun. A holy stone is dangerous enough, but this heart is hundreds of times more dangerous than that. If the heart of dark met Sejun, it would likely try to kill him or take over his body. Eileen's only option was to keep stomping until the heart submitted. So, Eileen was determined to keep stepping on it until she got the answer she wanted. As Eileen was taming the heart, "Eileen, your grandpa is here." "But what are you doing?" "Wait, who is this?" Kaiser, who came looking for Eileen, recognized the heart she was stomping on. "Do you know what this is, Grandpa?" "Of course." "Ha ha ha. Where did you find this?" "Theo brought it to us." "Theo? That fascinating fellow." "Ha ha ha. Dark, nice to see you again." Crack. Despite laughing, Kaiser, in the form of a black dragon statue, gripped the heart so tightly it almost broke. It was definitely not a friendly gesture. What dash? "I'm not the god of darkness Dark himself, I'm his heart." "Humph. Think I'll let you off for that?" Kaiser glared at the heart as if he would kill it. And, in the past. Kaiser began a story from the past. 200 years ago, when Eileen was just born. What? Eileen's dragon heart isn't functioning? To save Eileen, Kaiser approached the god of darkness Dark to make a proposal to save Eileen. "So, you want me to enter your granddaughter's dragon heart and move its magic power in its place?" "That's right. You got it." Dark's magic was similar to that of the black dragon, so it wouldn't cause significant side effects if it resided in a dragon heart. "Without any price?" "The price is your life. Would you do it?" With those words, Dark fled. "Stop right there." Kaiser chased after Dark. "But I had to return because I received word that Eileen's condition was critical, and I lost track of Dark." Thus, the Dark that Kaiser let slip away 200 years ago suddenly appeared here, with only his heart remaining. Ha ha ha. "Dark, you scoundrel. Time to pay for running away back then." Recalling the annoyance of that time, Kaiser, as the black dragon statue was about to swallow the heart. He intended to destroy it, as he had stated 200 years ago. Then, "Grandpa, no. That's for Sejun." Eileen quickly intervened to stop Kaiser. "What? This?" "Yes, It's too dangerous for Sejun." Kaiser expressed his concern in a worried tone. Although he didn't know the full story, the heart of Dark, the god of darkness, had appeared out of nowhere. Despite its claim to be just the heart of Dark, the fact that it possessed the divinity of the god of darkness remained unchanged. Sejun could die trying to withstand its divine power. Maybe it's better to just destroy it. Crack. Kaiser gripped the heart tightly as he spoke. "Should we do that?" Eileen, who thought a loyalty oath would suffice, started to be persuaded by Kaiser's words. "Please spare me. I, the heart of the god of darkness Dark, pledge allegiance to Sejun. And I will seal my divinity so as not to harm Sejun Tildanim." Realizing that being taken away meant death, the heart hurriedly swore an allegiance oath to Sejun for survival. And, is this enough? After making its oath, the heart quickly sealed its divinity, leaving only about 10% unsealed. Then, "Are you crazy?" Kaiser erupted in anger. "Ah. I'm sorry. I disrespected Sejun Tildanim too much. Are you trying to kill our Sejun, huh? Reduce it to 1/100th of that." "What? 1/100th would mean 0.1%. If sealed to this extent, the heart would barely be able to speak." "Do it. Now." "Yes." Under Kaiser's pressure, the heart of Dark sealed 99.99% of its divinity. Did I really just swear an oath to obey a being of this level? The heart had a late realization. Wow. Delicious. I should buy all of these too. After tasting the carrot ice cream, Sejun decided to buy all the remaining ones. There are 37 participants left. 26 people were eliminated during the last appetizer, the carrot ice cream. Participants, you've waited long. Now, we will bring out the main course. With the announcer's announcement, pigs carrying plates covered with giant lids came out and placed one in front of each participant. And, now, let's reveal today's menu. Assistants, please open the lids. Oink. Thump. Thump. Upon the announcer's command, the pigs, enlarged to 5 meters in size, opened the lids. It seemed that the pigs could shrink and enlarge their bodies. Inside were 100 steamed fish carrot stews, each with a fish stuffed inside a carrot the size of a thigh, arranged neatly in a 10 by 10 grid. Wow. Looks delicious. While Sejun admired the food, thump. Thump. The pigs who opened the lids made their exit. But seeing those pigs enlarge like that, Yuren must not originally have that body, right? Sejun thought of Yuren while watching the pigs leave. This is a bit tricky. Sejun looked uneasy. If this went wrong, he wouldn't be able to get back the 30,000 tower coins deposit he had paid while signing the contract. Sejun's negotiation with the salesperson was based on a contract where he put up 30,000 tower coins as a deposit, which equaled 10 times the price of the carrot cake. If Yuren won, the salesperson would keep the deposit, and if Quenji won, Sejun would receive double the contract deposit. Of course, Sejun wasn't worried about losing the 30,000 tower coins. Pooh hut. Chairman Park is a genius, meow. It was because of Theo, who looked up to him. He didn't want to disappoint Theo, who had such strong faith in him. Now, participants, please enjoy the main course. The main course will be refilled endlessly until only one participant remains. As the announcer announced, the remaining 37 participants started eating the main dish, steamed fish carrot stew. Quenji, fighting. Sejun energetically cheered for Quenji, who was eating the food. Everything depended on Quenji. And, Krueng. Dad is cheering for Quenji. Quenji will win. With Sejun's enthusiastic support, Quenji's body began to glow red. Krueng. This will be refilled endlessly. So no need to hold back. Quenji activated his talent for gluttony to 100%, which he had been restraining until now. Chapter 248, Is it already over? TL, Hangak. 10 minutes after the main course was served. Krueng. Kook. Both Quenji and Yuren raised their hands simultaneously. Yes. The plates of Quenji Park and Yuren have been emptied. Staff, please hurry and bring more dishes for these two contestants. Following the announcer's words, pigs brought plates with 100 steamed fish carrot stews and placed them in front of Quenji and Yuren. And instead of taking away the empty plates, they were stacked to the side. This was done to count later how much each had eaten by the number of plates. As the pigs brought dishes for the contestants dozens of times, I give up. Contestants began to drop out. Moo! Even the black minotaurs, who had not dropped out until the main course, eventually couldn't hold on and began to drop out one by one. Shortly after, as the stack of plates beside Quenji and Yuren exceeded 15, the last remaining black minotaur, Minotaur 3, dropped out. Now there are only 2 contestants left. Quenji Park is showing a performance not at all inferior to the legendary food fighter Yuren. Only Quenji and Yuren were left. And then, munch. They began eating earnestly. Until now, the pace of serving had been delayed due to other contestants, leading to multiple interruptions in their eating. Krueng. Kook. Thanks to this, the time it took for them to finish their food and raise their hands became quicker. Staff, please hurry and bring the food. The staff couldn't rest and had to keep serving plates. Munch. Krueng. Kook. Quenji and Yuren kept eating non-stop. Despite consuming an enormous amount, their eating pace hadn't changed from the beginning. Suddenly, as the stack of plates beside them surpassed 30, Kook, Yuren's body began to grow a little. It seemed hard to maintain his small size due to the food in his stomach. Krueng. In contrast, Quenji showed no other change except for an intensification of the red glow around his body. Krueng. Kook. Yes. Once again, both Quenji Park and Yuren have raised their hands at the same time. They have both reached 50 plates. Staff, please refill the food quickly, the announcer urged the staff. However, Kook. No more food came, and a pig ran up to the announcer to relay something. Oh. I have regrettable news. All 50 chefs who were cooking have collapsed due to exhaustion. The chefs, who were overexerting themselves to keep up with the eating pace of Quenji and Yuren, had collapsed. Yuren, who valued quality as much as quantity, wanted to eat the best food in the competition and had employed 50 top-class chefs to prepare the contest's dishes. But combined, Quenji and Yuren had more than 100 plates stacked beside them. Each plate had servings for 100 people, so they had consumed food for 10,000 people during the main course, not to mention what other contestants had eaten, totaling almost 20,000 servings. Including the 5 large appetizers, the amount of food prepared by the chefs was even more. It was understandable that they were exhausted. Therefore, we will unfortunately have to substitute the contestants' food with raw carrots from now on. Kook! Following the announcer's announcement, pigs brought plates with 100 carrots each in front of Quenji and Yuren. Crunch! And they started eating the carrots. Soon, 100 plates were stacked beside them. Wow! Did they eat all that in an hour? The audience was astonished at the amount they ate. Kook! Yuren's body started growing again. Slowly enlarging, he eventually reached a size of 3 meters. Then, kook! Kook! A pig ran up to the announcer again. And, I'm afraid I have to convey another regrettable piece of news. It seems we've run out of all the prepared carrots. The announcer announced a shocking fact to the audience. For the first time in the history of the food fighter competition, they had run out of food. If we can't secure more food within an hour, I'm afraid we will have to end this competition with a tie. All the nearby ingredients had already been purchased for the food fighter competition. It was highly likely that the competition would end this way. Chairman Park, if it's a tie, doesn't that mean we lose? Meow. Theo, aware of the contract details, looked at Sejun in shock. Could it be? Is Chairman Park going to lose? Meow. Does that mean Chairman Park isn't that great? Meow. Well, Sejun hadn't anticipated the competition ending due to a shortage of food. He had bet on Quenji's overwhelming victory, so even in a tie, he had negotiated the contract so that the salesperson would keep the deposit, but he had increased the reward ratio if Quenji won. I can't lose like this. Chairman Park is great, meow. Sejun didn't want to disappoint Theo, who believed in his greatness. Thud. Thud. Sejun stepped onto the stage. Then, you can't come up here. Please get down immediately. The announcer tried to stop Sejun. But, Krueng, Quenji's dad is here. If you stop Dad, Quenji will get angry. Quenji stood up and shouted, don't be rude to him, he's a VIP. Yuren also stopped the announcer. Thud. Thud. Thanks to them, Sejun reached the announcer without any interference. Continue the competition. I'll supply the food. Clank. Sejun spoke to the announcer and opened his void storage. 4th floor of the Black Tower. The surroundings were filled with mutant cherry tomatoes. Then, Vice Chairman, have you arrived? As Michael McLaren, Vice Chairman of Gaggle, arrived through the waypoint, the employees of the Experience Farm greeted him with a 90-degree bow. Gaggle had transformed the 2nd and 3rd floors of the tower into Experience Farms and was now developing one on the 4th floor. Yes. How's the farm expansion going, sir? Currently, half of the 4th floor has been completed. Paul, the team leader in charge of the 4th floor's Experience Farm, responded to Michael's inquiry. What? Why only half? Michael asked in an annoyed tone, surprised at the slower-than-expected progress. Well, as we reported earlier, the resistance from the black skeletons is too fierce. The black skeletons, unnoticed in a corner of the 4th floor, had black bones instead of white like other skeletons. Even with all the slave soldiers deployed, the average level of the slave soldiers was about 15, not enough to be overwhelmed by the 4th floor's monsters. But, yes. The number of slave soldiers killed in battle with the black skeletons has exceeded 1,000. The black skeletons were much stronger than regular skeletons. How many enemies are left? Most have been dealt with, but the remaining are elite, so it might take some more time. Just a little longer, please. Put in a request to the Crash Guild. What? The Crash Guild? Paul was shocked at Michael's order. The Crash Guild was a secretive organization operated by Gaggle, comprising solely of notorious criminals, and everyone hesitated to work with them. Yes. Time is money, we can't wait forever. Finish quickly and move to the 5th floor. Michael's goal was to conquer each floor and ultimately become the owner of the tower. There was no time to waste. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a bit of a problem, but thanks to Mr. Park Sejun, we can continue the competition. Park. Sejun. The audience chanted Sejun's name following the announcer's announcement. And, Poohoo Hut. As expected of Chairman Park, meow. Chairman Park is even greater than great, meow. Yuren agreed to buy Sejun's carrots at a high price, and Theo's praise for Sejun soared even higher. He. Crop gigantification. Sejun, amidst the cheers of the audience and Theo's praise, enlarged the agility carrots in the void storage and handed them to the staff pigs. Quack! The pigs weighed the carrots to ensure they were of equal weight before delivering them to Quenji and Yuren. Crunch! Crunch! Quenji and Yuren resumed the food fighter competition, eating the carrots. Huh? Why are these so delicious? Yuren, having tasted Sejun's carrot, looked surprised. It was much tastier than the usual carrots he ate. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Daddy's carrots are the best. Quenji was also delighted, having only eaten tasteless carrots before Sejun's. as they both enjoyed Sejun's delicious carrots. "Are they that delicious? Can I try some?" The audience began to show interest, and naturally, Sejun's carrots were promoted. Then, Mr. Sejun, the salespeople approached, asking if they could sell Sejun's carrots. Of course, there was no reason to refuse since they offered to handle the sales themselves. "How much should we sell the carrots for?" When the salesperson asked about the pricing, Pooh Hut. "Let's discuss that with me." Vice Chairman Theo, Chairman Park's right hand, meow. Theo, overflowing with admiration for Sejun, was eager to be involved in something himself. And then, shrk. Theo cut a giant carrot into 200 pieces. "Skewer the carrots on sticks, meow." Yes. The salespeople started cutting the carrots and skewering them, then began selling the carrot skewers for 0.5 tower coins each. Crop gigantification. While Theo and the salespeople sold carrot skewers, Sejun enlarged 3,000 more carrots. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV5 has slightly increased. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV5 has been filled, and the level has increased. As the level of crop gigantification increased, the size of the giant carrots grew even more. After Sejun's crop gigantification skill level increased and he gigantified another 3,000 carrots. Kook! Yuren's body grew again, almost reaching 10 meters in size. However, despite his increasing size, Yuren's eating pace started to slow down. He was reaching his limit. The end was in sight. Shortly after, "Is this what losing feels like? I've lost." Thump. Unable to eat any more, Yuren finally conceded defeat and fainted. Yuren is eliminated. Therefore, the winner is Quenji Park. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new legend in Food Fighter Contest. Crunch. Crunch. Krueng? Krueng. Is it over already? That can't be. Quenji is still hungry. Quenji, still happily eating carrots, became furious at the announcer's words, and the red glow emanating from his body intensified. It was a side effect of activating his gluttony at 100%. "It's okay, Quenji. Daddy will give you more to eat." Crop gigantification. Sejun calmed Quenji down. After Quenji ate about 1,000 more giant carrots. Krueng. Quenji don't want to eat any more. Quenji, finally full, refused to eat any more. Krueng. Quenji wants to eat sweet potatoes now. No, it wasn't that he refused to eat, he was just tired of carrots. Considering Quenji had eaten tens of thousands of carrots today. Okay. Crop gigantification. Sejun took out sweet potatoes, enlarged them, and gave them to Quenji. Since Yuren agreed to pay for the food, there was no need to economize. Eventually, after eating 5,000 giant sweet potatoes, Krueng. Quenji is full now. The red glow around his body disappeared. And then, Krueng. Quenji is sleepy now. Dad Ada. He ran and leaped into Sejun's arms. Thump. OOF. Sejun caught Quenji, feeling a huge impact. Quenji had eaten tens of thousands of servings of food. Even if his weight was reduced to 1,000th, it was still significant. Sejun almost hurt his back. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He. Daddy will take the prize. Quenji, wanting to give Sejun the prize, giggled sleepily. That's right. You did great. Stroke. Stroke. As Sejun stroked Quenji's head, Kurong. Quenji quickly fell asleep, snoring. Just then, meow. Chairman Park. Get away from Quenji, meow. Theo, who was selling sweet potatoes to the audience, noticed the explosive power building up in Quenji's body and shouted at Sejun. The food Quenji had eaten was finally being digested, causing his power to increase explosively. Chapter 249, All my questions have been answered, meow. TL, Hangak. Choo choo. Coyote. Really? Choo choo. Coyote. I'll wait with you. Iona spent her time keeping Choo Choo company, who was waiting for Black Rabbit to return from investigating a murder case. However, Coyote. So, what happened? Choo Choo. Engrossed in their conversation, the two soon forgot the original intention of waiting for Black Rabbit, falling into a world of endless chit-chat. They talked through the night, breakfast, and lunch, thoroughly enjoying their gossiping. Payak, with the Black Rabbit, having solved the murder case with Sejun's help, came looking for Choo Choo. And then, Payak, Choo Choo. The two happily went off to sleep together. Coyote. I should go to sleep too. Left alone, Iona decided to find Theo for a good night's rest. Coyote. It's that way. Following the tracking magic she had placed on Theo, Iona made her way to him. Coyote, coyote, coyote. There's Theo. From a distance, she spotted Theo, busy selling sweet potatoes to a large crowd. Coyote, coyote, coyote. I need to hurry and sleep. With that thought, Iona quickly approached Theo. But then, coyote. This is an immense power. Iona sensed an enormous surge of energy nearby. Payak. Sejun is in danger. Power of magic, follow my command and block all impact. Force shield. Realizing the source of this immense power was Quenji, who Sejun was holding, Iona hastily cast a spell to protect Sejun. Zing. Fortunately, a cylindrical shield enveloped Quenji just before his power exploded. Krueng. At the same time, Quenji stretched out grandly. Just a moment's delay could have been disastrous. Sejun was saved from an explosive fate. And then, flash! An intense red light burst from Quenji's body. Kwang! And the red energy shot up into the sky. Iona hadn't had enough time to complete a spell that could fully contain Quenji's power. She smartly made a hole in the top of the force shield, directing Quenji's power upwards, successfully preventing any damage to the surroundings. Well, there was a little damage. Chairman Park, wake up, meow. Sejun, who had fainted due to the shockwave erupting into the sky, was saved by his black dragon tattoo once again. That was close, meow. Squeeze. Theo used a black dragon scale to imprint a tattoo on Sejun's body. Slap. Slap. And slapped Sejun's face with his front paws to heal the unconscious Sejun. Slap. Slap. The sound was like a slap, but it was actually healing. Slap. Slap. Hum. Sejun regained consciousness, feeling something hitting his face. Slap. Slap. Chairman Park, are you awake, meow? Theo, who was treating Sejun, spoke with a relieved voice as Sejun regained consciousness. Yeah. But why did I faint? Ah. What about Quenji? Sejun, recalling the moment just before he fainted, hurriedly got up and looked around. Then, floating. He found Quenji floating about 1 meter off the ground, emitting a faint red light. Kurong. Seeing Quenji snoring, it seemed there was no immediate danger. Is Quenji okay? Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes. He's in a light sleep state to adapt to the sudden increase in power. It's fine as long as you don't touch him. Responding to Sejun's query, Iona, who was on Theo's tail, answered. Really? That's a relief. Coyote, coyote, coyote. But it's still dangerous here, so we should return to the White Castle. Okay. But how do we move Quenji? You said not to touch him. Coyote, coyote, coyote. That's easy. If Sejun moves, he'll follow automatically. Huh? What do you mean? Coyote, coyote, coyote. Just start moving and you'll see. Not fully understanding what Iona meant, Sejun nonetheless did as she suggested and started moving. And then, whoosh! Quenji followed Sejun. Even in his sleep, Quenji subconsciously made sure not to separate from Sejun. Following Daddy. Thanks to this, it seemed possible to move Quenji to White Castle as long as they moved slowly enough for Quenji to follow. Let's go then. As Sejun was about to leave with Quenji for White Castle, Chairman Park, you go ahead, meow. I'll stay and collect the money from Uran. Theo decided to stay behind to collect Sejun's money. Okay, got it. I'll go ahead then. Understood, meow. I'll bring a lot of money, meow, just don't overdo it. After Sejun left, Uran, wake up, meow. Pay and then go back to sleep, meow, slap. Slap. Theo slapped the unconscious Uran's face with his front paws, using his healing skill again. Is Quenji following well? On his way to White Castle, Sejun looked back to check if Quenji was following properly. Floating. Quenji was still following obediently. That's really amazing. Kurong. Quenji, clearly asleep, was still following him closely. He. But our Quenji is really cute. Sejun admired the peacefully sleeping Quenji. As cute as he usually was, Quenji looked the cutest while sleeping. Ah, I want to touch him. It was tempting to touch Quenji's chubby cheeks, but he couldn't. It was quite frustrating. As Sejun continued towards White Castle, occasionally checking that Quenji was still following, suddenly, pack! Sejun tilde nim. Coco, who had gone to the Black Rabbit and then returned to Sejun, ran up to him. Yes, did you deliver the land deeds to Black Rabbit? Pack! Pack! Yes. And the king asked me to give this to you. Coco handed Sejun a land deed. Purple Tower 80th floor land deed. This is from Purple Tower? Pack! Pack! It was mixed with the Black Tower's land deeds. The king believes Purple Tower is behind this incident and asked you to take revenge. Got it, leave it to me. Sejun decided it was time to teach Purple Tower a lesson for daring to attack Black Tower. And with the Purple Tower land deed, to transport items under 100 kilograms from Black Tower to White Tower, a transportation fee of 1 million tower coins is required. Would you like to proceed with the inter-tower transport? Yes. He sent it to Arjux. Go! Arjux! Wipe them out with your breath. Sejun ordered Arjux to launch a breath attack on the 80th floor of the Purple Tower. At a tavern in Rabbit City on the 55th floor of the tower. Is it true that Golden Cat Theo, subordinate of the Black Dragon, is coming here for the wedding? Yes, that's right. Theo is the elder brother of Black Rabbit, who's getting married. Of course, he'll come, right? I heard that rumor and came here too. Monsters in the tavern were drinking and talking. They were there on behalf of the 5 floor bosses from the 50th floor, hoping to receive the Black Dragon's Dragon Warrior helmets. But will Theo meet us? That's why I prepared this. Thud. A monster placed a hefty money pouch on the table. Then, clatter. Clatter. Is it true? A subordinate of the Black Dragon is here. A hooded figure, sitting quietly, approached them to inquire. Slap. Slap. Kook. Uran, who had fainted, under Theo's healing started to regain consciousness. Uran, are you awake? Meow. Yes. Did you wake me up, Theo? Thank you. Poohoo Hut, you should feel honored to receive my healing, meow. Let's settle the payment quickly, meow. Payment? Oh. Of course. Krita. Regaining his senses, Uran quickly called Krita, the deputy head of his Midas trading guild. Yes. Did you call for me? Krita approached at Uran's call. Meow. Perfect timing, meow. Since Chairman Park won, pay up, meow. Theo extended his front paw towards Krita. Krita was the salesperson who had negotiated and written the contract was Krita. Yes. I didn't think Uran Tildenim would lose but. Here are 20,000 tower coins. Krita took out the money from his pouch and handed it to Theo. The cost for the ingredients provided, for the carrots. Krita then calculated the cost for the carrots and sweet potatoes that came from Sejun's void storage. Here's the cost of ingredients, 5 million tower coins. After finalizing the ingredient costs, Krita went back to organize the food fighter competition venue. And then, Poohoo Hut. Now let's settle our account, meow. Theo, with a gleam in his eye, turned to Uran. What account? Yes, meow. First, hand over the prize for winning the food fighter competition, meow. Kook? Uran looked confusedly at Theo. The prize was already taken by Sejun. That wasn't the prize, it was unavoidably lost in the process of saving Uran's life in an emergency, meow. So bring out a new prize, meow. Theo, inspired by Sejun's excellent performance, even though he had already secured 2 valuable items. My brother Quenji is a very ferocious creature, meow. If he finds out he won the competition but didn't receive a prize, he'll be angry, meow. Theo threatened to obtain the prize. Ah, that's possible. Uran was easily persuaded by Theo's almost unreasonable logic. No wonder Theo thought he was a pushover. Currently, I don't have a prize, then how about this? Uran touched the giant plates next to him. Then, swoosh. Where Uran paw touched, the plate started turning into gold. Meow. How did you do that, meow? Theo, surprised, asked Uran. Ah. I have the talent called Midas Touch, which can turn the weight of what I eat into gold. An incredible talent to create gold, but it came with the consequence of tremendous bad luck. That's why Uran usually surrounded himself with beings of strong luck to counterbalance his own misfortune. There's such a talent, meow. Yes. Here you go, Uran responded, handing Theo 10 giant golden plates. Uran, give me a few more gold plates, meow. As Theo put the golden plates into his bag, he asked Uran. Sure, swoosh. Uran effortlessly created more golden plates. Watching this, Theo realized, meow. All my questions have been answered, meow. Theo finally understood all the unanswered questions about Uran. How someone with such terrible luck and poor business skills became a legendary merchant. Uran is just a rich pig with a lot of money, meow. Being a legendary merchant was just a hobby, and Uran was originally just wealthy. Poohoo Hut. Ulrich, I look forward to working with you, meow. Yes. I also want to be friends with Theo Tildenim. Uran, who wanted to be close to Theo to counterbalance his strong misfortune, happily responded. the golden paw that brings luck and the golden paw that creates gold. No one knew what changes this meeting would bring to the Black Tower, but that was a story for another time. Pooh Hut. Urine, make 10 more gold plates, meow. If you make 10 gold plates, I'll give you one of these, meow. Theo took out a black dragon scale and showed it to Urine. What is that? With this, you can survive a near-death experience once, meow. Thanks to this, weak Chairman Park has saved his life several times, meow. It will also help someone unlucky like you, meow. Really? I'll buy 10 of them, Pooh Hut. Then give me 100 gold plates, meow. Okay. Thus, Theo filled his bundle with gold from the food fighter competition prize and by selling the black dragon scales. Meow meow meow, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park will be happy to see the gold, meow. Thinking of Sejun's joy at seeing the gold, Theo happily hummed a tune as he ran towards White Castle. Chapter 250, Harboring Treacherous Thoughts. TL, Hanguk, meow meow meow. Just a little more and I'll see Chairman Park, meow, da 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 da. As White Castle came into view, Theo quickened his pace. Suddenly, boom! With a loud explosion, a black object smashed through the wall of a tavern and flew towards Theo. What the meow? Theo casually dodged the object flying towards him and closely examined the object whizzing past his face. Meow. Black. It's a skull, meow. Theo identified the object as a skull. What's the meaning of this, meow? Thinking someone had attacked him with a skull, Theo yelled towards the tavern where the skull had come from. Then, sorry. It was a mistake. So, why are you standing there? Just go on your way. A nonchalant monster walked out of the tavern, responding to Theo. Meow. Theo was surprised to see the monster. Thud. Thud. Unaware or not caring about Theo, the monster picked up the skull it had thrown. How dare a lowly creature from the lower floors talk to me, Parku from the 59th floor of the tower. Ha, bang. Bang. He slammed the skull onto the ground as he yelled. Grr. The skull, unable to answer due to a missing jawbone, just took the abuse miserably. A truly despicable scene of bullying. But no one around interfered, not wanting to get involved in needless trouble. Then, stop that, meow, smack. Theo struck the back of Parku's head with his front paw. Ouch. I was just educating this lowly creature. Who dares interrupt me? Ha, Parku, enraged after being hit on the back of his head, shouted furiously with bloodshot eyes. Theo was capable enough to send Parku off to the afterlife without much effort. But unlike Quenji, Theo could finally control his strength. He hit Parku just hard enough to annoy him. Theo was annoyed, but he had questions to ask. Hey! Who hit me on the back of the head? Parku, completely unaware of who had hit him, asked his companions in the tavern. Then, point! Silently, the monsters pointed their fingers at Theo. They knew that whoever struck Parku and returned to their spot in a blink of an eye was much stronger than Parku. However, Parku, being from the 59th floor of the tower, was no slouch either. The nearby threat seemed more intimidating. What? It was you? I told you to get lost. Realizing Theo was the one who had struck him, thanks to the other monsters, Parku started yelling at Theo. Slap! Only to get smacked in the face by Theo's paw, his head turning 90 degrees. This was no healing slap, but a real slap. Ow! How dare! Parku, unable to see Theo's movements, was stunned by the sudden pain on his face, realizing he'd been hit but before he could react. Slap! Slap! Theo delivered a double slap to Parku. Do you know who I am? Slap! 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 Theo continued to slap Parku's face as he made useless remarks. Slap! Slap! Parku ended up with dozens of blue paw marks on his face after being slapped by Theo. I failed to recognize someone so noble. I apologize. Please forgive me. Parku suddenly became polite. And then, what's your relationship with Skaram, meow? Theo, now that Parku was ready to talk, asked about Skaram. The reason Theo was surprised seeing Parku. It was because Parku was a goblin. Seeing the goblin Parku reminded Theo of Skaram, who had deceived him. They felt similar somehow. And then, Skaram? Of course, I know him. He's my uncle. Ah, you know my uncle? Theo's intuition was correct. What? Theo's question brought a glimmer of hope to Parku, whose expression brightened and then darkened rapidly. Oh no, Uncle was a low-quality swindler who was expelled from the village. Even his own family, like his grandmother and mother, would shudder at the mere mention of him. If Theo knew Uncle, it surely wasn't for anything good. And Theo, unable to exact his revenge because Kaiser immediately obliterated Skaram upon seeing him. Pooh-hoo-hut. Skaram is your uncle, meow. That's great, meow. I owe Skaram a big favor from before, now it's time to repay it, meow. Theo, who had a terrible past with Skaram, chuckled as he took out a contract. White Castle. Kurong. Slurp. Yum. Yeah, this is the taste. Sejun, watching over the sleeping Quenji, enjoyed his coffee and the carrot cake he had bought earlier, smiling contentedly. Just then, the tower's administrator says that the appraisal and taming of the item you entrusted is complete. Following Eileen's message, 2 items appeared in Sejun's hand. They were the Holy Stone Piercing and the Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness. Thanks, Eileen. The tower's administrator says you don't have to thank for such small matters. Ah. Eileen, try this. It's sweet and delicious. Sejun took out carrot cake and carrot ice cream from the void storage and sent them to Eileen. Isn't it tasty? I've got. While Sejun was talking with Eileen, you're the piercing stone. The ice cube stone? Yeah. It's me. Long time no see. How have you been? But who's that person? Ice Cube Stone asked, noticing the unusual aura of the Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness. I am the Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness. Oh. A god, huh? It's an honor to meet you. Yes. This is perfect. I've been looking for an opportunity to seize this human's body, let's join forces and take it. Ice Cube Stone, whose effect from Iona was wearing off, suddenly made a surprising proposal. Piercing Stone and the Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness, were taken aback by the proposal. And then, this is my chance, although it was inconvenient to have the Ice Cube Stone already beside Sejun. But now that Ice Cube Stone was harboring such malicious thoughts, it was a perfect opportunity. Eileen Nim. Ice Cube Stone is harboring treacherous thoughts. Eileen Nim. Ice Cube Stone is planning a rebellion to seize Sejun Nim's body. Both of them simultaneously reported Ice Cube Stone to Eileen. Then, the tower's administrator asks if they can examine the original holy stone you possess. Should I? Unaware of what was happening, Sejun handed over Ice Cube Stone to Eileen. The tower's administrator asks if they can return it later. Sure. I don't need it right now. As Sejun agreed, Eileen began to crush and tame the Ice Cube Stone under her foot. Let's see what their options are. After finishing the conversation with Eileen, Sejun first examined the piercing stone that Eileen had appraised. Holy Stone Piercing. A stone created when a star fell from the sky. If you supply magic power to the stone, it can pierce through any desired target. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, S. Usage restriction, magic power 300 or higher. It can pierce through any desired target. Let's test it. Sejun took out a sweet potato, placed it on the table, made a gun shape with his hand, aimed at the sweet potato, and infused magic power into the stone. Pshoo! A finger-sized hole appeared in the sweet potato. Oh! It works. Can it be thinner? Piercing. This time, Sejun thought about making a thinner hole and infused magic into the stone again. Pshoo! This time, a pen-sized hole appeared in the sweet potato. This is fun. Pshoo! Pshoo! Sejun took out a few more sweet potatoes, making holes of varying thickness, and played around. After spending some time making holes in the crops, Sejun picked up the Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness, to inspect it. Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness. This is the heart of the God of Darkness, Dark. 99.99% of Dark's power is sealed within it. When magic power is infused, it will bind to the owner's shadow, increasing all stats by 5. It can summon the shadow minions of the God of Darkness. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, Unmeasurable. Usage restriction, magic power 300 or higher. 99.99% of the power is sealed. That meant it almost had no ability left. However, the fact that it still could increase all stats by 5 and summon shadow minions meant that this item was still incredibly powerful. Well, it's the heart of a god, after all. Sejun infused magic power into the Heart of Dark to bind it to his shadow. Then, squish! The Heart of Dark turned liquid-like and slipped through Sejun's fingers, dropping to the ground. Slurp! Before seeping into Sejun's shadow. The Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness, has been successfully bound to Tower Farmer Park Sejun's shadow. All stats have increased by 5. Following the successful binding, a message appeared. Shadow Minions. With the heart successfully bound to his shadow, Sejun attempted to summon a shadow minion. Given the name, they seemed like beings that could labor or fight on behalf of their master. He. I can have them run errands and do various tasks. Even summoning one would make life more convenient. But insufficient magic power to summon a shadow minion. Sejun's magic power was not enough to summon even a single shadow minion. Well. Time for another carrot cake. Disappointed, Sejun relieved his stress by eating something sweet. Meanwhile, sniff. Krueng. Attracted by the sweet smell, Quenji slowly opened his eyes. Hurry up and stamp it, meow, Theo urged, pushing the contract forward. Sniff. Yes, squish. Under Theo's pressure, Parku had no choice but to stamp the contract. Then, Party A, Theo Park. Party B, Parku. Parku belatedly noticed Theo's name above his own. Wait. Could you be the Golden Cat Theo Park, subordinate of the Black Dragon? That's right, meow. Work hard from now on, meow. Yes. And just like that, Parku unexpectedly found employment at Sejun's farm, a place envied by many these days. Then, grr. Hearing Theo's name, the skeleton looked at Theo and tried to say something. What's it saying, meow? Parku, go and find its jawbone, meow. Yes. Theo, unable to understand the skull, ordered Parku to find the missing part. Theo Park Tildenim, we are at your service. Here you go. The monsters in the tavern, having overheard Theo and Parku's conversation, quickly brought the rest of the black skeleton's parts and, click-clack, assembled them. They wanted to impress Theo and receive a Dragon Warrior helmet first. Once the skeleton was fully assembled, please bestow upon me the Dragon Warrior helmet, Theo Park Tildenim. My kin on the 4th floor of the tower are dying. The reassembled black skeleton, now able to speak properly, begged Theo to give it the Dragon Warrior helmet. Presumptuous, how dare someone from the lower floors? Parku, thinking he should receive the Dragon Warrior helmet first, was upset at the black skeleton for speaking out of turn. But then, smack! Ouch! Be quiet, meow. Theo hit Parku on the back of the head to quiet him down. Tell me what's going on, meow. Yes. I am Onik, a black skeleton from the 4th floor of the tower. Recently, humans. Onik, the black skeleton, began to explain the situation on the 4th floor of the tower to Theo.